In 2023, during the first week after the September term began at No. 3 Anqing High School in Jiangnan Province. In Class 23, the mathematics teacher Chen Jiaping pushed up the pair of thick black-framed glasses on the bridge of his nose, so heavy they looked almost bulletproof, and was irritably grading the placement test papers for the start of term. A long sigh escaped him, steeped in the fatigue and helplessness of middle age. "This is the worst batch I've ever taught." He said that every year, yet this time the words carried an unusual weight and sincerity. Chen Jiaping sighed again, his pen slashing out red crosses in a flurry. As a veteran teacher who had struggled at this ordinary Anqing High School for over a decade, he had long grown accustomed to this kind of disappointment. The students here had weak foundations and scattered hearts. If any of them managed to get into a regular university, it would be worth burning incense at the temple in thanks. No. 3 Anqing High was no key school. Its students were by and large academically poor. For this placement exam, he had deliberately chosen a particularly difficult paper. The goal was simple: to give this group of youngsters whose minds were still on summer vacation a heavy blow right away and let them learn how lofty and unfathomable grade 2 mathematics could be. He could almost picture his students in the exam room scratching their heads and frowning in distress. HM. Suddenly his red pen froze in midair. His gaze had fallen on the multiple choice section of a paper. Check marks one after another. 12 bright red ticks in a row, without a single mistake. Hell, lucky kid. When it came to multiple choice questions, there were always a few chosen ones who, by following obscure rules of guesswork, could miraculously stumble onto the right answers. Unruffled, he shifted his attention to the fill-in-the-blank section. The next instant his pupils constricted slightly. For blanks, all marked correct. Every radical and digit written with crystalline clarity. Chen Jiaping's expression grew solemn. If multiple choice could still be explained away by luck, then getting all the fill-in-the-blank questions correct could only be the result of genuine ability. He drew in a deep breath, suppressing a strange stirring in his chest, and let his gaze slowly inch by inch drift toward the name box in the upper left corner of the paper. Which genius had been buried here in this small, unremarkable Anqing school? Was it Li Hao, the quick-witted math class representative? Or was it Zhang Jing, the diligent girl with a real shot at getting into a top-tier university? When he finally saw the two characters written there, his entire body froze. Name: Xu Chen. Xu Chen. Chen Jiaping's mouth fell slightly open as his mind stalled for a full 3 seconds. He remembered this name. A boy who sat in the corner of the classroom, never disruptive, yet never raising his hand, his grades eternally stuck in the middle of the class, with a somewhat introverted temperament, and nothing remarkable about him at all. The kind of student who would vanish into a crowd in 3 seconds. How could it possibly be him? Chen Jiaping's first instinct was the same as any teacher who noticed something amiss: cheating. Yet the moment that thought arose, he strangled it with an even more absurd line of reasoning. What a joke! Whom could he have copied from? Across the entire exam room, there wasn't a single paper more correct than this one. Had he copied from the answer key itself? Leakage of the exam questions. Even more impossible. He had personally printed this paper the previous night. Aside from himself, only the smell of ink in the print room knew what the questions looked like. Could he have hired a ringer to take the test for him? The notion almost made Chen Jiaping laugh. Who would be so bored as to spend money on a stand-in just to sit an ungraded placement exam at an ordinary high school? For what? For the privilege of tasting the food in No. 3 Anqing High's cafeteria, or for the honor of receiving Chen Jiaping's autograph? Once all impossibilities were eliminated, whatever remained, no matter how unbelievable, had to be the truth. He forced down the surge of excitement in his chest, and his gaze finally settled on the final showpiece problem at the end of the paper. It was a problem he had dug out from an old provincial math competition. A slightly beyond syllabus question blending functions, trigonometric transformations, and ideas from higher mathematics. Additional problem: let fx sin kx sin superscript 2x, where k is a positive real number. If for every real x we have fx pi fx, prove that k must be a positive integer. For students at an ordinary high school, indeed even for top students at a key school, solving it perfectly within the time limits of an exam was anything but easy. Yet when he saw the solution written on this paper, his breath abruptly hitched. Solution: let u sin x. Clearly this is a bounded periodic function. From the conditions, it is clear that the behavior of fx on the interval 0, pi completely determines the behavior of the whole function. It is then easy to see that if k is not a positive integer, the periodicity of sin kx fails to align perfectly with that of sin superscript 2x. By Cauchy's mean value theorem and the periodic nature of the function, this contradicts the original assumption. Hence k must be a positive integer. Q, E, D. Just a few lines flowing as smoothly as drifting clouds and running water completed in one unbroken sweep. Staring at those few lines of writing, the corners of Chen Jiaping's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Behind his lenses his eyes bulged, as if his eyeballs might burst streaked with new threads of blood. Clearly, easy to see. He felt his dignity as a teacher being ground into the floor by those two phrases over and over again. How is any of this clearly true? How on earth is it easy to see? Inside, Chen Xiaoping was roaring in silent frustration. He knew all too well how convoluted and inhuman the standard solution to this problem was. Yet the method before him was nothing short of a dimensionality reduction strike. With a deft substitution, it sidestepped the most complicated trigonometric manipulations entirely. And more outrageous still, Cauchy's mean value theorem. Wasn't that material from a university-level course in advanced mathematics? How could a high school student possibly use such a beyond-syllabus method to solve a problem? This wasn't problem-solving, this was showing off. It was an almost cruelly elegant way of telling the person who set the question your problem is far too simple. How could this possibly be an answer written by a mere high schooler? Through the clever substitution, U sin x, the thorny issue of trigonometric periodicity had been transformed into the study of a bounded function's properties over a specific interval. By exploiting the continuity of the derivative, the essential features of periodic functions, and Cauchy's mean value theorem, from higher mathematics, the solution struck directly at the core contradiction within the periodicity of fx. This approach, rooted in functional analysis, not only gracefully sidestepped tedious trigonometric computations, but also revealed a deep insight into the essence of the problem. It was by any measure a remarkably beautiful solution. The question was, how had Xu Chen come up with such a method? According to the rigid rules of college entrance exam, grading using an out-of-syllabus theorem without providing its proof on the paper would lead to heavy deductions for the solution steps, perhaps even a score of 0. Yet faced with this smooth, impeccable logic and the near-cruel beauty of the solution, Chen Xiaoping suddenly slapped his thigh, as though making a decision that defied every tradition of his profession. He picked up his red pen and, hand trembling, wrote a bright red number in the total score box. 150. A flawless, unassailable full score. Laying down his pen, he leaned back in his chair and let out a long breath. His eyes were filled with shock, confusion, and an irrepressible hint of joy. He had struck gold. After more than 10 years of teaching, Chen Xiaoping had finally stumbled upon a treasure. Meanwhile, back in class 23, Xu Chen was sitting by the window. He was of average height and slightly thin, wearing an ordinary pair of black-framed glasses. Behind the lenses, his clear, bright eyes held a gentleness and composure beyond his years. He was like a speck of dust on the classroom backdrop, silent, unremarkable, blending into the clamor of youth without drawing a single curious glance. Xu Chen. Math class representative Li Hao's voice rang out from the doorway, tinged with the gleeful excitement of someone eager for a bit of drama. Old Chen wants you in the office. His face doesn't look too good. You'd better watch yourself. In an instant, dozens of gazes converged on Xu Chen, laced with sympathy, curiosity, and gloating amusement. You're done for, Chinga, his deskmate, the chubby Wang, jabbed him with an elbow, and whispered face said in tragic solemnity. Did you bomb math this time? I saw you filled up the entire additional problem. You must have just scribbled something right. Old Chen hates random scribbling the most. From the look of him, he's about to eat you alive. Maybe. Xu Chen merely smiled faintly and closed the book in his hands. Under a forest of rest and peace looks, he rose and walked out of the classroom. On the way to the office, Xu Chen felt no turmoil at all. If anything, he found it slightly amusing. Of course, he knew why Mr. Chen had summoned him. In fact, he had anticipated this scene the moment he handed in his paper. On this monthly math exam, he had indeed gone a little overboard. But he had no choice. His systems task required him to take first place in the class. So he had simply taken the test a bit more seriously. Indeed, Xu Chen acquired the system. Yet the genesis of our tale did not unfurl amidst a tempestuous, storm-laden night. It was but an ordinary summer afternoon. The incessant clamor of cicadas outside vexed the mind, while the cool air from the air conditioner barely subdued the summer heat within the room. Xu Chen slouched in his chair, his eyes fixed intently on the computer screen as the keyboard resounded with a staccato rhythm. Hold the high ground. Hold the high ground. I'm out of mana. On the screen, his heroic champion fell valiantly before the enemy crystal, transforming into a lifeless cold corpse. A gray interface declared the bleak end of the ranked match. Damn. Xu Chen, irked, removed his headset, leaned back, and casually grabbed a chilled can of cola from the table, downing it in one gulp. The icy liquid slid down his throat as effervescent bubbles burst within his chest, delivering a fleeting surge of exhilaration. At that moment, buzz. A sudden blue curtain of light reminiscent of a holographic projection in a sci-fi film unfurled before his eyes. Its gentle radiance, non-blinding, cascaded with a waterfall of data streams. Xu Chen's pupils contracted sharply, nearly causing the cola he had just imbibed to spurt from his nose. He blinked vigorously and pinched his thigh hard. A surge of excruciating pain ensued. It was no illusion. Immediately thereafter, a cold, emotionless, synthetic electronic voice resonated deep within his mind. Ding! Detected an intense thirst for knowledge in the host. Binding the learning aptitude system. Thirst for knowledge. Xu Chen looked at the screen, utterly baffled by the colossal failure displayed, wondering, wasn't my desire for victory far more vehement just moments ago? The system did not heed his grumbling. Binding successful. This system is committed to cultivating the host into a great scientist who will lead the progress of human civilization, thereby vastly enhancing the host's aptitude for learning. A translucent interface imbued with advanced technology finally materialized before his eyes. Current aptitude levels. Mathematics level 0. Physics level 0. Biochemistry level 0. Informatics level 0. Engineering level 0. Materials science level 0. Observing this neatly arrayed list as if mocking his all-zero ratings, Xu Chen's brows furrowed unconsciously behind his glasses. An indescribable absurdity surged within him. What did it all mean? I, Xu Chen, have at least received 9 years of compulsory education, enduring years of studious labor since kindergarten. Even if not at the top, I was nonetheless a reliably middle-tier contender, weren't I? At the zenith of his accumulated knowledge, yet here he finds himself bestowed with the ignominious 0, and not much harmful, but supremely insulting. As if tapping into his inner roar, a new annotation emerged on the system interface. System note: this system comprises 10 levels crafted to quantify the host's aptitude in the respective fields. Level 0, Beginner. This level signifies the completion of fundamental general education in the field, endowing one with the ability to peruse standard academic literature and grasp basic concepts. Standard benchmark: an ordinary full-time undergraduate graduate. Undergraduate graduate is considered the entry level. Xu Chen was momentarily stunned, then he exhaled relief. In that case, as a mere high school student rated at level 0, it doesn't seem entirely unfair, perhaps even a slight advantage. Yet before he could fully recover his composure, the system delivered a knockout blow. Supplementary note: the host's current level 0 rating already encompasses the system's initial gifted aptitude bonus. The host's aptitude rating prior to binding was incalculable. Oofed. Xu Chen felt as though an old piece of debris lodged in his throat, nearly causing a heart attack on the spot. Incalculable? What does that mean? Is my aptitude so abysmal as to be unrateable, not even worthy of a level 1? So does this mean that my level 0 is merely a consequence of the system pittance, a pitiful charity? The system paid no heed to the host's despair, steadfastly continuing its explanation. Xu Chen took a full minute to calm his nerves, compelling himself to listen, and soon grasped the core functionality of the system. In the system's words, a person's scientific literacy is composed of 3 dimensions: aptitude, skills, and breadth of knowledge. The system offered an exquisite analogy. Imagine setting out to an unknown destination in a city never visited before. Aptitude is akin to the innate sense of direction and intuition one possesses. One needs no map. Merely by instinct one can roughly discern the direction of the destination and determine the swiftest route. This embodies the aptitude for mathematical intuition, abstract thinking, and logical reasoning. It dictates the speed and depth with which one learns new things. Skills, on the other hand, are akin to the traffic techniques you acquire thereafter. You learn to ride a bicycle, take the subway, hail a cab, and read maps. These correspond to your calculative prowess, command over symbols, and the construction of proofs, concrete operational skills. The breadth of knowledge is the information you possess. You know which roads traverse the city, how many subway lines it harbors, and the whereabouts of bus stops. This encapsulates all the theorems, formulas, and properties you have learned. All 3 are indispensable. Without knowledge, you wouldn't even know where the road lies. Without skills, even if aware, progress would be hindered. And bereft of aptitude, you might endlessly circle without finding the optimal path, potentially losing yourself amid countless detours. And the learning aptitude system does not directly inundate one with knowledge nor immediately augment skills. Its sole purpose, the most fundamental and extraordinary of all, is to enhance the host's inherent aptitude. As long as Xu Chen expands his knowledge, hones his skills, or fulfills the tasks dispatched by the system, he can accrue experience points and credits. Experience points serve to elevate one's aptitude level, while credits can be exchanged for various high-tech gadgets in the system's store. In other words, the system has bestowed upon him a divine-grade CPU, yet he must supply the memory and storage on his own. And as he fills it further, this CPU will evolve on its own, growing ever mightier. Damn! Upon grasping all this, Xu Chen's breathing quickened instantly, his heart pounding uncontrollably. Elation, an unparalleled euphoria, overwhelmed him. In the past, he had envied protagonists whose golden finger enabled them to defy fate. Unbelievably, this serendipitous windfall had truly descended upon him today. Just as he was on the verge of leaping from his chair in excitement, the system's alert sounded once more, yanking him back to reality. Newbie mission assigned. First glimpse of brilliance. Mission requirement. In the first monthly exam following the commencement of school, the host must achieve first place in at least one subject within the class. Mission failure penalty. Should it be proven that the host is irrevocably inept, the system will unbind and seek out the next fortunate candidate. Silence. The smile on Xu Chen's face instantly froze. First in the class. And it's a monthly exam. He nearly leapt up, exclaiming, "Bro, do you harbor some misunderstanding about me? I'm merely an average performer. You expect me to clinch the class top spot within a month. That's akin to expecting the Chinese national football team to win the World Cup in a month. You must provide some starter gear, right?" Just as he was about to unleash a tirade against the system's inhumanity, the system's alert chimed once more. The newbie gift package has been dispatched along with the mission. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the absolute focus state exclusively for the newbie protection period. This is primarily intended to appropriately bolster the protagonist's fundamentals, ensuring no post-show-off level drop. Rest assured and enjoy. Note, this state will forcibly activate the host's deep learning mode, simulating an information absorption and comprehension efficiency equivalent to mathematics LV1. Note, this state merely accelerates the intake and internalization of knowledge and cannot substitute for the host's creative thinking and computation. Xu Chen's inner fury was considerably abated. At last, this seemed more like having a golden finger. His curiosity was piqued, and he murmured inwardly, "System, what exactly does level 1 entail?" The system immediately responded, "Level 1 Scholar. This level signifies that the host has initially forged a comprehensive knowledge system in the field capable of independently pursuing cutting-edge research and publishing papers in peer-recognized scholarly journals. Standard benchmark postdoctoral researcher at a world-class university." Xu Chen gasped, feeling a tingling numbness over his scalp. Isn't the leap between these levels rather outrageous? Level 0 equates to an undergraduate, yet level 1 leaps directly to a postdoctoral at a world-class university. What about graduate students and Ph.D. candidates? Were they swallowed up by the system? He couldn't help but ask, and what of the subsequent levels? For instance, level 8 or level 9, what do they signify? Einstein, Newton, insufficient privileges, please elevate your level to explore further. The system, in a dispassionate bureaucratic tone, mercilessly stifled his curiosity. Fine. Xu Chen scoffed, though the inner shock lingered for a long while. 7 days. Merely 7 days to frantically patch up the vast gaps of his past learning. If he did not strive desperately once the absolute focus state concluded, he would revert to his original self, even forfeiting this chance to alter his destiny. "I'll give it my all." Xu Chen gritted his teeth, declaring, "As long as learning doesn't kill me, I'll study until I can't anymore." From that day forward, his life was irrevocably transformed. During the initial 7 days of using the trial card, his learning efficiency soared to an astonishing level. A voluminous high school mathematics textbook, he could utterly master it in merely half a day, not by rote memorization, but by comprehending every axiom, theorem, deduction, and application, as though this knowledge were innately inscribed upon his mind. In those 7 days, he not only devoured the entire high school mathematics curriculum, but also with surprising ease conquered university-level courses such as advanced mathematics, linear algebra, and probability and mathematical statistics, and even nibbled through the introductory sections of graduate-level real analysis and functional analysis. It was an unprecedented sensation. He experienced for the first time the awe-inspiring beauty of mathematics. The art of distilling the universe's most intricate laws into a handful of elegant and concise symbols, and then deducing them through impeccable logic, enraptured him profoundly. He even ventured to immerse himself in treatises on the history of mathematics. When he learned that Euler, despite his blindness, had solved the lunar three-body problem, a conundrum that once troubled Newton, what he felt transcended the vague admiration of his high school days. It became a profound resonance and awe that spanned time and space regarding the limits of human intellect. Unbeknownst to him, his mindset, perspective, and even his entire demeanor underwent a metamorphosis. The youth who once fretted over gaming achievements had quietly vanished. In its stead emerged a future. A scholar god whose eyes occasionally shimmered with deep contemplative light. Knock, knock. Xu Chen raised his hand and knocked on the door of the second-year teacher's office. After receiving a "please come in," he pushed the door open. In the next moment, the scene before him slightly stunned him. What the hell? What's going on here? A three-way interrogation. He saw 7 or 8 heads gathered around Chen Jiaping's desk, their heads touching, as if a group of archaeologists were observing a rare treasure freshly unearthed. And that treasure was his perfect score math exam. This affine transformation is used so brilliantly, it's simply a dimensionality reduction attack. Look at this extra question, proving it using the Cauchy Mean Value Theorem. I didn't even think of this approach when I was preparing for the lesson. Old Chen, are you sure this kid is really one of our students. Not a spy sent by a key school from the neighboring province. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, the heated discussion in the office abruptly ceased. The air seemed to have been vacuumed in an instant. All eyes suddenly converged on Xu Chen at the door like spotlights. Xu Chen noticed the expressions on the teachers' faces were quite spectacular: shocked, curious, incredulous, and a hint of awkwardness from being caught off guard. Xu Chen suddenly found it somewhat amusing. How has the scene flipped compared to usual? Usually it's the students chattering in the classroom, and when the teachers come in, everyone immediately falls silent, pretending to read their books. Today, how has the scene flipped? Ahem. It was still the homeroom teacher, Chen Jiaping, who reacted first. His old face flushed red as he cleared his throat, forcing a semblance of authority, and waved to Xu Chen. Xu Chen, come here for a moment. While speaking, Xu Chen noticed that teacher Chen subtly signaled to the other teachers. The meaning in that glance was very clear: everyone disperse. Don't look like you're interrogating a criminal, or you'll scare my precious little one. The other teachers immediately understood, forcing a somewhat unnatural smile as they hurriedly returned to their seats, their movements quick like a group of startled rabbits. However, Xu Chen keenly noticed that while they appeared to be grading assignments and organizing lesson plans, their ears were all perked up like radar, and their peripheral vision seemed to have rear-view mirrors as they glanced over this way from time to time. One physics teacher even turned a paper upside down, pointing at the circuit diagram on it, mumbling to himself as he stared at it for quite a while, only to awkwardly flip it back over with a flushed face. Another English teacher was even more dramatic, earnestly circling and dotting on a blank lesson preparation book with a red pen, occasionally frowning and then relaxing, his invested expression rivaling that of an Oscar-winning actor. Watching these usually stern teachers now act like a group of children with overwhelming curiosity, yet clumsily trying to conceal its, Xu Chen's earlier tension completely dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented sense of novelty and amusement. Xu Chen, come sit. Chen Jiaping pointed to a chair beside him, his tone remarkably gentle, a stark contrast to the authoritative old Chen on the podium. He took a deep breath, trying to make his tone sound casual, but as he spoke there was still a trace of barely perceptible tremor. This exam paper, that last extra question, did you complete it on your own? Xu Chen nodded calmly, meeting Chen Jiaping's burning gaze. Yes, Teacher Chen. Seeing Teacher Chen's cautious attitude, a warmth surged in his heart. At least he didn't start off by questioning whether he cheated, but chose to communicate from a nearly equal standpoint. This trust and respect made Xu Chen more determined to be honest in return. Did you refer to any materials? Chen Jiaping continued to probe, his eyes fixed on Xu Chen's expression as if he were a high-precision lie detector, not letting any slight microexpression slip by. No. Xu Chen remained calm, his gaze clear as water, showing no signs of evasion. The office fell into dead silence. Only the buzzing sound of the air conditioning could be heard. Chen Jiaping was silent for a moment, seemingly organizing his words. He picked up the slightly frayed exam paper, pointed to the solution process on it, and asked the first core question: how did you come up with this substitution using X? Here it comes. Xu Chen understood in his heart the real test was starting now. Because the problem gives the condition fx by fx, Xu Chen explained, his voice not loud, but exceptionally clear. This periodic condition essentially compresses an infinite domain problem into a finite interval. Handling it directly on the entire real number domain would be very tricky, so my first reaction was to perform a variable substitution, locking the problem within the most classic interval of 0, pi for study. He paused before continuing, and on 0, pi trigonometric functions are the best analytical tools. The function sin x has perfect monotonicity and periodic characteristics within this interval, capable of transforming the original function's periodicity into boundary conditions for the new variable's domain. This is a structural dimensionality reduction. Structural dimensionality reduction. Chen Jiaping murmured, repeating the term, the light in his eyes growing brighter. The surrounding teachers who were eavesdropping also felt a slight tremor in their hearts. This explanation was clear, in order, logically rigorous, and that familiarity with mathematical concepts was not something that could be faked through rote memorization. This was a genuine mathematical thinking that had already been internalized. The admiration in Chen Jiaping's eyes grew stronger, and he felt the massive stone that had been weighing on his heart begin to loosen. He pointed to a key deduction in the solution process and continued to ask, his voice rising with excitement: what about here? You introduced the Cauchy Mean Value Theorem here. If I remember correctly, this theorem is part of college-level mathematical analysis. High school students, let alone applying it, probably haven't even heard its name. I looked at some college textbooks during my summer vacation. Xu Chen replied calmly, as if discussing a trivial matter. When I arrived to this step, I realized that I needed to establish a connection between the original function and another auxiliary function on the level of derivatives. The Lagrange mean value theorem can only deal with a single function and lacks power. I immediately thought of its generalized form, the Cauchy mean value theorem. He adjusted his glasses, a confident smile curling on his lips. It's like a key tailor-made for this situation, perfectly linking the derivatives and function values of the two functions. I even felt that the problem setter might be testing this idea. Great. Well said. Chen Xiaoping couldn't help but slap his thigh, unable to contain the smile on his face, excitement coloring his face red. At that moment, the previously silent director Wang Defa, sitting at the head of the table, suddenly spoke up. He adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his gaze sharp and profound behind the lenses. Xu Chen, since you enjoy self-study, what books have you been reading lately? Director Wang's tone was casual, as if just asking a casual question. But Xu Chen knew that this was the ultimate boss's test. I've been reading mathematical analysis and real variable functions. Xu Chen answered truthfully, for example, the Stone-Weierstrass theorem in mathematical analysis and the Lebesgue integral in real variable functions. I find that these theories, though abstract, have a very beautiful internal logical structure. Hiss! A sound of people gasping echoed through the office. If the Cauchy Mean Value Theorem was still within their comprehension, then the terms Stone-Weierstrass theorem and Lebesgue integral were already akin to alien languages for the vast majority of high school teachers. Director Wang's eyes twitched subtly, but he was after all someone who had seen big occasions, and he still wore a warm smile. Oh, this really brings back memories. Director Wang's eyes lit up, feigning nostalgia. I used to love studying these when I was young. But when it comes to the Stone-Weierstrass theorem, I always felt there was a connection with the Taylor expansion, yet I couldn't quite articulate it, always feeling like there was a layer of paper separating me from it. He deliberately spoke ambiguously, throwing out a highly confusing question. Several older teachers around chuckled secretly. Old Wang is starting to embellish himself again. When he was in college, he was notoriously the dull bird, relying solely on hard work to get into graduate school, and now he speaks as if he was once a genius. Here it comes, the old fox is setting a trap. Xu Chen immediately understood. This was the final test. He smiled and followed Director Wang's lead, saying, "Oh, so Director Wang had this confusion too. I was worried I was the only one thinking this way." But Xu Chen was actually complaining internally. What confusion? The applicable scopes and proof ideas of these two theorems are fundamentally different. Forcing a connection between them is like discussing whether Guangong or Qin Xiong has better swordsmanship, purely an amateur's view. But he spoke with great humility. When I first saw these two theorems, I was also completely baffled, always thinking they were both about approximating functions with polynomials, so they should be similar. Later I realized that the Taylor expansion works around a point, pursuing local optimality like a sniper, while the Stone-Weierstrass theorem approximates over an entire interval, seeking global optimality like carpet bombing. One is precise, the other broad, with completely different approaches. Good lad. Director Wang couldn't help but interrupt, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Your understanding is far more profound than mine was when I was young. He hesitated for a moment, his tone becoming much softer. Xu Chen, can you understand how we feel? Seeing a student suddenly make such great progress, we are both happy for you, and inevitably a bit worried, fearing your foundation isn't solid. If you're willing, how about explaining this theorem to us? The plot thickens. Xu Chen was clear in his heart. Director Wang didn't really want to hear a lecture. He wanted him to give an on-the-spot defense in front of all the teachers. As long as he could explain it, all doubts would vanish. Throughout, no one had mentioned the word cheating, preserving the leader's dignity while safeguarding the student's respect. Clever, truly clever. Of course I can. Xu Chen agreed readily. He knew that hiding his skills had become meaningless. Today he had to showcase some real skills to thoroughly impress this group of teachers. He walked to the whiteboard in the corner of the office where the teachers often discussed problems. Director Wang, Teacher Chen, may I borrow this whiteboard? Use it. Go ahead. Director Wang waved his hand grandly. Xu Chen picked up a black whiteboard marker and turned to face the pristine board. In that moment, his entire demeanor transformed. The originally gentle and reserved aura disappeared, replaced by an indescribable confidence and composure, as if he were a university professor about to take the stage. In the office, all the teachers involuntarily held their breath, their eyes fixed intently on that slender figure. The office was terrifyingly silent. Even the sound of a falling needle could be heard. The only sound was the squeak of the whiteboard marker gliding across the smooth surface, like a subtle electric current, precisely striking the nerve endings of everyone present, causing their hair to involuntarily shiver. Xu Chen turned around, his expression focused. He did not speak immediately, but instead wrote an elegantly suffocating mathematical statement in a clear and powerful font on the whiteboard. 0s. T. Let us first examine the core of the Stone-Weierstrass theorem. Xu Chen's voice broke the silence, calm and steady. The essence of this line of symbols actually describes a limit of approximation capability. He gently tapped the symbol representing any, and the symbol representing exists with the tip of his pen. It states that for any continuous function on a closed interval, no matter how bizarre or jagged its graph may be jumping around like an electrocardiogram, As long as you provide me with an error margin no matter how smaller than an atomic nucleus, I can always find a polynomial function composed of powers of that will ensure its maximum deviation is less than the given error. To prove this conclusion, there have been many methods throughout history. Xu Chen casually mentioned, as if recounting a well-known history. The original proof by Weierstrass employed some clever convolution ideas. But later the Russian mathematician Sergei Bernstein proposed a more constructive approach, famously known as. As he finished speaking, a series of visually striking formulas appeared on the whiteboard, like incantations. A 1. This expression looks complex. Xu Chen seemed to sense the atmosphere growing tense, a slight smile appearing on his face as he tried to alleviate the invisible pressure, but its internal logic actually stems from a completely different field, probability theory. Everyone please look at the latter part. He pointed to 1 and said, this is a typical binomial distribution. We can imagine it as a game repeatedly tossing an uneven coin times where the probability of heads each time is. Thus the probability of getting exactly heads in all tosses is represented by this expression. And the preceding can be understood as setting 1 observation points on the interval 0, 1 to measure the height of the original function at these points. Xu Chen's pace was not fast, ensuring every word could be heard clearly. However, the atmosphere in the office gradually became strange. Xu Chen thought, why do I feel like they seem not to understand? He saw the expressions of several teachers resembling students in class who were called upon, but understood not a word. Some pretended to focus on Xu Chen's gestures, yet their eyes had long since glazed over, their minds blank. Others quietly shrank back, trying to hide their anxious faces behind the broad backs of their colleagues, while others simply bowed their heads and frantically flipped through the test papers on the table as if about to grade them for a Nobel Prize. Is this child thinking so fast? An older math teacher muttered quietly, looking like a student caught daydreaming in class. I feel like I can't keep up with him anymore. Chill, lower your voice. Another teacher quickly nudged him with his elbow, nervously glancing towards Xu Chen and whispering, what if he suddenly turns around and asks us, do you understand? I didn't understand it this clearly when I studied this in university. After teaching high school math for so many years, I've long forgotten it. Oh no, he's looking over here. Another teacher hurriedly lowered his head, picked up his pen, and pretended to write furiously in his lesson plans, scribbling down symbols that he himself could not comprehend. The position of the director, Wang Defa, was the most awkward. His back was completely pressed against the chair, his hands clasped over his abdomen, a typical defensive posture. He had wanted to test Xu Chen to showcase his academic authority, but unexpectedly, he had become the shivering student in the examination room. These theories he had indeed studied during his graduate studies, but after so many years since graduation, they had long since blurred in the corners of his memory alongside his lost youth. Now he could only keep nodding, occasionally squeezing out a or yes from his throat, using tactical affirmations to mask his strategic confusion, afraid of being discovered that he had already lost the plot. Xu Chen, however, showed no signs of stopping. His thoughts had entered a state of high-speed excitement. Of course, polynomial approximation is just one method. We can entirely use trigonometric functions to achieve the same result. This is the essence of Fourier analysis. Any periodic function that satisfies the Dirichlet conditions can be expanded into a sum of sine and cosine wave superpositions. He spoke fluently, completely immersed in the world of mathematics. Regarding this theorem, I later reflected on it. Xu Chen paused, throwing out a deeper understanding. It can actually be connected to the concept of space in linear algebra. We can view all continuous functions defined on AB as an infinite-dimensional vector space, while all polynomial functions form a subspace. Thus, the Stone-Weierstrass theorem essentially states that this polynomial subspace is dense within the continuous function space. Interpreted this way, the theorem gains a deeper geometric significance. As Xu Chen summarized, it tells us that although polynomial functions may seem simple, they actually constitute a vast collection that is sufficient to fill the entire continuous function space. At this point, he suddenly paused, turned around, and revealed a hint of perfect shyness and eagerness to learn on his face. Director Wang, Teacher Chen, esteemed teachers, Xu Chen said, somewhat shyly scratching his head, this last part is actually my whimsical way of understanding. I'm not sure if it's correct. I haven't seen this explanation in any textbooks or reference books, so I wanted to ask for your guidance. Xu Chen thought mischievously, here we go, it's time to see how you respond. Let's see how you handle this. Boom. This word of asking for guidance crushed the already tense nerves of the teachers. In the office, several teachers exchanged glances, and for a moment no one responded. Some scratched their heads, some rubbed their temples, and some bowed their heads to gulp down goji berry tea, as if they were all struggling to digest Xu Chen's previous remarks comparable to celestial scripts. Yes. Director Wang was the first to come back to his senses, nodding repeatedly, a forced smile stretching across his face, his facial muscles already somewhat stiff, Xu Chen spoke very well, with a very profound understanding. Especially your idea of connecting continuous function space with polynomial subspace very enlightening. This kind of comparative thinking from different disciplinary perspectives represents a high level of academic literacy. Wang Defa, after years of teaching, had mastered the art of formal speech. He knew that at this moment he could not make rash judgments whether affirming or denying could expose his shortcomings. This ambiguous and high-level enlightening evaluation not only made him appear broad-minded, but also cleverly avoided a judgment on the correctness of the specific theory. At this moment, Wang Defa thought to himself, this kid is too monstrous. I initially wanted to test him, but instead he has tested me. And he even specifically asked me for guidance. Isn't he deliberately trying to make things difficult for this old bone of mine? How can I dare to say right or wrong? If this thought of his really is a new proposition from some top mathematician, where do I put my old face? If it's wrong, I wouldn't be able to explain myself. Wouldn't that be even more embarrassing? No way. I can only elevate his way of thinking to a grand level, then find an excuse to slip away. Other teachers also seemed to awaken from a dream, chiming in enthusiastically. Yes, indeed, very well spoken. So brilliant. I was completely captivated. I'm enlightened. I'm truly enlightened. Xu Chen smiled slightly, seemingly unaware of the teacher's embarrassment, and continued earnestly asking, this kind of comparative thinking is indeed very interesting. Recently, I have also seen the concept of density in functional analysis in some public lectures and papers, and I feel it has a similar essence to the geometric interpretation of this theorem. For instance, the orthonormal bases in Hilbert space. It's just that I'm not particularly familiar with these concepts, yet only having a vague understanding and unable to connect the relationships between the knowledge. I still need to consult the teachers more on this. Functional analysis. Hilbert space. Director Wang's lips twitched violently, feeling his hair stand on end. He had initially intended to use the advanced vocabulary of enlightening to send Xu Chen away, but unexpectedly this child not only did not leave, but instead climbed even higher, jumping straight to concepts that even he was almost forgetting. This is simply a heart-wrenching situation. Director Wang thought more. This is not asking for guidance. It's clearly stripping us old fellows of our very last layers. That's enough. That's enough. Director Wang abruptly waved his hand, his voice even slightly trembling. Xu Chen, your explanation is too wonderful. I was somewhat captivated, reminding me of the passionate years in university. However, let's stop here for today. You can explore and dig deeper into the remaining parts by yourself, okay? Yes, yes. One teacher hurriedly echoed, fearing Xu Chen would continue. Your understanding is very profound. We need to digest it well. Exactly, exactly. Another teacher nodded repeatedly. Such profound mathematical theories need to be savored slowly. You should go back and continue studying, and if you have any new discoveries, come back and share with us. After this teacher spoke, a colleague beside him quickly elbowed him hard, silently cursing. Are you stupid? You're still letting him come back. Ahem. Wang Defa cleared his throat, trying to save face. Xu Chen's level is indeed very high, and we are very pleased to have a student like you in our school. Suddenly, I remembered there's an important meeting I need to attend, so I must excuse myself. After saying that, Director Wang left in a hurry, almost fleeing the office. Director Wang nearly fled the office, his hurried silhouette filled with the words "survived a disaster." The remaining teachers in the office watched as the director disappeared at the door, a subtle expression flickering on their faces. It was a complex expression mingling schadenfreude, self-deprecation, and a hint of embarrassment. The schadenfreude came from the fact that even the well-connected Director Wang was stumped by this student. The embarrassment stemmed from realizing that they too had been completely lost, nodding along in a pretentious manner. What Xu Chen had just discussed, from Weierstrass to Bernstein, and then to the incomprehensible spatial density, felt like a return to their graduate studies for these teachers steeped in high school analytical geometry and function derivatives. Every symbol was familiar, yet, when combined, they had become alien. Everyone exchanged glances, unsure of how to continue the conversation, and the office fell into an eerie silence once more. Ultimately, it was the homeroom teacher, Chen Jiaping, who first broke the silence. He gazed deeply at the mathematical symbols on the whiteboard, still shimmering with wisdom, then turned to look at Xu Chen, who appeared calm, as if he had merely answered a few questions in class. The shock and admiration in his eyes were no longer concealed. He was now 100% certain that Xu Chen deserved the perfect score on that exam. No one could even argue that the difficulty of the exam was not worthy of Xu Chen's level. To have someone capable of discussing Hilbert space take a high school math exam was akin to asking a Michelin 3-star chef to scramble eggs. It's not that they can't do it, but rather, it's a waste of talent. As Chen Jiaping's thoughts turned, fully acknowledging Xu Chen's indisputable strength, a crisp and melodious electronic notification sounded in Xu Chen's mind, audible only to him. Ding. Novice task, initial brilliance completed. Task requirement: the host must achieve first place in at least one subject in the first monthly exam after the school year begins. Completion evaluation: S achieved with overwhelming advantage, successfully establishing the image of an inexplicable genius among the teaching staff. Task reward: experience 10 points, 1 novice blind box X1. Current talent level: math level 0, math experience 50100. Xu Chen's gaze flickered imperceptibly as a weight lifted from his heart. It seems that only after Teacher Chen fully recognized my perfect score did the system deem the task complete. The system's evaluation mechanism is quite rigorous and interesting. It requires the key figure to be completely convinced. Just as his thoughts settled, the system's voice rang out again. Novice task completed. The main storyline task chain officially begins. Main task: the gate of the ivory tower. Task description: end the tedious high school life and step into the halls of the world's top universities with the best posture. Task hint: the time taken to complete tasks, academic achievements during high school, and the final ranking of the university entered will all affect the final task evaluation and rewards. Base experience value for rewards is 200 points 20. Experience points will be scored based on performance, yielding a percentage coefficient to multiply by the base experience value. For instance, if performance meets expectations at 100, then the base value of 200 experience points, 100 coefficient, 200 experience points. If performance is excellent, it would be 200 base experience points, 200 coefficient, 400 points. Entering a top university. Xu Chen mused: the college entrance exam is 2 years away. Oh, I can put this as a long-term goal for now. His thoughts quickly shifted between the system's virtual panel and the real world, taking no more than a second or two. On the surface, he merely stood quietly waiting for the teacher to continue. Ahem. Chen Jiaping finally snapped back from his immense shock, walking up to Xu Chen and excitedly patting him on the shoulder, the force of his hand causing Xu Chen to wince slightly. Good lad. Hidden talent. Chen Jiaping's voice brimmed with uncontainable excitement. You have truly awakened. And it's a divine awakening. He was now fully convinced of Xu Chen's claim of suddenly coming to enlightenment after intensive summer study. Other than the notion of enlightenment, he could not think of a more reasonable explanation. All right, you can head back to class now. Chen Jiaping tried to calm himself, but the light in his eyes was impossible to hide. Remember, if you have any questions about learning, feel free to come to me at any time. No, not just about learning, any issues at all. Okay, thank you, Teacher Chen. Xu Chen politely nodded and turned to leave the office where he had made his name. As Xu Chen pushed open the classroom door, he hardly attracted any attention. With his head down, he quietly passed through the aisle like a drop of water, merging into the ocean, returning to his seat by the window. Hey Chenji, you're back. His deskmate Wang Fatty immediately approached like a pig sensing a ripe melon, his round body, leaning in face, filled with pent-up gossiping fire. How was it? What did old Chen want with you? Did you get caught cheating in the monthly exam? I'm telling you, next time find a reliable person to copy from. Don't always target the top student. It's too obvious. His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just right for the nearby eavesdropping students to hear. In an instant, several schadenfreude gazes turned toward him like spotlights. Xu Chen set down his pen, glanced at him, and in a matter-of-fact tone said, "No, I did too well and scared the teachers, so they called me in to confirm." He was speaking the truth. However, the truth is often more unbelievable than a lie. TCH. Wang Fatty and the surrounding eavesdropping classmates simultaneously emitted a disdainful hiss. Wang Fatty slapped Xu Chen's shoulder with exaggerated understanding. All right, if you don't want to say, I won't ask. You say you scared the teachers with how well you did. Why not claim you proved Goldbach's conjecture and the Ministry of Education sent a private jet to take you to the Academy of Sciences? Xu Chen shook his head helplessly, not bothering to explain further. He knew that this sort of thing couldn't be clarified nor needed clarification. In their eyes, the ingrained impression of the academically weak Xu Chen couldn't be shaken just by words. Only when the report cards were handed out would they. They might still not believe it. It didn't matter, Xu Chen thought, regardless of whether they believed it or not, he had already become someone with a system. P.S. The following plot involves showing off in front of the teacher, and the next chapter features a touching scene in front of the parents. It's not written well, quite cliché, possibly a weak point. You can jump to the middle of chapter 8. A night has fallen to continue reading. Skipping this content won't affect the plot connection. At that moment, the class bell rang. English teacher Lu Yin walked in, clutching her textbook, her high heels clicking on the floor. Lu Yin was known for her strict teaching style. She pushed up her thin-rimmed glasses, her gaze sweeping across the class like a hawk. Class is in session. Stand up. Good morning, teacher. After the routine was complete, the classroom returned to silence, and the lesson began. For Xu Chen, now listening to high school English class was sheer torture. It wasn't that he couldn't understand, it was that the teacher spoke too slowly. A simple relative clause could take her 10 minutes to explain. This spoon-feeding style of teaching was painfully inefficient for Xu Chen, who already possessed considerable mathematical talent, and a logical ability comparable to a computer. No, I can't waste time. Xu Chen resolved to self-study. He thought through his learning strategy. The essence of language boils down to two fundamental elements: vocabulary and grammar. As long as one masters a sufficient amount of vocabulary and clarifies the rules for combining them, which is grammar, any language can be conquered. Simple, straightforward, and efficient. He then picked up the high school English compulsory textbook from his desk, took a deep breath, and turned to the first page. Then a scene occurred that left his surrounding classmates in disbelief. Xu Chen's gaze swept rapidly across the pages almost without pausing. His fingers maintained a steady rhythm, flipping a page approximately every 5 seconds with a whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound was not loud, but it stood out distinctly in the quiet classroom. This scene did not escape Lu Yan's notice from the podium. She frowned, a complex emotion welling up inside her. During the break, she had already heard from other teachers about the extraordinary event that had taken place in the office. Xu Chen had scored full marks in math and even explained university-level mathematical theorems in front of the academic director. This left her both surprised and somewhat displeased. Surprised that there was such a hidden talent in her class, and displeased because Xu Chen's behavior in her class was undoubtedly a form of extreme disrespect. Lu Yan thought to herself, being good at math is indeed impressive, but the college entrance exam looks at total scores, not individual subjects. No matter how excellent your math is, if your English drags you down, you still won't get into a top university. Young people tend to become proud and complacent after achieving something. As a teacher, it's necessary to give you a wake-up call to understand what comprehensive development and humility really mean. Having firmly decided to confront Xu Chen, Lu Yan's voice pierced the silent classroom like ice, instantly shattering the tranquility. Xu Chen, she continued, I heard you did exceptionally well in math this time. However, her words, falling upon the ears of her classmates, were interpreted entirely differently. The classroom erupted in suppressed laughter, students exchanging glances filled with unspoken amusement. Did she really just say that Xu Chen did well in math? Lu Laoshi must be joking, right? I get it. Lu Laoshi means you failed your math exam, yet you still dare to not pay attention in my English class. Are you planning to give up completely? How clever. Truly a masterstroke. Wang Pengzi, relishing the moment, poked the back of the student in front of him, whispering with barely restrained laughter, Did you see that? Just moments ago, Xu Chen was bragging to me, claiming he scared the teacher with his excellent grades. Haha, let him show off. He must be feeling utterly humiliated now. In the student's self-satisfied imaginary interpretations, Lu Yan's confrontation was perfectly misunderstood as a pinnacle of mockery. Unbeknownst to Lu Yan, a grand drama was unfolding in the students' minds. As she looked at Xu Chen's unperturbed face, her anger only intensified. Xu Chen, her voice chillingly cold, it seems the knowledge in the textbook is far too simple for you. Since you have reviewed it at the speed of 10 seconds a page, I trust you have mastered the content of this lesson. A cold smile curled at the corners of her mouth as she pointed her teaching stick at a particularly complex long sentence she had meticulously prepared on the blackboard. Then please answer the question I posed earlier. Please translate this sentence into Chinese. The collective thought among the students was one of despair. Xu Chen raised his head and looked at the blackboard. The controversial finding, which a growing number of scientists argue is more a reflection of historical bias in research funding than of any intrinsic difference between the sexes, suggests that men's brains are on average slightly larger than women's. What the? Even Xu Chen, upon seeing this sentence, couldn't help but cry out inwardly. This teacher is really going for the kill. The length of the sentence was akin to an elderly woman's bound feet, both stinky and lengthy. He felt a slight heaviness in his heart. Just moments ago, during a brief flipping of the pages, his vocabulary had skyrocketed to an astonishing level. Every word in that sentence on the blackboard, from controversial to intrinsic, was familiar to him. However, he had yet to systematically learn grammar. His original strategy was to remember all the words first before learning grammar. It was akin to having a complete set of top-tier Lego blocks, each piece recognized, yet lacking the blueprint that guides how to assemble them accurately. On the podium, Lu Yan had already begun to wear a smile of a victor. She had even thought of her next lines, since you can't understand, you should pay attention in class. However, she was unaware that although Xu Chen lacked grammatical knowledge, he possessed a super brain with extraordinary computational power, a mind transformed entirely by his talent in mathematics. With the entire class holding their breath, Xu Chen's brain began to operate at a terrifying speed. Calm down. Don't panic. Although I don't know grammar, the essence of English is also a logical language. If it's logic, then I can model it. A wild thought flashed through his mind. Treat each word and phrase as a variable or constant. View the grammatical rules as the operators and functional relationships connecting these variables. Thus, translating a sentence is equivalent to solving for the optimal solution under logical consistency constraints. I will use mathematics to solve this English problem. As this thought arose, Xu Chen's aura transformed. The glimmer of confusion in his eyes vanished, replaced by an intense calm and focus. In his mind, that lengthy English sentence ceased to be mere language. It became a complex mathematical expression waiting to be optimized. Known conditions, all possible meanings of the words and phrases in the sentence. Unknown conditions, the precise grammatical structure of the sentence. Objective, a coherent translation that conforms to Chinese expression habits. Xu Chen began to disassemble that complex sentence, breaking it down into the most basic logical elements. 1. The controversial finding, core subject 1. A controversial finding. This sentence is straightforward. 2. Which a growing number of scientists argue is more a reflection of A than of B. This is a clause that modifies the preceding finding. Which leads, and the internal structure is argue is more A than B, meaning believing it is a rather than B. A is a reflection of historical bias in research funding, and B is any intrinsic difference between the sexes. So the meaning of this element is more and more scientists believe that this finding reflects a more than B. 3. Suggests that. Core predicate. Indicates or implies. Who is its subject? Looking back, it's the controversial finding. Good, the subject-verb connection is established. 4. Men's brains are on average slightly larger than women's. This is the object clause following, suggests that detailing the content of the finding. On average is an insert meaning on average. Thus the content is men's brains are slightly larger than women's on average. In less than 5 seconds, Xu Chen had already decomposed this sentence into 4 distinct, clearly defined logical modules. Now it was time to assemble. This was also the most challenging step that tested grammatical foundation. An ordinary student, even if they recognized every word, might get confused by that lengthy, which clause, unsure of where to insert it in the translation. But Xu Chen, possessing an exceptional mathematical talent and strong logical abilities, began the most naive yet most forceful method, exhaustive testing and logical verification. In Xu Chen's mind, various possible combinations sprang forth like code, rapidly generating, flashing, verifying, and eliminating. Combination A employed a literal translation. That controversial finding, increasingly many scientists believe it reflects more the historical bias in research funding rather than any intrinsic differences between the sexes, indicates that men's brains are on average slightly larger than women's. The sentence structure is barely coherent, but very awkward, not conforming to the habits of Chinese. The insertion of a lengthy modification between that finding indicates, leads to a disconnection between subject and verb, making it difficult to read. Xu Chen pondered for a moment. This could be a suboptimal solution, awaiting confirmation. Combination B clause fronting method. Increasingly more scientists believe that a finding reflects more the historical bias in research funding rather than any intrinsic differences between the sexes. This controversial finding indicates that men's brains are on average slightly larger than women's. The lengthy clause was split into an independent sentence. While logically clear, the original text was a whole. Splitting it lost the rigor of the original's one sentence explains clearly the information hierarchy altered. Not great. Combination C Chinese word order reconstruction method. What is the core information? It's a finding indicates something. What is the modifying information? This finding itself is controversial and scientists have a certain perspective on it. According to Chinese writing logic, the background and constraints are usually explained first, then the core conclusion is presented. Then attempt to treat the modifying component as an adverbial or parenthetical. In Xu Chen's mind, the most elegant combination plan automatically emerged after excluding all illogical arrangements. The entire thought process completed in Xu Chen's mind in a flash, yet to the outside world, he simply stood there quietly staring at the blackboard for 3 seconds. In Lu Yan's eyes, this 3-second silence appeared as a state of helplessness. To the students, it was the agony before impending embarrassment. What's wrong, Xu? Lu Yan's smile had entirely risen, her tone dripping with unmasked sarcasm. Can't translate it. Do you need a hint from the teacher? For instance, what type of clause is being tested in this sentence? Just as she prepared to revel in her victory, Xu Chen finally spoke up. His voice was not loud, but exceptionally clear and steady, as if stating an established fact. Teacher, the meaning of this sentence is, he paused, shifting his gaze from the blackboard to Lu Yan, and stated word by word. There is a controversial finding indicating that men's brains are on average slightly larger than women's. However, increasingly more scientists argue that this finding reflects more the historical bias in research funding rather than any intrinsic physiological differences between the sexes. The moment his words fell, the entire classroom plunged into a deeper silence than before, an almost deathly quiet. Led by Wang Pengzi, the struggling students looked utterly bewildered. They didn't understand, but felt that Xu Chen's words were impressively powerful. He had indeed crafted a lengthy passage that sounded quite plausible. Wow, he really dares to say that. He sounds convincing, but surely he's wrong. Ooh, just wait for Lu Laoshi to tear him apart. Meanwhile, a few top students in English class like the representative Li Jing were already in shock, covering their mouths in disbelief. She understood. She understood completely. This translation was not only correct, but brilliant. And on the podium, Lu Yan's cold smile had completely frozen. She stared blankly at Xu Chen, her mind blank, her ears buzzing. How is this possible? This translation she had mulled over extensively during her lesson preparation before arriving at a reasonably satisfactory version. And Xu Chen, this student who openly flipped through the book during class, managed to provide a version that was even better than her standard answer after merely glancing for 3 seconds. How did he do it? In the classroom, there was a deathly silence. Xu Chen was also sweating nervously inside. He was mentally cursing, realizing that it was purely luck that had allowed him to achieve this. If she asked about the grammatical details again, he would be exposed, and all his previous bravado would be for nothing. He was more aware than anyone that he hadn't analyzed the sentence through solid grammatical knowledge, but rather through his extraordinary mathematical logic ability, violently computing all possible combinations and logically filtering them to find the optimal solution. Although the process was not orthodox, the result was perfect. He had successfully stunned everyone. At the podium, Lu Yan was now caught in a state of immense cognitive dissonance. For the first time, a mixture of shock, confusion, and deep self-doubt appeared on her usually serious face. She looked at Xu Chen as if he were an unknown creature disguised as a student. According to her preset script, Xu Chen should have stumbled and been unable to answer, allowing her to reprimand him about classroom discipline, and then spend at least 20 minutes dissecting the complex sentence with its embedded clauses of positives and comparative structures, ultimately re-establishing her authoritative image amid the students' admiration. But now, the script had been torn apart. Her meticulously prepared dragon-slaying knife had been caught empty-handed and even turned against her with a more exquisite technique. How was she supposed to continue? Should she just announce the correct answer and say, "Look, Xu Chen translated it very well, let's move on to the next question"? Wouldn't that make her seem redundant as a teacher? Lu Yan had taught for over 10 years and had never encountered such a tricky classroom situation. Her throat moved, feeling somewhat dry. In the end, all her prepared words turned into 3 simple words. Sit down. Her voice was not loud, even carrying a slight tremor that was hard to detect. Xu Chen felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, secretly relieved that teacher Lu did not continue to question the grammatical issues, otherwise his answer would have been exposed, inevitably leading to accusations of mere luck. Fortunately, Lu Yan was currently only concerned about how to wrap things up and had no intention of probing further. She also knew that if she pressed Xu Chen and he answered correctly, she would be even more embarrassed. Xu Chen sat down, but the atmosphere in the entire class was instantly ignited. Wang Pengzi and the other underachievers looked as if their eyes were about to pop out, rubbing their ears and wearing expressions of utter disbelief. What? He sat down. Teacher Lu actually let him sit down. What does this mean? Does it mean he translated correctly? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I must be hallucinating. If Xu Chen got this question right, he'll eat this English book right here. Meanwhile, the English class representatives like Li Jing looked at Xu Chen with the eyes of someone gazing at a monster filled with awe. They knew just how difficult that question was, so they understood even more how terrifying Xu Chen's displayed abilities were. It was beyond the realm of being a mere top student. It was a study god. The remaining half of the class turned into Lu Yan's teaching accident scene. She spoke haltingly, frequently lost in thought, and almost made mistakes on several knowledge points. Her gaze would unconsciously drift to the quiet figure in the back of the classroom, as if sitting there was not a student, but a teaching supervisor who made her tremble with fear. Finally, when the bell rang for class to end, Lu Yan rushed out of the classroom, as if fleeing. In the teacher's office, Lu Yan held a cup of water, her hands still trembling slightly. She drank the entire cup of water in one go to calm herself down, then rushed to the desk of the homeroom, Teacher Chen Jiaping. Teacher Chen, what on earth is going on with that Xu Chen? Chen Jiaping, who was grading homework, was startled by her and looked up, seeing Lu Yan's disheveled appearance. He couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong, Teacher Lu? Did you also experience it? Experience? Lu Yan forced a smile. I almost got sent away by him. I gave him a difficult long sentence to translate, and he looked at it for a few seconds before providing a translation that was even more perfect than the standard answer. In the office, other teachers overheard and gathered around, their faces filled with shock. No way. Xu Chen's English has suddenly improved. I thought he had only had a sudden insight in math this morning. Could it be a comprehensive insight? Where did this kid go to learn over the summer? What kind of magical elixir did he take? What about other subjects? A physics teacher couldn't help but ask, his voice trembling with anticipation. This question made the entire office fall silent in an instant. A ridiculous yet hopeful thought arose in everyone's minds. Universal genius. That night, Xu Chen returned home. As he opened the door, a familiar blend of the aroma of dishes and a faint smell of oil filled the air, instantly dispelling the tension that had built up over the day at school. "Mom, I'm back." A sizzling sound came from the kitchen, the sound of hot oil meeting ingredients, followed by his mother's voice from inside. "Is it little Chen back? Go wash your hands, dinner will be ready soon." His father, Su Jiangwo, was sitting on the sofa, attentively watching the evening news. Upon hearing the door open, he merely responded with a habitual hum, his gaze never leaving the screen. This was an ordinary working-class family. The house was not large and the furniture was somewhat dated, but every corner was kept spotless, filled with the warmth of life and home. Soon 3 dishes and a soup were served at the table. Sweet and sour pork, tomato, scrambled eggs, and stir-fried spinach, all Xu Chen's favorite home-cooked dishes. Halfway through the meal, Xu Chen casually said, "Dad, Mom, I did pretty well on the opening exam this time." As soon as he said this, the atmosphere at the table became subtly charged. Zhou Hu's face immediately broke into a smile of relief. While helping Xu Chen with food, she said gently, You worked so hard during the summer, I felt heartbroken just watching. It's certain that you did well, and my son is not inferior to anyone." But despite saying this, the cautious look in her eyes, as if afraid to put too much pressure on her son, betrayed her true feelings. Su Jiangwo then put down his chopsticks, cleared his throat, and adopted a typical Chinese father's demeanor. As long as there's progress, that's good, but don't be proud, stay humble, and calm, understand. There's a lot of material you missed earlier, you need to keep working hard. He spoke words of admonition, but the slight upward curve of his mouth and the quietly lowered volume of the television revealed his true feelings at this moment. Xu Chen looked at his parents, who were trying to be happy while suppressing their excitement, afraid to put pressure on him, and a warm current surged in his heart, feeling both amused and deeply touched. These parents were just too adorable. He decided to add the fiercest fuel to this suppressed joy. So following his father's words, he deliberately sighed and said with a face of trouble, "Dad, you're right, I need to keep working hard. Unfortunately, I can't make any more progress." Bang! Su Jiangwo slammed the table, his brows instantly furrowing. "How can you not make progress? You little rascal, you're getting a bit too pleased with yourself after just a bit of improvement, aren't you?" At this moment, time seemed to have been pressed on mute. The air was frozen. In the living room, only the amplified, meaningless broadcast from the television news anchor remained. Father Su Jiangwo's hand holding the bowl of rice froze in midair. Mother Zhou Hu's smile also froze in that instant, like a pause scene from a movie. 3 full seconds passed. Puffed cough. Cough cough. Su Jiangwo had not swallowed his food, and it came rushing out, leaving him flushed and tears streaming down his face. He didn't bother to wipe his mouth, staring wide-eyed in disbelief at his son. You little rascal, how much did you say?" Zhou Hu's chopsticks fell onto the table with a crisp sound. She stared intently at Xu Chen, her lips trembling slightly. Son, please don't joke with me like this, my heart isn't strong." In their eyes, his claim of scoring full marks was even more absurd than winning 5 million in the lottery. Over the years, they had long accepted that their son was an utterly ordinary child with no talent or aptitude, only hoping for his safety. They never expected him to suddenly score full marks. Xu Chen said nothing more. He quietly took out the math test paper, carefully folded with the bold red 150 written on it, and gently placed it in the center of the dining table. All the emotions that had been suppressed by his parents suddenly erupted like a flood at the sight of that glaring bright red number. Su Jiangwo trembled as he carefully picked up the test paper, bringing it under the light, examining each number and confirming every symbol as if appraising a rare treasure. Meanwhile, Zhou Hui stared blankly at her son's calm face. Suddenly, her eyes reddened. Tears like large pearls began to fall unexpectedly. She did not cry out loud, but covered her mouth with her hand, her shoulders shaking violently. In those tears were shock, joy, and more importantly, the release of worries that had been suppressed in her heart for years. Good. She choked, repeating these 2 words, my son. My son has finally grown up. It's real. On the other side, Su Jiangwo finally finished confirming and slapped his thigh hard. This usually taciturn man was now as excited as a child. He carefully folded the test paper again, but thought better of it, fearing creases would remain. He solemnly handed the paper to his wife, speaking in an almost entrusting tone, "We keep this safe. Find a frame and get this paper. Mounted." Zhou Hui was taken aback for a moment, then nodded vigorously, wiping her tears with the corner of her clothes, and took the thin sheet of paper, which felt as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. "Yes, mount it. Hang it in Xiao Chen's room." Xu Chen thought to himself, is this really necessary? It's just a small assessment. In the future, this would seem minor. He believed his parents would get used to it quickly. However, he felt it was inappropriate to interrupt their excitement. They needed to do something to feel involved. After securing the test paper, Father Su suddenly turned and strode into the storage room. Moments later, he emerged carrying a wine box covered in a thin layer of dust. He carefully wiped the dust off the box with his sleeve, opened it, revealing a beautifully packaged Mao Dai. Xu Chen recognized this as the bottle his father had cherished for many years, which he was reluctant to open even during festive visits from relatives. Father always said he would drink it only when something truly great happened. Dad, what are you? Su Jiangwo remained silent, pulling out 3 small white liquor cups and placing them solemnly on the table. He first filled his own cup, then poured a little for Zhou Hui, and finally, he picked up the 3rd cup, looking intently at Xu Chen. After hesitating for a moment, he made a surprising move that even Xu Chen did not expect. He poured some liquor into Xu Chen's cup as well. Not much, just enough to cover the bottom of the cup, but the significance of this gesture was weighty. It represented an acknowledgement. A highest recognition from a father to a son, from a man to another man. Su Jiangwo lifted his own cup. This usually reticent man had red-rimmed eyes as he spoke hoarsely yet firmly. Xu Chen, in the past, I was too harsh on you. Today I'll drink a cup with you. He paused, lifted his cup to Xu Chen and Zhou Hui, and spoke word by word. Today is a good day. It's worth remembering for a lifetime. The night was already very deep. Xu Chen lay on his back in bed, arms behind his head, wide awake. After a busy day, he finally had the time to see what the new starter blind box from the system was all about. System. Xu Chen silently called out in his mind. In an instant, a faint blue translucent screen visible only to him unfolded before his eyes like a holographic projection. His gaze locked onto the quietly floating icon in the item bar. Newbie blind box. The description was almost perfunctory. Upon opening, there is a 100 chance of receiving a level 13 auxiliary item. Open. As soon as Xu Chen's thought was issued, the Super Q blind box, surrounded by dazzling light, instantly popped up with exaggerated special effects, following which a system prompt appeared. Congratulations, host, you have received 5 focus capsules. Note: focus capsules are consumables. After use, they will last for 1 hour, cannot be paused, and cannot be interrupted. Please choose an appropriate time to use them. Effect: after consumption, the host will enter a deep focus state lasting 1 hour. In this state, the brain's cognitive efficiency, information processing speed, and logical linking ability will receive a temporary and significant boost. Special reminder: focus capsules are intended to optimize the thinking process, not to create knowledge out of thin air. Knowledge points the host originally could not understand, and problems that could not be solved will still remain unsolvable after consumption. However, for those problems requiring substantial time for thought, calculation, and deduction, this product can shorten the required time to 3,050 of what was originally needed. Xu Chen read the explanation word by word, raising his eyebrows slightly. His fingertips unconsciously tapped lightly on the bedsheet as his mind began to race, assessing the value of these 5 capsules. So this is how it is, he muttered to himself. Before coming, he had thought he would receive some miraculous skill, like photographic memory or palace of thought. Now it seemed this system was much more scientific than he had imagined, and more stingy. This thing, in plain terms, was nothing more than a super-frequency catalyst for the brain, right? It couldn't make you go from unable to able, only from able, but slow to able and fast. Xu Chen couldn't help but start to complain. So it's just a bottle of exceptionally effective, caffeine-free, side-effect-free stimulant targeting the frontal cortex of the brain. It sounds a bit like the smart drugs some Wall Street elites take, but clearly at a vastly upgraded level. He imagined the scenarios of usage. Doing homework. Too wasteful. Using one for a few practice questions would be a squandering, just like using a cannon to hit a mosquito. Monthly exams. That might work, but it also felt a bit excessive. With his current knowledge and thinking abilities, handling school exams was more than sufficient. Using this capsule would simply extend the time of daydreaming after finishing the test from 40 minutes to an hour. Then what about the college entrance exam? This could indeed be useful, though he probably wouldn't need it for that, but considering its significant impact on his life, it was worth taking a few. After thinking it through, Xu Chen still couldn't determine the best time to use it, so he decided to keep it as a trump card for now. He withdrew his consciousness from the system space and returned to the real world. As the excitement of opening the blind box faded, the fatigue of the day finally surged over him like a tide. Xu Chen quickly fell asleep. The next day, right after the morning self-study class, Xu Chen was called to the office by his homeroom teacher Chen Jiaping. Chen Jiaping did not engage in his usual heart-to-heart talk, but directly pulled out a brand new test paper from a thick stack of teaching materials and gently placed it in front of Xu Chen. Take this test. Give it your all, and do it seriously. His voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable seriousness. Xu Chen's gaze fell on the test paper, his brow slightly furrowing. There were no multiple-choice questions or fill-in-the-blanks, only 6 problem-solving questions. Each problem was lengthy and complex, clearly more difficult than the final question of yesterday's assessment paper, exceeding it by more than 1 level. Xu Chen glanced at the title of the test paper: Math Competition, Real Questions. Xu Chen thought to himself, is the teacher trying to see how strong my abilities really are? Xu Chen did not ask, much more calmly pulled over a chair, sat down opposite Chen Jiaping's desk, unscrewed the pen cap, and began to ponder. Problem 1. Find all prime numbers p in positive integers n such that n superscript 2 p1 divides n superscript 3 p superscript 3. This is a typical combination of divisibility and indeterminate equations. The conventional approach is to use the properties of congruences testing modulo p or modulo n or attempting to classify by assuming the parity of p. However, these two methods are akin to blind men trying to grasp an elephant. Not only is the computation extensive, but it is also easy to fall into a dead end. Xu Chen's pen tip hovered on the draft paper for half a second, his brain already operating at high speed. The core of the problem lies in the mismatch of degrees between the quadratic n superscript 2 on the left and the cubic n superscript 3 on the right, with n and p entwined. To establish a divisibility relationship, one must find a way to reduce the degree and separate the variables. Xu Chen pondered, should I simply perform polynomial long division? That would produce a fraction which is not elegant enough. Then, I could actively construct an intermediate term to forcibly eliminate n superscript 3. This thought struck him like a flash of lightning, granting him a powerful intuitive sense for solving problems. He began to write. Chen Jiaping held his breath, seeing that Xu Chen did not exhaustively test P2305 like an ordinary contestant, but instead directly wrote down a line of equations on the draft paper that made his pupil shrink in shock. N superscript 2, Pn, n superscript 3, and Pn. Chen Jiaping furrowed his brow tightly. What was the point of constructing this? Immediately after, Xu Chen wrote down a transformation that could be described as a stroke of genius. N superscript 3 p superscript 3, n superscript 2 p1, p superscript 3, and p1. Upon seeing this step, Chen Jiaping's breath momentarily halted. He understood. He completely understood. Because n superscript 2 p1 divides n superscript 3 p superscript 3, and it clearly also divides n times itself. Subtracting the two expressions, the previously complex divisibility relationship instantly collapsed into n superscript 2 p, 1 p superscript 3, and p1. This cut directly severed the interference of higher-order terms of n, reducing a chaotic cubic equation into a constraint analysis about p. A CM-level problem was directly simplified into a pure algebraic discussion through this astonishing step. Xu Chen's writing speed did not slow in the slightest. If the right side is 0, then p superscript 3 and p1. Since p is a prime number, GSDP p11, hence p11 yielding p2 and 8. If the right side is not 0, using the absolute value inequality to scale. The draft paper rustled as the other two sets of solutions, 3-1i and 3-4, were precisely derived. From the moment he began writing to completing the three sets of answers, it took less than 3 minutes. He did not use any obscure number theory theorems. With just one extremely precise algebraic construction, he cut down this roadblock problem of national training team difficulty. Chen Jiaping felt cold sweat trickling down his back. Xu Chen's talent was even more extraordinary than he had imagined. Problem 2. Let ABC be positive real numbers. Find the minimum value of ABC1A, 1B, 1C. A seemingly harmless inequality problem that actually harbors hidden dangers. At this moment, Xu Chen thought, oh, this is interesting. The problem setter dug a huge pit here specifically to trap those students who only know how to memorize formulas. The pit is that many students will instinctively use the arithmetic mean inequality ABC 3ABC and 1A 1B, 1C 3 1ABC, then multiply the two inequalities to get the original inequality 9. It seems correct, but multiplication comes with risks. The flaw in this approach is that it assumes both inequalities can achieve equality simultaneously. Although this problem happens to allow it, this method is logically unsound. Xu Chen was right. In competitions, such an approach would lead to point deductions or even a score of 0. Xu Chen certainly looked down on such a tightrope walk. He was also too lazy to use the essential Cauchy-Schwarz inequality required by contestants. It was like using a precision key to unlock a door, efficient, but not brutal enough, not beautiful. He chose the most primitive and straightforward method that could best reflect the essence of the problem: expansion. The path to simplicity, returning to the origin. He directly expanded the original expression 1 of ACBA 1 BCCA CB 1 3 of BA ACCA BCCB. Upon seeing this step, Chen Jiaping's eyes widened. He initially thought this was the clumsiest rough method, but the next scene completely overturned his understanding. Xu Chen lightly noted under the parentheses, according to the basic inequality x1 x2 when x0, thus a BA 2 a CCA 2 BCCB 2. Adding the three inequalities, the original expression 32229. If and only if ABC all equalities hold. The minimum value is 9. This solution did not use any advanced inequalities, merely combined the full expansion learned in middle school with the most basic arithmetic mean inequality from high school, yet it displayed a mastery that simplified complexities and struck directly at the heart of the problem. If the first problem was a burst of inspiration like a stroke of genius, then this problem was an absolute control of the path to simplicity. Standing by, Chen Jiaping watched Xu Chen answer the questions, his heart racing, breath becoming rapid, because he understood better than anyone the origin of this exam paper. This is last year's National High School Mathematics Competition CMO True Question paper. It is the exam paper used to select members for the national training team. Onqingno, 3 middle school in ordinary high school that doesn't even qualify as a city key school, had its best competition result in history being just a provincial first prize obtained by a senior 8 years ago. In recent years, it could only manage a provincial second prize at most. And now he was witnessing his own student who had never received any competition training using an almost barbaric approach to brutally and unreasonably solve this exam paper. Xu Chen's method might appear clumsy and not elegant enough to genuine competition participants. But in the eyes of Chen Jiaping, this was precisely the most terrifying aspect. This indicated that Xu Chen's talent had grown so powerful that he could disregard the so-called techniques and routines. He was employing the purest mathematical logic and calculation ability to launch a dimensionality reduction attack on the problem. A genius. A true genius. Chen Jiaping murmured to himself, his cheeks flushed with excitement. I have taught for so many years and have never seen such a student. He suddenly raised his head, his gaze fixed intensely on Xu Chen, his voice hoarse with excitement. Xu Chen, go participate in the mathematics competition. Teacher, I haven't finished yet. There's no need to continue. Your ability is definitely sufficient. Tomorrow is the last day to sign up for the city mathematics competition. We must seize this opportunity. Xu Chen frowned, thinking the main task of the system is to step into the halls of the world's top universities. If I participate in the competition, I won't have time to review other subjects, which might lead to a loss instead. Right now, he just wanted to quietly accumulate system points to improve all subjects. Activities like competitions that focus on one subject did not seem to be part of his plan. So he said, isn't this going to take a lot of time? I'm afraid it will delay my studies in other subjects. Delay time. Chen Jiaping almost choked upon hearing this. He took a deep breath and said with an unprecedented seriousness, speaking each word distinctly, Xu Chen, listen well. For a genius like you, the mathematics competition is another highway to university. As long as you can obtain a provincial first prize, you will be qualified to apply for Tsinghua and Peking University's strong foundation program. The threshold for college entrance examination scores can even be lowered by several points. If you can go further, break into the top few in the province, get selected for the provincial team, and represent our province in the national finals. The top 60 can even directly secure admission to Tsinghua and Peking University. No need to take the college entrance examination. Getting into Tsinghua and Peking University. These 6 words exploded like thunder in Xu Chen's mind. Chen Jiaping looked at his shocked expression and continued to add, with our school's foundation, aiming for the national training team is too far-fetched. My goal is to help you achieve a provincial second prize, or even strive for a provincial first prize. Even so, that would be the most dazzling highlight on your resume. He paused, his tone becoming serious. Of course, there are risks. If you invest a lot of time but end up not achieving your desired ranking, then the time wasted can only be reclaimed by yourself. This path is a shortcut for geniuses, but a trap for the ordinary. The office fell silent once again. Xu Chen's heart began to beat at an unprecedented speed. System tasks. The most outstanding posture. Ending the tedious high school life. He suddenly understood. The college entrance examination is a stable path, but it requires a step-by-step grind until the 3rd year of high school, while the competition is a gamble. If he wins, he could secure a ticket to a top university in his 2nd year, greatly shortening the task time, and the system evaluation would undoubtedly be higher. His greatest trump card is a powerful mathematical foundation learned during the 7-day Mathematics LV1 experience card enhancement, combined with the talent of an excellent university student at Mathematics LV0. This path seems to be tailor-made for him. With this in mind, Xu Chen's gaze became incredibly firm. He lifted his head, meeting Chen Jiaping's hopeful gaze, and solemnly said, Teacher, I understand. I am willing to participate, but for such a big matter, I would like to discuss it with my family first. As soon as Xu Chen finished speaking, Chen Jiaping excitedly slapped his thigh. That night, Xu Chen returned home with Chen Jiaping. Chen Jiaping carried 2 boxes of milk in his hands, appearing at Xu Chen's doorstep like a suitor coming to propose. Teacher Chen stood at the door, taking a deep breath, his demeanor resembling that of a negotiator rather than a home visitor. It wasn't surprising that Chen Jiaping was nervous. Having taught at Onqingno 3 middle school for over a decade, he had sent off countless students, most of whom followed the conventional path to 2nd-tier or 3rd-tier universities, and they would even celebrate with firecrackers when someone managed to enter a first-tier university. He had never encountered a wild genius like Xu Chen before. It was his first time. He had no experience. He didn't know how to communicate with parents about such an advanced topic, fearing he might not stress its importance enough for them to take it seriously, yet also worried he might sound too esoteric for them to believe. Throughout the journey, he rehearsed countless opening lines in his mind, yet he still couldn't figure out how to start. "Oh, Teacher Chen, what brings you here? Please come in. Come in." Zhou Hui quickly wiped her hands on her apron warmly, yet nervously welcoming him inside. Su Jiangwo, who was watching short news videos in the living room, also looked up at the sound. Upon seeing the homeroom teacher at his doorstep, he instinctively put away his phone and came forward to greet him. "Teacher Chen, would you like some tea?" Su Jiangwo prepared the tea with care and placed it cautiously in front of Chen Jiaping, creating a somewhat tense atmosphere. However, the next moment Chen Jiaping completely shattered this tension. He cleared his throat, leaned slightly forward, adopting a posture reminiscent of emphasizing key points in class, and launched straight into the bombshell. "Mr. Su, Mrs. Su, I'm here today to discuss the possibility of having Xu Chen give up on the college entrance examination." Boom. This statement rang out like thunder in the small living room. Cough. Cough, cough, cough. Su Jiangwo, who had just taken a sip of hot tea, immediately spat it out, wincing in pain, and stared at Chen Jiaping in shock. "Teacher, what did you just say? What has my son done?" Zhou Hu's fruit knife clattered to the floor, nearly hitting her foot. Her face turned pale as countless dramatic scenarios from social news flashed through her mind. Early romance fights, group gambling. Seeing the stunned expressions of the elderly couple, Chen Jiaping realized he had been too blunt and quickly waved his hands to explain. "Cough, you've misunderstood. What I mean is, given Xu Chen's talent, he could completely avoid the narrow path of the college entrance examination. We can explore a different track. A different track." Su Jiangwo was taken aback, cautiously probing. "Are you suggesting my son should become an athlete?" He sized up his son's physique, which hardly resembled someone capable of throwing a shot put or running 800 meters. "Not an athlete." Chen Jiaping felt his blood pressure rising. He emphasized it's for mathematics competitions. "The Olympic mathematics competition." Oh, Su Jiangwo and Zhou Hui exchanged glances, suddenly enlightened, and simultaneously asked, "So, is it that the school isn't allowing him to take the exam?" In their simplistic understanding, only students whose grades were so poor that the school had given up on them would receive suggestions to take a different path. For example, learning to operate an excavator or becoming a chef. Their son Xu Chen, while average in grades, could still manage to attend a university, so how had he fallen to the point of needing to change tracks? As for competitions, those were things only genius kids from big cities engaged in. Or what did it have to do with families like theirs? They had never considered it and felt no need to understand. Chen Jiaping felt as if he were nearing a heart attack. He took a deep breath, deciding to skip the preamble and get straight to the point. He pulled out a stack of materials from his briefcase, like the most professional insurance salesman, and spread it out on the coffee table. "Xu Chen's parents, take a look." He pointed to a photo of Tsinghua University's entrance, his voice booming. "This is the Strengthening the Foundation program, a special policy launched by the state to select top talents. As long as you win a provincial first prize in a mathematics competition, the college entrance examination scoreline will be lowered by several points." And this, he pointed to another promotional page featuring a group photo of young participants passionately exclaiming, "This is the youth class of the University of Science and Technology of China, the cradle of geniuses. Once selected, you won't even need to finish high school. You'll be directly guaranteed admission." He waved his arms as if he were a general rallying troops, portraying terms like IMO gold medal national training team and Ivy League offers. Concepts Su Jiangwo and his wife had never even heard of, as if they were easily within reach. His passionate voice echoed throughout the living room. After a long while, Su Jiangwo finally extinguished his cigarette with trembling hands and cautiously asked in a tone of extreme uncertainty, "Teacher Chen, are you suggesting participating in that Ultraman competition? If we do, well, we don't have to take the college entrance examination. It's the Olympic mathematics competition." Chen Jiaping corrected him excitedly. "That's right. It's not that we don't have to take the examination, it's that Tsinghua and Peking University will be fighting to recruit us. It's guaranteed admission." She subtly edged closer to Su Jiangwo, lowering her voice, speaking in a tone she believed was quiet, but could be heard throughout the room. "Honey, why do I feel like this sounds a bit like that telecom fraud the community police were promoting a couple of days ago? They said you could get into university without taking exams, just by paying a little training fee." Su Jiangwo frowned at that, looking at Chen Jiaping with a more scrutinizing gaze. "Teacher Chen, this doesn't involve any fees, right?" The air suddenly fell silent for 3 seconds. The smile on Chen Jiaping's face stiffened. Here he was, a dedicated teacher passionately advocating for his students' futures, only to be mistaken for a fraudster. "Mom, that anti-fraud app of yours wasn't installed for nothing." Xu Chen quickly intervened, "But Teacher Chen is a real teacher, and this competition is a real competition. There's no fee involved, it's just that the risk is a bit high. If we don't succeed, it could affect the learning progress in other subjects. Yes, exactly. Chen Xiaoping cast a grateful glance at Xu Chen. The misunderstanding was cleared, and the atmosphere finally began to ease. Su Jiangwo lit another cigarette, his brow still furrowed. Though he didn't understand much about competitions, he grasped the words risk. Teacher Chen, what you're saying is that this is a shortcut, but it could also be a dead end, right? You could say that. Chen Xiaoping nodded honestly. Su Jiangwo fell silent, the smoke swirling around him as he looked at Xu Chen. Son, what do you think? Xu Chen met his father's gaze without flinching and calmly replied, Dad, I want to give it a try. I believe I can do it. The tone of the young man was not heavy, but that confidence struck Su Jiangwo like a hammer on his heart. Su Jiangwo stared at his son for a long time before suddenly laughing and extinguishing the cigarette, but with force in the ashtray. All right. He slapped his thigh, that aura of a family patriarch rising immediately. Since you want to try, then go for it. Although our Su family has never produced a top student, we have never produced cowards either. What's a little time lost? If it doesn't work out, you can always come back and repeat the year. Dad will support you. The next day was the final deadline for registration for the provincial mathematics competition. Early in the morning, Chen Xiaoping was already seated in front of the computer. Wearing reading glasses, he cautiously filled in Xu Chen's name and student information on the official registration system's webpage. As he trembled while clicking the confirm submission button, he let out a long sigh of relief, collapsing into the chair, his back already soaked with sweat. He made it. Finally made it. This feeling was even more exhilarating than when he had fought for a train ticket home during the spring festival. After finishing the registration, Chen Xiaoping immediately called the head of the department, Wang Defa, to report that Xu Chen had successfully registered. On the other end of the line, Wang Defa was very pleased. Great. That's wonderful. So Lao Chun, at 3 o'clock this afternoon in the small meeting room on the 3rd floor of the administrative building, please gather a few students from the competition team, and he'll hold a pre-competition mobilization meeting. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon in the small meeting room on the 3rd floor of the administrative building of Anqing No. 3 High School. On one wall of the meeting room hung a dusty glass display cabinet. Inside the cabinet were a few scattered medals and some yellowed certificates, the entire glory of Anqing No. 3 High School in the field of mathematics competitions. In the center, in the most prominent position, stood a lonely trophy, the first prize of the 14th Provincial High School Mathematics Competition. It had been 8 years. Since that genius senior graduated 8 years ago, no new provincial first trophy had been added to this cabinet. All that remained were some provincial second and provincial third awards, pitifully maintaining the last semblance of this ordinary high school's reputation in competitions. Lin Xiaoya was the first to arrive. Lin Xiaoya, a sophomore girl, the only female member of the team participating in the competition for the first time this year. She had her hair tied in a ponytail, quietly walked and saw the empty meeting room, and chose a seat by the window. She took out her error notebook from her backpack and began to circle and highlight with pens of different colors. Then Zhang Hao and Li Fan entered one after the other. Zhang Hao had won a provincial second prize last year. Logically, a senior should not spend time on competitions. However, Jiangnan province's policy was clear: only a provincial first prize would earn extra points for the college entrance examination. So he grit his teeth and registered. For him, this was the last chance. Li Fan, a top student from class 1 of the sophomore year, had prepared for this competition for a whole 6 months. Before Xu Chen appeared, he was the most outstanding student among the newcomers this year. Li Fan was whispering something to Zhang Hao as they walked. How good have you heard? We're getting a new member on our team. A new member? Our school can actually gather 4 people to compete, huh? I heard he's from class 3 of the sophomore year. What's his name? Xu Chen. He scored full marks on the baseline test and was treated as a treasure by Teacher Chen. Full marks. That's indeed impressive, Zhang Hao replied. Li Fan snorted disdainfully. It's just a baseline test. With that level of difficulty, if you let me take it, I could also score full marks. The key is the competition. Has he practiced? Does he understand those problem-solving techniques? How many classes have we missed? How many problems have we practiced to prepare for this competition? Can a last-minute crammer like him really make it? Li Fan felt extremely displeased with Xu Chen in his heart. He had given up basketball club activities, weekends spent watching movies with classmates, and normal classroom learning for this competition. He had invested most of his time over the past 6 months into this path, aiming to become the core figure of the team, gaining the full attention and resources of the teachers. But now someone who entered with a score of full marks on a baseline test, which seemed almost laughable in the competition circle, easily took away the spotlight that should have belonged to him. This isn't fair. A connection. Li Fan's mind flashed with this thought, but he immediately shook his head self-deprecatingly. Who would be so desperate to come to a broken school like Anqing No. 3 High School as a competition connection? He couldn't understand it, but it just felt unpleasant. Just then the door of the meeting room was pushed open and teacher Chun Jiaping walked in with a slender boy. It was Xu Chen. He appeared calm, sweeping his gaze around the meeting room, nodding and smiling to greet the other team members. Then the head of the department, Wang Defa, entered leisurely holding his signature thermos filled with bright red goji berries. Wang Defa cleared his throat and began his standard mobilization speech. First, he encouraged Zhang Hao, the veteran, calling him the backbone of the team, hoping he could surpass himself and strive for a provincial first for both the school and himself. Then he encouraged the two newcomers Lin Xiaoya and Li Fan to maintain a calm mindset and perform at their level. Finally, his gaze fell on Xu Chen. In that instant, Wang Defa's eyelids twitched imperceptibly. This kid almost made me lose face last time. Fortunately, I cleverly deflected it with "we will discuss this issue in depth later." No, I must take the initiative and cut off his questioning. Thinking of this, Wang Defa squeezed out a kind smile and said to Xu Chen, "Xu Chen, I know you have profound insights into mathematics, and we welcome you to discuss those advanced theoretical questions with the teachers after the competition. However, with only 3 days left until the provincial competition, the urgent task is to focus entirely on preparations, understand?" His words were flawlessly delivered, affirming Xu Chen while cleverly extinguishing any sparks of questioning. Wang Defa secretly breathed a sigh of relief, twisted open the thermos lid, and took a satisfying sip of goji berry water, feeling his blood pressure stabilize considerably. After the mobilization meeting, Wang Defa handed the time over to Chen Jiaping. Chen Jiaping, as the competition's instructor, wore a much more serious expression. He took out a stack. No, it should be said, a pile of thick handouts as heavy as bricks from a cloth bag, and placed it in front of Xu Chen. Thud! The stack of papers hit the table with a muffled sound, shaking the table slightly. "Xu Chen, this is the internal handouts and past exam papers I got from a friend at the first middle school in the city. Time is tight, and the tasks are heavy. For the next 3 days, you need to complete all these problems to get a feel for the competition." He paused and candidly said, "Our school's competition resources are limited, and there's not much the teachers can help you with. This material is the best opportunity you can seize. The exam is on Sunday, so cherish it." Xu Chen looked at the mountain of problems in front of him, as thick as his face, and calmly asked, "Teacher, don't they have to do these?" Chen Jiaping sighed. "They received it long ago and are basically almost done with it." Upon hearing this, the hostility that had been brewing in Li Fan's heart suddenly dissipated in an instant. In its place was a condescending, almost pitying sense of relief. So, he's a complete novice. Li Fan's tense mouth relaxed, and he almost couldn't help but laugh. The annoyance in his heart now seemed so ridiculous. How could he have been wary of someone who hadn't even done the foundational training for the competition? Ordinary exams and mathematics competitions were two different worlds. The biggest difference was time. The intense time constraints of competitions left no room for slow, methodical problem solving. Those rigorously honed problem-solving techniques were the tools for seizing time. And the question bank in front of him was the only ticket to the world of competitions. When Li Fan first got it, it had taken him a full 3 months to barely get through it. 3 days. Let alone finishing it. It was questionable whether he could even look at all the problems. Thinking of this, Li Fan even felt a bit sorry for Xu Chen. He no longer viewed Xu Chen as a competitor, but rather as a pitiful worm who was placed under unrealistic expectations by the teacher, about to be harshly struck by brutal reality. Even Zhang Hao, usually easygoing, flashed a trace of barely perceptible regret. Meaningless struggle. If he had prepared a year in advance, there might have been a chance. 3 days before the exam. Purely a waste of time. Xu Chen could clearly feel the subtle change in the atmosphere around him, but he paid no attention. He reached out, gently patted the stack of bricks, then looked up at teacher Chen Jiaping and revealed a calm smile. 3 days to finish these. For the first time, a genuine sense of challenge ignited within him. It seems not impossible. He reached out, gently patted the stack of bricks, then looked up at teacher Chen Jiaping and revealed a calm smile. 3 days to finish these. For the first time, a genuine sense of challenge ignited within him. It seems not impossible. Teacher Chen Jiaping clearly did not notice the complex inner turmoil of the students. He cleared his throat and began to analyze each person's weaknesses, providing targeted guidance for the final time. When his gaze landed on Li Fan, Chen Jiaping's tone became particularly serious. "Li Fan, your foundation is solid, but your problem-solving approach tends to be conventional and lacks flexibility at times. Especially when dealing with non-homogeneous inequalities. Remember that if you encounter a non-homogeneous expression, your first reaction must be to construct a homogeneous form. This technique can help you bypass a lot of tedious formulas and adjustments, making it a powerful time-saving tool." After speaking, he glanced around, his eyes passing over Lin Xiaoya and Zhang Hao's faces, emphasizing, "You all remember this too. Techniques like the homogeneous construction that can drastically reduce problem-solving time should be utilized without hesitation. In competitions, every second is invaluable." If you encounter a problem, you can't skip it decisively and secure all the points you can. Lin Xiaozhang Hao and even Li Fan, who had just been called out, all nodded in unison. Xu Chen raised an eyebrow upon hearing this unfamiliar term. Seeing the tacit understanding among the other three teammates, he knew this must be a coded language or basic operation within the competition circle. It's not embarrassing to ask if you don't understand. After all, my current persona is that of a gifted outsider. Asking basic questions fits the character. In the harmonious teaching atmosphere, a voice that was strikingly calm and almost jarring broke through. Teacher. Xu Chen raised his hand, his posture relaxed, as if he were simply inquiring about an ordinary knowledge point in class. May I ask? His voice clearly reached everyone's ears. What does the homogeneous construction you just mentioned mean? In an instant, the air in the entire conference room seemed to be sucked out, plunging into an eerie silence. This strange silence was broken by an uncontrollable snicker. Huffed. Everyone's gaze, including that of teacher Chen Jiaping, instinctively turned toward the source of the sound, focusing on Li Fan. Li Fan realized he had lost his composure. He did not mean to mock, it was merely an instinctive reaction. He hurriedly lowered his head, covering his mouth with his hand, pretending to cough violently, but his shoulders shook with suppressed laughter. He didn't even dare to look up at others, knowing their expressions surely weren't much better than his. Oh my God, he was internally laughing. He doesn't even know what homogeneous construction is. This level. What is he even doing here? Teacher Chen Jiaping awkwardly cleared his throat twice ahem. Xu Chen, this knowledge point is explained in great detail in the first part of the handout in front of you, the inequality section. It's not some profound theory, it's a commonly used problem-solving technique that can significantly reduce the amount of calculation. Just take a look and you'll understand. Oh, got it. Xu Chen nodded calmly without a hint of change in his expression and lowered his hand. It was as if the person who had just ignited the entire room and made the atmosphere awkward to the freezing point was not him. Xu Chen thought, isn't it just a problem-solving technique? Why such a big reaction? Who hasn't started from not knowing? A lion need not care about the opinions of sheep. Xu Chen consoled himself. Xu Chen then began to find the relevant content in the handout, quickly skimming over the pages regarding homogeneous construction. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. No more than 10 seconds. He closed the handout. Is that it? A wave of absurdity surged within Xu Chen. Essentially, it involves introducing a constraint like ABC1 or directly using the homogeneous form of variables to eliminate constant terms, thus forcing a non-homogeneous inequality to transform into a homogeneous inequality. This way, you can apply more universal tools like the arithmetic mean, Cauchy, and weighted mean to achieve dimensionality reduction. The idea is clever, but still falls under the category of technique rather than the extension of Tao. Is this even worthy of being called a technique? Isn't this just a standard operation? He was well aware that the system offers very little experience points for this kind of knowledge. These methods are techniques born for exams, not the Tao that explores the essence. Only the in-depth exploration of universally significant axioms and theorems will generously yield experience points or scores from the system. However, since these small techniques could help me enter university early and better accomplish the main task, the rewards from the system should not be meager. Alright then, let's make an effort to learn a bit. After Chen Jiaping assigned each person's focus, he took a deep breath and announced, from now until the provincial competition ends on Sunday, you 5 can skip all classes and study in this conference room all day. I will come by any time. If you have any questions, ask me immediately. After speaking, he left the conference room, leaving the 4 youths preparing for the test. For a moment, the only sounds left in the conference room were the rustling of pages and, from Li Fan's direction, occasional stifled laughter. Li Fan's personality was not particularly malicious. He was merely a boy who enjoyed being the center of attention, eager to derive satisfaction from proving himself superior to others. As he absent-mindedly worked on his problems, he glanced sideways at Xu Chen, as if watching a play, internally sneering, there are less than 3 days left. I want to see what tricks you can pull. But the target of his observation, Xu Chen, simply sat there quietly, his face showing no hint of embarrassment nor any anxiety or panic in the face of the mountain of problems. He picked up the thick stack of handouts, fanned them out on the table like playing cards. Algebra, geometry, number theory, combinatorics. The 4 major modules, dozens of topics clearly presented before him. 3 days to complete them all and master them. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Xu Chen's eyes. This is interesting. He reached out and pulled out the thickest one, combinatorial mathematics. Then let's start by tackling the toughest bone to chew. The next 3 days were tense, yet fulfilling for everyone in the competition group. In the conference room, Li Fanzhong Hao and the others were deeply engrossed in calculations, sometimes frowning over a difficult problem, and at other times suddenly enlightened by a clever solution. Occasionally they would discuss among themselves, but for the most part they were still studying quietly on their own. However, amidst this tranquility, the corner where Xu Chen sat was persistently filled with the sound of flipping, flipping pages. Li Fan could no longer hold back and raised his head with a frown. He saw Xu Chen leaning back in his chair, his left hand resting on the handout, while his right hand seemed to be gesturing calculations, soon flipping to the next page. Pretending to be busy, Li Fan scoffed internally. Who are you trying to impress by flipping through so fast while you don't even understand? By the third day, the flipping sound continued. The stack of handouts as thick as a wall was being moved from the right side to the left by Xu Chen at a visible speed. The pile of handouts in front of him had already been more than one-third gnawed through. While studying this material, Xu Chen discovered that although the content of these handouts was vast, many types of problems and knowledge points had a high degree of redundancy, merely presented in different forms and packaging. After quickly mastering the core techniques of inequalities functions and several other major categories, he decided not to waste time any longer and instead precisely identified and filled in the gaps. He stood up and walked over to Lin Xiaoya, who looked the most approachable, politely asking, "Hello, Xiaoya. May I ask where the content regarding the Pell's equation and quasi-Euclidean algorithm is in the handouts? I've been searching for a while and couldn't find it." Lin Xiaoya, who was struggling with a complex geometry problem, looked up in confusion. Pell's equation. Lin Xiaoya was stunned. Zhang Hao beside her also heard. Pell's equation. Quasi-Euclidean. That was the hardest bone in number theory. Most people would strategically give up on it. Although both of them had studied it, they could only handle the most classic types. Slightly altering the problem would leave them dumbfounded, and they couldn't claim to have mastered it. He has already seen that far. Finally snapping back from her shock, Lin Xiaoya recalled, and replied, "It should be in the last volume of the number theory topics. It's an elective topic and very difficult. I suggest you first solidify your foundations from the previous sections." "Okay, thank you, classmate." Xu Chen understood that the other party was offering good advice and did not refute it, merely thanking her repeatedly. Then he precisely extracted that volume from the pile and even added, "You have a great memory." However, Li Fan, who was far away, sneered again. "How putting on airs?" He scoffed internally. "Just 2 days ago you asked about homogeneous construction, and today you dare to tackle Pell's equation. Even if you skimmed through the previous content, it would take a month to learn. Just looking without solving problems, you would forget everything in the exam." He clearly was just flipping through without solid study. Li Fan was convinced that Xu Chen was merely skimming through and hadn't learned anything solid. He then redirected his focus back to his own problems. As for Xu Chen, he completely ignored the complex gazes around him and began to study the content of number theory topics. This section was indeed quite challenging, and the flipping sound of pages noticeably slowed down. Xu Chen occasionally frowned, sometimes rapidly calculating something on scratch paper. After about half a day, he finally understood it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the short-term intensive study task and gaining a comprehensive understanding of the techniques and methods of competition mathematics in the past 3 days. Reward 5 points. Current math experience 55,100. Not bad. These types of techniques purely for exams have low experience point rewards, so getting 5 points is already a pleasant surprise. After brushing through the content over these 3 days, although many techniques were quite complex, the core ideas remained the same. The provincial competition should be secure. However, I still need to maintain my persona. I remind myself before the results come out, I must not boast or set any flags. On a Sunday morning, just as dawn began to break, a slightly worn minibus was steadily driving along the highway leading to the provincial capital Linen. Inside the bus, the 4 students of the Anqing 3rd Middle School competition team, along with their coach, Chun Jiaping, made up the entire group. The atmosphere was somewhat subtle. The seed player of the team, Li Fan, was sitting together with last year's provincial second-place winner Zhang Hao, and the only girl in the team, Lin Xiaoya, enthusiastically discussing several printed questions. For this combinatorial counting problem, I think using the inclusion-exclusion principle is the clearest approach, Li Fan said, pointing at the question with a spark in his eyes. Although the calculations are a bit cumbersome, it's less prone to errors. What do you think? Zhang Hao frowned slightly and pondered. The inclusion-exclusion principle is reliable, but the steps are too many and the competition time is tight. A single mistake could lead to total failure. I prefer to use generating functions to construct the model and directly seek the coefficient of the corresponding term. Although it requires high abstract thinking, once the model is correctly established, it's a dimension-reducing strike. Generating functions? Lin Xiaoya showed a hint of confusion on her face. That's too difficult. I always feel I'm not familiar enough with it. Outside this fervent discussion in the last row of the bus, Xu Chen quietly leaned against the window, gazing at the rapidly retreating scenery. He did not participate in the discussion. It was not that he did not want to, but that it was unnecessary. Combinatorial counting. Using the inclusion-exclusion principle is like a soldier's shovel, while using generating functions is like an engineer's calculator. But the essence of this problem was a classic permutation group coloring issue. A more elegant and fundamental mathematical tool quietly emerged in his mind. Using the Burnside's lemma, I could get the result in 3 lines. They are still debating whether to dig with a shovel or calculate with a calculator, while I can directly operate an excavator. This cognitive gap made him utterly uninterested in their discussion. However, his silence appeared as a different scene in the eyes of others. Li Fan caught a glimpse of Xu Chen in the corner with his distracted expression, and the contempt that had been suppressed within him surged again. Sure enough, he probably doesn't even understand what we're talking about. Also, for someone who needs to ask about homogeneous construction, talking to him about generating functions is like playing music to a cow. He sneered inwardly, withdrawing his gaze, and engaged even more vigorously in discussion with Zhang, how as if to draw a line between himself and the outsiders. Xu Chen was completely oblivious to this and did not care. At 8:30 in the morning, the minibus slowly drove into the gate of Linen No. 1 middle school. This was the examination site for this year's Jiangnan Provincial Mathematics Competition. As the bus door opened, a tense yet professional atmosphere rushed in. In the spacious school square, teams from all over the province had already gathered. Looking around, it was a sea of black with at least hundreds of participants. Among them, the teams from the top prestigious schools were the most eye-catching. Students from the prestigious Hangzhou First Middle School wore matching red sports uniforms with a formidable school emblem printed on their chests. A dozen or so of them stood together, forming a circle, laughing and chatting with a powerful presence. Students from the coastal powerhouse Zhenhai Middle School wore blue team uniforms, each with a stern expression and sharp gazes. Most of them were familiar with each other, either as old rivals on the competition field or as classmates from the same top extracurricular tutoring class. In contrast, the Anqing Third Middle School team, consisting of only 4 members dressed in a mishmash of casual outfits, appeared like a few sheep that had wandered into a wolf pack looking out of place. "Hey, Li Fan," a clear voice rang out. From the Linen No. 1 team, a tall and handsome boy walked over with a smile, his red team uniform particularly striking in the sunlight. "Zhao Rui." Li Fan's breath caught, and a complex expression instantly surfaced on his face. Both the surprise of seeing an acquaintance and an instinctive, barely perceptible sense of inferiority. Zhao Rui was a star player from Hangzhou First Middle School, and also Li Fan's classmate in the expensive Golden Key Olympiad tutoring class during the summer. In that place full of geniuses, Zhao Rui was at the pinnacle, while Li Fan was just an ordinary member striving to look up at the peak. "How's your preparation going?" Zhao Rui stepped forward, casually patting Li Fan on the shoulder, his smile warm, as if they were long-time close friends. "This time, can you aim for the provincial first place?" "I've been preparing for nearly a year. Aiming for provincial first should be fine," Li Fan replied, his cheeks slightly flushed, feeling somewhat out of breath under Zhao Rui's powerful aura, yet he forced himself to maintain his dignity. "Oh, so confident." Zhao Rui raised an eyebrow, his smile taking on a hint of playfulness. "I remember you were only considered above average in the tutoring class, right? It seems you've received some guidance from a renowned teacher and made great strides." This statement was like a needle wrapped in sugar coating. It seemed like a joke, but precisely struck Li Fan's most sensitive nerve. Renowned teacher guidance sounded more like irony in Zhao Rui's mouth, mocking the ordinary high school of Anqing Third Middle School, which could never have a renowned teacher. Li Fan's smile froze on his face, and for a moment he didn't know how to respond. Zhao Rui seemed unfazed by his embarrassment, his gaze inadvertently sweeping past him to Zhang Haolin Xiaoya and that uniquely charismatic Xu Chen. He feigned surprise and exclaimed, "Oh, so few of you from Anqing Third this year. The school must be saving on expenses. I remember last year you at least had 5 or 6 people." His voice was not loud, but it carried strongly, causing several students from nearby schools to overhear and cast mocking glances. The feeling of humiliation washed over Li Fan like a cold tide, overwhelming him. He knew that in the competition's circle, the number of participants was the most direct reflection of a school's strength. Strong schools like Hangzhou First Middle School and Zhenhai Middle School always brought large contingents of dozens of students, as if proclaiming their sovereignty. In contrast, Anqing Third Middle School's numbers dwindled year by year, and this year there were only a pitiful 4, looking as shabby as a ragtag guerrilla unit. Zhao Rui seemed to ignore Li Fan's flushed face and instead adopted a senior posture, smiling perfectly to reassure everyone. "Don't be nervous, everyone. Just treat it as an opportunity to broaden your horizons and feel the atmosphere." His gaze paused deliberately on Xu Chen for a moment, filled with tolerance and encouragement for the participants. After saying this, he waved his hand gracefully. "I won't chat anymore if our teacher wants us to gather. Li Fan, do your best in the exam. Let me see your progress this year." He turned and walked back to his team, leaving Li Fan with a lofty silhouette. The looks from other schools around varied. Some were sympathetic, some amused, but more were indifferent. Li Fan stood in place, his face alternating between red and white. Each of Zhao Rui's words felt like a hammer wrapped in cotton, seemingly gentle, yet weighing heavily on his heart. He clenched his fists, nails digging into his palms that suppressed youthful spirit and determination to fight back, completely ignited. Just wait and see. It's just Hangzhou First Middle School. When the results come out, I will definitely make you see me in a new light. And from start to finish, Xu Chen, who stood aside like an outsider, took in all of this. On his calm face, a hint of coldness appeared for the first time. He could clearly sense the humiliation and anger that erupted from Li Fan after being insulted. So this is what they call elite school socializing. Xu Chen's mind calmly defined it, using the most polite tone to express the most hurtful words, with the most amiable smile showcasing the starkest superiority. Interesting. He glanced at his furious teammate beside him, then at Zhao Rui, who was laughing and chatting in the distance. However, since you've provoked me, it can't end so easily. Later, let me show you what renowned teacher guidance really means. With the most amiable smile showcasing the starkest superiority. Interesting. He glanced at his furious teammate beside him, then at Zhao Rui, who was laughing and chatting in the distance. However, since you've provoked me, it can't end so easily. Later, let me show you what renowned teacher guidance really means. With the most amiable smile showcasing the starkest superiority. Interesting. He glanced at his furious teammate beside him, then at Zhao Rui, who was laughing and chatting in the distance. However, since you've provoked me, it can't end so easily. Later, let me show you what renowned teacher guidance really means. With the most amiable smile showcasing the starkest superiority. Interesting. He glanced at his furious teammate beside him, then at Zhao Rui, who was laughing and chatting in the distance. However, since you've provoked me, it can't end so easily. Later, let me show you what renowned teacher guidance really means. With the most amiable smile showcasing the starkest superiority. Interesting. He glanced at his furious teammate beside him, then at Zhao Rui, who was laughing and chatting in the distance. However, since you've provoked me, it can't end so easily. Later, let me show you what renowned teacher guidance really means. As the exam approached, everyone was guided into the examination hall, a giant lecture room, capable of accommodating 500 people. The classroom was fan-shaped with seats arranged in a steep incline from front to back. A massive black glass blackboard dominated the entire front wall. On either side of the podium stood a vigilant invigilator. A middle-aged teacher, elegant in demeanor and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, held a seating list and stood at the center of the podium. He was the academic director of the city's first high school, responsible for arranging the examination. Students, quiet. Now I will announce the examination area assignments for each school. Please have the leading teachers organize the students to take their seats in an orderly manner. He adjusted his glasses, his gaze sweeping over the crowd below, his voice steady and strong. Area A from the first row to the fifth row for Linan No. 1 High School. As soon as he finished speaking, the group of students from Linan No. 1 High School, dressed in red uniforms, marched proudly to the throne area at the front of the classroom, led by their teacher. Their footsteps were in perfect unison, exuding an undeniable confidence. Area B from the 6th row to the 10th row for Jinhai High School. The group in blue appeared like a pack of silent wolves, quietly taking over the second territory. Area C for Linan No. 2 High School. Area D for Wunshi High School. Each thunderous name represented the pinnacle of educational resources in Jiangnan province, with students from these prestigious schools given priority in seating arrangements. Halfway through the list, the chief examiner noticeably quickened his pace, starting to bundle and assign several schools with slightly weaker standings. Area E from the 18th row to the 22nd row for Linan No. 14 High School, Jiashi High School, and Hushi No. 3 High School. Students from these 3 schools, please find your own seats. Finally, after most schools had been assigned, the chief examiner's gaze fell on the last page of the list, where only a few lonely names remained. Lastly, for the other few schools that have not been called, please go to Area G, the last few rows, and sit wherever you like. In the most remote corner of the classroom, some seats were not even proper desks and chairs, but rather several rows of temporary folding benches with writing boards. The 4 students from Anqing No. 3 High School began to walk towards their designated corner. As Li Fan passed by Area A, a mocking voice came from beside him. Li Fan, good luck. I'm waiting for you to take the provincial first place. Li Fan's face instantly flushed a deep crimson. He wanted to retort, but all words stuck in his throat, unable to escape. He could only awkwardly smile and retreat, as if fleeing. After all students were seated, the chief examiner ascended the podium. Everyone silence. The exam preparation begins. 2 invigilators stepped up to the podium, one on the left and one on the right. One of them raised a securely sealed large envelope made of craft paper, facing all the examinees, slowly turning it around, and loudly declared, "The exam papers are securely sealed, and now we will open them in public. The exam duration is 100 minutes. From now until the end of the exam, going to the restroom is not allowed during the exam. If you have any questions, please raise your hand. Students wishing to submit their papers early may do so at any time. The exam papers flutter down from front to back like snowflakes. This is why students from several key high schools were prioritized for the front rows. The advantage of sitting closer is that they can see the exam questions earlier than others, giving them more time to think. By the time the exam paper reached Area G, only a thin stack remained. Xu Chen received the exam paper. It was an A4 sheet printed on both sides. There was no fancy formatting, no multiple-choice questions. On the front were 15 fill-in-the-blank questions, and on the back were 5 essay questions. Xu Chen picked up his pen and clearly and forcefully wrote his name in the name field. Then his gaze fell upon the first question. The war began. As the exam bell rang, hundreds of top students from across the province transformed into the calmest of warriors, pens in hand, descending upon that battlefield, which would determine their fate. Li Fan took a deep breath, his gaze sharp as an eagle, swiftly scanning the first question. Question 1. An acute triangle ABC point P is an interior point such that PAPCA. Prove cot alpha, cot A, cot B, cot C. This is the Brocard point. He immediately felt significantly more at ease. This was a rather classic geometric model. The teacher had specifically taught 2 methods in the Golden Key tutoring class. One method was to use trigonometric substitution, applying the sine theorem, which was cumbersome, lengthy, and could easily lead one into the quagmire of trigonometric functions. The other method was the construction method, utilizing rotational similarity transformations to cleverly consolidate the 3 dispersed conditions into one triangle, delivering a decisive blow. I guessed right. They actually tested these classic models. Li Fan couldn't help but smile slightly. He hesitated for almost no time, opting for the more sophisticated construction method. He quickly sketched auxiliary lines on the draft paper, rotating triangle PB around point A, and then rotating triangle PBC around point B. His thought process was clear, and the steps were precise. However, during the edge and angle substitution, he inevitably hesitated for a moment, pondering over a certain angle relationship after rotation for several seconds before suddenly recalling a key lemma. Phew. 3 minutes later, as he finished writing the proof, a thin layer of sweat had already appeared on his forehead. Though the process was slightly bumpy, he ultimately succeeded. He glanced at the others around him, who were still deeply engrossed in thought, feeling a surge of superiority within him. The next hour was a smooth sailing endeavor. Combinatorial counting, limits of sequences, solid geometry. Although these questions were intricately designed, none exceeded the conventional competition scope. For a well-trained contestant like Li Fan, it was merely a matter of searching his mind's question bank, matching the optimal solutions, and executing them step by step. Until the last major question. Question in a simple graph with n nodes, the degree of each node is at most d. Random coloring is performed on each node with colors independently and uniformly selected from 1 to k. Prove if ed1k, where e is the base of natural logarithms, then there exists a coloring scheme such that no 2 endpoints of any edge in the graph share the same color. Li Fan's gaze swept over the problem, his eyebrows lifting slightly. Oh, a proof of existence in combinatorial mathematics seems familiar. His thoughts immediately returned to a class 3 months prior in the Golden Key tutoring program. The teacher had discussed something called the Lovis local lemma. Li Fan remembered the teacher saying that the proof process for this lemma was quite complex and not required to master, but the conclusion must be remembered. Upon seeing similar questions, one could directly apply it. It's a big weapon specifically designed to tackle this type of problem. Now this type of question lay right in front of him. To have even predicted the final question correctly, this provincial first place should be secured. Li Fan took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and began organizing his thoughts to answer the question. Although he knew he needed to apply the lemma, the specific calculations and derivation processes were still not simple. Li Fan spent a considerable amount of time gradually writing out the entire process. As he wrote the final few steps summarizing the conclusion, he felt completely at ease. Just then, Xu Chen in the adjacent seat raised his hand. Teacher, could I have a few more sheets of draft paper? Li Fan instinctively glanced over. On the corner of Xu Chen's desk, a small stack of filled draft paper had already accumulated. Still calculating. After using so much draft paper, it's clear he's lost his way, stuck in a dead end. Li Fan's lips curled into a slight dismissive smile. For this kind of question, it's impossible to solve without knowing the method. Don't waste your effort. He withdrew his gaze, thinking to himself that this time he must secure a provincial first place, not allowing Zhao Rui to look down on him again and to give the school a boost. At this moment, Xu Chen was indeed facing trouble. He reviewed the competition materials provided by Teacher Chen in his mind and was certain that no problem-solving techniques for this type of question had been taught. Teacher Chen's materials were also obtained through connections from other schools consisting of conventional competition knowledge points. For most students at Anqing 3 High School, this was completely sufficient. Anything deeper would be beyond what they could grasp. Therefore, Xu Chen now had only a rough direction, but lacked suitable mathematical tools. He put down his pen and began to think. To prove the existence of a good coloring scheme, one could think in reverse and demonstrate that the probability of all schemes being bad is less than 1. A bad scheme refers to at least one edge having its two endpoints colored the same. He thought of the most basic tool in probability theory, joint bounds. Assume AI is the event where the ith edge has the same color than P1k. If there are m edges in the graph, the combined probability of all bad events adds up to mk. The pen scratched a few lines on the draft paper, and Xu Chen paused again. This won't do. The maximum value of m could reach nd2, and the calculated probability might very well exceed 1. The joint bound method was too crude and wouldn't work. He gently crossed out the lines he had just written. Xu Chen closed his eyes, blocking out the surrounding noise, leaving only the abstract graph composed of points and lines in his mind. These bad events AI are not completely independent. If one edge has a problem, it will affect other edges sharing a vertex with it. However, this influence is local. Local. This word was like a key that opened a door in his mind. Xu Chen suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with concentration. Yes, an event AI is only related to a few neighboring events. An edge can share a vertex with at most 2d1 other edges. Its range of influence is limited. If a method can be found to accurately describe this limited influence, could it reduce the probability sum that exceeds 1? He hadn't learned about the Lovász local lemma. In his world, there were no ready-made formulas to apply. What he needed to do was to start from the most basic probability axioms and build a bridge to the answer himself. His pen began to move again. This time it was not just exploration, but a clear direction for deduction. He started trying to construct a more refined probabilistic inequality. Assume that each bad event AI is assigned a weight 11 in the range 0-1. If it can be proven that the probability of each event AI occurring is less than a value determined by itself and all its neighbors. This idea was quite bold, and the derivation process was extremely complex. P11 pi j related to I. When this inequality was written on the draft paper, he felt he had grasped the key to the problem. Next came massive calculations and adjustments. Sheet after sheet of draft paper filled up, covered with symbols and logical arrows. The amount of computation was overwhelming, and his mind struggled to keep up. He glanced at the time and saw there were only 30 minutes left. Time was tight. Write the focus capsules. He remembered the 5 focus capsules awarded for completing the newbie task. In an instant, Xu Chen felt his mind become exceptionally clear and calm, with all external distractions vanishing and his entire attention focused on the problem at hand. His calculation speed and thinking efficiency surged dramatically. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Sweat dripped from his forehead, sliding down his cheeks, but he was completely oblivious. As the 5th sheet of draft paper was filled, that complex inequality was finally organized into a concise and clear form. If there exists 1101, such that for all IP11 pi j gamma I holds, then P0. Utilizing the condition given in the problem ED1K, he cleverly constructed a unified weight X1D1 and ultimately proved that this inequality holds. He did it. He was unaware of the name of this lemma. He simply started from the fundamental axioms of probability, keenly grasped the core of local dependence, and with his remarkable mathematical intuition and construction ability, he manually derived the Lovász local lemma on the spot. He suddenly looked up at the clock on the wall. Only 10 minutes left, and he had just completed the proof without even copying it onto the answer sheet yet. Xu Chen immediately began to transcribe. Since he had derived it from the most basic principles, his proof process was very lengthy, almost filling the entire answer area. His handwriting was a bit messy due to the rapid writing, but each step was logically clear and irrefutable. Finally, with 3 minutes left before the exam ended, he put down his pen. He let out a long breath. I should have done everything correctly. I just don't know if the complex process of the last question will cost me points. However, even if a few points were deducted, aiming for a provincial first should be sufficient. The first exam was over. There was only a 20-minute break before the second exam. Outside the examination room in the corridor, the 4 students from Anqing No. 3 high school gathered again. Saw the last question was too difficult. I had no clue. Yeah, I couldn't even figure out the focus of the question. Zhang Hao sighed. Li Fan, having attended the provincial gold medal training class, considered himself the only one in the school team who could solve it and pretended to be profound, saying it was about the Lovász local lemma. But the calculation process is still quite complex. I wrote it down, but am not sure if I will lose points for the steps. His words immediately drew admiring glances from Lin Xiaoya and Zhang Hao. Li Fan, you're amazing. You managed to solve that. It looks like we have a chance at a provincial first. Then Zhang Hao turned to Xu Chen, asking with concern. Xu Chen, how did you do? Zhang Hao inquired. I saw you calculating the whole time, and you asked for a lot of draft paper midway. You must have gotten stuck. Xu Chen replied the last question was indeed a bit difficult. I spent almost 40 minutes finishing it. Finished. So you solved it? Zhang Hao exclaimed in surprise. Li Fan looked at him skeptically and asked, do you know about the Lova's local lemma? You only learned competition math 3 days ago. This topic is beyond the syllabus. How could you possibly know it? Xu Chen replied, I don't know anything about this Lova's local lemma. I just used the basic method and calculated it manually. Xu Chen said honestly the process was a bit cumbersome and I used 5 or 6 sheets of draft paper. Uffed. Li Fan burst into exaggerated laughter as if he had heard the funniest joke of the century. Manual calculation. Xu Chen, are you kidding me? The amount of computation for that question. You can't possibly do it manually. Absolutely impossible. Xu Chen looked at his expression and just smiled, choosing not to explain further. Some things are pointless to explain further. When the results come out, they will have no choice but to believe. The second exam has begun. The moment Li Fan received the test paper, he felt that the difficulty had indeed increased. The questions were no longer the usual ones where the main point was immediately obvious. They twisted and turned, requiring deeper thought to peel back the layers and reveal the core. He worked more slowly and cautiously than in the morning. Time ticked away, and when he conquered all the preceding questions and arrived at the final climactic problem, the clock on the wall had already pointed to the latter half of the exam. The question, let P be a prime number and fx and xn. A1x, A0 be a polynomial with integer coefficients. Prove that if fx0 has k distinct solutions in the sense of mod p, then the degree n of the polynomial fx must be greater than or equal to k, or all coefficients ai of fx are multiples of p. Li Fan's pupils constricted slightly. This was number theory. Still an abstract algebra problem combined with polynomials. This was the weakest link in his knowledge system. He stared at the question intently, his brain frantically searching through every fold of his thoughts. He had a vague impression of this conclusion, faintly remembering seeing it in the corner of some handout from the Golden Key tutoring class. It resembled a theorem, an inconspicuous theorem that he had overlooked. What was it? What exactly was it? He tried to start from the most basic definitions, constructing a proof by contradiction and utilizing the properties of the finite field ZP. The draft paper quickly filled with various symbols and deductions. At some point his thoughts seemed to click. Right? In the finite field ZP, if a polynomial fx of degree n has k roots, and nk, then what comes next? Li Fan's pen hovered in midair, his mind blank. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, sliding down his temples, itching and making him restless. The more anxious he became, the murkier that layer of water seemed. Ding! The bell signaling the end of the exam rang mercilessly, announcing the conclusion of his struggle. In the end, he still couldn't recall that crucial step. Fx must be a multiple of gx, and under the premise of nk, there was only one possibility: fx is the zero polynomial in the sense of mod p, meaning all coefficients are multiples of p. A step away, yet worlds apart. He put down his pen, his face showing no expression, but his heart felt like ice. Meanwhile, at the other end of the exam hall, Xu Chen was also taken aback when he saw this question. He similarly did not know this theorem. The materials from Teacher Chen still did not cover this part. So he did not try to search his memory for ready-made theorems like Li Fan did. His approach was to derive it from a more primitive route. If one does not understand the theory, then return to the definitions. What does having k solutions imply? It implies that k equations can be listed. A bold thought flashed through his mind. Why should I treat this as a number theory problem? Isn't this just a linear algebra problem? He instantly felt enlightened. His pen flew across the draft paper, rapidly forming neat equations, f and x1n. A00, f and x2n. A00. F and xn. A00. This is a homogeneous linear system of equations concerning the coefficients A0, A1, n. If nk, then the number of unknowns, n1, may potentially be less than the number of equations k. He forcibly transformed this problem into a linear algebra problem. By constructing a coefficient matrix of size k n1i and utilizing the properties of the Vandermonde determinant, he performed a large number of tedious determinant calculations and mod p operations on the draft paper. As his brain's computational power approached its limits again, he did not hesitate. System, one more focus capsule, please. In the last 10 minutes before the exam ended, he completed all the deductions. Both climactic problems should have been solved. This time the provincial first place should be almost guaranteed. After the 2 exams ended, everyone looked like they had just fought a tough battle, their faces etched with exhaustion. In the corridor, the 4 members of Anqing No. 3 middle school gathered again, the atmosphere much heavier than at noon. It's over, I completely flunked this afternoon's exam. Lin Xiaoya was the first to speak, her face devoid of hope. I didn't even fully understand the last big question. Me too. Zhang Hao shook his head and sighed. I feel like this time I can only aim for provincial 3rd place. Li Fan leaned against the wall, his expression not looking good. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke. I had a thought process for the final climactic question in the afternoon, but I couldn't recall the last step, leaving a large section blank. Provincial first place. Might not be very stable. A hint of disappointment was evident in his tone. Either I'm in the front row for provincial second place, or at the bottom for provincial first place. Don't say that, Li Fan, you're already very impressive. Lin Xiaoya comforted. We didn't even have a thought process. You managed to reach the last step, surpassing 99 of students in the province. Yeah, in both exams being able to solve most of the problems is already impressive. Zhang Hao nodded. Li Fan forced a smile and said nothing more. He knew that in competitions being just one step away meant a world of difference. Not achieving provincial first place made him think about how Zhao Rui would undoubtedly mock him. At this moment, everyone's gaze fell upon Xu Chen, who had yet to speak. Zhang Hao asked with some sympathy, Xu Chen, how did you do? The afternoon exam was even harder. You probably didn't finish right. It's okay, it's your first time participating. Before Zhang Hao could finish his comforting words, Xu Chen replied earnestly, I should have completed everything. He paused and added, it's just that for the last question of both exams my methods were a bit cumbersome and the process was particularly long. I don't know if the grading teacher will find it troublesome and deduct my steps points. In the corridor, silence fell instantly. The air seemed to freeze. Lin Xiaoya and Zhang Hao's expressions shifted from sympathy to astonishment and confusion. Li Fan directly furrowed his brows. After a few seconds, Lin Xiaoya forced a laugh, breaking the silence. Xu Chen, don't joke around. This morning, when you said you were calculating hard, we thought you were just trying to lighten the mood. Now that the exams are over, there's no need to say that anymore. In her eyes, Xu Chen's words were undoubtedly boasting. Moreover, it felt particularly inappropriate to boast when everyone was in a bad mood. Li Fan's expression grew darker as he looked at Xu Chen, his tone carrying an unmistakable reproach. There are occasions for jokes. We are all worried about our grades. Is there any point in saying this? He felt that Xu Chen was deliberately provoking him. A top student who had studied at Golden Key didn't dare to say he had completed everything. How could someone who had only studied for 3 days, an outsider, possibly do so? Faced with 3 pairs of doubtful eyes, Xu Chen was taken aback. He didn't understand why his honesty elicited such a reaction. So in his signature calm tone devoid of any emotion, he reiterated, I am not joking, I am being serious. A week later, at the office of the Provincial Mathematics Association. This place has been temporarily transformed into the grading center for this mathematics competition. A dozen mathematics teachers from major high schools across the province are deeply engrossed in piles of exam papers. The senior teacher with gold-rimmed glasses lifted his teacup, took a sip, and spoke leisurely. The overall difficulty of this year's questions has been well controlled. He is the head of this grading group, Zhou Yi. Yes, especially those last 2 challenging questions, they really distinguished the students. A young teacher nearby chimed in, the first contest, Loser's local lemma, and the second contest's finite field polynomial theorem, are both hard nuts in the competition. Those who can solve them are basically the few excellent students from key high schools who have participated in training for years. I just graded a paper from Linen No. One high school by a student named Zhao Rui. Another teacher picked up an answer sheet, his tone carrying a hint of admiration. The solution is very standard, clearly trained by their gold medal coach Zhang Jingguo. The steps for the first contest's final question could practically be published as a standard answer. Unfortunately, there was a slight flaw in the last step of the second contest, resulting in a deduction of 2 points, but the total score remains the highest I have seen so far. Linen No. One high school, that's not surprising. A nearby teacher chuckled, his tone indicating it was a matter of course. The strongest mathematics competition base in the province each year, they take at least a quarter of the provincial team spots for themselves. Jinhai High School isn't weak this year either. Another teacher interjected, the paper I have, although the final question isn't completely solved, the earlier questions are nearly flawless, showing very solid fundamentals. Their coach is a former national team member with a unique training method that emphasizes precision in calculation. And then there's Linen No. 2 high school, although their overall strength can't compare to No. 1, they often have 1 or 2 genius-type candidates who take unconventional paths and occasionally bring surprises. A light discussion arose in the office. For these professors who have participated in grading for years, the script of each year's competition is largely the same. Linen No. 1 high school rides ahead with Jinhai and No. 2 high school following closely behind, dividing most of the provincial awards. This has long been a rule etched into the mathematics competition circle of Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces. So competitions are ultimately a game for the top students. Talent, resources, and training, none can be absent. For students from ordinary high schools, scoring full marks on basic and intermediate questions is already quite impressive. Expecting them to tackle such a level of final questions is still too harsh. His words carried no contempt, merely an objective statement based on years of experience. Everyone nodded in agreement. Just then, in a corner of the grading room, teacher Lu, who was responsible for grading the last major question, let out a soft hum. Before him lay an exam paper. The handwriting was not particularly neat and appeared somewhat sloppy due to writing too quickly. But what truly surprised him was the densely packed solution process in the answer area, almost without any blank spaces. Xiaolu, what's wrong? Did you find an interesting method? A teacher nearby casually asked. Professor Lu did not answer immediately. He adjusted his glasses and carefully reviewed the answer sheet from beginning to end once more. His expression shifted from initial confusion to seriousness and finally to a hint of disbelief. Teacher Zhou, you should come take a look at this paper. He lifted his head, his voice trembling slightly. The discussions in the office ceased and all eyes turned towards him. Zhou set down his teacup and walked over. What's going on? This paper. He solved the final question from both contests. Lu pointed at the answer sheet. Oh, he solved both. That's great. Let me guess, is it Linen No. 1 or Xinhai? Zhou initially did not pay much attention, thinking it was yet another top student from a prestigious school. The key isn't that. Lu took a deep breath, trying to steady his tone. The key is his solving method. It's very unique. Very unique. Yes, very unique. In the first contest, he didn't use the Loser's local lemma. Instead, he started from the most basic probabilistic joint bounds, constructing a weighted inequality himself, proving the lemma on site. What? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire office erupted in a commotion. Several teachers immediately gathered around, their heads together, staring at the answer sheet. How is this possible? This derivation process. My goodness, this amount of calculation is terrifying. Look at his scaling technique here, it's simply brilliant. Without a solid mathematical foundation and exceptional intuition, it's impossible to conceive this. This doesn't look like a student's solving process, it's practically a mini-thesis derivation. Zhou Yi's expression also changed. He took the paper, his gaze sharp, reviewing it line by line. The more he looked, the more his hands trembled. Now for the second contest, Professor Lu flipped to another answer sheet. For that finite field polynomial question, he also didn't use the standard theorem. Instead, he transformed the problem into linear algebra, solving it using the Vandermonde determinant in the modular sense. This line of thought is too wild. It completely doesn't resemble a student trained through systematic competition training. In the office, only the sound of gasps remained. Everyone fell silent. They were all experts, naturally able to see the terrifying talent represented by these two solutions. This was no longer a matter of can they solve it. This is a kind of I don't need the tools summarized by predecessors because I can create my own tools, brute strength. What's this student's name? Which school is he from? Professor Zhou Yi's voice was somewhat hoarse. Professor Lu flipped the exam paper to the top, seeing the examinee information section. Student's name Xu Chen. School Anqing No. Free High School. Anqing No. Free High School. A professor frowned. I haven't heard of it. Is it an ordinary high school from some city? Let me check. Vice Professor Li Zhe immediately searched on his phone, and a few seconds later, he looked up, his expression strange. Found it. It's an ordinary high school in Anqing City that has only won the provincial first prize once in the past, and that was 8 years ago. This result was even more shocking to the professors present than those two astonishing solutions. A student from an ordinary high school with scarce educational resources and little recognition, using a method close to creating the world, perfectly solved two final questions that even top candidates from Linen No. 1 and Xinhai high schools found challenging. It makes sense to think about it. If they were students from key high schools, they must have been taught corresponding solving techniques rather than having to struggle to derive from scratch. Teacher Zhou, how should we score these two questions? Professor Lu raised the most critical question. His process is completely different from the standard answer. Although the results are correct and the logic is rigorous, but everyone looked towards Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi remained silent for a long time. He gently placed the answer sheet on the table. He slowly opened his mouth, each word deliberate, his voice carrying an unprecedented seriousness and excitement. Full marks. It must be full marks. This is no longer just simple problem solving. This is showcasing the purest charm of mathematics. Relying on no ready-made tools, only logic and deduction. This is true mathematical talent. He raised his head and surveyed his colleagues in the office. Review this paper carefully from start to finish. If there are no issues with the earlier questions, then this year's provincial competition will give rise to an unprecedented, full marks top scorer. The name Xu Chen and his two wild yet profound solutions were at this moment deeply etched into the minds of every grading teacher present like a brand. The results of the provincial competition came out faster than anyone had anticipated. During the last self-study session on Friday afternoon, the competition study room was still enveloped in silence. Suddenly, Mr. Chen Jiaping's phone vibrated. He glanced at the screen, and a ripple of emotion crossed his previously calm face. The results are out. His voice was not loud, yet it echoed like a pebble thrown into a still lake, instantly bringing the study room to life. Xu Chen put down his pen and lifted his head. Here it comes the exciting moment of the results announcement. The 4 participating students gathered around, but Xu Chen did not push to the front. He just wanted to join the excitement and feel the thrill of the announcement. He stood at the edge of the crowd, unable to see the screen, but the atmosphere was already charged. As Mr. Chen Xiaoping clicked on the results link on his laptop, Li Fan felt his heart clench violently, then began to race uncontrollably. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to suppress the surging emotions, maintaining a facade of calmness. Yet his palms were sweaty and tightly clenched, betraying his inner tension. The web page redirected and a PDF file titled Award List Announcement was downloaded. Mr. Chen Xiaoping moved the mouse and opened the file. His gaze instinctively skipped over the top section labeled Provincial First Prize and scrolled down to the Provincial Second Prize area. This was not a lack of faith in his students, but rather a nearly instinctual habit based on reality. The strength of Anqing 3 Middle School was evident, and Li Fan was his most promising student, aiming to secure a provincial second. As for Xu Chen, Mr. Chen Xiaoping thought the boy had good talent, but had only prepared for 3 days. Entering the competition was more for his experience and preparation for next year. If Xu Chen could secure a provincial third this time, it would already be commendable. The PDF list slowly scrolled. Soon a familiar name jumped out in the top 10 of the provincial second category. Li Fan, Anqing 3 Middle School, huh? Li Fan exhaled a long breath, his anxious heart finally settling. It was about what he had expected. Being in the top 10 of the provincial second was enough to make him the best performing student from Anqing 3 Middle School in the past 5 years. He cleared his throat and spoke to those around him with a slightly regretful, yet unmistakably proud tone. Oh, I did okay, but that question in the afternoon really affected me too much. Barely getting a provincial second shows there are still knowledge points I didn't master well enough. His self-deprecating remarks immediately drew gasps of admiration from Lin Xiaoya and Zhang Hao. Wow, Li Fan is amazing. Provincial second. And such a high ranking. Li Fan is incredible. With this rank, he can aim for the provincial first next year. Hearing these compliments, Li Fan felt much more at ease, maintaining a humble smile on his face, waving his hand, as if this was merely a trivial matter. Mr. Chen Xiaoping also showed a pleased smile, patting Li Fan's shoulder. Not bad, this score has already set a record for our school. Make sure to summarize well. This is your first time competing, and next year keep working hard to aim for a provincial first. Li Fan nodded. Although he hadn't achieved a provincial first, he still felt valued by his teacher, relishing that sense of importance. Then Mr. Chen continued to scroll down the list. Unfortunately, there were no more students from Anqing 3 Middle School appearing in the provincial second list. Zhang Hao's expression dimmed. It was his second year competing. Last year he got a provincial third. This year he aimed for a provincial second, but it seemed he had failed again. Continuing to check the provincial third prize, he barely turned a few lines before spotting Zhang Hao's name. Zhang Hao got a provincial third, which is a normal performance, Mr. Chen Xiaoping commented. 1 provincial second, 1 provincial third. A mere words difference, yet worlds apart. A provincial third was essentially just a consolation prize, while a provincial second implied the qualification for reduced admission scores at certain universities. The list continued to scroll down, but no names from Anqing 3 Middle School appeared again. Lin Xiaoya and Xu Chen were left unmentioned. Seeing this result, the last trace of doubt in Li Fan's heart vanished. That Xu Chen, after the exam, claimed he had completed all the questions, sounding so convincing that I almost believed him. Now it seemed he was just putting on an act, pretending to be something he wasn't. Heh. Li Fan felt a barely noticeable cold laugh rising in his heart. Indeed, he was merely a clever trickster, and once faced with a real competition, his true self was revealed. The more he thought about it, the more relieved he felt. The slight discomfort caused by Xu Chen's calm demeanor was now entirely dissipated. As for Mr. Chen Xiaoping, his feelings at this moment were somewhat complex. It was within his expectations that Lin Xiaoya did not win a prize. She was earnest, but lacked flexibility and had timing issues. However, it was truly a pity that Xu Chen didn't win a prize. Mr. Chen Xiaoping had witnessed Xu Chen's mathematical talent firsthand. Given his abilities, even without systematic training, securing a prize should not have been a problem. He had personally guaranteed to the headmaster that Xu Chen would be included, and if he didn't even secure a consolation prize, it would be a significant blow to his pride. He suppressed his complex emotions and turned to Xu Chen, speaking in a comforting tone, who had been standing off to the side. Xu Chen, so don't be too upset. A single setback is nothing. Competitions like these have a lot of randomness. The preparation time was too short, so it's normal not to get a score. Work hard next year. With your talent, I believe you will definitely achieve a good ranking next year. Hearing this, Xu Chen's face showed obvious astonishment. I really didn't win a prize. It shouldn't be. Could it be that my solution method scored nothing? But the result I calculated should be correct. Seeing Xu Chen's stubborn expression, Mr. Chen Xiaoping let out a slight sigh. This child has good talent, but his personality is a bit stubborn. Even with the report card out, he still refuses to acknowledge his problems, always thinking it's the examiner's mistake. This mindset can waste his talent. Thus his tone carried a hint of reproach, but more so a concern of not wanting him to fail. Xu Chen, since you didn't get a ranking, it clearly indicates there must have been issues in your problem-solving process. After the exam, you need to learn to summarize, identify the mistakes, and pay attention next time. In academics, you cannot always think you're right. Li Fan also approached, adopting the demeanor of a provincial second god, feigning concern as he patted Xu Chen's shoulder. Yes, Xu Chen, don't be discouraged. Competitions are like this. If your approach is wrong, it doesn't matter if you hit the right answer. I missed out on a provincial first because I got stuck on the approach for the final question. Just treat this as gaining experience. Come back next year. His words were filled with the superiority of someone who had been through it. This guy is still putting on an act. Xu Chen looked at Li Fan's condescending expression, feeling speechless. However, before he could finish his thought, a sharp scream suddenly erupted from the computer. It was Lin Xiaoya. She and Zhang Hao were still clustered around the screen, repeatedly checking the list. What's going on? Why the commotion? Mr. Chen Jiaoping frowned. Zhang Hao's voice trembled, his finger pointed at the top of the screen. Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen, you all come and look. Mr. Chen Jiaoping and Li Fan walked back to the computer in confusion. Their gazes fell upon the top of the PDF file where the provincial first prize list, which they had subconsciously overlooked, was displayed. At the very top, in bold black letters, a name shook their souls: provincial first prize, Xu Chen. Anqingno. 3 middle school time seemed to stand still at that moment. Anqingno, 3 middle school, stood out starkly among the names of Lin and No. 1 middle school, Zhenhai middle school, and provincial experimental school, feeling so out of place, so abrupt, and so glaring. Provincial first. It really is provincial first. And not at the bottom, but in first place. Li Fan's pupils constricted, suddenly his mind going blank. He stared at that name, feeling his worldview collapse and shatter in an instant. The words he had just used to guide Xu Chen felt like slaps on his face, painfully stinging. The fool. So I was the clown all along. Mr. Chen Jiaoping was so excited that his hands began to tremble, supporting himself on the table, his lips quivering as he repeatedly confirmed this. This Xu Chen, is he from our school? Could it be a coincidence of names? It can't be wrong. Zhang Hao was the clearest at this moment, pointing at the school column, his voice changing pitch. Mr. Chen. Names can be the same, but schools can't share names. It's definitely Anqingno. 3 middle school. Xu Chen finally felt relieved. Oh, so it was at the top. Who told you not to check the provincial first, but went straight to the provincial second? Xu Chen looked at the name at the top with understanding, the last trace of doubt completely evaporating. I knew it. When a system produces something, it must be exceptional. How could I not even get a prize? Now it was my turn to show off. He glanced at the petrified Li Fan beside him, then at the nearly having a heart attack Mr. Chen, and suddenly felt that this twist of playing the pig to eat the tiger was quite enjoyable. Although it wasn't like I intended to slap Li Fan's face, he was the one who came up to me, so I had no choice but to oblige. For Mr. Chen Jiaoping, this news was so shocking that he didn't even dare to report it to the headmaster immediately. This felt too much like a false rumor. If it turned out to be a misunderstanding, his old face would have nowhere to show itself. After confirming it several times in front of the screen, he tremblingly took out his phone from his pocket, found the number for the Provincial Competition Organizing Committee office, and dialed. When the call connected, he turned on the speakerphone, and the entire study room could only hear his voice, slightly altered with excitement. Hello, this is Chen Jiaoping, the leading teacher from Anqingno 3 middle school. I want to confirm the results of our student Xu Chen. A definitive voice came from the other end of the line. Yes, Mr. Chen, congratulations. Your student Xu Chen is the only one to achieve a perfect score in this competition, the first place for the provincial first prize. The call ended. In the study room, there was a death-like silence. Not only was it the first place, but it was also the only perfect score. All eyes slowly and stiffly turned towards the boy who had remained calm throughout, the one they had just been comforting and guiding, the champion of the provincial competition. If the shockwave that rippled through the competition's self-study room at Anqingno 3 middle school was but a minor tremor, then the true Category 12 tsunami began only when the list of awardees spread across the province, via email, WeChat groups, and online forums, to every key high school. In an office at Linenno 1 middle school, the air hung thick and heavy as if moisture itself had congealed. On the teacher's computer screen glowed the official list of winners. Anqingno 3 middle school. Xu Chen. A perfect score. He rubbed his eyes, certain he hadn't misread. Old Wang, where on earth did this school spring from? A younger coach couldn't help but ask. I've coached competition math for 10 years. I've never heard of a provincial first prize winner from this school, let alone a champion. Who among you has ever heard the name Xu Chen? He asked, voice low and grave. Silence answered him. The coaches exchanged blank, puzzled glances. No recollection. No record in our database. He's a complete unknown, as if he'd materialized out of thin air. Meanwhile, in internal WeChat groups across every traditional powerhouse, Shengshi Experimental High Jinhai Middle School, and others, the same name ignited chaos. What the hell? Someone find out who Xu Chen is. A perfect score. With this year's final problem's difficulty, anyone achieving full marks must be a monster. Anqingno, free middle school. I checked. It's not even ranked among the city's key schools. How is this possible? A self-taught prodigy untrained by any formal program just obliterated all of us. Veterans who've trained in elite squads for years. This reads like fiction. I heard from the grading panel Xu Chen's solutions were astonishingly audacious. He derived both final problems ab initio without relying on any standard techniques. Is that even real? He's not a genius. He's a demon. In an instant, the unfamiliar name Xu Chen detonated like a seismic bomb over the entire province's competition community. Within moments, head coaches from top-tier schools across the province reached for their phones, mobilizing every contact they possessed to trace the origins of this wild prodigy. The epicenter of the storm swiftly shifted from students and coaches to the principal's offices of elite institutions. In the principal's office at Shengshi Experimental High, Director Liu of the admissions office stood head bowed, bearing the full brunt of his superior's fury. Xu Chen, a talent of this caliber, slipped through to Anqingno, 3 middle school, and your admissions office dares call itself competent. Every year we allocate generous funds for you to scout across the province. Yet this is the result you deliver. Sweat beaded on Director Liu's brow as he stammered, Principal, it's unjust. We truly had no prior knowledge of him. Our network spans every junior high in the province. We track every promising student meticulously. Xu Chen's middle school entrance exam results were utterly unremarkable. Throughout his first year at Anqingno 3, he remained completely invisible to us. How could we possibly have noticed him? Then how did he suddenly explode into brilliance? I've just learned Director Liu hurried to report that he first stunned everyone during the inaugural monthly exam of the new semester, scoring first place schoolwide. From that moment to the provincial contest, barely 2 weeks elapsed. We simply had no time to react. Upon hearing this, the principal slammed his fist onto the desk, speechless with rage. 2 weeks. A genius who had lain dormant for over a year accomplished in just 14 days the metamorphosis from an ordinary student into the undisputed provincial champion. What about now? Is it still feasible to recruit him? The principal's anger still smoldered. Director Liu grimaced and shook his head. Principal, such an approach would be highly inadvisable. He has already secured first place in the provincial contest and will undoubtedly advance to the Chinese Mathematical Olympiad CMO. If we intervene now, even if successful, rival schools will accuse Shengshi Experimental of cherry-picking, of lacking the capacity to cultivate champions ourselves and instead seizing others' fruits. Should competitors exploit this narrative publicly, our reputation would suffer irreparable damage. And should recruitment fail entirely, critics would claim even Anqingno 3's students disdain Shengshi Experimental, further eroding our standing. The principal fell silent. He knew Director Liu spoke truth. To add flowers to brocade pales beside offering charcoal and snow. Having missed the optimal window for recruitment, any move now would invite censure. Incompetence. A room full of incompetence. In the end, the principal vented his fury upon the admissions office's sluggish intelligence gathering. You're gathering information far too narrowly. Expand your net immediately and ensure nothing like this happens again. The same scene unfolded almost simultaneously at Linenno, 1 middle school, Jinhai Middle School, and every other elite institution across the province. Principals roaring, admissions directors pleading, and finally a collective sigh of helpless resignation. Amidst this external maelstrom, Anqingno 3 middle school remained immersed in unbridled euphoria. When teacher Chen Jiaping relayed the news to the academic affairs director, the latter fell silent on the phone for a full 30 seconds. Then, in a tone laced with disbelief, confirmed the report 3 times before daring to accept it as fact. Once verified, jubilation erupted like a tidal wave. The next morning, Xu Chen slung his school bag over his shoulder and walked toward campus as usual. Yet as he rounded the street corner and caught sight of the school gate, he froze mid-step, utterly paralyzed. What on earth is this? There, the electronic display board, normally reserved for slogans like "Welcome Leaders" for inspection, had been switched off. In its place hung a massive crimson, almost comically flamboyant banner stretching from the second-floor balcony down to the roof of the security booth, blazing red, dazzlingly vivid. Warm congratulations to Xu Chen of Class 3, Grade 11, Anqingno 3 Middle School, for achieving the sole provincial perfect score and winning first prize rank 1 in the provincial division of the National High School Mathematics League. The 6 characters' sole provincial perfect score had been bolded, gilded, and enlarged, one size larger than all surrounding text. The sheer uncontainable swagger, the desperate urge to ring bells and beat drums to proclaim this triumph, seemed ready to spill from the scarlet fabric itself. This is public execution, naked, unvarnished public execution. A cold shiver ran up Xu Chen's scalp. The aesthetic sensibility here is truly staggering. It's identical to the banner strung across the entrance of the newly opened Wang supermarket. Yet this was merely the beginning. As he forced himself through the gates, a cheerful, hauntingly familiar melody blared from the campus loudspeakers, filling every corridor, courtyard, and stairwell. Today is a wonderful day. Everything you wish for comes true. This tune, usually reserved for grand mall openings or village wedding celebrations, now boomed at maximum volume across the solemn hallowed grounds of the school. And this too was only the beginning. Banners identical in style now adorned the teaching building, the science lab, the cafeteria entrance, and the bulletin boards beside the sports field, every surface capable of bearing one. Students even discovered that a printed A4 notice had been taped to the inside of the classroom restroom door. Pandemonium erupted. No way. Is this our school banner? Did I hallucinate? When did we become a key high school? Xu Chen, the guy who topped last month's exam. I thought he was just the strongest here, but he went and won the provincial championship and achieved the only perfect score. My goodness, what kind of celestial being is this? Is our school's soil that fertile, capable of nurturing a scholar deity of this magnitude? I'm doomed. My mom will see this banner and launch straight into look at what other children achieve. The absolute peak. That notice in the restroom. I can't even relieve myself without gazing up at the luminous aura of the scholar god. The pressure is unbearable. Xu Chen, overhearing the chatter, longed desperately for a crack in the earth to swallow him whole. This was public execution, plain and simple. He quickened his pace toward the teaching building, only to be met at every turn by students recognizing him, their gazes alternating between awe, curiosity, and stunned disbelief, their whispers trailing behind him like a murmuring tide. Look, there he is, Xu Chen, alive and breathing. Scholar god, good morning. Even a passing physics teacher, whom Xu Chen had never met, approached warmly, clapped him heartily on the shoulder, and declared with deep satisfaction, "Well done, young man. You've brought honor to our science department." Xu Chen could only nod stiffly, his facial muscles locked in a frozen, expressionless mask. At last, reaching his own classroom door, he encountered the final straw. Affixed to the door of Class 3, Grade 11, was yet another A4 printed notice, complete with his photograph. Xu Chen sighed inwardly. Fine print, my name. But could you at least choose a more dignified photo? This one is downright embarrassing. He pressed his palm to his forehead, feeling his intellect subjected to unprecedented assault. Enough. Just erase me, quickly. For the first time in his life, Xu Chen experienced the crushing, soul-withering weight of social death. Afternoon in the principal's office. This has always been the most solemn place in the school, with calligraphy works hanging on the walls bearing words like quiet thought and distant. The redwood desk shines with polish, and the air is perpetually filled with a tranquil blend of high-quality tea and ink. But today, everything has been turned upside down. The nostalgic and festive ringtone of Good Days rang for the 7th time in the office. Principal Wang didn't even glance at his phone. He simply hung up, pacing back and forth in the office with his hands behind his back, his steps swift, his face glowing with excitement, a blend of the joy of winning 5 million in the lottery and the pride of a foolish son getting into Tsinghua. The corners of his mouth had not closed since. Xu Chen and the other 3 members of the competition team, along with teacher Chun Jiaping, sat stiffly on the sofa like a group of hostages awaiting their fate. On the coffee table in front of them lay the principal's rarely displayed top-grade Dahongpo tea and a large plate of crystal-clear grapes. Did you all see it? The banner outside. Principal Wang stopped, clapped his hands, and excitedly asked like a child eager to show off a new toy. Teacher Chun Jiaping quickly nodded. Yes, Principal Wang, it's particularly festive. Of course. Principal Wang proudly puffed out his chest, turning his gaze to the Director of Education, Wang Defa. Old Wang, what do you think? I designed it myself. Director Wang Defa, sitting in the corner, immediately put down his pen upon being called, adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, and wore a flattering smile. Principal, you are brilliant. It's simply a stroke of genius. Director Wang Defa slapped his thigh with a sound louder than the principal's, especially those 6 words, the only perfect score in the province. They shine brilliantly, exuding an impressive aura. I emphasized 3 times to the advertising company that they must use the largest font and gilded edges. This is the kind of grandeur we need. We want the old Lee from the neighboring city's high school to see our school's congratulatory banner from 2 miles away. Xu Chen thought, goodness, it turns out that in terms of aesthetics, Principal and Director Wang are birds of a feather. Moreover, Director Wang's flattery skills are simply masterful, able to praise the principal's tacky design to the skies. Xu Chen looked at Director Wang Defa's expression of "I understand you better than the principal," and couldn't help but scoff internally. Principal Wang was overjoyed by Director Wang's flattery, nodding repeatedly. Old Wang, your insight is acute. Heroes see alike. Xu Chen. Principal Wang, very excited, approached everyone, cleared his throat, and delivered an enthusiastic speech, the core idea being our Anqing No. 3 High School has achieved greatness. He first shook teacher Chen Jiaping's hand, firmly shaking it vigorously. Old Chen, you have done a great service this time. You have a discerning eye for talent. You have unearthed a gem for our school. Then he turned to Lin Xiaoya and comforted her. Lin Xiaoya, don't be discouraged. One competition doesn't define anything. We will fight again next year. After this, the school will definitely increase the investment in competition resources, and by then our conditions will improve. Also, he turned to Li Fan and Zhang Hao, his face full of appreciation. Li Fan's second place in the province and Zhang Hao's third place are both remarkable achievements. In previous years, Li Fan would have been a hero at our school. You all are outstanding. Finally, his gaze focused on Xu Chen, his eyes radiating warmth as if looking at a shining piece of pure gold. Xu Chen. Principal Wang excitedly slapped his thigh, his voice rising 8 octaves. You have brought immense, historic, groundbreaking honor to the school. This is the best achievement our Anqing No. 3 High School has ever attained in academic competitions over the decades, bar none. I hereby declare for the upcoming CMO winter camp and all subsequent competitions, the school will cover all expenses. Travel costs, accommodation, meals, you won't have to worry about a single cent. The school will also apply for a special scholarship of 2,000 yuan for you. Just focus on preparing for battle. The school will be your strongest support. Upon hearing 2,000 yuan, Xu Chen's eyes lit up. It's not a lot, and previously his parents had received calls from several schools trying to poach him with scholarships, generally starting at 5,000. Principal Wang added apologetically, Xu Chen, don't think it's too little. This is already the maximum amount the school can apply for. Unfortunately, our school is poor and has a thin foundation. He then shifted his tone to a more earnest one. However, material rewards are temporary, while honor is everlasting. Because of you, our school will undoubtedly become better. In the future, there will be a Xu Chen class. Your achievements will be written into the school history, becoming an inspiration for generations of students. In terms of honor, the school will never shortchange you. This statement painted a grand vision, but it was also heartfelt. Principal Wang was clear-headed now that Xu Chen's results were out. The admissions offices from those key schools outside would soon be calling Xu Chen's home. Our Anqing No. 3 High School cannot offer those prestigious schools tens of thousands in recruitment bonuses, so we must excel in the spiritual realm, binding Xu Chen and Anqing No. 3 High School together with honor and a sense of belonging. Xu Chen listened, fully aware. This is playing the emotional and honor cards, using future honor and a sense of belonging to offset the current lack of material rewards. This principle is quite clever. However, he didn't feel averse to this. He hadn't considered transferring schools anyway. The principal's attitude also demonstrated the school's emphasis. Come on, Xiao Wang, let's take a picture with our great contributors. Principal Wang called to the publicity teacher. Principal, you stand in the middle and Xu Chen stands next to you. Yes, yes, yes. Put your hand on Xu Chen's shoulder to show closeness. The flash went off, capturing this historic moment. Xu Chen thought to himself, being a mascot feels like this. After the ceremony concluded, the solemn atmosphere dissipated and the office became relaxed. Standing aside, Li Fan watched Xu Chen surrounded by the principal and the director like a star among admirers with a complex mood. It would be a lie to say he wasn't jealous. That ticket to the CMO winter camp was something he had yearned for through countless sleepless nights and endless practice. But immediately after, a stronger and stranger sense of exhilaration overwhelmed that hint of sour jealousy. He thought of Zhao Rue from the provincial experimental high school, the guy who always wore a hint of disdain in his eyes when they met. He could almost imagine how Zhao Rue and the self-important geniuses from his school would look when they saw the name Anqing No. 3 High School overshadowing them on the score report. Our Anqing No. 3 High School has completely defeated those so-called competition powerhouses, and the one who accomplished this feat is sitting right beside me. The enemy's enemy is a friend. No, now Xu Chen is not just a friend, he is a comrade. Our Anqing No. 3 High School's nuclear weapon. Thinking of this, the little knot in Li Fan's heart instantly unraveled, replaced by a sense of pride and relief. He looked at Xu Chen, his expression no longer one of scrutiny and defiance, but mixed with genuine admiration and a sense of release. He took a deep breath, looked at Xu Chen, and awkwardly scratched his head. Xu Chen, when you checked the results, I thought you were joking when you said you got them all right. He smiled awkwardly. Zhang Hao and Lin Xiaoya next to him also laughed, and the atmosphere instantly lightened. Yeah, Lin Xiaoya chimed in. Who would have thought you were this amazing? I still feel like I'm dreaming. Huh. Zhang Hao added jokingly, you even asked me for help before. I'll have to brag to others that I tutored the provincial champion. This time you really dealt a solid blow to those who look down on us, ordinary high school students. That feels so satisfying. This statement, without excessive flattery, was more sincere than any compliment. It marked that Li Fan had completely set aside his resentment and viewed Xu Chen as a partner in the same trenches. After receiving the spiritual baptism and down-to-earth commendation in the principal's office, Xu Chen's life did not immediately switch to a full-time competition preparation mode. According to regulations, provincial candidates must wait until mid-October before heading to the provincial capital for a month-long pre-competition training for the CMO. Then they will participate in the CMO finals in November. He still has at least 2 weeks of free time. Although teacher Chen Jiaoping had specially approved that he could study at home without coming to school, Xu Chen still chose to return to the classroom of Class 2-3. On one hand, he did enjoy the unique atmosphere of the classroom mixed with chalk, dust, ink from books, and the hormones of adolescence. On the other hand, some of his competition materials were still in his desk. However, when he stepped into the classroom to the sound of the morning reading bell, he was greeted by an unprecedented scene. The originally noisy classroom fell silent the moment he pushed open the door. Dozens of pairs of eyes suddenly focused on him. Those gazes were no longer those of an ordinary classmate, but mixed with curiosity, awe, admiration, and a hint of exploration, as if looking at a rare protected animal. The air froze for 2 seconds. Then someone started clapping, followed by a thunderous applause and whistling. Wow, the top scholar is back. Chen Ge, alive. Let me inhale some of your aura. Chen Ge, look at me. Bless me to pass math this time. Xu Chen's deskmate Wang Pengzi exaggeratedly rushed over and hugged Xu Chen's thigh. Chen Ge, my dear brother, please let me touch your head. Bless me to pass physics next time. Xu Chen thought, what the hell, this is such a pervert. Xu Chen extended a finger and accurately poked Wang Pengzi's acupoint, causing him to yelp in pain and release his grip. He then passed through the enthusiastic crowd and returned to his seat. Then he froze. His desk was completely empty. Not only his competition materials, but even the math, physics, and chemistry textbooks he had left from last semester and several unused drafts had all vanished. The entire desktop was as clean as if it had been licked. It even had a faint sheen as if someone had been wiping it every day. Was it stolen? Xu Chen's mind flashed with this thought, but was immediately dismissed. Who would steal these things? Thus, the most reasonable explanation was. He turned to look at his deskmate Wang Pengzi, who had just gotten up and was rubbing his arm with a flattering smile. Wang Pengzi, feeling uneasy under Xu Chen's gaze, chuckled and voluntarily confessed. Chen Ge, your books and notebooks were all requested by everyone. Requested? Yes. Wang Pengzi lowered his voice, speaking mysteriously. You have no idea, during the 2 days you were away, your seat almost became a tourist attraction. After class, a bunch of people came to visit, saying they wanted to soak in the aura of the academic deity. Later, someone took the lead and said your textbooks were the secret manuals of the top scholar, all blessed. And since you won't be back at school, these things are the relics of the academic deity. And then, they were divided up. Saying this, he carefully pulled out a math textbook from his desk drawer with Xu Chen prominently written on the cover. I managed to grab one math book, Wang Pengzi said with a face full of joy as if he had struck the jackpot. I plan to bring it home to worship and pray to it every day. Since Xu Chen is the strongest in math, this math book is considered the most magical relic. Naturally, as Xu Chen's deskmate, Wang Pengzi enjoyed this convenient proximity. Xu Chen's lips twitched slightly. He took the math book, opened it. The pages were pristine, as white as new, with not a single extra mark apart from the printed letters. But there's nothing written in it. Xu Chen stated a fact. I know, Wang Pengzi said confidently. That's the most amazing part. Chen Ge, you don't need to take notes during class. You remember everything in your head. What does this show? It shows this book has already been spiritually blessed by your intent. It carries not knowledge, but the brilliance of wisdom. Xu Chen took a deep breath, feeling a slight challenge to his IQ. At that moment, a girl from the front row also leaned over, holding a crumpled piece of draft paper, as if it were a winning lottery ticket. Chen Ge, this is the only draft paper I found on your desk. Although it only has a helper line drawn on it, I feel it contains the truth of mathematics. Can I take it to get laminated? Xu Chen glanced at the paper. That was something I doodled out of boredom last time. He helplessly facepalmed. You can take it, but there really isn't anything on it. We understand. We understand. The entire class echoed in unison, each wearing a face that said, we all know, keep a low profile, keep a low profile. Xu Chen gave up on communication. He quietly sat down, deciding to ignore it all. However, he soon realized this was just the beginning. In the following classes, Xu Chen fully experienced what it was like to be a mascot. During math class, teacher Chen Jiaoping was discussing a difficult problem. The problem was written on the blackboard, and the classroom instantly fell into a dead silence with only the sound of students gasping. Any ideas? Chen Jiaoping pushed up his glasses and surveyed the class. The response was 45 synchronized head-down motions. Everyone either pretended to write furiously or hid behind their books, perfectly embodying what it meant to play dead collectively. Chen Jiaping's gaze instinctively drifted towards the corner of the classroom. There Xu Chen was casually flipping through a book titled Research on Combinatorial Mathematics, clearly not paying attention to the class. Chen Jiaping felt an itch in his heart. He really wanted to call Xu Chen up so that these students could witness what a true dimensionality reduction strike looked like. But reason told him it was not appropriate. The goal of this class was to teach the rest. Xu Chen no longer needed to attend this lesson, and calling him up wouldn't help the teaching objectives. After a full minute of awkward silence, everyone's gaze, as if agreed upon, suddenly focused on Xu Chen. Those eyes were filled with expectation, reliance, and a plea of come and rescue us. Seeing this situation, Chen Jiaping could only helplessly step in to ease the tension. He cleared his throat and said to the class, "Ahem, this problem is too easy for Xu Chen. We won't waste his time. You all listen to my explanation." Before he finished, the whole class breathed a collective sigh of relief, as if liberated. In the afternoon's English class, the atmosphere was equally strange. The strict English teacher Lu walked onto the stage holding a pile of dictation books, her gaze sweeping across the class like a hawk. "We will now conduct a surprise check on the text we were supposed to memorize from the last class." When it was Xu Chen's turn to be checked, she glanced at him, nodded slightly, and then skipped over him. The entire class understood the deep meaning behind that gaze. "You are going to compete at the national level, walking a different path to success. We won't waste your precious time on the narrow path of college entrance exams." Xu Chen throughout had been engrossed in battling with that book on Research on Combinatorial Mathematics. The teacher saw this and merely nodded knowingly, fully refraining from interference. This supranational treatment lasted for 3 full days. During these 3 days, Xu Chen's seat became the class wishing well, with people coming to touch the corner of his desk every day. His newly written draft papers would quickly be requested. Someone even tried to cut off a strand of his hair while he was napping to use as a talisman for academic success. Finally, after finding another bag of beautifully packaged walnuts in his drawer accompanied by a note that read for the academic deity's blessing and brain supplement, he decided it was time to leave. This environment filled with irrational worship had begun to seriously interfere with his learning efficiency. He found Teacher Chen Jiaping's office and formally requested a long leave. "That's fine." Teacher Chen Jiaping smiled as he signed the leave note, his eyes full of satisfaction. "This small pond of the school indeed cannot hold you for long. Go back and prepare well. The CMO is the real battlefield where the most top-notch mathematical geniuses from all over China gather." He paused, a hint of emotion in his tone. "During this time, you should find some CMO courses online to check out. To be honest, the school has never had experience in tutoring CMO candidates. Many aspects will depend on you. In October, the province will organize training, and then teachers from prestigious schools like Provincial Experimental will train you. That training is very professional, and I believe it will definitely help you." He looked at the young man in front of him, suddenly letting out a long sigh, his gaze becoming complex and sincere. "Xu Chen, to speak frankly, I have been teaching for nearly 30 years, and to meet a student like you before I retire is truly worth it. No, not taught, but met. I know that in mathematics the help I can provide you is limited. It won't be long before you leave me far behind. There is still over a month until the CMO training. This period of complete freedom is for Xu Chen even more delightful than summer vacation. No morning classes, no evening self-study, and not even summer homework. Time is entirely in his control. However, for Xu Chen, playing is simply out of the question. In his view, unraveling a complex math problem with its logical deductions and the moment of clarity releases a dopamine rush 1,000 times stronger than any achievement in gaming. Teacher Chen Jiaping and the school have truly invested heavily, this time mobilizing all available connections to provide him with a wealth of top-tier competition materials. Among them, there are even a few internal lecture notes used by the national training team, which are not available to the public. Their covers are plain lacking even an ISBN. What surprised Xu Chen even more was that Li Fan had also taken the initiative to approach him. This former rival, now his #1 supporter, presented all the materials he had obtained at the expensive Golden Key Tutoring Center in the provincial capital, laying a thick stack before Xu Chen. "These are our tutoring center's internal materials, not available for purchase outside." Li Fan's expression was somewhat complex, but his eyes were sincere. "I know you're skilled, although you might not need them. It's always beneficial to take a look. CMO, you are not only representing yourself, but also our Anqing No. Free High School. Go and defeat those guys from the Provincial Experimental School, especially that Zhao Rui." Li Fan's mentality had completely transformed from initial jealousy to a sense of shared camaraderie. Xu Chen's victory would mean victory for Anqing No. Free High School, indirectly avenging the long-standing grievances caused by Zhao Rui. The thick stack of materials ranged from the classic Olympic math tutorial to nearly a decade's worth of CMO and IMO real exam papers, and even in-depth specialized lecture notes piled, like a small mountain, on Xu Chen's desk. However, this mountain of knowledge, which would take an ordinary competitor at least a year to conquer, was flattened by him in a speed that was astonishing. Since some of the knowledge in this set of materials overlapped with what he had previously studied, Xu Chen only skimmed through the content. He had not yet learned finishing it in just 2 days. When he closed the last set of lecture notes, he let out a long breath, leaning back in his chair, feeling physically drained, but mentally invigorated. He couldn't help but recall the scene in the provincial exam hall. For the last 2 big questions in the 2 exams, I purely relied on the bug level boost from the focus capsule to push through the established theorem in real time. If it weren't for that external aid, I definitely wouldn't have had enough time to answer the questions. If I hadn't solved those 2 big questions, forget about first place. Even getting second place would be a matter of luck. To enter a top university through math competitions, I'd have to wait another year. But in that case, I'd only complete the main task in my senior year, and the system's evaluation would surely not be very high. Looking back now, I feel a bit frightened. Knowledge is the most reliable weapon. While external aids are great, one cannot always rely on them to save the day. I still need to accumulate more knowledge regularly. Xu Chen rubbed his temples, pulling himself back to the present. After 2 days of intense sweeping, he tested himself with the real CMO and IMO exam papers. The results were unsurprising. He basically solved everything within 40 minutes, and the slowest attempt didn't exceed an hour. At this moment, Xu Chen had no knowledge gaps left in the realm of high school math competitions. Algebra, geometry, number theory, and combinatorics. The entire knowledge system of these 4 modules had constructed a clear and solid palace in his mind. This sensation was akin to playing an RPG game, clearing all tasks in the novice village, maxing out all skill points, and exploring every corner of the map. However, along with this came the boredom after completing the game, or rather a kind of emptiness unique to experts. Xu Chen thought the novice village has been cleared. It's time to explore a broader world. A natural thought arose in his mind to systematically learn university mathematics. Although he had previously skimmed through some, it was akin to a blind man touching an elephant lacking coherence. Now that the foundation of high school mathematics was incredibly solid, it was time to build a more magnificent structure upon it. However, the conventional learning path clearly did not suit him. Following the university textbooks chapter by chapter would be far too inefficient. What he needed was a targeted learning method. When encountering an unfamiliar concept, he could immediately search online for the most accurate explanation and relevant knowledge pathways. So he decided to buy a phone. Other high school students use phones to avoid affecting their grades. I use my phone to improve my grades. Moreover, going to CMO training for a month away from home, I indeed need a communication tool to stay in touch with my family. The 2,000 yuan prize awarded by the principal finally had a purpose. The next day, he walked into a street full of mobile phone shops in the city. In front of the dazzling array of phone displays, he approached a counter of a certain domestic brand and pointed at a mid-range model priced at 3,299 yuan, saying, "Hello, I'll take this one." The sales representative enthusiastically introduced, "Nice choice, handsome. But we also have new flagship models that take amazing photos." "No need, just this one." Xu Chen interrupted her. After all, he only bought a phone for convenience and communication, not needing high performance. As for taking photos, while Xu Chen considered himself quite handsome, he didn't particularly enjoy selfies, so a camera that could scan codes was sufficient. In the end, Xu Chen still paid over 3,000 yuan for this phone. At the moment he successfully swiped his card for payment, he felt a twinge of pain. Although he wasn't short on money now, this was his first time making a significant purchase with his own earned money. With the phone acquired and the SIM card set up, Xu Chen directly dialed teacher Chen Jiaping's number. "Hello, teacher Chen, it's me, Xu Chen." "Xu Chen, what's up? Have you encountered any difficulties?" On the other end of the line, Chen Jiaping's voice was as warm as ever. "I haven't met any difficulties," Xu Chen replied in a calm tone, stating, "I have basically finished reviewing the high school competition materials you provided me." He deliberately used the words basically and finished instead of all and mastered to avoid overly provoking the teacher's sensitive nerves. However, he still underestimated the impact of this statement. There was a 3-second silence on the other end of the line. "Oh. Chen Jiaping's voice instantly rose by 8 degrees like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "You finished those internal lecture notes I just sent you?" "Yes, I finished them." Xu Chen thought for a moment and added, "The various proof methods for several theorems inside are quite interesting." Xu Chen clearly heard a gasp from the other end of the call. He even wondered if teacher Chen had inhaled the phone. "It seems my learning speed has indeed exceeded the realm of normal human comprehension. So why did you call?" Chen Jiaping's voice sounded a bit weak, like he had just run 1,000 meters. I would like to ask you to recommend a few classic textbooks on university mathematics, as well as some books to broaden my horizons so I can prepare in advance. Okay. He steadied himself, his tone filled with uncontrollable excitement and admiration. Wait a moment, I'll list some books for you. You can start with these few introductory ones. A few minutes later, Xu Chen received a long text message on his phone. Xu Chen University Mathematics and High School are two different worlds. The system is vast, and you need to master the basics first. These few are the most commonly used textbooks in domestic university mathematics departments, and they are the foundation that must be thoroughly understood. Mathematical Analysis, East China Normal University Edition, Advanced Algebra, Peking University Edition, Spatial Analytic Geometry, Chiao Weixing Edition. These three books are commonly referred to as the three essentials foundational texts for university mathematics. The content is solid and the system is complete, sufficient for you to handle the vast majority of problems. Especially East China Normal University's Mathematical Analysis, with its rigorous logic and high-quality exercises, is very suitable for self-study. If you find that you have excess energy and want to solidify your foundation further and see further, I strongly recommend looking at the following few advanced books. Introduction to Calculus, Fichten-Goltz, authored 3 volumes in 8 books. Introduction to Algebra, Kostalayakin, authored Real Analysis by Terence Tao. The first 2 books are peak works from the golden age of Soviet mathematics, revered as Bibles by our generation studying mathematics. Especially that set of Introduction to Calculus, we all call it Fichten-Goltz or brick books. The content is vast and detailed, and understanding it will give you a significant advantage in analysis over your peers. The latter book, Real Analysis by Terence Tao, is written by the contemporary mathematical genius Terence Tao, offering a fresh perspective that can help you better understand the essence of mathematical analysis. These books are hard nuts to crack, but conquering them will undoubtedly yield immense benefits. Finally, let me recommend a few extracurricular readings to expand your thinking. You are not required to fully understand them, mainly to appreciate the charm of modern mathematics. What is mathematics? R. Courant and H. Robin's Mathematics, its content, methods, and meaning, compiled by the Mathematics Institute of the Soviet Academy of Sciences, A Mathematician's Apology. G. H. Hardy. These books are not traditional textbooks, but rather discussions on mathematical thought. What is mathematics? Will help you establish a macro understanding of the entire field of mathematics. The Soviet set of books offers a high-level overview, allowing you to see how various branches of mathematics are interconnected. Hardy's little booklet is a heartfelt confession from a pure mathematician about the beauty of mathematics. If you have time, flipping through them will greatly aid your understanding of why we study mathematics. Xu Chen looked at this information-dense text message and felt that Teacher Chen had indeed put a lot of thought into compiling this list. Subsequently, Xu Chen opened the newly downloaded Taobao app on his phone, entering each book title into the search bar and adding them to his cart. Then he mindlessly clicked on Recommended for You. Complex Analysis. Sounds more advanced than Real Analysis. By Ordinary Differential Equations. The name sounds impressive. By Lectures on Poinsett Topology. Topology. Unfathomably intriguing. Bye. Like a child in a candy store, he filled his shopping cart to the brim. When he clicked checkout, staring at the total of 2,786.50 yuan displayed on the screen, he felt that familiar heart-wrenching sensation. My wallet. It is crying out in agony. However, investing in the brain is the highest return on investment in the world. No loss. My wallet. It is crying out in agony. However, investing in the brain is the highest return on investment in the world. No loss. My wallet. It is crying out in agony. However, investing in the brain is the highest return on investment in the world. No loss. Xu Chen finished buying books online, needing to wait 1 to 2 days for the delivery. During this time, he was not idle. For the first time with a smartphone, he wanted to explore the online world. However, while his peers were busy scrolling through short videos, playing games, and browsing forums, Xu Chen's exploration path seemed a bit unconventional. He entered keywords such as mathematics frontier and conjecture into the browser. Soon he discovered a fact that challenged his understanding. The pure world of mathematics was far from the dull formulas and isolated ivory towers he had imagined. Here there was also a Jianghu filled with blades and honor, rewards, and glory. The first thing he saw was the renowned names, the 7 Millennium Prize problems with a reward of $1 million from the Clay Mathematics Institute. Riemann hypothesis, Poincaré conjecture, P versus NP problem. Each name was like an extraordinary martial art in the legends of the martial world, hanging high atop the pinnacle of mathematics. They were the ultimate challenges to human intellect, an unfinished dome atop the magnificent edifice of mathematics. Solving any one of them would be enough to secure a place in history, placing a mathematician's name alongside Euler and Gauss. In addition to the Millennium problems, he also saw many other famous rewards, such as the Bill conjecture with a reward of 2500, the Goldbach conjecture with a reward of 100, and various mathematical breakthrough prizes set by wealthy individuals or foundations. These still belong to the realm of top mathematicians. He decisively closed the webpage thinking, let alone solving them, I would need to ponder the problems for a long time just to understand what they mean. What is destined to be will come, what is not destined cannot be forced. Let's move on. He continued his exploration, and soon a more down-to-earth world opened its doors to him. In a post on an academic forum, he came across a name, Jinling University Professor Sun Jiwei. Clicking the link led him to an extremely simple personal blog. Xu Chen learned that Professor Sun had a profound mastery in number theory and combinatorial mathematics, along with an astonishing hobby, proposing conjectures. He even published a book titled New Conjectures in Number Theory and Combinatorics, containing a total of 820 challenging conjectures that he had proposed. Xu Chen curiously clicked on the introductions of several conjectures. Conjecture 1, every integer n greater than 1 can be expressed in the form n a superscript 2, b superscript 2, 3c5d, where a, b, c, and d are non-negative integers. Reward amount, 3500. Conjecture 2, every non-negative integer n can be expressed in the form nx superscript 2, y3, y12, z5, z12, where x, y, and z are non-negative integers. Reward amount, 135. Conjecture 3, there exists a series relation sigma 1 tk 2 1 5 pi superscript 2 3001. Reward amount, 300. These conjectures, some seemingly simple and easy to understand, could be comprehended even by high school students. Others involved complex number theory functions and series filled with professional beauty. What surprised Xu Chen even more was that Professor Sun had personally set rewards for most of these conjectures, ranging from over $100 to several $1,000s. Interesting. Xu Chen's fingers glided across the screen. He realized that these conjectures were like a perfectly designed instance group with varying difficulty levels. Those with rewards of a few $100s were understandable to him. He even had some vague ideas, feeling that after mastering the basic university mathematics courses, perhaps he could tackle them. In contrast, those with rewards of several $1,000s clearly required deeper expertise and research experience. There was even one conjecture that Professor Sun noted this conjecture may exceed human current solving capabilities. I can just level up gradually according to the reward amounts, avoiding the hassle of finding suitable instances myself. This is simply a complete mathematical leveling up guide from beginner to expert. This discovery made Xu Chen realize for the first time that pure intellectual activity could also be directly transformed into real-world gains. For him, this was a novel and interesting experience. However, he did not immediately dive in. Most of these conjectures require university-level or even higher mathematical tools. My current knowledge base is still insufficient, and forcing myself to solve them would yield little result. He continued to wander in the online world, and soon a more suitable Jianghu appeared before him. Through a shared link in a competition exchange group, he followed an official account named Su Kanghua Competition Excellence. The operator teacher Su Kanghua is a senior high school teacher and a well-known expert in mathematics competition problems. This official account is backed by an extremely active community of high school mathematics competition enthusiasts. Opening the historical articles of the official account, Xu Chen saw a frequently appearing column, Reward for Solutions. Reward of 50 yuan for a more optimal proof of an inequality problem. Reward of 100 yuan for a pure geometric solution to this geometry problem. Reward of 300 yuan for a challenge problem at the level of IMO. The rewards here are not high, usually ranging between 50 and 500 yuan. Xu Chen learned that teacher Su posted these rewards partly to collect clever solutions to various competition problems to enrich his teaching and problem-setting materials. On the other hand, it was also to maintain the community's vibrancy, providing a platform for numerous mathematics enthusiasts to communicate and practice. Oh, isn't this just the daily tasks and reward board of a beginner village? The corners of Xu Chen's mouth curled into a barely noticeable smile. With little experience and little money but plenty of quantity, it's just right for me, a newbie fresh out of the beginner village who hasn't even equipped a full set of blue gear yet. This is simply tailor-made for Xu Chen at this stage. Although he is highly gifted, he has only been in the competition scene for a short time, and his practice volume and problem-solving experience are relatively lacking. The rewards here happen to compensate for that. Firstly, the problems are all at the competition level, perfectly within the range of knowledge he has fully mastered. Secondly, it seeks more innovative solutions. This greatly tests the integration of knowledge points and creative thinking, prompting him to consider the same problem from multiple angles, thereby deepening his understanding of the essence of mathematics. The corners of Xu Chen's mouth curled into a barely noticeable smile. He did not rush to seek the latest rewards to test his skills. Instead, he took great interest in browsing through those already expired reward posts, especially the comment sections below. Upon looking, he felt as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. He discovered that the comment sections here were far more exciting than any competition reference materials he had previously seen. Those reference materials often provide only one or two of the most optimal, carefully selected standard answers for efficiency. They tell you the fastest route to the mountaintop, but do not reveal the scenery along the way or the detours and cliffs. The comment sections here, however, present a complete map for finding the path. Under the same problem, one can see various solutions. Some use coordinate systems and analytic geometry to carry out a dimensional reduction attack, the process tedious as an ox pulling a cart, yet clear in thought, step by step, transforming a geometric problem into algebraic calculations. Others use vectors and trigonometric functions, deftly maneuvering through the sea of symbols, showcasing astonishing calculation skills. Some even propose wildly imaginative auxiliary line constructions. Stunning in thought, but getting stuck at a key step, leaving a note, no further ideas at this moment, throwing a brick to attract jade, which initiates a series of discussions and supplements below. There are even some solutions where, due to excessive calculations or limited knowledge, the answerer only provides a preliminary framework of ideas and cannot proceed further. So that's how it is. Xu Chen watched with great interest. For him, solving these problems was no longer a significant challenge. However, these diverse, and even what could be termed incorrect or inefficient solutions, opened a new door for him. They allowed him to see the different forms a mathematical problem can take under different knowledge systems, helping him understand why some ideas lead into dead ends while some methods, though clumsy, are incredibly reliable. This was an understanding of the problem at a dissection level. My talent allows me to quickly find optimal solutions, but the lack of experience leaves me knowing little about those non-optimal paths. Here, precisely compensating for my biggest shortcoming. He immediately bookmarked several particularly lively discussion posts, preparing to hand-derive each solution when he had time. This yields far greater rewards than simply tackling 100 new problems. After browsing the historical records for nearly an hour, Xu Chen finally returned to the official account's homepage with satisfaction, clicking on the latest reward for solutions. On the screen, a geometry problem lay quietly with a reward of 200 yuan. The accompanying diagram was simple and the conditions were clear concerning a cyclic quadrilateral and angle bisectors. There were only a few sparse comments below, most of which contained only vague ideas. Since these problems require certain university-level mathematical knowledge to apply innovative solutions, Xu Chen noted down a few relatively new questions to research slowly when he had time. 2 days later, a huge delivery box was carried up the stairs by the panting delivery man. "Little brother, you must have bought dumbbell plates, right? So heavy." Xu Chen thanked him and closed the door using a utility knife to cut the tape. He took the books out one by one and neatly arranged them on his desk like a general inspecting his troops. The study sequence. Let's start with the 3 essentials. Calculus and advanced algebra are 2 main lines that can progress simultaneously, with analytical geometry as a supplement. Without any hesitation, he pulled out the first volume of mathematical analysis from Hwasher University and the first volume of advanced algebra from Peking University. He vaguely remembered seeing some university students online lamenting about these 2 subjects with blood and tears. Once there was a tree called advanced mathematics on which many people hung. Linear algebra, from getting started to giving up, only requires turning to the first page. Only after learning real analysis did I realize how gentle mathematical analysis can be. These self-deprecating and helpless remarks indirectly confirmed how terrifying these courses are for average students. Xu Chen opened the first chapter of mathematical analysis, the set of real numbers and functions. For an ordinary student, this first concept is enough to make them dizzy. But for Xu Chen, the logical beauty of constructing the entire mathematical edifice step by step from the most basic axioms intoxicated him like never before. He did not memorize the conclusions, but looked directly at the proofs. Every step, every symbol used was crystal clear in his eyes. Time passed unknowingly. The light outside the window shifted from bright to dark and back again. Xu Chen was completely immersed in this pure world of symbols and logic. When hungry, he nibbled on some bread. When thirsty, he took a sip of cold water. His brain operated at an unprecedented speed, greedily absorbing this entirely new knowledge. When he finally lifted his head from the book and rubbed his slightly sore eyes, the morning light was already pouring in outside. Just one night. The first 4 chapters of mathematical analysis, the theory of real numbers, limit theory, differential calculus for single variable functions, and integral calculus for single variable functions, had been thoroughly mastered by him. The first 3 chapters of advanced algebra, polynomials, determinants, and systems of linear equations, were similarly fully understood by him. If any professor from a university mathematics department were to know about this learning speed, they would probably question their life choices on the spot. At that moment, a long-lost cold mechanical notification sound echoed in Xu Chen's mind. Detected a host improvement in mathematical knowledge, gained 15 experience points in mathematics. Mathematics level up. Current mathematics subject level LV. 10500. Xu Chen was momentarily taken aback and then summoned his attribute panel. He saw that the level of mathematics had changed from LV 0 to LV 1. Other subjects such as physics, chemistry, and informatics had not been systematically studied and remained at LV 0 with only single-digit experience points. This was all part of the plan. Mathematics is the foundation of all natural sciences and the language that describes the universe. By raising his mathematics level, first future studies in other subjects would undoubtedly yield twice the result with half the effort. Xu Chen closed his eyes, carefully sensing the changes brought about by the level up. This was not an enhancement of memory nor an increase in calculation speed, but a deeper innate transformation at the level of talent. If the Xu Chen of level 0 viewed mathematical problems as if searching for paths on a two-dimensional map capable of finding them, but with a limited flat perspective, then the Xu Chen of level 1 felt as if his perspective had been instantly elevated into three-dimensional space. He could clearly see how the limit theory in mathematical analysis connected with linear spaces in advanced algebra, how coordinate transformations in analytic geometry were essentially matrix operations in linear algebra, and how the roots of polynomials could be perfectly interpreted within the framework of complex analysis. The various branches of mathematics in his mind were no longer isolated islands, but were connected by countless invisible bridges into a complete and harmonious continent. He gained a stronger mathematical intuition than before, a terrifying ability to quickly grasp the essence of problems, anticipate solving paths, and even make cross-domain associations between different branches of mathematics. What a wonderful feeling. The system then prompted again, ding. Congratulations, host, on leveling up and receiving an upgrade treasure chest X1. Treasure chest, draw probability 50 for a souvenir, 45 for level 13 items, 4 for level 35 items, 1 for level 6 items. The last novice treasure chest guaranteed an item. This time the upgrade treasure chest has a 50 chance of yielding nothing. Xu Chen thought to himself, next let's see if I am a lucky one or a non-lucky one. He took a deep breath and silently thought open. The plain treasure chest in the system inventory burst forth with a soft glow. As the light faded, a system notification chimed. Congratulations, host, you have received a souvenir, a plain, unremarkable water pen. The corner of Xu Chen's mouth twitched. I'm done for drawing such a low probability treasure chest on my first try. A 50 chance and still got nothing. He thought to himself as he retrieved this trophy from the system space. In the next second, a completely black, simply designed water pen appeared in his hand. Xu Chen held it, studying it carefully for a long time. The pen's body was smooth without any logo. When he removed the cap, the tip was quite exquisite. Upon disassembling the barrel, the internal ink cartridge and spring were almost identical to those of an ordinary water pen. It seems it really is a souvenir. He smiled wryly and casually took a hotel notepaper using the new pen to write down a formula. Euler's identity. Yipi 10. The writing was smooth and the ink flowed effortlessly. Although it's just a souvenir, the feel is not bad. He capped the pen and placed it in his backpack. Mid-October, the day for the CMO provincial training report. Xu Chen arrived in the capital city of Linen carrying a simple backpack. The so-called training session felt more like a large self-study room. 25 mathematics prodigies from the entire province were gathered here for a 20-day intensive study with a unified schedule. Occasionally, teachers would come to explain some difficult problems, but most of the time it required self-discipline. At the first meeting of the training team, the leading teacher Zhang Zhangwo, a middle-aged man with glasses and a stern demeanor, briefly introduced the differences between the CMO and provincial competitions. First of all, everyone must be clear that the CMO, which is the National Mathematical Olympiad for middle school students, also known as the Winter Camp, is a completely different concept from the provincial competitions you participated in before. Zhang Zhangwo's voice echoed in the quiet classroom. He first surveyed the talented youths present with a smile, before continuing, before discussing the differences, I want to congratulate everyone. Being able to sit here is already a significant success. Although our Jiangnan province has canceled the direct score bonus policy for subject competitions in college entrance examinations, what you have gained is far more valuable than those few extra points. All universities at the 985 level or above, especially the two top institutions, Tsinghua University and Peking University, have specific policies for students excelling in individual subjects regarding score reductions. As long as you have qualified for the winter camp, it is equivalent to obtaining a voucher to prestigious schools. Some schools are willing to lower scores by 20 points, and some are even willing to lower them to the admission line for first-year universities. From the moment you secured the provincial first place, you could already select your fallback universities from the 985 list. This statement stirred an uncontrollable excitement in the classroom. For these students who have studied hard for many years, this was undoubtedly the best morale booster. Zhang Jingguo raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, his smile fading into seriousness. However, I hope your goals do not stop here. The provincial competition tests the proficiency of knowledge. The CMO tests the depth of thinking and creativity. The number of problems is fewer, but each question could be a fortress that requires you to spend 1 or 2 hours to conquer. He paused before continuing. The competition is also harsher. Over 2 days with one session, each day lasting 4.5 hours, you will only solve 3 problems. This means you need to solve a problem that far exceeds the difficulty of the final provincial competition problem within an hour and a half on average. This is a significant test of your knowledge reserves, problem-solving skills, and even your physical and psychological qualities. Your goals should be gold medals, silver medals, and even entering the national training team to strive for direct admission qualifications. After Zhang Jingguo detailed the exam scope, precautions, and other specifics, he moved on to the self-introduction segment for the team members. Then the provincial team members got to know each other briefly, and when everyone saw Xu Chen, they were generally surprised. It turned out he was Xu Chen, the full-score genius. Zhao Rui's gaze was particularly complex as he looked at Xu Chen with scrutiny, unwillingness, and a hint of undisguised jealousy. Losing to an unknown rival in the provincial competition left him brooding. Xu Chen naturally noticed Zhao Rui's complicated expression. He recalled the seemingly caring yet sarcastic remarks Zhao Rui made to Li Fan before the provincial competition, and looking at his awkward expression now, wanting to provoke yet unable to lower his face, he couldn't help but find it amusing. Intelligence and emotional intelligence are indeed 2 different talents. This Zhao classmate evidently hasn't grasped the basics of emotional management. Then Zhang Jingguo handed out a thick stack of brand new learning materials to everyone and announced, from now on, everyone should study independently in the classroom. This set of materials was specifically compiled for this training session, covering all the core exam points and classic question types of CMO. If you have any questions, feel free to come up to the podium for unknown discussions with me. Immediately, the sound of paper rustling filled the classroom. Xu Chen also picked up the materials and took a cursory glance. The second part focuses on combinations, covering principles from the pigeonhole principle to the inclusion-exclusion principle, as well as generating functions and combinatorial identities. For other team members, these problems require repeated training or filling in gaps in knowledge. But for Xu Chen, it was quite dull. He had indeed lacked these skills during the provincial competition, but he had already reviewed the competition knowledge points, and they were now thoroughly covered. Moreover, he had reached a level of mathematical talent that was now at LV.10, and his understanding of mathematics had undergone a qualitative change. Thus, doing these problems now felt like a waste of time. He shifted his thoughts and took out his phone, opening the familiar public account, Su Kanghua Competition Excellence. Compared to tackling problems he had already mastered, he found it much more interesting to check out the reward tasks that suited him best. He opened a previously saved problem. This was a combinatorial geometry problem marked with an IMO level of difficulty, with a reward of 300 yuan. It had been published for almost a week, and although there were dozens of discussions below, no one had managed to provide a complete solution that satisfied the poster. Problem in a plane given n 3 points with no 3 points being collinear prove that there exists a triangle formed by 3 of these points such that its circumcircle does not contain any of the other given points. This is a classic existence problem of the empty circumcircle triangle. In the comments section below, someone had already provided a conventional solution approach. Consider all line segments formed by point pairs. Take the shortest one denoted as AB. Next, among the remaining n2 points, find the point C that maximizes ACB, then ABC is the required triangle. This approach is correct and is the standard answer found in competition textbooks. However, the reward requirement was to provide alternative solution approaches. Xu Chen's gaze lingered on the screen for a moment as he began to ponder. The conventional solution utilizes the extreme value principle of minimum and maximum. So could there be other angles to approach this? For example, convex hulls. Consider the convex hull of these endpoints. If one could prove that a side of the convex hull along with another point forms a triangle that meets the condition. Or could it be approached using proof by contradiction? If we assume that all triangles' circumcircles contain the other points, could a contradiction be derived? Thoughts flashed through his mind one after another, only to be dismissed. He was keenly aware that solving this problem from a different perspective fundamentally tested the deep insights into the intrinsic connections among various branches of mathematics. On the surface, this problem is a geometry issue, but its core is a combinatorial problem about existence. The conventional solution starts from a geometric perspective, using extremes to resolve it. Thus, could it be reversed viewed from a purely combinatorial algebraic or even topological perspective? This is precisely where the difficulty of such problems lies. For the vast majority of people, their knowledge systems are modular. Geometry is geometry, algebra is algebra, and combinatorics is combinatorics. They excel at solving problems within their respective modules using practice techniques. But prompting them to think across borders, such as using number theory to solve a geometry problem or employing topology to construct a combinatorial proof, exceeds their capabilities. This requires a macro understanding of the overall structure of mathematics that transcends modular knowledge. It necessitates seeing the commonalities in the underlying logic of different branches and building bridges to connect them. This indeed was the most valuable ability Xu Chen gained after his mathematical level rose to LV. 1. For example, convex hulls. Consider the convex hull of these endpoints. If one could prove that a side of the convex hull along with another point forms a triangle that meets the condition. This idea is promising, but it seems to still hinge on extremes. Or proof by contradiction. Assuming that all triangles circumcircles contain other points, could this assumption be used to construct an infinitely descending sequence of points or some geometric structure to derive a contradiction? This is somewhat similar to Fermat's infinite descent method, reflecting a number-theoretic thought process. Thoughts flashed through his mind, and he scrutinized and deduced each one. That reward combinatorial geometry problem was a bit more tricky than Xu Chen had imagined. He attempted several different approaches, but found that trying to avoid the classic extreme value principle to provide an equally concise and elegant proof seemed to lead to more complex categorical discussions or necessitate the introduction of more advanced tools. Xu Chen quickly realized where the problem lay. It seems that my current knowledge system still has some blind spots. Although he had mastered all the content of high school competitions, facing an IML-level problem, especially one that required innovative solutions relying solely on his existing toolbox, felt somewhat inadequate. Thus, in the following 20-plus days of training, Xu Chen focused primarily on studying university-level mathematics to expand his mathematical toolbox. He arrived at the classroom punctually every day, but hardly touched the training materials. On his desk lay those unassuming university textbooks, mathematical analysis, advanced algebra lectures on point-set topology. This discrepant state naturally drew the attention of the team leader, Teacher Zhang. As the overall head of the provincial team, Teacher Zhang held high expectations for Xu Chen, the provincial competition champion, and thus paid special attention to him. On the third day of training, Teacher Zhang called Xu Chen out to the hallway during a break. "Xu Chen." Teacher Zhang adjusted his glasses and asked gently, "I noticed you haven't been engaging much with the training materials we've provided in the last few days. Is it because you find the problems too easy, or are you facing some difficulties?" "Neither," Xu Chen replied honestly. "I have already mastered the knowledge points in the materials. I'm currently previewing some subsequent knowledge at my own pace." Teacher Zhang was taken aback. "You've already mastered it?" He found it hard to believe. That set of materials was painstakingly compiled by him and several university professors with difficulty and depth far exceeding that of the provincial competition, designed to help these top provincial candidates adapt to the intensity of CMO in advance. "Yes," Xu Chen nodded. Teacher Zhang gazed into Xu Chen's calm and unflinching eyes, momentarily uncertain what to say. He wanted to question, but the other party was the only one to score full marks in the provincial competition. He wanted to remind him, yet Xu Chen's confidence did not seem like a lie. In the end, he could only sigh and pat Xu Chen on the shoulder. "All right, I trust that you have your own study plan. But I must remind you, CMO is no small matter, so please do not take it lightly. If you have any questions, feel free to come to me." "Okay, thank you, Teacher Zhang." After raising a few questions, Xu Chen answered them easily, leading Teacher Zhang to subsequently relax his attention towards Xu Chen. After all, geniuses are special. They cannot be managed in the same way as others. Each genius has their own methods. Xu Chen, during this undisturbed time, was enjoying the thrill of knowledge flooding into his brain. He discovered that studying university mathematics had an unexpectedly dimensionality-reducing strike effect on solving those competition problems. For instance, when he learned about the concept of compactness in topology, looking back at the proof of the empty circumcircle triangle gave him an entirely new perspective. It turns out that the steps of taking the shortest segment and maximum angle in the conventional solution essentially utilize the compactness of bounded closed sets in the plane to ensure the existence of extremes. Approaching it from this angle indeed presents a good line of thought. The acquisition of new knowledge and high-intensity thinking steadily increased the experience points on the system panel. After more than 20 days, as the training was nearing its end, Xu Chen's mathematical experience points had improved from 0500 when he first leveled up to LV1 to 20,500. Although he was still far from leveling up again, the feeling of continuous progress filled him with immense satisfaction. The 20 days of training were about to pass, and on the second to last day of training, Teacher Zhang announced that a complete simulation of the CMO process would be conducted. The CMO format consists of 2 days of testing with exam times from 8:00 to 12:30 each day, featuring 3 questions per exam, totaling 6 major questions over the 2 days. Each question is worth 21 points with a total score of 126 points. This test will not count towards any final grades. Its purpose is to allow everyone to experience the atmosphere and pressure of CMO in advance. When the final test results were projected onto the screen by teacher Zhang, the entire classroom fell into a dead silence. First place, Xu Chen. First round 63 points, full marks. Second round 63 points, full marks. Total score 126 points, full marks. In second place was Zhao Rui with a total score of 120 points. A stark contrast, a chasm, an impassable divide. Everyone stared blankly at the glaring full marks, feeling their understanding completely overturned. The day of departure has arrived. On November 12th, in the morning at the departure hall of Hangzhou International Airport, a team of 25 members from the Zhejiang Province CMO is ready. This is Xu Chen's first time on a plane. The team leader Zhang Zhangwo clearly has rich experience organizing the entire boarding process in an orderly manner. Xu Chen sat by the window, feeling the intense push against his back as the plane accelerated down the runway, and the slight sensation of weightlessness as it broke free from the Earth's grip and soared into the sky. This novel experience kept his attention on the scenery outside for about 10 minutes. However, 10 minutes later, as the plane entered the stratosphere with the view outside reduced to nothing but an unchanging blue sky and white clouds, the freshness quickly faded. Boredom began to quietly take root. Xu Chen's thoughts naturally drifted back to the mathematical problem he had been pondering. The combinatorial geometry problem, with a reward of 300 yuan, proved there exists a triangle formed by 3 of the points whose circumcircle does not contain any other given points. The conventional solution utilizes the extremal principle, which is essentially about compactness. So can we bypass this analytical approach and prove it using a pure combinatorial or geometric method? His mind began to engage in mental simulations without any draft paper. Suppose we apply a growth process to these endpoints. Imagine each point as a center of a circle with an initial radius of 0, and then all circles expand their radius simultaneously at the same speed. This process is akin to throwing n pebbles onto a calm surface of water, creating n concentric ripples that expand. When the ripples of 2 circles first touch a line segment is formed by connecting their centers. The perpendicular bisector of this line segment is the boundary of the influence area of these 2 points. When the ripples of 3 circles first converge at a single point connecting their centers yields a triangle. This intersection point is the circumcenter of this triangle. A brand new prototype based on the ideas of Voronoi diagrams and Delaunay triangulation slowly began to take shape in his mind. This triangle formed by the 3 points of the first intersection cannot have any other points inside its circumcircle, because if it did, the circle corresponding to that included point would have inevitably intersected with one of the 3 circles earlier. This contradicts the notion of first intersection. This line of thought seems feasible, but it requires strict mathematical language to prove. The 2-hour flight passed in the blink of an eye. As they exited Wuhan Tianhe Airport, a distinctly different, slightly humid and chilly breeze greeted them. The organizing body of CMO, Wugong No. 3 Middle School, sent a bus to pick them up. The team leader guided the members to check into the arranged dormitory smoothly. The next day would be the opening ceremony. In the large auditorium of Wugong No. 3 Middle School, capable of accommodating 1,000 people, 510 of the nation's top young mathematicians from 31 provinces, cities, and autonomous regions gathered. The lengthy yet necessary speeches from the leaders gave Xu Chen a clearer understanding of CMO. A leader from the organizing committee stood on stage, his voice loud and serious. Students, first of all, welcome to the heroic city of Wuhan to participate in this year's China Mathematical Olympiad, known as CMO. All of you present are the creme de la creme, having emerged from millions of high school students across the country, representing the highest level of mathematics among Chinese middle school students. Here I will introduce the competition system and significance of CMO in detail. CMO is not merely an examination, it is more of a selection process. Its full name is National Middle School Students Mathematics Winter Camp. The term winter camp itself indicates its essence, training, and selection. This winter camp lasts for 5 days, with the core being the 2 exams scheduled for the next 2 days. Each exam lasts 4.5 hours from 8:00 a.m. to 12:30 p.m., during which you are required to solve 3 major problems. These 6 questions will comprehensively assess your depth of knowledge and innovative ability in 4 major fields: algebra, geometry, number theory, and combinatorics. Based on your overall scores, we will award gold, silver, and bronze medals. The award ratio is approximately 70, meaning that most of you present will be able to take a medal home. However, the quality of the medal will determine your future path. A bronze medal is a recognition of your entry into the national finals. A silver medal will open the doors to top universities, independent admissions, and a gold medal signifies that you will stand at the pinnacle. The number of gold medals awarded each year is not fixed, but usually around 100, fluctuating up or down. This means that you need to rank in the top 20 out of 510 top competitors to ensure a gold medal. The competition will be extremely fierce. The leader's tone intensified among all gold medalists. The top 60 students will be directly selected into the national training team. This is the true purpose of CMO. Entering the national training team means you will receive guidance from the most elite coaching team in the country and go through 2 rounds of even more stringent examinations to ultimately select the 6 most outstanding competitors to form the Chinese national team representing our country in next year's IMO, International Mathematical Olympiad. From provincial competitions to national competitions CMO, and then to international competitions IMO, this is the complete Grand Slam path pursued by every math competition enthusiast. Your battlefield is not just this paper. Your goal is the stars and the sea to bring glory to your country. This statement ignited passion among the young audience. The climax of the opening ceremony was a speech by a white-haired, sprightly academician from the mathematics community. When this academician took the stage, Xu Chen noticeably felt that the accompanying teachers and even the staff in the venue instinctively straightened their backs, their eyes filled with respect. For the first time, Xu Chen witnessed an academician feeling the profound academic aura that commanded respect without anger and the ability to convey profound mathematical ideas effortlessly in just a few words, allowing him to truly appreciate the weight of the term master. The entire process was solemn, yet filled with a sense of ceremony. Just the speeches and group photos took up the entire morning. In the afternoon, there would be familiarization with the exam venue and free exchanges on campus. That evening, Teacher Zhang once again gathered all the team members in the meeting room for the final pre-war mobilization. Tomorrow morning, get up at 7:00 a.m. sharp, and at 7:30 a.m., we will go to the canteen. No one for breakfast. No one is allowed to be late. At 8:00 a.m., we will leave the dormitory on time and walk to the exam site. ID cards and admission tickets must be placed in the stationery bag tonight. After the exam, do not linger at the exam site. Go directly back to the hotel lobby to meet. I will wait for you here. No discussing the problems. Teacher Zhang meticulously emphasized every detail, which eased the tension among the team members. After the meeting, Xu Chen returned to his dormitory. Since the Zhejiang team consisted of 25 members and one person was allocated a single room, Xu Chen voluntarily requested a single room. Naturally, Teacher Zhang obliged. After washing up, Xu Chen lay on the bed, but found it hard to sleep. He recalled the combinatorial geometry problem and the circle growth model he constructed on the plane. The intuitive, physically visualized idea constantly swirled in his mind, making him restless. He turned over, got out of bed, took out some draft paper, and began to transform that model into rigorous mathematical language. Let the point set be p2. P. For any point x on the plane, and any pp, define a distance function dxp. Now consider a time variable t0. For each point p, we can define a closed disk bpt with center p and radius t. My idea is to find the first time point t such that 3 disks bpt, and bpt exactly intersect at a single point. This intersection point is the circumcenter of triangle PPP. The pen tip swiftly moved across the paper with symbols and lines of derivation, making the vague idea increasingly clear. The problem is how to strictly prove that this first intersection moment t must exist and is unique. This involves the issue of continuity. We can construct a function gt minusc rppp, where r is the circumradius of the 3 points. As t increases this function, his thoughts got stuck here. He felt he had grasped the core of the problem like a climber who had seen the flag at the summit and could even feel the wind at the top. Yet beneath him lay an invisible, bottomless chasm. He needed a bridge, a key lemma, or a clever transformation to cross this gap. He tried proof by contradiction, assuming that at time t the circumcircle contained another point p. This implies xp where x is the circumcenter. This seemed to lead to a contradiction, but the derivation process was extraordinarily cumbersome and involved complex geometric inequalities. No, there must be a more straightforward way. He looked at the pile of complex symbols on the draft paper, feeling as if he had strayed off course. He glanced at the time on his phone. It was almost 11 o'clock. Forget it, there's an exam tomorrow. He took a deep breath, forcibly interrupted the derivation, and carefully tucked the paper filled with symbols into his book. He put away distracting thoughts, turned off the light, and went to sleep. The next morning at dawn, Xu Chen opened his eyes. No trace of grogginess lingered in his mind. The unfinished proof from the previous night echoed like a looping melody deep within his consciousness, resonating through the entire night. He sensed he was mere inches away from the final answer, a profoundly subtle, ineffable state. It was as if the crucial logical component hovered just before him, shrouded by an impenetrable fog. He could feel its presence, sketch its rough outline, yet never grasp its true form. The circular growth model he had constructed the night before felt intuitively perfect. It transformed a static existence problem into a dynamic visualizable process. Such conceptual shifts are not uncommon in mathematics, converting combinatorial problems into random walks on graphs or employing physical potential functions to resolve geometric inequalities. Yet intuition, however compelling, demands the coronation of rigorous proof. What is it? What precisely is that pivotal connecting point? The one indispensable link that would transmute the entire circular growth model from an intuitive physics-tinged vision into irrefutable granite-solid mathematical logic. Throughout mathematical history, countless brilliant minds have wrestled with questions of similar profundity. Andrew, while sequestered for 7 years in his attic while proving Fermat's last theorem, found his breakthrough in a sudden flash of insight. The moment he linked the Taniyama-Shimura conjecture to elliptic curves. This kind of absolute single-minded focus is agony, and yet a singular joy reserved for thinkers. Knock, knock, knock. The dormitory door sounded and a teammate's voice called from outside, "Xu Chen, it's 7 o'clock. Time to get up." His train of thought shattered. Xu Chen glanced at the clock and reluctantly set aside the puzzle in his mind. He washed, quickly changed into his team uniform, and carefully folded the draft paper, covered with derivations from the previous night, slipping it into his pocket. In the dining hall, even the aroma of breakfast failed to anchor his attention. Mechanically, he stuffed buns into his mouth while his mind raged on in silent tempest. The animated, nervous, or excited chatter of his teammates sounded muffled and distant, as if heard through frosted glass. On the way to the examination hall, Zhang Jingguo deliberately slowed his pace and walked beside him. "Xu Chen, you seem preoccupied," Zhang Jingguo said, concern flickering in his gaze. "Are you feeling nervous? You barely touched your breakfast." Xu Chen shook his head. "Good," Zhang Jingguo replied, assuming he was merely putting up a brave front. His tone softened, and he clapped Xu Chen's shoulder like an elder brother. "Don't pressure yourself too much. In the CMO arena, anything can happen. Mental composure matters most. Just perform at the level you consistently demonstrate in practice. Your ability has long been evident to every one of your teachers." "Yes, thank you, Teacher Zhang. I understand." Xu Chen nodded, acknowledging the gesture with quiet gratitude. He knew Teacher Zhang meant well, but his preoccupation bore no relation to anxiety. It was the pure distinctive state of a problem solver on the cusp of breakthrough, equal parts torment and exhilaration. As for the CMO, to him it was merely a set of routine problems, long stripped of challenge. Precisely 8 o'clock in the morning. The exam bell rang across the hushed examination hall. Test papers were distributed, still fragrant with fresh ink. Xu Chen took his copy and scanned it once. Problem 1, number theory, a variant of Pell's equation. Problem 2, combinatorics, a graph coloring problem. Problem 3, algebraic inequality. Standard patterns. Instantly, he perceived the essence of all three. For him, solving them required less than an hour of mechanical computation. It was like a max-level character returning to the novice village, gazing upon monsters that once tormented him, now evoking only mild boredom. His gaze remained unfocused, seeming to pierce through the paper before him, fixed upon some invisible void composed solely of pure logic. That connecting point, what is it? The properties of Delaunay triangulation. No, that's a conclusion, not part of the proof itself. The duality of Voronoi diagrams. It seemed tangentially relevant, yet insufficiently direct. His mind functioned like a supercomputer running at full capacity, frenziedly retrieving, associating, and deducing. Suddenly, just as French mathematician Henri Poincaré described in his autobiography, the complete, unbidden insight into Fuchsian functions struck him the instant he stepped onto the carriage footboard. At that very moment, when the final vestige of pressure from the starting bell propelled his concentration to its zenith, a bolt of inspiration cleaved through the fog without warning. It's the empty circle property. I've been trying to prove a property that already exists and has been rigorously established. I fell into a cognitive trap. My circular growth model is in essence dynamically constructing a Delaunay triangulation. And the definition of Delaunay triangulation states precisely that the circumcircle of any triangle in the mesh contains no other points from the given set. This isn't a result I must prove. It's an axiom I may invoke. I've spent hours attempting to build a car from scratch, when all I needed was to locate the key already in existence and simply turn it. Clarity struck. The impasse that had haunted him all night dissolved, utterly instantly. The sensation resembled that of a martial arts master long stymied by an unparalleled sword technique, who suddenly grasps its fundamental principle, not through study, but by watching the trajectory of a falling leaf. An indescribable wave of euphoria surged from his coccyx straight up to the crown of his head. I must write this down now. Xu Chen knew such inspiration was like summer lightning, brilliant, fleeting, gone in an instant. If he did not seize it now, the lucidity might vanish forever after the exam concluded. As for the CMO test itself, there's still an hour left. I'll finish this far more thrilling challenge first. This had nothing to do with the 300 yuan reward. It was purely the instinctive yearning of a solver for truth, the visceral response to an intellectual challenge. Unable to contain himself any longer, he pushed the CMO test paper aside and began writing furiously on his scratch paper. Meanwhile, Professor Li Jinhua, a senior faculty member of the Department of Mathematics at Huazhong University of Science and Technology and future head coach of China's IMO training team, was savoring his own unique pleasure as chief proctor for the CMO. He need not have proctored in person, but whenever a national mathematics competition convened, he always volunteered. To him, it was far more than duty. It was a rare delight observing these young minds up close as they grappled with formidable problems, witnessing those electrifying moments of sudden insight. Over decades of proctoring, he had witnessed countless duels between genius and difficulty. Now, hands clasped behind his back, he paced slowly through the silent examination hall, so still one could hear only the soft rhythm of breathing. To his eye, this exam was less a test than a brutal intellectual contest. Those 3 printed problems constituted 3 exquisitely designed labyrinths. Forged from purest logic and most cunning traps, their entrances were clear, but inside paths branched endlessly, and nearly all led only to dead ends. And these 500-odd teenage prodigies drawn from every corner of the nation were the boldest pathfinders. He saw most candidates after brief reading sink into prolonged contemplation, brows furrowed, gazes vacant, as they mentally mapped solution pathways, striving to discern the sole luminous route to the goal among infinite possibilities. A select few possessing top-tier ability had already begun writing. Professor Li Jinhua's gaze fell upon a boy from Jingxing No. 4 high school seated in the front row. He saw that the boy was tackling the first question, a challenging number theory problem related to a variant of the Pell equation. The Pell equation is like a smooth ice wall for the tools of elementary number theory, where conventional congruences and divisibility theory struggle to find a foothold. The boy evidently had a deep understanding of this subject. Without hesitation, he directly employed the classic tool for solving such problems, the theory of continued fractions. His pen flew across the draft paper, swiftly expanding complex, continued fractions akin to intricate chains of logic, beginning to unravel the internal structure of the equation. The hidden trap of the infinitude of solutions within the equation soon became apparent, attempting to drag the boy's deductions into an endless cycle. However, the boy seemed to have anticipated this. He calmly introduced the concept of periodicity. According to Lagrange's theorem, the continued fraction expansion of irrational numbers is infinite and non-repeating, while that of quadratic irrationals is infinite and periodic. He skillfully utilized the periodicity of the continued fraction expansion of D, successfully constraining the infinite solutions within a finite structure, identifying the smallest positive integer solution, known as the fundamental solution. In the end, he derived the general solution formula from the fundamental solution with rigorous logic and clear steps. Professor Li Jinhua secretly praised this child's foundation in number theory has already reached the level of a top university student. He then shifted his gaze to another side where a girl from Shanghai was challenging the second question, a combinatorial counting problem disguised as a graph theory question. This maze was even more cunning. Its entrance was marked graph coloring, but its core led to the realm of generating functions. At first, the girl seemed to be confused as she attempted to break through with the heavy hammer of the inclusion-exclusion principle, only to discover that the structure of the wall was exceedingly complex. With each strike, a pile of intricate combinatorial numbers fell, making the problem even more challenging. She quickly realized her misstep, decisively abandoning that approach, and began constructing a recursive relationship. The direction is correct, but the challenge has just begun. Professor Li Jinhua shook his head. The key to this maze lay in unraveling the complex recursive formula. Sure enough, after deriving the recursive formula, the girl fell into a predicament. At that moment, she took a deep breath, a glint of determination flashing in her eyes. She ingeniously encoded the entire discrete recursive relationship into a power series. What a bold idea. Professor Li Jinhua understood. She aimed to use the generating function referred to by Laplace as the analytical soul of probability theory to transform the discrete sequence problem into a continuous function problem. This was an extremely clever transformation akin to translating between different mathematical languages. However, this translation work requires a high level of proficiency in algebraic manipulation and calculus. A slight misstep could lead to total failure. In the examination hall, the geniuses showcased their talents, drawing upon their knowledge of calculus matrices, Galois theory. These tools, honed through rigorous training, battling fiercely against the 3 mazes. Some succeeded in finding a path through one of the mazes, earning partial scores. Others lost their way in a trap, leaving a chaotic trail of calculations on their draft papers, while many were unable to take their first step in the face of the maze's complex structure. Professor Li Jinhua watched this unfold, feeling a deep sense of emotion. This was the CMO where the gap between geniuses remained as vast as a chasm. Just then he walked over to Xu Chen's side. A handsome young man was fervently scribbling something on his draft paper. This student seems to be Xu Chen, the top scorer from the Jiangnan team. Professor Li Jinhua had a strong impression of him. There was much discussion among the grading team about this wild genius. A flicker of expectation arose in his heart, eager to see how this legendary genius would tackle the three mazes. He silently approached Xu Chen, his gaze falling upon the exam paper. Then he was stunned. The paper was blank. His name and exam number were neatly written, but the answer spaces for the three questions had not been touched. Professor Li Jinhua felt a flicker of disappointment. He shifted his gaze to Xu Chen's draft paper, wanting to see where he had gotten stuck. The draft paper was filled with dense symbols and diagrams. But, wait, what is this? Professor Li Jinhua's pupils constricted suddenly. He realized that what Xu Chen was deducing on his draft paper had no relation whatsoever to the three questions on the exam. There were complex point sets drawn intersecting circles and terms like Voronoi diagram and Delaunay triangulation. What is he doing? Professor Li Jinhua was completely bewildered. The three questions on the CMO exam, a number theory problem, a combinatorial problem, and an algebraic inequality, had no connection to the branch of computational geometry. What on earth was he calculating? Could it be? He was using a dimension-crossing approach that I completely cannot comprehend to solve one of these three problems. For instance, like growth and decay, using an extremely abstract perspective of algebraic geometry to unify seemingly unrelated fields. As soon as this thought arose, he dismissed it. Impossible. That level of abstract thinking is rare, even among top mathematicians, let alone high school students. Moreover, the deductions on the draft paper were very concrete, addressing a specific geometric problem. The only explanation is, this candidate in the CMO examination hall on the battlefield for the nation's highest honor, while all geniuses are battling fiercely. He is conducting his own mathematical research. This conclusion struck Professor Li Jinhua with an unprecedented shock to his worldview. He recalled the legend of the mathematician Erdos. This legendary mathematician spent his life pondering mathematical problems, whether at a friend's wedding or waiting to board a flight. But that was in everyday life. To distract oneself with other mathematical problems in a top-tier competition like the CMO, where every second counts and determines one's future academic path. That is no longer arrogance. That is simply madness. Time slipped by, over half an hour, as Professor Li Jinhua stood stunned. Within the examination hall, the first round of intellectual combat had already begun to yield its verdict. The contest lasted 4.5 hours, granting an ample 1.5 hours per problem. Yet barely over an hour had passed, and most contestants remained mired in the quagmire of the very first question. Xu Chen finally set down his pen. He exhaled deeply, his face suffused with pure, unburdened satisfaction. He carefully reviewed the draft paper covered in what seemed like celestial script, committing every line to memory. Per regulation, scratch paper could not leave the examination hall, so he had no choice but to memorize it for later reconstruction after the test concluded. At last it was solved. Clarity flooded Xu Chen's mind. Though the reward of 300 yuan was modest, the joy of conquering such a formidable problem was priceless. Moreover, the system interface displayed a 5-point increase in mathematics subject experience. Clearly, solving mathematical problems through innovative methods proved an exceptionally efficient way to accumulate experience. It sharpened his intellect, earned him money, and granted valuable experience, far more effective than rote problem practice. After all, the Chinese Mathematical Olympiad posed no challenge whatsoever. Securing system experience was the most tangible gain. He gathered his thoughts, and for the first time his gaze settled deliberately upon the CMO examination paper before him. It was only then that he noticed a proctor had silently appeared beside him, staring at him with an expression of utter disbelief, as if gazing upon an extraterrestrial being. Xu Chen glanced at the wall clock. 9:03. Had over an hour truly elapsed. He offered Professor Li Jinhua an awkward, sheepish smile, the grin of a student caught daydreaming in class. Professor Li had not moved far away. Instead, his curiosity had deepened. He wished to observe how this madman, who had seemingly squandered over an hour, would confront the three labyrinthine problems that even elite prodigies found daunting. What followed would become the single most paradigm-shattering moment of his entire teaching career. Xu Chen turned his attention to Problem 1. Problem 1. Find all pairs of positive integers a, b such that both a superscript 2b3 and b superscript 2 a 3 are perfect squares. Professor Li watched as Xu Chen studied the problem for approximately 15 seconds. then began to write. He performed no intricate inequalities or estimations. Instead, he introduced variable substitutions directly. Let A superscript 2 be 3 square meters and B superscript 2 a 3 n superscript 2. Subtracting the two equations yielded m in A B B1. A conventional opening. Professor Lee thought, but here lies the true trap of this problem. The treachery resides in how readily it lures solvers into an overwhelmingly complex case analysis. One must consider cases where a B and a B, further complicated by parity analyses of M and N, each branch spawning yet more subbranches. It resembled a vast, inescapable maze. A single misstep would entangle the solver in endless algebraic manipulations, sapping mental stamina until all orientation was lost. Yet Xu Chen never entered that maze. With a deft pivot of his pen, he drew inspiration from the technique known as Vieta jumping, a method revered in number theory Olympiads as a nuclear weapon specially designed for certain Diophantine equations. It rose to global prominence through its elegant solution to Problem 6 of the 1988 International Mathematical Olympiad, one of the most notoriously difficult problems in IMO history. Its core idea is to treat one solution of the equation as a root of a quadratic, then exploit Vieta's formulas, the relationships between roots and coefficients, to construct a smaller solution. Through infinite descent, one either derives contradiction or fully characterizes the solution set. Xu Chen ingeniously treated B as a constant and recast one original equation as a quadratic in A. Then, using the quadratic formula and divisibility constraints, he established an extraordinarily profound intrinsic relationship between A and B. The entire derivation flowed seamlessly, without a single superfluous step. He moved like a player endowed with divine omniscience, gazing directly upon the maze's exit, then drawing a straight, unerring path that effortlessly bypassed every fork and snare. In under 15 minutes, he presented the complete solution set, 1, 1, and all pairs of the form k superscript 2, 3, k, where k is a positive integer greater than or equal to 2. Professor Lee's breath caught faintly. He had evaded every trap, not through brute force, but with a higher dimensional insight that pierced straight to the problem's essence. If the prodigy from Beijing No. 4 High School had dismantled the beast's defenses with exquisite swordsmanship, each stroke precise and deliberate, then Xu Chen was akin to a deity, merely glancing at the beast which instantly surrendered its fatal weakness. This young man's mastery of number theory ran unfathomably deep. Professor Lee reflected silently. Without pause, Xu Chen shifted his gaze to Problem 2. Problem 2, on a 10-10 chessboard, several shaped trominos, each covering exactly 3 unit squares, are placed without overlap rotations permitted. What is the maximum number of empty squares possible? Professor Lee's focus sharpened. This was a classic fusion of combinatorial geometry and coloring arguments, an elegant embodiment of the invariant principle. Its essence lay not in enumerating countless placement configurations, but in identifying a property preserved under tromino coverage, thereby establishing a firm upper bound on the number of covered squares. The crux lay in coloring. Professor Lee's mind instantly conjured several standard schemes. Would simple black and white bipartite coloring suffice? No, he dismissed it immediately. An ultramino always covers either 2 black and 1 white square, or vice versa. Such variability imposed no rigid constraint, too many degrees of freedom to deduce a definitive upper bound. What about a 4-coloring based on coordinate parity? A more powerful tool proven remarkably effective for domino tiling problems. Yet for irregular ultraminos, whose rotational symmetries produced shifting color combinations, it remained exceedingly difficult to isolate a clean invariant quantity. He knew the canonical solution involved sophisticated row or column-based coloring coupled with subtle algebraic reasoning, non-intuitive and demanding exceptional cognitive flexibility. He observed several contestants already attempting various colorings on scratch paper, but most were floundering. Xu Chen, after brief contemplation, began to write. Rather than coloring the full 10-10 board, he first sketched a 3-3 grid on his draft paper. Then, using 3 colors, he applied an unusual spiral coloring, starting from the center and winding outward. Professor Lee's eyebrows lifted slightly. He had certainly encountered such spiral colorings before, in computer graphics algorithms or specialized combinatorial design theory, where they served as unconventional yet potent tools for grid analysis. But deploying them on the CMO stage, specifically to solve an ultramino problem, this line of thinking was audaciously unorthodox. Next, Xu Chen extended this 3-3 spiral template across the entire 10-10 board. What followed left Professor Lee utterly astounded. Based solely on this unique coloring scheme, Xu Chen derived, with just a few lines of reasoning, that among the board's 100 squares the 3 colors appeared exactly 34, 33, 0, and 33 times respectively. Moreover, any ultramino, regardless of rotation or position, must occupy 3 squares adjacent along the spiral path or related by a specific positional rule, and due to the cyclic nature of the 3 coloring, those 3 squares invariably bore distinct colors, red, yellow, and blue, one each. Good heavens! Professor Lee felt his throat go dry. He instantly grasped the terrifying elegance of this approach. He had discovered the problem's eigenstate. Conventional colorings resembled a universal wrench struggling to grip an oddly shaped bolt, always slipping at critical points. Xu Chen's spiral coloring, however, was a custom-forged key, perfectly shaped, uniquely fitted, for the very bolt of the ultramino. It harmonized the geometric constraints of the ultramino with the algebraic structure of the coloring, achieving perfect unity. Thus, any region covered by traminos must contain precisely equal numbers of each color. And the scarcest color, only 33 squares, became the limiting factor, the shortest stave in the barrel capping the maximum number of traminos at 33. Hence, at most 33 traminos could be placed, covering 99 squares, and leaving exactly 1 square vacant on the 100-square board. The entire proof was concise, elegant, and radiated the austere power of pure mathematics. It circumvented entirely the colossal labor of enumerating concrete placements, striking instead at the highest level of abstract structure, delivering a decisive, lethal blow. Exquisite, absolutely peerless. Professor Lee marveled inwardly. This ability, to discern a problem's core structural skeleton and then craft precisely tailored tools to expose it, was the hallmark of a future master mathematician. Finally, problem 3. The third question is an algebraic inequality of extremely complex form containing 3 variables and 6 square roots. This problem is widely recognized as the meat grinder of this exam. Professor Li Jinhua predicted that in the entire examination room, no more than 5 people would be able to solve this question completely. Xu Chen looked at this question, and for the first time his brows slightly furrowed. This is a bit troublesome. Then he wrote a line on the draft paper, constructing vectors in the 3-dimensional Euclidean space, or superscript 3. Professor Li Jinhua, upon seeing this line, felt as if his heart skipped a beat. He intends to use the method of spatial vectors to transform an algebraic inequality problem into a geometric one to solve. This is an exceptionally brilliant idea. There have been legends in the history of mathematics competitions. It is said that a genius contestant from Romania once solved a particularly tricky IMO problem using this dimensional elevation attack method, a problem even the proposer found extraordinarily challenging. However, this method carries great risk. It requires the problem solver to have extraordinary spatial imagination, able to accurately translate a pile of ugly algebraic expressions into vector coordinates and magnitudes. Once the construction goes wrong, the entire solving process will collapse in an instant. Xu Chen's pen raced across the paper, writing and calculating. He defined the 3 square roots on the left side of the inequality as the magnitudes of 3 spatial vectors A, B, and C originating from the origin. He also cleverly linked the terms on the right side of the inequality to the dot product of vectors through ingenious transformations. The entire problem was yanked from a chaotic algebraic quagmire and elevated to a refreshing, intuitive 3-dimensional space. The condition for the inequality to hold was transformed into a clear geometric problem, the sum of the magnitudes of 3 vectors and the relationship of their pairwise angles. Finally, using the vector form of the Cauchy inequality, he completed the proof in just 1 step. The third question took 15 minutes. When Xu Chen put down his pen and began to check the exam paper, the clock on the wall pointed to 9:45. From when he started the problems until he finished them all, it took him less than 45 minutes. At this moment, the majority of the other examinees in the examination room were still struggling with some step of the first question. Professor Li Jinhua stood still, not moving for a long time. He looked at the calm and composed youth at his answer sheet that seemed as clean as if nothing had happened, and only one thought remained in his mind: a prodigy. This is no longer a genius. This is an absolute prodigy. After Xu Chen neatly finished the third question and checked it from beginning to end, confirming there were no typos, he glanced at the clock on the wall. It was 10 minutes to 10. There were still about 2.5 hours left until the exam ended. Xu Chen did not submit his paper early, for submitting early would inevitably lead to gathering with his teammates in the rest area. At that time, he would inevitably be bombarded with questions and discussions about the problems. It would be too troublesome. More importantly, he had just had a moment of enlightenment regarding a new solution to the combinatorial geometry problem, and his inspiration was at its most active burst. He needed to immediately carry out a more rigorous and concise deduction based on the idea of Delaunay triangulation. The same result could sometimes lead to detours in the reasoning process. Some steps could be skipped or transformed in a more elegant way. What Xu Chen pursued was evidently more elegant mathematics. Thus, he spread out a new sheet of draft paper and began to work overtime. This scene was once again captured by Professor Li Jinhua not far away. He is really conducting his own research. Professor Li Jinhua felt as if his heart was gripped by an invisible hand. Shock is no longer sufficient to describe his current feelings. It was a complex emotion mixed with absurdity, awe, and a hint of ecstasy as a senior scholar. He had seen too many geniuses fighting for scores and rankings, yet he had never seen one who could maintain such pure love for mathematics and desire for exploration even at the pinnacle of fame and fortune. He thought of those legendary figures in the history of mathematics. The young Évariste Galois who solved the special case of Fermat's last theorem that had troubled the mathematical community for over 300 years at the age of 20, the one who scribbled down group theory ideas the night before a duel, and that prematurely deceased Indian genius Srimivasa Ramanujan. They all possessed this kind of pure obsession with mathematics that transcended worldly gains. This child will surely become a great talent in the future. A thought rose in his mind with remarkable clarity. He even felt an impulse to immediately find this young man named Xu Chen after the exam ended to get to know him better. At 12:30 the bell signaling the end of the exam rang. Only then did Xu Chen come back to his senses from deep thinking and calmly walked out of the examination room with the crowd. The members of the Zhejiang team gathered in front of the teaching building, each face marked with the weariness of having survived a catastrophe. My God, were today's questions meant for humans? I spent almost 3 hours on the first question and still don't know if it's right. As for the second question, the coloring part, I couldn't think of it no matter how hard I tried. It was too insidious. Someone couldn't help but ask, Xu Chen, how did you do? All eyes suddenly focused on Xu Chen. Not bad, Xu Chen replied tersely. What does not bad mean? A teammate pressed. Did you solve the Pell equation in the first question? I discussed several cases and felt like I always missed something. Xu Chen thought for a moment and said, there's no need to categorize cases. By using the idea of Vieta's jumps, the structure of the solution can be directly constructed. Vieta's jumps. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Used here. Vieta's jumps is an extremely clever technique in number theory usually applied to solve certain specific Diophantine equations. But applying it to today's question is simply unimaginable. Although everyone felt suspicious, they dared not question Xu Chen's calm expression. After all, this was the full-score genius of the provincial team's mock exam. For a moment, no one dared to press Xu Chen for details on his solution. They knew that pressing further would only lead to their already battered self-confidence utterly collapsing into a pile of dust. What they did not know was that in Xu Chen's view, this was even not considered the biggest gain of the day. After finishing lunch and returning to the dormitory, Xu Chen did not take a nap. He reorganized the inspiration and deduction process from the morning's examination, striving for perfection in every step. Then he took out his phone, snapped a clear photo of this proof process, which could be considered a work of art, and uploaded it to the comment section of the reward question on the Su Kanghua Competition Excellence public account. Using a phone to type LaTeX formulas is still too troublesome, so I can only handwrite it and take a photo. It seems I definitely need to get a laptop afterwards. He couldn't help but sigh. After posting, Xu Chen did not follow up on the results. To him, it felt like completing a trivial task, a post-solving activity. His attention needed to shift to the next target worthy of his effort. He opened the reward list of the public account again. He briefly skimmed over the small rewards of 100 to 300 yuan and quickly lost interest. These problems, although there are some clever aspects, have limited difficulty and can no longer provide me with an increase in subject experience. His gaze was drawn to two newly published rewards with amounts clearly higher than the rest. Reward 500 yuan, solve a combinatorial optimization problem involving Ramsey numbers. Reward 600 yuan, prove an algebraic property of circle polynomial. Ramsey theory and circle polynomial are both names that belong to areas of competition mathematics with high difficulty and depth, even touching the edges of undergraduate mathematics. Xu Chen noted these two problems down and then put away his phone, preparing to take a good rest. Although CMO has become familiar to him, today's examination involved deriving reward problems and solving 3 difficult test questions, which still consumed considerable mental energy. The next day marked the second and final round of the CMO examination. The atmosphere in the examination hall was even more tense than on the first day. After enduring the brutal trials of the previous day, all the candidates had gained a clear understanding of the competition's difficulty. Today was their last chance to recover lost points or solidify their advantages. Professor Li Jinhua deliberately lingered near Xu Chen's seat for a while. He wanted to see how Xu Chen would perform today. As the bell rang, the exam papers were distributed. Xu Chen was no longer lost in thought today. He calmly scanned the 3 questions and then picked up his pen. At that moment, most candidates in the hall were still furrowing their brows, analyzing the questions, attempting to construct a preliminary framework for solving them in their minds. But Xu Chen's pen tip had already touched the paper, beginning a fluid and effortless writing process. There was not a moment of pause nor a hint of hesitation. His problem-solving process resembled not so much thinking as it did a reproduction. It was as if these questions were not new to him, but were old acquaintances he had already calculated countless times in a higher-dimensional thought space. This was precisely the almost instinctual mathematical intuition brought about by Xu Chen's LV1 level talent. It was akin to an innate perfect spatial awareness. While ordinary people were still searching for paths on a map, he only needed to glance at the coordinates of the destination and multiple optimal paths would automatically appear in his mind, clear, precise, and beyond doubt. In just 50 minutes, Xu Chen had completed all the questions. Professor Li Jinhua couldn't help but exclaim this was no longer merely about powerful calculation skills, it was an almost terrifying insight into mathematical principles. He could assert that this was the most talented high school student he had ever seen, hands down. Yet Xu Chen still did not submit his paper early. Instead, he continued to study the two problems he had seen the night before. At 12:30, the bell signaling the end of the exam rang. In front of the teaching building, team members from various provinces gathered in small groups, filled with despair. The sounds of discussion, sighs, and frustration echoed around. Team leader Zhang from Jiangnan passed through the crowd, a mix of tension and hope on his face, and quickly approached the calm Xu Chen, lowering his voice to ask, "Xu Chen, how do you feel about it?" "Take a guess at the score." Xu Chen replied nonchalantly, "I solved all three problems. If there are no penalties for the solution process, it should be a perfect score." The people around him instantly fell silent. Team leader Zhang thought to himself, this is it, Jiangnan team is very likely to achieve first place in the CMO. Although Xu Chen was not from Zhang's school, Linno, one high school, as long as the team won an award representing the province, the credit would naturally go to the team leader. He increasingly admired this prodigy who had emerged from an ordinary high school. After the noise subsided, everything returned to calm. The main event of the CMO had already been settled. Tomorrow is the last day before the closing ceremony, primarily arranged for some academic reports and free exchange activities. In simple terms, it is a full day allocated for the professors of the grading committee to engage in the intense work of grading. For the candidates, the hardest moment had passed. All that remained was to await the final verdict on their fate. Back at his dorm, Xu Chen took a hot shower, washing away the fatigue accumulated over the 2 days of intense competition. He lay on his bed and opened his phone. Clicking on the familiar public account, he found the bounty post where he had left a message the day before. The comments section had already been topped with dozens of new replies, and the photo of his handwritten proof was pinned at the top by the poster teacher Su Kanghua. Teacher Zu's reply was concise, yet powerful. "Thank you to this friend. The solution is a stroke of genius, perfect. The reward will be sent later." Below it was a string of comments expressing admiration and worship. "Wow, Delaunay triangulation. Are you sure this is a high school geometry problem? I feel like my brain has been dimensionally crushed. While I was still grinding through the extreme value principle, you directly pulled out the axioms of computational geometry to annihilate it. I learned something new. The circle growth model is so vivid. It's simply art. How did I not think of that? Please share your ID. I want to cling to your greatness. From now on, I will be the first to like your solutions." Xu Chen calmly flipped through the comments, feeling no waves in his heart. Just then, a red dot appeared in the new friends section of WeChat. He clicked to check, and it was a friend request from a user named Su Kanghua with the verification message reading bounty solution. Xu Chen accepted the request. Almost instantly after approval, the other party sent a 300 yuan transfer red envelope with the message, "I am Su Kanghua, thank you for your brilliant solution. Please check the reward." Xu Chen clicked to accept the payment and replied, "Thank you, teacher." The other party sent a smiling face, "No need to be polite. Your solution is truly remarkable, especially the introduction of Delaunay triangulation. It is a stroke of genius. May I ask, which university are you a teacher from, or are you a doctoral student? This idea doesn't seem like something an ordinary student could come up with." The other party's wording was very polite, even using "you," clearly regarding him as a senior or peer in the academic circle. Xu Chen thought for a moment and replied honestly, "Hello, teacher. My name is Xu Chen, and I am still a student." In his naive understanding of the world, anyone who had not taken the college entrance examination was called a student. Only those who had entered university were called college students. He thought that saying it this way would help the other party understand his identity. On the other end of the phone, Su Kanghua, sitting at his desk, smiled knowingly at the reply, quickly typing. "As I guessed, you must be an undergraduate in mathematics. The younger generation is impressive. Which school are you from? Perhaps we know your advisor." Xu Chen did not expect the misunderstanding and had to clarify, "Teacher, no, I am a high school student. I am in my second year." After sending this message, there was silence on the other end. It took a full minute before Su Kanghua sent a new message filled with disbelief, "Second year. You aren't joking, right?" "No." Xu Chen's reply was straightforward. Su Kanghua gasped, feeling as if his worldview had been shaken. How could a second-year student come up with such a brilliant approach to solve a combinatorial geometry problem that even he found tricky? He immediately thought of another possibility, rapidly tapping on the screen. With such strong talent, you must be participating in math competitions, right? Did you go to the CMO? CMO, I just finished the exam. Upon seeing this reply, a loud bang echoed in Xu Chenghua's mind, as if a lightning bolt had struck, connecting all the clues. Wait a minute. The CMO was just the exam yesterday, and today, the answer you sent me yesterday afternoon. Could it be? You solved my bounty problem during the intervals of the CMO examination. He dared not think further. That possibility was too absurd to the point of being fantastical. Yet Xu Chen's next reply completely shattered his understanding. Actually, to be precise, it wasn't during the intervals of the CMO. Xu Chenghua's heart skipped a beat. I thought of it during the first exam, and I pushed through it on the draft paper during the test. On the other end of the phone, Xu Chenghua froze at this message. He leaned back in his chair, his mind blank. The buzzing in his ears made it seem as if he had been struck by an invisible bolt of lightning. It wasn't done during the exam intervals. It was done during the exam. A single word makes all the difference. Xu Chenghua had originally thought Xu Chen solved the bounty problem while participating in the CMO. Now he finally understood how utterly wrong he was. The truth was that while Xu Chen was solving his bounty problem, he casually took part in the CMO. Is this even human? After a long while, Xu Chenghua finally snapped back to reality from the overwhelming shock. Xu Chen, your talent has astonished me. I wonder if you are interested in several other high-reward problems in the public account. Xu Chen replied, I am currently studying that problem about Ramsey numbers and polynomials on circles. Okay, then I will. Wait for good news. Okay, then I will. Wait for good news. The day after the CMO finals marks the customary academic exchange day. In the morning, the organizers invited several professors from Huazhong University of Science and Technology and Wuhan University to deliver academic reports on topics such as applications of number theory in modern cryptography and introduction to topology for this group of future mathematical elites. The purpose of the seminar is primarily to broaden the horizons of these mathematical prodigies, allowing them to understand the cutting edge of mathematical applications. Xu Chen sat in the audience listening with great interest. He realized that although many concepts discussed by the professors were ones he had not yet systematically studied, with his LV1 level mathematical talent, he could quickly grasp the core ideas of the reports and even vaguely predict the future development directions of certain theories. He glanced at his teammates beside him. Most looked bewildered, their brows furrowed, clearly struggling to keep up with the professor's pace. It seems my LV1 talent is indeed not to be underestimated. Meanwhile, in a large conference room of the administrative building of Wugong 3 Middle School, a grading session that would determine the fates of these 510 candidates was underway. This is the grading center for the CMO. A dozen mathematics professors drawn from the top universities across the country were buried in a mountain of test papers. The atmosphere was serious and oppressive, with only the sound of paper rustling and the occasional low discussion audible. The final question this year is a bit beyond the syllabus. Oh, I've graded 30 papers, and only one received partial credit. The third question is the same. The construction of that inequality is too clever. Most students fell into the trap. Anyone who can solve more than 3 questions correctly is likely to be at the gold medal line. Professor Li Jinhua was among them, responsible for grading the 4th question, a complex combinatorial problem. When he came across a neatly written test paper, he paused his movements. Perfect logic, concise steps, and flawless conclusions. He instinctively glanced at the name section of the paper, Xu Chen. He smiled slightly, and without hesitation marked it with a full score of 21 points. When all the papers had been graded and the scores entered into the system for final ranking, the young assistant responsible for statistics stared at the computer screen and suddenly let out an uncontrollable exclamation. You all come take a look. The head of the grading group, an elderly professor from Wuhan University, walked over upon hearing the commotion. What's wrong? There's a perfect score. The assistant's voice trembled. What? The entire grading room erupted in surprise. All the professors gathered around, incredulously staring at the large projection screen. At the top of the ranking list, a line of data shimmered with golden light. First place, Xu Chen Jiangnan team, first round 63 points, full score. Second round 63 points, full score. Total score 126 points, full score. CMO full score. The value of this score is significantly higher than a full score in the provincial competition. Professor Li Jinhua looked at that name with a smile that suggested as expected. After a brief shock, the other professors erupted into enthusiastic discussions. Xu Chen. It's this Xu Chen again. The Jiangnan team has struck gold this year. I heard he comes from an unconventional background and has a strong mathematical talent. I remember him. I graded his 4th question, and the solution was simply art. I graded his 6th question as well, also a full score. The thought process was unique and completely beyond the scope of high school students. Without a doubt, this year's gold medal winner. This news spread like a detonated nuclear bomb with shockwaves radiating outward from the grading room. That afternoon in the mathematics office of Anqing No. 3 Middle School, teacher Chen Jiaping was leisurely reading a book titled Middle School Mathematics Teaching Reference, while holding a thermos that claimed to contain over 20 goji berries known as the last stubbornness of middle-aged men, and humming "I Am Still That Boy" from before with not a trace of change. Suddenly his phone rang. It was an unfamiliar landline number with the area code 010. From the capital. Are even the sales calls this competitive now? He muttered, casually answering. Hello, is this teacher Chen Jiaping from Anqing No. 3 Middle School's mathematics competition team? On the other end of the line came an exceedingly gentle and magnetic standard Mandarin voice, sounding as pleasant as a news anchor. Chen Jiaping felt a jolt in his heart, straightened his posture, and said, Yes, this is I. Who are you? Oh, hello, teacher Chen. I am Wang Bo from the admissions office of Tsinghua University. I apologize for the intrusion. Actually, we would like to learn more about Xu Chen from your school's second year, 3 class. Tsinghua University admissions office. Chen Jiaping exclaimed, jumping up from his chair as if his bottom had been fitted with a spring. His thermos fell to the ground with a crash, spilling goji berries and hot water everywhere, but he was oblivious. He felt his heart racing as if gripped by an invisible hand now equipped with an electric motor frantically undergoing Brownian motion. Mr. Wang. Hello. This is Chen Jiaping. Anqing No. 3 Middle School is me. I am Chen Jiaping. His voice stuttered, slightly flushed with excitement, wanting to blurt out his ID number. What about Xu Chen? Did the CMO results come out? Did he do well? He chose his words carefully, fearing that he might scare away the fortune god on the other end with his excitement. Wang Bo on the other end of the line, clearly seasoned in such situations, chuckled lightly. Teacher Chen, the official results have not been released yet, but through some internal channels we have learned that Xu Chen's performance is not just okay, but extremely, extremely outstanding. You truly have an eye for talent and have nurtured an incredible student. The admissions office staff were skilled in the art of conversation. They could not disclose specific scores, but those words extremely, extremely outstanding combined with the prestigious Tsinghua University admissions office spoke volumes. Chen Jiaping felt his mind buzzing, blanking out, as if struck by an immense wave of happiness. He had been engaged in mathematics education for over 20 years, having taught countless students, and very few had made it to 985 universities. And now Tsinghua's admissions office had proactively called to recruit a student. He recalled the decision to temporarily place Xu Chen on the team, remembered the calm and confident look Xu Chen had before the provincial competition, remembered the nights he had spent gathering materials for him. All his efforts at that moment transformed into unparalleled sweetness. Teacher Chen, are you still there? Is the signal bad? I'm here. Mr. Wang, please go on. I'm listening. Chen Jiaping's voice trembled with excitement. We at Tsinghua University hope to invite Xu Chen to join our Department of Mathematical Sciences and are willing to offer him a full scholarship along with an interview qualification for the prestigious Yao class or Ji class. Yao class, Ji class. Chen Jiaping felt he was about to faint from happiness. This was the legendary divine class. At that moment his phone beeped twice, indicating a call waiting. He glanced at the caller ID. It was another 010 number. Mr. Wang, please hold on, I have another call coming in. It might be a sales call. I'll hang up right away. He switched the call, his tone suddenly becoming impatient. Hello. Who is this? I'm busy. On the other end a similarly refined voice responded. Hello. Is this teacher Chen Jiaping? I am Zhao Feng from the admissions office of Peking University. Peking University. Chen Jiaping felt his other heart was also fitted with a motor. He fumbled with his phone screen trying to set up a three-way call, but in his excitement nearly hung up. Mr. Zhao, hello. Please hold on. Meanwhile, Xu Chen's mother was in her office sipping floral tea while dealing with tedious reports. Her phone rang, a call from an unfamiliar number in the capital. Hello, is this Miss Wang, the mother of Xu Chen? I am Zhao Feng from the admissions office of Peking University. Beep. Zu's mother expressionlessly hung up the phone, quickly blocked the number, and muttered, Scam calls are getting more outrageous these days. Peking University admissions office. Why don't you say you're the Secretary General of the United Nations? My son just told me his results would be out tomorrow, and today you come to scam money. Your business is really unprofessional, can't even update the script. Less than 5 minutes later her phone rang again with a different number. Hello, Ms. Wang, I am Wang Bo from the admissions office of Tsinghua University. Hey, now you've come in groups, huh? Zu's mother laughed in anger, directly switched to speakerphone, and said to her colleagues in the office, everyone come quickly and listen to how dedicated today's scammers are. Both Tsinghua and Peking University are calling. Should Harvard and Oxford be next? Wang Bo on the other end clearly heard it, and his voice became a bit urgent. Miss Wang, I am really not a scammer. We sincerely want to invite Xu Chen. All right. Zh's mother interrupted impatiently. Just tell me how much. If it's over 100, I consider it a loss. Let me tell you, I have already reported this. Your actions have seriously affected our family's normal life. After saying that, she hung up with a bang, and the office was instantly filled with laughter. On the other side, Zh's father, who was guiding work in the workshop, also received a second-round call from Wang Bo of Tsinghua's admissions office. Hello. Who is it? Zh's father's voice was rough. Hello, is this Xu Chen's father? I am from Tsinghua University. You again. Zh's father's anger flared up instantly. My wife has already told me. You scammers, isn't this endless? Let me tell you, my son studies well, but our family has no money. You can't scam a single penny from us. If you harass us with another call, I will report you to the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology. After saying that, he decisively hung up. Zh's mother thought for a moment, but still felt uneasy, so she sent a WeChat message to her son. Son, there are two groups of scammers claiming to be from Peking University and Tsinghua University, taking turns calling us saying they want to recruit you. I feel it's a scam, so I scolded them back. Be careful, don't get scammed outside. Xu Chen looked at the WeChat message from his mother and found it a bit funny. He thought for a moment and replied, Mom, that shouldn't be a scam. Although the results haven't been officially announced yet, they should already know internally. Just give them my phone number and I will talk to them. Soon Xu Chen's phone became the most sought-after hotline in the admissions offices of top universities across China. As soon as the call connected, Wang Bo from Tsinghua and Zhao Feng from Peking University almost called in simultaneously. Xu Chen looked at the two incoming calls and simply set up a group voice chat on WeChat. Hello, is this Xu Chen? I am Wang Bo from Tsinghua. Hello, Xu Chen, I am Zhao Feng from Peking University. You finally answered the call. The two voices almost echoed at the same time, then both paused, clearly not expecting the other to be present. A hint of awkward yet subtle tension filled the air. Ahem. Zhao Feng from Peking University was the first to break the silence, his tone carrying a hint of pride from the prestigious institution. Xu Chen, congratulations on your excellent results. Our School of Mathematical Sciences at Peking University is nationally recognized as the best, with a rich history and numerous distinguished alumni. We sincerely invite you to join us and have prepared a scholarship of 200,000 yuan for you. Wang Bo from Tsinghua immediately laughed, his tone laced with a hint of mockery typical of an engineering student. Zhao, you still like to throw money at people, so cliché. Xu Chen, money is secondary. Choosing a good platform and future direction is the most important. Our Yao class and Ji class at Tsinghua represent the future directions of computer science and artificial intelligence. The combination of mathematics and cutting-edge technology is the true path. Of course, we won't skimp on scholarships either. They offer 200,000, so do we. Wang, don't use your engineering tricks to fool people. Zhao Feng shot back unabashedly. The temple of mathematics lies in pure math and foundational sciences. Don't lead a math genius down the path of a coder. Well, increase our scholarship to 250,000. And guarantee he can join the discussion class of academicians in his freshman year. What's an academician's discussion class worth? Wang Bo also got agitated. Well, directly have Mr. Qiu Qingdong write him a recommendation letter to facilitate his future studies abroad. We'll match the scholarship to 250,000. Plus, we'll help him resolve the household registration issue in Yanjing. What's the household registration worth? We offer a full range of services from kindergarten to elementary and secondary school at Peking University. We will cover your child's education in the future. Moreover, we promise as long as you can be selected for the IMO national team, our scholarship will increase by 10,000. If you win a gold medal at the IMO, we will add an extra 50,000 as a reward. If you win a gold medal, that's a total of 300,000 in rewards. As the two were about to transition from academic discussions to household registration and then to future education issues, Xu Chen had to interrupt. If this continues, it will really turn into a market bargaining session. He skillfully redirected the topic and with a tone full of gratitude brought this negotiation to a close. Wang Zhao, I am very, very grateful for your kindness and recognition. Every condition you offered makes me very tempted. To be honest, my mind is a bit confused right now. Can you give me some time to discuss it with my family? Wang Bo and Zhao Feng repeated their conditions for one last push and then hung up the phone. Soon calls from Jiangnan University and Fudan University also came in with conditions even more generous than the last. Of course, for a student like Xu Chen, they were just hoping for a slim chance. Xu Chen politely handled each call, and he already had his own calculations in mind. The conditions from Tsinghua and Peking University were clearly laid out like weights on either side of a balance. Tsinghua's advantage lies in the future and application. Mr. Qiu Qingdong's recommendation letter is an option leading to the summit of the world. The Yao class and Ji class serve as fast tracks to cutting-edge interdisciplinary fields such as artificial intelligence and computer science. Peking University's advantage lies in the present and purity. The most top-notch pure mathematics resources that can be accessed instantly. Its profound foundations in number theory, algebra, and geometry resemble fertile soil best suited for the seeds of foundational disciplines to take root and flourish. Furthermore, based on the system's tendencies, its clear categorizations of subjects such as mathematics, physics, and biochemistry undoubtedly lean towards pure theories that can elevate the standards of foundational disciplines. Thus, he already had an answer in his heart. He picked up his phone without hesitation and directly called back Zhao Feng from Peking University. The phone was almost answered in seconds. Clearly, the other party had been anxiously waiting. Hello, Xu Chen. What have you decided? Zhao Feng's voice revealed a hint of barely contained tension. Xu Chen did not answer directly, but instead with a very relaxed tone, even a hint of teasing, slowly asked, Zhao, I was a bit confused earlier and didn't remember clearly. What did you say the total amount of the prize was if I was lucky enough to win the IMO gold medal? Zhao Feng on the other end was momentarily stunned, then a wave of ecstatic joy surged within him. He knew that asking for details meant there was hope, and it was big hope. He suppressed his excitement and repeated as steadily as possible, word for word, Xu Chen, listen carefully. As long as you choose Peking University, we promise a basic scholarship of 200,000 paid in one lump sum, an additional 2,000 yuan monthly living allowance until you graduate with your bachelor's degree. If you can be selected for the IMO national team, we will add 50,000 to your prize. If you can bring glory to the country and win the IMO gold medal, we will add another 50,000 as a reward. In other words, you can receive up to 300,000 in scholarships plus living allowances for 4 years. He emphasized the words 300,000 distinctly. Xu Chen silently calculated in his mind this amount was already enough for him to buy a top-spec computer and achieve financial freedom in the first few years of college. Although the core reason for his choice of Peking University was not money, at the final moment of settling the dust, why not fight for the most tangible benefits for himself? He smiled and simply said 2 words into the phone. Deal. Great, great, great. The voice of Zhao Feng on the other end was filled with relief, repeating the word great 3 times excitedly. Though he had nearly exhausted all his admissions authority for this promise, and might even have to report to the college leadership for approval, he couldn't help but feel a bit of pain. But thinking of personally bringing in a genius who scored full marks, a rarity in the history of CMO, who might shine in the world of mathematics in the future, that little pain was instantly drowned in immense joy and a sense of achievement. This deal was worth it. Truly worth it. This deal was worth it. Truly worth it. The final day of CMO, the closing ceremony. The auditorium of Wugong Sanzhong was filled to capacity. Over 500 young mathematicians from all over the country, along with their guiding teachers, sat in an upright manner. In the air, there was a complex atmosphere mingled with anticipation, tension, anxiety, and exhaustion. This was the moment that would determine the results of their hard work over the past year, or even several years. On the podium, the leaders took turns delivering speeches. The content was largely similar, congratulating the successful hosting of the competition, thanking the organizers, and expressing earnest hopes for this group of young geniuses in the audience. Students, no matter what achievements you attain today, please remember that CMO is merely a small step on your long journey of life. A single success or failure does not define your future. The vast ocean of mathematics is boundless. I hope you maintain this passion, continue to explore, and contribute your strength to the country's foundational scientific endeavors. The lengthy speech acted like a sedative, calming the restless hearts in the audience somewhat. Then the host stepped onto the stage, his voice loud and clear, each word striking a chord in everyone's heart. Next, I will announce the results of this year's National Middle School Mathematics Olympiad. The entire venue fell silent, even the sound of breathing became distinctly audible. This year's CMO has 510 contestants from 31 provinces, municipalities, and autonomous regions across the country. After the rigorous and fair evaluation by the judging committee, the results were finally produced. The host deliberately paused here, heightening everyone's anticipation. 103 gold medals, 180 silver medals, 150 bronze medals. Wow. As soon as this number was announced, a wave of suppressed gasps and discussions erupted from the audience. Such a high award ratio. Almost 450 people in total, which means most of them have awards to claim. That's great. I feel like I can at least secure a bronze medal. The members of the Zhejiang team also let out a sigh of relief. Team leader Zhang Zhengwo's tightly clenched fist relaxed slightly. This award ratio meant that his team members would at least not leave empty-handed. Next, we will announce the list of winners starting from the bronze medals. Students whose names are called, please come to the stage to receive your awards. The host's voice echoed clearly throughout every corner of the auditorium through the microphone. On the big screen, names and schools began to scroll by. Bronze medal winner Wuxi City, Renmin University Affiliated High School, Li Siyuan. Magic City Shanghai High School Chenbin. Each time a name was announced, a wave of restrained applause and cheers erupted from the audience. Students whose names were called showed relieved smiles while their teachers nodded approvingly beside them. Zhang Jingwo's gaze was fixed on the scrolling screen, his heart racing like a rabbit. If a few of the weaker students in the team could secure a bronze medal, it would be considered task accomplished. The list rolled by line. Jiangnan Province, Wenshi High School Wuyu. Jiangnan Province, Zhenhai High School Lufeng. The bronze medal list concluded with a total of 150 winners. In the auditorium, emotions were mixed. Students who received medals celebrated excitedly with their companions, while those who did not hear their names lowered their heads silently, their eyes glistening. They knew that their CMO journey had likely come to an early end. Amidst the warm applause, the 150 bronze medal winners took to the stage in batches, receiving their certificates and medals from the presenters, capturing their moment in photographs. Next, we will announce the silver medal winners. The atmosphere suddenly intensified. If the bronze medal was a participation award, then the silver medal was a true testament of strength, an important stepping stone towards independent admissions to prestigious universities. Shangjing City Tsinghua Affiliated High School Sunyu. Su Province Nanjing Normal University Affiliated High School Zhoukai. The names of renowned competition schools began to appear frequently. The Jiangnan Province team also performed admirably, with 7 out of 25 members' names appearing on the silver medal list, causing waves of cheers from the team. The silver medal list was announced. Next came the award ceremony and photo-taking session. Team leader teacher Zhang quickly calculated in his heart, so far the Zhejiang team of 25 had 8 bronzes and 7 silvers, with 15 winners. There were still 10 students whose names had not been called. Based on his post-exam estimations, 5 of them performed poorly, and it seemed they would be missing out on medals. Thus, the remaining 5 were likely gold medalists, which would be a standard achievement for Jiangnan Province. Currently, securing 5 gold medals was stable. How many of these could enter the top 60? Because only the top 60 are qualified to enter the national training team. That is the true pinnacle of glory. No, there was also one ultimate question. He instinctively glanced at the calm boy beside him throughout the event. Xu Chen, can he possibly achieve first place? After the silver medal awards, the entire auditorium fell into a silence reminiscent of the calm before the storm. The auditorium quieted down. All eyes were focused on the podium. Next would be the most glorious moment of this feast, the announcement of the gold medals. It represented not just a medal but the highest honor in the field of mathematics among middle school students nationwide, a ticket to enter Tsinghua University, Peking University, and even the national training team. Next, I will announce the list of gold medal winners for this year's CMO. The host's voice carried a hint of solemnity. The big screen dimmed and then brightened again. This time, instead of scrolling, names began to appear one by one, accompanied by stirring music. Gold medal winner 103rd place, Hunan Province, Chongjun High School Wangya. 102nd place, Hubei Province, Huashi Ifa High School Lijing. With each name announced, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Teacher Zhang's heart raced to his throat. He stared fixedly at the screen, even forgetting to breathe. The list climbed higher and higher. 90th place, 80th place, 70th place. When the list reached 61st place, the breaths of all the accompanying teachers grew hurried. Because they knew that from 60th place onward, it was the members of the national training team. That was the gold medal among gold medals, the true champions. 61st place, Sichuan Province, Chengdu No. 7 High School Zhongwei. Zhongwei, standing before the screen, looked somewhat dejected. Just one step away, yet it felt like an insurmountable chasm. Teacher Zhang's heart raced with excitement. With the announcement of 61st place, 4 of the Jiangnan team members had not yet been called, which meant there were definitely 4 in the top 60. Next, there remained one final question: just where did Xu Chen rank? The list continued. 50th place, 30th place, 10th place. When they announced 2nd place, Magic City Shanghai High School Lin Yifei, Xu Chen's name still did not appear. Teacher Zhang's anticipation peaked at that moment. But what followed was a wave of overwhelming, near-to-roaring blankness. First place. Could it really be first place? What if it wasn't? Could there have been an error in the scoring system? Or perhaps something unexpected happened with Xu Chen's paper and he had no score at all? This absurd thought flashed through his mind, sending a chill down his spine. He dared not think further, only staring fixedly at the screen. At this moment, the entire auditorium fell silent. The ace competitors from the traditional strong teams, such as Magic City Shangjing and Hubei, had already made their appearances on the list. All the teachers and students from other provincial teams were whispering to each other, wildly speculating. Which province is the first place from? It seems that the teams from Shangjing and Magic City have already reported names. Could it be a hidden trump card from a traditional strong team? Or perhaps a dark horse from a weaker team? At that moment, the host announced in an unprecedentedly passionate and trembling voice, this year's National Middle School Mathematics Olympiad. He elongated his words, building the suspense. First place. The big screen went black, then illuminated again. Under everyone's breathless gaze, two golden characters slowly emerged. Xu Chen, Jiangnan Province, Anqingno. 3 high school, total score 126 points, full score. The moment the words Xu Chen appeared in bold golden font at the top of the big screen, the entire venue fell into an absolute silence lasting 3 seconds. Immediately after, like a volcanic eruption, thunderous applause and cheers resounded throughout the entire auditorium. Wow. First place. It's really him. Perfect score, genius. Alive. So amazing. Amid the roaring applause, Xu Chen calmly stood up. His teammates, whether it was Zhao Rui who won the gold medal or the other competitors who won silver and bronze, looked at him with a complex gaze mixed with awe, envy, and a touch of admiration. Team leader Zhang Jingguo was especially excited, his face flushed red as he vigorously patted Xu Chen's shoulder, repeatedly saying, "Well done. Well done." Yet Xu Chen, the center of this storm, remained calm. Amid the host's passionate invitation and under the complex gazes of over 500 talented young individuals filled with envy, jealousy, and awe, he stood up, adjusted his team uniform's collar, and walked steadily towards the podium that symbolized the highest honor. The spotlight followed his figure, illuminating each of his steps with utmost clarity. This path was not long, but to him it felt like traversing an entire season. From the small competition study room at Anqingno 3 high school to the provincial competition exam hall, and then to here, the pinnacle of mathematics for high school students in the nation. He stepped onto the stage, standing side by side with the 2nd and 3rd place competitors. They were the top 3 of this year's CMO. The gray-haired, spirited leader of the Math Association personally presented them with their awards. He first placed gold medals around the necks of the 3rd and 2nd place winners, shaking hands with them warmly. When it came to Xu Chen, his face revealed an even warmer and more appreciative smile. He took the 1st place gold medal, symbolizing the highest honor and seemingly heavier than the others, and personally hung it around Xu Chen's neck. The gold medal felt heavy, carrying a slight chill with the CMO emblem and the words "first place" engraved upon it. "Congratulations, Xu Chen." The leader's voice was gentle yet powerful as he held Xu Chen's hand tightly, saying, "I reviewed your exam paper. It was outstanding, truly perfect. You not only possess a solid foundation, but also mathematical insights and perspectives that surpass your peers. I hope you remain humble and diligent and continue to bring glory to your country in the upcoming national training team and on even greater stages." "Thank you, leader. I will work hard," Xu Chen replied calmly, his gaze clear, neither humble nor arrogant. Next came the group photo. The flashes lit up like stars, capturing this moment of glory as eternal. The closing ceremony concluded in a warm atmosphere. Candidates began to exit in succession, and the auditorium became noisy again. The members of the Zhejiang team were surrounding Xu Chen and Zhao Rui, excitedly discussing their upcoming plans. At that moment, a composed figure walked up to them. It was none other than Professor Li Jinhua, one of the national team coaches. He didn't approach Xu Chen directly, but first looked at team leader Zhang Jingguo, speaking in a tone that carried the weight of a senior. "Teacher Zhang, congratulations to your Zhejiang team for achieving outstanding results this time. Professor Li, you flatter us. The children worked hard themselves." Zhang Jingguo immediately became respectful upon meeting this titan of the math competition world. Professor Li Jinhua nodded slightly, then turned his gaze towards Xu Chen, though he still spoke to Zhang Jingguo. "This must be Xu Chen, right? A very promising young man." His tone resembled that of evaluating a fine piece of work, appreciating it while maintaining the distance of a senior and coach. Yes. Xu Chen, quickly, this is Professor Li Jinhua from the national team." Zhang Jingguo hurriedly introduced. "Hello, Professor Li." Xu Chen greeted politely. Professor Li Jinhua's gaze lingered on Xu Chen for a few seconds, his eyes filled with a hint of inquiry and curiosity. After pondering for a moment, he seemed to casually ask, "Xu Chen, I am curious. On the first day of the exam, after you finished answering the questions early, you scribbled on the draft paper as if studying some intriguing problem. Would you mind sharing it with me?" As soon as this question was posed, the surrounding noise seemed to diminish significantly. The members of the Zhejiang team perked up their ears, curiously looking at Xu Chen. Xu Chen was momentarily taken aback, then a hint of embarrassment appeared on his face. He hadn't expected that his small actions during the exam would be noticed so clearly by the head coach of the national team. It felt akin to being caught daydreaming in class by the homeroom teacher. He scratched his head, answering somewhat shyly, "It's nothing. I was just looking at a challenging problem from teacher Su Kanghua. At that moment, I happened to have a bit of inspiration, so I jotted down some thoughts." Su Kanghua? Hearing this name, Professor Li Jinhua raised his eyebrows slightly. As a central figure in the domestic math competition circle, he certainly knew of this well-known public account and was aware that Su Kanghua was a highly skilled Olympiad coach. "Oh, What problem was it that could divert your attention during the CMO exam? Professor Lee probed his tone, laced with interest. Xu Chen thought for a moment and replied, "It was a problem related to combinatorial geometry involving some properties of Delaunay triangulation." Delaunay triangulation? This time not only Professor Li Jinhua, but also Zhao Rui and several other teammates couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. They certainly understood what this term meant. It was a concept from computational geometry, which was already quite advanced knowledge for high school students. What made them even more astonished was the nonchalant tone Xu Chen used when he spoke. In the CMO exam. Casually. Using university-level geometric tools. To solve another challenging problem. A terrifying thought emerged in the minds of all the team members. He not only achieved a perfect score, but did so almost effortlessly. It seemed that for him, the most crucial aspect was pursuing his own research, while the CMO was merely a casual assessment. In an instant, the way the team members looked at Xu Chen changed once more. If previously it was awe and admiration, now they felt they were looking at not just a peer, but a being from a higher dimension. In Professor Li Jinhua's eyes, a fleeting flash of undeniable shock crossed. However, being a person who had experienced great storms, he quickly regained his composure. He deeply gazed at Xu Chen as if trying to see through this young man entirely. After a long while, he collected all his thoughts and revealed a genuine smile of appreciation. He patted Xu Chen on the shoulder, his tone becoming much friendlier. "Good lad, interesting. It seems I underestimated you. Next is the national training team, and we will be seeing each other again soon. I am decades older than you. If you encounter any issues in mathematics, feel free to come and discuss them with me." This statement was no longer merely a coach's courtesy to a player, but resembled an invitation between equal scholars to scholars. This was undoubtedly the highest form of recognition. When Xu Chen's name became intertwined with the term CMO full score gold medal, it sparked not just a tremor within the competitive circle, but a tsunami of public opinion sweeping through his hometown Anqing city. Chen Jiaping was the first to learn the news. After the award ceremony, Xu Chen immediately sent him a message on WeChat. After all, without Teacher Chen's exceptional recommendation and unwavering support along the way, there would be no CMO journey for him today. Xu Chen kept this gratitude in his heart. Initially, only the math teachers in the office let out a few stifled cheers. Soon after, Chen Jiaping rushed into the principal's office, gesticulating excitedly and incoherently reporting this monumental news. Upon seeing the photo on the phone, the old principal, a man over 50, who was usually composed, excitedly snatched the phone, staring at Xu Chen's picture on the screen for a full 3 minutes. He even pulled out his reading glasses, wiping them repeatedly, fearful of missing even a single pixel. After confirming the accuracy, he slammed the table, his voice booming like a bell, startling the pen holder on the desk publicity department. Immediately, right now, change the headline on the school's official website. Use the largest font. Warm congratulations to our student Xu Chen for winning the National Mathematics Olympiad full score gold medal, making history. He paused, seemingly feeling it was still not enough, and once again displayed his signature rural aesthetic and a banner. Hang it from the school entrance all the way to the teaching building. Make it the longest and the reddest, gold-edged. It should be visible from space to showcase our Anqing Third High School's joy. Then this news spread like a nuclear bomb dropped into a tranquil lake, sending shockwaves through every grade, every class, and every corner. Xu Chen from Class 3 of Grade 2 has won the National Middle School Mathematics Olympiad. First place. Full score? What? National first. Is that true? I thought it was provincial first. It's true. Gold medal first. Full score? The photos have been sent back. Wow, our school is going to soar. Who would dare say we are just an ordinary high school? Anqing Third High is amazing. The classmates who had previously asked for Xu Chen's textbooks and draft papers were now even more excited. Xu Chen's deskmate Wang Pizzi posted a photo in the group. He had placed Xu Chen's math book under a delicate glass dome alongside 2 bananas and a bottle of Wangzai milk. Brothers, I declare, starting today, this is the treasure of our dormitory. Before the final exam, everyone can come to pay their respects once. Sincerity is required. Immediately someone replied, "Kai Go, please bless it. I am willing to exchange my weekly allowance for the opportunity to touch the top student's secret manual once." In no time, the teaching building hallways and playground were filled with excited students. They rushed to share the news, their faces beaming with joy and pride. It was as if the name standing at the pinnacle of the nation was not Xu Chen, but themselves. Anqing Third High, a school that had long struggled along the threshold of provincial key schools, and couldn't even rank in the top 3 in the city, had its name for the first time tightly linked to terms like national top tier and unprecedented because of Xu Chen. Li Fan listened to various news about Xu Chen, feeling very complicated inside. He was sincerely happy for Xu Chen. It was a thrill of witnessing history, a sense of pride as a teammate. But at the same time, he also felt a tremendous pressure and a touch of bemused frustration. This guy is simply a monster. Li Fan silently grumbled. He directly achieved a full score national first, breaking through the ceiling. How am I supposed to compete next year? He initially thought about making a push for provincial first next year to bring glory to the school and show off. But now, all the bragging rights of Anqing Third High have been claimed by Xu Chen alone. Even if I get provincial first next year, it would pale in comparison to his CMO full score national first. He could even envision a future scenario. Wow, Senior Li Fan is so amazing. He won the CMO gold medal. Yeah, but he's still a bit behind Senior Xu Chen. Oh, after all, he achieved full score in CMO. Thinking of this, Li Fan felt a pang of toothache. However, this minor frustration was soon replaced by a stronger emotion. Forget it, there's no point in comparing with this kind of prodigy. He is no longer an ordinary person. He is the kind of existence that doesn't even pay attention to top-tier schools like the Provincial Experimental and Renmin University affiliated high school. And I, Li Fan, have fought alongside this prodigy as a teammate. In the future, when bragging to others, I can say once upon a time I was a teammate of CMO full score top student Xu Chen. We took the same exam. Thinking of this, Li Fan's mood instantly brightened. Thinking like this, it seems quite exhilarating. In the principal's office of Anqing Third High, the phone rang for almost an hour without stopping. The old principal felt like he wasn't answering calls, but receiving imperial edicts. Each call was filled with joy and praise. Hello, Director Li. Hello. Yes, it's our school student. His name is Xu Chen. Ha, not at all. It's all thanks to your leadership, and the city's education system is doing great. Our school is benefiting from your light. The voice of the City Education Bureau's director was so loud and filled with joy that it nearly burst through the receiver. Principal Wang, congratulations. This time you Third High has brought great honor to our entire Anqing education system. I just reported to the mayor, and he personally praised your school. Once upon a time, Anqing Third High would sit in the corner during city meetings like a disregarded little wife. But now they had become the pride of the entire Anqing education community, a model unit that even the mayor personally praised. The old principal hung up the director's call, and the next call immediately came in. He was beaming, his face losing its wrinkles and seemingly rejuvenating 10 years. For the first time in its several decades of establishment, Anqing Third High produced a student eligible for direct admission. Moreover, a student eligible for direct admission to Tsinghua University or Peking University. He knew that his career path was secure. Perhaps he could ride this wave further up? While he was busy handling various congratulatory messages, teacher Chen Xiaoping in the math department office was also enjoying a moment of glory. He was surrounded by colleagues drowned in various compliments. Teacher Chen, your vision is too keen. You are simply the golden eye of the mathematics world. You just swept through our pile of stones and found such a stunning gem. Old Chen, you've truly got students all over the world now. A national first student is enough for you to brag for a lifetime. In the future, when evaluating senior teachers, just slam Xu Chen's gold medal on the table. Who would dare disagree? Teacher Chen Xiaoping held his beloved thermos, a restrained yet unmistakably proud smile on his face. He knew that his senior title was secure. The future senior teacher evaluation also had hope. At that moment, the principal's intercom rang. Old Chen, come to my office right now. City officials are coming to our school to personally hold a commendation meeting for Xu Chen. The city bureau has also rewarded 3,000 yuan. Hurry over, we need to discuss the reception details. This news once again made the math department office erupt with excitement. City officials coming to school for a commendation meeting. What an honor. On the day the news came, the cleaners at Anqing Third High were busy cleaning every corner of the campus until it was spotless, even pulling out every weed in the flower beds. What amused the citizens even more was the change at the entrance of the City Education Bureau. The usually solemn City Education Bureau building unexpectedly hung a huge and eye-catching red banner with golden characters shining under the sun. Warm congratulations to our student Xu Chen from Anqing Third High for winning the National Mathematics Olympiad Championship, bringing glory to our city. Passing citizens stopped to take photos, discussing animatedly. Wow, a banner at the Education Bureau. This is the first time. The sun must be rising from the west. Isn't that right? In the past, they always made schools hang them. When did they ever get so high profile at their own entrance? Looks like they really have an extraordinary figure this time. Anqing Third High is going to be on fire now. In the teaching building, the younger students were also excitedly discussing this legendary academic deity. So cool. From now on, my idol will be Senior Xu Chen. Is our school going to turn into a super high school? Can we also get into Tsinghua and Peking University in the future? They still didn't know what they were about to face. From the moment Xu Chen won the championship, the Xu Chen model at Anqing Third High had been activated. The school leaders held an emergency meeting overnight, deciding to comprehensively promote Xu Chen's successful experience. Although they didn't know what the specific experience was, this did not prevent them from setting stricter requirements, assigning more homework, and organizing more exams. Thus, the next day, a school-wide mobilization conference named Learning from Senior Xu Chen was held. The head of the education department delivered a passionate speech on stage. Students, Xu Chen's success tells us that nothing is impossible. If he can do it, so can you. Starting today, our school's morning self-study time will be moved up by half an hour. The evening self-study time will be extended by an hour. Weekend remedial classes will add 2 more math-intensive classes. Students in the audience. In the coming years, the students of Anqing Third High would endure a challenging high school life under the slogan of Learning from Senior Xu Chen. Years later, as they matured, they would always thank Senior Xu Chen for the improvements he brought to their alma mater, while also resenting him for being so competitive back then. If the tremors caused by the Third High School of Anqing and the education system were merely the overture to this storm, then the true curtain was raised when the media, with a sense of smell sharper than that of a police dog, took the stage, unleashing a tidal wave of public opinion that swept across the internet. Xu Chen's story is simply a perfect material tailored for a sensational article. Coming from an ordinary high school, a dark horse in the provincial competition, a perfect score in CMO, researching extracurricular problems during the exam, attracting attention from Tsinghua and Beida. Each label, when considered alone, is enough to support an article with over 100,000 views. When they converge on the same person, the chemical reaction is exponential. Initially, the news was only circulating within a small circle of the education and competition community. However, it wasn't long before some official accounts from mainstream media such as Jiangnan Youth Daily and Jiangnan Education Online began to follow up with reports. The titles were relatively restrained: A Proud Child of Humble Origins, How an Ordinary High School Student Turned the Tables and Achieved a Perfect Score in the National Mathematics Competition. The article primarily stated facts emphasizing Xu Chen's ordinary background and the difficulty of his achievements. Although the reporters themselves could not quite understand what was so difficult about Xu Chen's situation, this did not hinder their adept use of literary techniques to shape Xu Chen into a diligent and hardworking archetype that fit mainstream narratives. However, mathematical competitions are too far removed from ordinary people's lives. These few bland reports were like a few stones thrown into the ocean, causing little to no ripples. The real ignition point came from Jihu. As more details were leaked by CMO staff and participants, it began to draw the attention of a larger audience. On Jihu, there was a question: how do you evaluate Xu Chen, the perfect scorer of CMO in 2023? A highly upvoted answer from an anonymous user claiming to be a participant stated, "Thanks for the invitation, but I prefer to remain anonymous to avoid being crushed by the big shots." Conflict of interest: a contestant in this year's CMO sitting at the site at the tail end of the silver medal ranking. Let me state my conclusion: this is not a human being. This is a monstrous prodigy. What you see is just the result, a perfect score. What we see is the process. On the first day of the exam, while we were still scratching our heads over the first question, the big shot had already completed all the questions and started doing extracurricular problems. You heard that right. He was doing other problems in the CMO exam room. Another version I heard was that he finished the extracurricular problems before starting on the CMO questions. In any case, it felt like he was just casually taking the CMO exam. At that time, Professor Li from the national team was pacing back and forth beside him. We all thought he would be caught cheating, but after observing for a long time, Professor Li's expression changed from serious to shocked, and then he looked up in awe. That scene is something I will never forget in my life. As for the methods, don't ask. Asking is tantamount to asking for a heavenly book. Let's put it this way: we were solving problems while he was telling the problems. This is how you should be solved. Finally, regarding the matter of Tsinghua and Beida competing for talent, I can only say that the market-style bidding you see online might still be an understatement. That's enough. I'm going to practice problems now. I feel that if I don't work harder, I won't even be able to see the back of the big shot. This impactful and immersive response was like the first deep water bomb thrown into the lake of public opinion, instantly igniting Jihu. Wow, this answer gave me goosebumps. Telling the problem how it should be solved. This phrase is so impressive. I learned something. Don't go answerer. Please elaborate on the competition for talent between Tsinghua and Beida. They'll support you with a membership. The number of likes broke 10,000 within just a few hours, and the comment section was completely overwhelmed. Subsequently, self-media outlets discovered a massive flow of attention converging like sharks smelling blood. They rushed in. Official reports emphasize rigor, but they do not need it. What they need is a more impactful and dramatic truth. Thus, various embellished and detail-rich in-depth analysis articles began to spread virally. You think he was taking an exam, in fact, he was doing extracurricular problems. Revealing the truth behind the perfect scorer of CMO engaging in slacking off during the exam. This article vividly describes the inner monologue of the proctor Professor Li Jinhua, capturing his shock, numbness, and existential doubt with clarity that surpasses even the professor himself. Shocking. The admissions offices of Tsinghua and Beida fought over a high school student, even staging a market-style bidding over the phone. This article turned the three-way phone call between Xu Chen and two admissions officers into a delightful comedy. Details like, "We have more girls at Beida," and "Our cafeteria at Tsinghua is great," were vividly exaggerated as if the author had been there serving tea and pouring water. There was even a metaphysical post that suddenly brought a small public account 1 million views. Metaphysical revelations. The dragon vein of the third high school of Anqing has emerged. The literary star has descended. Is it coincidence or destiny? The author of this article, claiming to be a registered practitioner from Longhushan, started with a satellite map of the third high school of Anqing marked up with red lines. The article analyzed the third high school of Anqing, backed by Xiangshan and facing the Anjiang River, has an excellent feng shui layout of holding yin and embracing yang. However, the key point is that for decades prior there was an old narrow stone bridge in front of the school gate, which was a throat-locking situation, completely sealing off the dragon energy of the river, causing the school's cultural lineage to stagnate, and thus top talents had not emerged in decades. However, the key point has arrived. Last year's city planning led to the demolition of the old bridge and the construction of a brand new three-arch stone bridge at the original site, named Wenchang Bridge. With the completion of this bridge, it has unlocked the dragon vein, and the three arches have opened like a dragon gate, channeling the river's dragon energy straight into the school gate, forming an auspicious sign of carp leaping over the dragon gate, and 3 yuan passing the exam. This bridge was officially open to traffic this spring. The earth energy surged, and the dragon vein has emerged. Thus, Xu Chen is not a coincidence. He is the literary star born from the favorable feng shui of the third high school of Anqing, as fate would have it. This is the inevitable result of the right timing, geographical advantages, and harmony among people. Although these articles are increasingly absurd in content, they accurately grasp the points that resonate with netizens, quickly dominating the trending lists on various platforms. At least 4 of the top 10 trending topics on Weibo were related to Xu Chen. CMO perfect score. Xu Chen explosive. What is the experience of doing extracurricular problems during the exam? Explosive. How competitive are Tsinghua and Beida in vying for students? Explosive. What kind of miraculous school is the third high school of Anqing new? When the heat of an event peaks, it inevitably evolves into a nationwide meme carnival. Xu Chen, in a way he never anticipated, became a viral sensation across the internet, transforming into a cultural symbol. The first to suffer were various meme templates. A candid shot of the proctor's shocked profile was paired with the classic line, "I've never seen someone so arrogant." Below it was a picture of Xu Chen's calm profile captioned, "Hey, and now you see it." A candid shot of Proctor Li Jinhua's shocked profile was turned into a meme similar to the subway elder looking at a phone template captioned, "This problem can be solved like this." A photo of Xu Chen receiving an award with a calm expression was paired with the classic line, "I haven't even exerted myself, and you fell down already." A photo of Xu Chen receiving an award with a calm expression was edited onto the face of the character Fire Cloud, evil god from the movie Kung Fu, captioned, "I just wanted to knock down 2 people or be knocked down by them." The 2 people here were humorously transformed by netizens into CMO and the reward questions. Xu Chen is no longer just a top student. He has become a symbol representing dimensionality reduction, strikes, invisible pretentiousness, and the daily life of a study god. His story, in an entertaining manner, has been deconstructed, reassembled, and spread, ultimately evolving into a unique online carnival of this era. In the first half-month after Xu Chen returned to An City, he was filled with various honors and awards. He seemed to have become a golden signboard, a walking city postcard. First came the internal commendation meeting at the school. In front of all the teachers and students, the old principal personally awarded him the special scholarship with a prize of 3,000 yuan and announced that the school would establish a Xu Chen scholarship in his name to encourage future students. Then there was the municipal commendation. Leaders from the Municipal Education Bureau met with him and presented him with a prize of 1,000 yuan. He also participated in an interview with the city's television station. Even some local entrepreneurs contacted him through the school to offer a special scholarship. Many of these entrepreneurs were motivated purely by a desire to give back to their hometown, and Xu Chen was quite touched. For these intensive activities, which clearly had a promotional significance, Xu Chen did not show any impatience. He calmly cooperated, wearing an appropriate smile and expressing gratitude to the school and his hometown. He understood very well that An City No. 3 High School, and indeed the entire An City, desperately needed such a genius to inspire hope and serve as a calling card to secure more educational resources from higher authorities. Since he could make some contributions to his alma mater and hometown, he was indifferent. In this half-month of award tours, Xu Chen roughly calculated that he had received a total of 35000 yuan. The scholarship from Peking University would only be available upon enrollment, but it was already a certainty. By this calculation, Xu Chen had amassed nearly 500 yuan in assets. Xu Chen couldn't help but sigh, there is indeed a treasure house of golden books. And when all the noise finally subsided and life returned to tranquility, Xu Chen immediately returned to his most familiar and comfortable state. The formal competition of the International Mathematical Olympiad IMO was scheduled for the distant month of July. The national training team, lasting several months, would only gather in the capital city when spring arrived in March of the following year. This meant that from now until the training began, Xu Chen had over 3 months of completely free time that belonged to him. He once again turned his attention to the 2 high-reward problems posted on the Su Kanghua Competition Excellence public account. Reward 500 yuan. Solve a combinatorial extremum problem involving the lower bound estimate of Ramsey number R55. Reward 600 yuan. Prove a problem regarding the irreducibility of circle polynomial over finite fields. This time he did not experience the sudden inspiration he had before. These 2 problems stood before him like 2 true perilous peaks. Their difficulty lay not in the complexity of calculations, but in the path dependency of thought. The estimation of Ramsey number is a classic problem in combinatorial mathematics, and its conventional solution, the probabilistic method, is the standard answer found in almost all textbooks. To bypass it and provide a completely new and constructive proof is as challenging as carving a new path on a sheer cliff. The properties of circle polynomial over finite fields touch upon the core of abstract algebra. This problem requires extensive preliminary knowledge about field extensions and Galois groups with a long logical chain that is intricately interconnected. It is almost impossible to prove using more elementary methods. This is precisely their challenge, not only testing problem-solving abilities, but also challenging the entire mathematical system's way of thinking. Facing the first perilous peak, Xu Chen did not rush to attack. He spent 3 whole days completely immersed in the ocean of Ramsey theory. He systematically studied the relevant knowledge from the most basic pigeonhole principle to the van der Waerden theorem and various complex graph coloring problems. He did not just learn the conclusions, he repeatedly scrutinized the details of each classic proof, trying to understand the underlying mathematical ideas. On the afternoon of the 4th day, he spread out his draft paper. He did not choose the conventional probabilistic method, but instead took a different approach, attempting a constructive idea based on finite geometry. This idea was extremely bold, requiring the mapping of discrete points and edges to a geometric structure. Throughout the afternoon, his pen hardly stopped. The draft paper was used up one sheet after another, and discarded ideas piled up like small mountains. Finally, at the moment the sun set, he successfully constructed a special graph and used its properties to provide a compelling proof of the lower bound of R55. Although this solution was more complex than the probabilistic method, the originality of its thought and the intricacy of its construction were enough to astonish any expert in the field of combinatorial mathematics. Next came the algebraic difficulty regarding circle polynomial. He spent another week diving deep into the ocean of abstract algebra. From the basic concepts of groups, rings, and fields to the essence of Galois theory, he absorbed the foundational stones that support the grand edifice of modern mathematics like a dry sponge. This time he did not attempt to find a shortcut. He realized that in the face of such a tightly knit and highly logical field, any attempt to take shortcuts would be futile. The only way was to confront it head on. He reorganized and reconstructed all relevant theorems, lemmas, and corollaries in his mind, forming a clear network of knowledge. Then, with a decisive attitude, he broke down the difficult problem step by step, supporting each step with the most solid theories, ultimately providing a logically perfect and impeccable proof. When he took a photo of this proof process, which could also be considered a work of art, and uploaded it to Su Kanghua, the delightful notification sound of the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for solving a high-difficulty mathematical problem using an innovative method, gaining 3 mathematics experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for solving a high-difficulty mathematical problem using an innovative method, gaining 2 mathematics experience points. Current subject level mathematics LV 128,500. Indeed, innovative solutions yield higher experience points. Xu Chen understood this clearly. At that moment, he could distinctly feel that his mastery of the entire high school mathematics competition knowledge system had reached a whole new level. He could instinctively analyze what the core focus of this problem was, what abilities it aimed to test in students, and how each condition in the problem guided the thought process towards the direction preset by the problem setter, like precise barriers. This shift in perspective from problem solver to examiner and even problem setter marked a qualitative leap. In March in the capital city, Xu Chen bid farewell to the tranquility of Anqing and stepped into the gates of the national training team. Here 60 of the nation's most brilliant mathematical minds gathered from all corners of the country. Each of them is a champion who has emerged victorious from the ruthless competition of CMO representing the hope for China's future in mathematics. The training team operates similarly to the provincial teams, but the intensity and depth are on an entirely different level. Each day is filled with extensive self-study mock exams and specialized lectures. Occasionally, Professor Li Jinhua and other members of the national team coaching staff hold lectures explaining complex theories or exquisite problem-solving techniques. Everyone here is like a tightly wound spring operating at full tilt. They all understand that these 60 individuals are merely the beginning. As per tradition, the training team will conduct 2 rounds of rigorous selection exams. In the first round, 15 will be selected from the 60 to advance to the second stage of training. In the second round, the top 6 will be chosen from these 15 to form China's IMO national team, heading to the international stage in July. Every exam is a process of elimination. The competitive pressure here is far beyond that of the CMO. Selecting 6 from among hundreds of thousands of high school students is indeed a rare feat. However, just a week in, Xu Chen began to feel a sense of confusion. He noticed that both the key points emphasized by the coaches in their lectures and the standard answers promoted in the problem sets leaned towards a universal method. These methods are often the most fundamental and widely applicable theorems or models from a particular branch of mathematics. For instance, when dealing with inequalities, there is a repeated emphasis on the application and transformation of basic inequalities, such as various means Cauchy and sorting, while solving combinatorial problems praises the establishment of recursive relationships and the use of generating functions as one-size-fits-all techniques. This feeling is akin to equipping every soldier with an indestructible heavy hammer. Regardless of whether the enemy is a wooden door, a stone wall, or iron armor, the tactic remains the same: swing the hammer and smash. The advantage of this method lies in its robustness and high lower limit. As long as one masters it, they can find a breakthrough point for most difficult problems. Yet Xu Chen instinctively felt a sense of repulsion. This heavy hammer tactic often entails a massive computational load and a cumbersome deduction process. It forsakes the insight into the unique structure of the problem itself and the pursuit of that lethal key, opting instead for the most blunt approach of brute force. In his view, this method lacks the simplicity and elegance that mathematics should embody. More importantly, this formulaic problem-solving leaves him feeling devoid of any challenge. Having tasted the joy of breaking conventional norms and finding innovative solutions to challenging problems, he yearned for that thrill. During a break in one of the lectures, Xu Chen approached Professor Li Jinhua and candidly expressed his confusion. After listening, Professor Li appeared unfazed and simply looked at him calmly, asking, "Xu Chen, do you know what our national team's goal is?" "To win the gold medal." "Not entirely." Professor Li shook his head. "It is to achieve the highest total score." He paused for a moment and explained, "This means we need the total scores of our 6 team members to be as high as possible. We are not pursuing the extraordinary talent of a single member on a difficult problem, but rather that all 6 members can reliably secure the scores they are meant to achieve." Professor Li acknowledged that Xu Chen's feelings were valid. The high-intensity training repeatedly instills these universal methods to help the team members form muscle memory. In the exam hall, upon seeing a problem, they should immediately match it with the most reliable problem-solving template, minimizing errors and ensuring a lower limit. He sighed and continued, "This high-intensity training does indeed, in some sense, weaken the contestants' creativity. Because when a person has seen enough types of problems and mastered the corresponding standard solutions, their first response in the high-pressure environment of an exam is bound to be to apply the most reliable, most familiar template rather than risking wasting a lot of time searching for a potentially existing but possibly non-existent novel solution." At this point, Professor Li Jinhua's expression became a bit more serious. "Especially this year, the situation is even more special." He gently tapped his fingers on the table. "Our Chinese team has narrowly missed out on the top total score at the IMO for 3 consecutive years. Thus, the core principle of this year's training is to seek stability. We hope that each team member can become a stable scoring point." He looked directly at Xu Chen. "Xu Chen, I see your talent. I also appreciate your solutions. However, in the training team, I hope you can also focus on refining these universal methods. Do not innovate for the sake of innovation, as that is a dangerous gamble on the IMO stage." This statement served both as an explanation and a gentle suppressing of his enthusiasm. Xu Chen fell silent. He understood the coaching staff's intentions and grasped the team's strategy. Yet deep within, a different flame ignited. Stability is not wrong, but stability should not mean giving up the pursuit of excellence. Returning to his dormitory, Xu Chen fell into deep contemplation. He recalled the reward problems he had solved. Each solution exemplified the principle of what is difficult is not what is hard for the adept. Once he identified that key point, the entire problem-solving process became exceptionally simple with minimal calculations. Their drawback is their narrow applicability, targeting only specific problem structures. But what if these points could be systematically linked together? A bold thought arose in his mind. Perhaps I can bring something different to this team. In the days that followed, Xu Chen embarked on a monumental project. He conducted a thorough reverse engineering of all the classic problems he had encountered or solved. He categorized these problems based on their inherent mathematical structures rather than superficial types, such as algebra, geometry, number theory, and combinatorics. For example, symmetry topic, all inequalities and systems of equations exhibiting properties such as rotational symmetry and central symmetry were grouped together, and he developed a set of techniques using symmetric polynomials and symmetric sums to reduce dimensions and simplify. Extreme principle topic for combinatorial problems concerning existence and optimization, he summarized systematic methods for accurately identifying and utilizing minimal elements, farthest point pairs, and longest paths as breakthrough points. Structural mapping topic, he connected seemingly unrelated problems belonging to different branches of mathematics through clever constructions such as establishing coordinate systems, constructing complex numbers, and mapping them to graph theory models, establishing intrinsic connections, and summarizing a dozen commonly used cross-disciplinary mapping models. What he aimed to do was not to overthrow the solid heavy weapon system of the training team, but rather to equip his teammates with a complete set of sharp, lightweight, and lethal special forces daggers. These daggers, the ingenious special solutions, have their obvious shortcomings. They are extremely narrow in applicability, like uniquely shaped keys, each usually capable of opening only a specific lock. This is also why coaches do not advocate such training methods in traditional training. Because memorizing vast amounts of scattered special techniques not only burdens the mind, but also risks confusion in the exam hall, leading to going astray and resulting in lower scores. Yet Xu Chen, with his extraordinary insight, established a clear index system for the chaotic ocean of keys. He categorized the massive array of specific keys, covering nearly all types of competition problems, summarizing clear usage instructions and recognition manuals. It is as if he not only provided you with the keys, but also gave you a detailed lock-hole recognition and key matching guide. This thoroughly changed the game rules. It transformed the once inspiration and talent-dependent innovative solutions into a set of scientific methods that could be mastered through systematic training. He classified these vast amounts of specific keys into 4 major modules: algebra, geometry, number theory, and combinatorics, forming the first layer of categorization. Under each module, he further subdivided them based on the core structures or key features of the problems. For example, in the inequality section, he identified several subcategories, such as rotationally symmetric types, homogeneous types, and root-containing types. The most crucial aspect is that under each subcategory, he did not merely present solutions, but summarized a clear recognition matching application process. Recognition, he used the most concise language to describe the essential characteristics of this type of problem, much like labeling each lock with a prominent tag. Matching, he indicated the optimal key special solution uniquely corresponding to that characteristic and briefly pointed out the mathematical ideas behind it to aid understanding rather than rote memorization. Application, he included 2 to 3 original or adapted example problems that maximize the advantages of this technique, providing detailed, almost foolproof solving steps. This material fundamentally altered the learning logic of special solutions. It no longer required students to memorize 1,000 scattered keys, but instead taught them how to recognize 1,000 different locks and provided each lock with its unique perfect key. A month later, when Xu Chen placed a 100-page thick, neatly printed handout titled Concepts and Classifications of Common Models for IMO Special Solutions on Professor Li Jinhua's desk, the seasoned coach, accustomed to seeing geniuses, was utterly astonished. He flipped through the pages, initially curious, then amazed, and finally overwhelmed with indescribable excitement and joy. What he saw was not merely a compilation of problem-solving techniques, but a young man opening a brand new door for the entire national team's training system with his extraordinary mathematical vision. A prolonged silence settled over Professor Li Jinhua's office. He closed the printed manuscript titled Conceptual Framework and Categorization of Specialized Solutions to Common IMO Models, his fingertips lightly tracing its cover as a complex, flickering light shimmered in his eyes. Awe, admiration, elation. These emotions surged within him, only to settle at last into the profound, weighty sense of responsibility befitting a head coach. Xu Chen, he began slowly, his voice hoarse and grave, this document is priceless. Without exaggeration, it has the potential to transform our training methodology for years to come. He paused, then abruptly shifted his tone with unwavering resolve, but not this year. Xu Chen's brows faintly furrowed. Professor Lee gazed at him candid and solemn. The official IMO competition begins in less than 2 months. Our entire coaching team has adopted a strategy centered on stability, a plan refined over months, one that has already shaped both the technical proficiency and psychological rhythm of our team members. Introducing a new tactical approach at this juncture carries immense risk. Rising, he paced the office, his voice imbued with the weary caution and authority of one who bears great responsibility. Your methodology is a double-edged sword. It demands extraordinary insight and judgment from its practitioner. Wielded correctly, it becomes a divine weapon, yet a single misjudgment during the exam, choosing the wrong key and squandering precious time, could yield catastrophic consequences. I cannot gamble the entire team's performance on such a possibility. Therefore, he halted, meeting Xu Chen's gaze directly. I will safeguard this material, and even adopt it as the cornerstone reference for next year's training program. But this year I will refrain from any official endorsement or dissemination. The air in the office seemed to solidify. Xu Chen understood Professor Lee's reservations. Stability was the head coach's sacred duty. Yet Xu Chen trusted his own judgment more deeply. Just as he prepared to speak, Professor Lee, as if reading his thoughts, raised a hand, his tone softening slightly. However, he resumed his seat and fixed Xu Chen with a long, penetrating look, one that carried subtle appreciation and indulgence. Though I cannot endorse it officially, I can grant you a narrow opening. A faint, enigmatic smile curved Professor Lee's lips. My stance is clear: neither encourage nor oppose nor interfere. He elaborated. After all, this 60-member training squad must undergo 2 rounds of brutal selection, ultimately yielding just 6 finalists. If your method proves as effective as you claim, those who master this dagger tactics will almost certainly emerge victorious. Conversely, should the method prove elegant but impractical, its practitioners will naturally falter in the selection exams. The outcome itself will serve as irrefutable proof. Thus, he concluded, you may exchange and study this approach privately among a small circle, but without disrupting peers committed to conventional problem-solving methods. Let the process itself render its verdict. Xu Chen instantly grasped the professor's intent. A masterful, transparent stratagem. Professor Lee had deftly circumvented the peril of official promotion while granting Xu Chen's innovation a controlled grassroots trial. He entrusted the choice to the team members themselves and to the imminent selection exams. It was both an act of stewardship toward the collective and a gesture of profound trust in Xu Chen's genius. Understood. Thank you, Professor Lee. Xu Chen took the manuscript and bowed deeply before him. Stepping out of the office, he drew a slow, steadying breath. He knew a quiet, unofficial bottom-up tactical revolution would now begin, under his own hand. He chose not to proclaim it widely, but instead approached several teammates he had carefully observed and found most trustworthy. Among them was Luo Yaolong, a gold medalist from the Jiangnan team, foundational mastery solid yet occasionally constrained by rigid thinking, precisely the kind of mind this elegant methodology could illuminate. Another was Fang Bo from the Shangjing team, whose computational prowess was extraordinary. He solved intricate problems through sheer painstaking calculation. Xu Chen's method would liberate his intellect from that labor. And third was Meng Lingyao, a mathematically gifted and intuitively brilliant young woman from the Moda team. Xu Chen's systematic framework was nothing short of a lifeline for her. One evening, Xu Chen gathered them quietly in a corner of the self-study room. Without fanfare, he placed several freshly photocopied copies of conceptual framework and categorization of specialized solutions to common IMO models, still fragrant with ink, before them. You've all asked me before how I achieved a perfect score on the CMO, what my secret was. These notes I've compiled might help us navigate the upcoming exams. If you're interested, let's explore them together. They picked up the pages puzzled. Whoa, Brother Xu, did you just write out the ultimate martial arts manual? As they delved deeper, reading the exquisitely structured categorizations, the progressively challenging examples, and the incisive analyses of underlying problem-solving philosophies, a collective gasp rippled through the room. It felt as though a grand gate to an entirely new world was slowly swinging open before them. Thus, beneath the National Training Squad's official sledgehammer tactics, its dominant, thunderous theme, there emerged quietly and unseen a countercurrent: Xu Chen's dagger and scalpel methodology, stirring discreetly within a tight-knit circle. No one could foresee where this undercurrent would ultimately carry the team, and the moment to test this quiet experiment would arrive soon. 2 weeks later, the first round of the National Training Squad selection exam was about to commence, a test that would immediately eliminate 45 of the 60 candidates. The first round of National Training Team selection exams officially commenced. From 60 gold medalists, only the top 15 would advance to the next phase of intensive training. The atmosphere inside the examination hall was as heavy and still as the sea before a storm. Even these battle-hardened competition prodigies could not maintain absolute composure before this internal elimination contest, often dubbed a clash among immortals. Every face bore an expression of solemn focus, for each knew that every person seated beside them possessed strength equal to, or even surpassing, their own. A single misstep, however slight, could sever all hope of securing one of the final 6 spots. Of the 60 elite talents, 3/4 would depart in silence by tomorrow. That number was impossible to face with calm detachment. As the exam bell rang, Professor Li Jinhua entered the self-study room holding the official score list. The 3 problems on the exam paper were exceptionally difficult, each comparable in complexity to the final questions of the International Mathematical Olympiad. Yet 2 of them aligned almost perfectly with a specialized topic from Xu Chen's lecture notes. He could even sense the examiner's hidden malice in elaborate narrative framework and convoluted conditions deliberately veiling the problem's core mathematical structure, designed to lure candidates onto a path of overwhelming computation. But for Xu Chen, who already held the key, such artifice was utterly meaningless. He raised his pen, set it down, and wrote with effortless grace. While others remained locked in heated debate over a subproblem of the first question, Xu Chen had already solved the second combinatorial challenge in seconds, using an elegant symmetry-based construction. On the day results were announced, a palpable tension hung over the entire training camp. Professor Li Jinhua entered the self-study room holding the official score list. Without preamble, he affixed the printed rankings to the bulletin board. A collective rustle swept the room, and everyone surged forward. At the very top of the list, one name stood alone, uncontested, unassailable, towering above the rest. First place, Xu Chen. No one found the result surprising. It had long been tacitly accepted that Xu Chen's ability transcended their competitive tier. What truly captivated everyone was the composition of the 15-person shortlist, and how the members of Xu Chen's informal study group had fared. Eyes scanned downward. 5th place, Feng Bo. 7th place, Luo Yaolong. 12th place, Meng Lingyao. Beyond Xu Chen himself, 3 of the 4 other original members of that secret study group had secured places within the top 15. The revelation rippled through the remaining 15 like a stone dropped into still water. Until recently, the broader cohort of 60 had operated in relative information isolation. Many had not even known such a secret study group existed, distinct from the official standardized solution methods. Now only 15 remained. This was an elite circle within an elite circle, where every whisper traveled instantly, every shift in momentum resonated across the entire group. That very afternoon, before Xu Chen could utter a word, the 11 other selected members converged upon him unbidden and in unison. Xu Chen, may we see your lecture notes? We promise. We only wish to learn the underlying thought process. Honestly, I'm genuinely eager to study them. He emphasized eager, deliberately, fearing Xu Chen might withhold the material, worried about drawing the coach's scrutiny. Even some eliminated contestants approached him seeking guidance. Though they had all earned CMO gold medals and received admission offers from Tsinghua and Peking universities, and would not compete in math Olympiads again next year, several hoped to bring the insights back to train their alma mater's teams. Xu Chen, for his part, was more than willing. After all, Professor Li Jinhua had mentioned that China's IMO team had failed to claim first place for 3 consecutive years. If this method proved effective, elevating the nation's overall mathematical prowess would be a profoundly worthwhile endeavor. Perhaps through this modest effort he could truly contribute, however slightly, to shifting that trajectory. With no hesitation, he opened his laptop and dragged the PDF titled Conception and Classification of Specialized Solutions for Common IMO Models into the training camp's shared drive. Download freely. Discussion is welcome, and so are suggestions for improvement. That night, the self-study room blazed with light until dawn. Every team member pored over the notes like Columbus discovering a new continent, devouring the material with ravenous curiosity, punctuating their reading with gasps of astonishment. Incredible! This problem can be solved using generating functions. The computational burden drops by over tenfold. This inversion theorem is extraordinary. It's practically a universal key for combinatorial enumeration. My goodness, I never imagined viewing this plane geometry problem through the lens of projective geometry. Professor Li Jinhua stood silently at the doorway, hands clasped behind his back, observing the fervent scene through the glass panel. A complex smile, warm yet deeply conflicted, softened his features. He had expected to labor tirelessly to cultivate such intellectual fervor. Instead, Xu Chen had ignited it effortlessly in a way he had never envisioned. Yet beneath that warmth stirred a quiet, profound anxiety, one only the head coach could fully comprehend. A younger coach beside him murmured, voice laced with concern, "Professor Li, is this truly beneficial or perilous?" Their enthusiasm is undeniable, but something feels unsettling. What if they become obsessed with these ingenious shortcuts and neglect the foundational, universally applicable methods we've stressed? Then, faced with an exam problem offering no such shortcut, his sentence trailed off, its implication unmistakable. Professor Li did not reply immediately. His gaze remained fixed inside the room, where Xu Chen stood surrounded by peers, not delivering a monologue, but guiding a dynamic discussion. When someone posed a question, Xu Chen did not supply the answer outright. Instead, he offered a fresh perspective, inviting collective reflection. Sun Fangbo and Lin Yifei independently proposed two distinct solution strategies, sparking renewed debate and collaborative refinement. This was no longer mere learning. It was genuine research, a collision and elevation of intellects among the world's most gifted minds. Professor Li's heart wrestled with contradiction. As head coach of the national team, his foremost duty was to secure first place in the team ranking at the IMO. That goal weighed upon him like a mountain. For years, he had concluded that conservatism, reliance on rigorously tested, stable methodology, was the most dependable path toward that end. Solid training guaranteed each contestant's minimum score, thereby maximizing the team's aggregate total. Yet, as a seasoned mathematics educator, another conviction burned deep within him. He longed not merely for medals, but for the emergence of future great mathematicians capable of pushing the very boundaries of the discipline. Such giants cannot be forged from rote application of universal methods alone. They require boundless imagination, unconventional creativity, and the courage to challenge orthodoxy and forge entirely new paths. His long-standing strategy of conservatism, in a subtle but real sense, had stifled precisely this precious quality. He was a gardener torn between two instincts, yearning for blossoms radiant in diversity, yet pruning away the most distinctive, unruly branches, fearing the storms of uncertainty. Perhaps I have indeed been too cautious. A quiet sigh escaped him inwardly. Xu Chen's arrival had acted like a catfish, stirring the entire ecosystem of the training camp. This grassroots transformation brimmed with unpredictability. Would it propel the team to unprecedented glory, or culminate in heartbreaking failure at the final contest? No one could say. And as head coach, he alone must bear the weight of that uncertainty. Just days earlier, a senior official from the Chinese Mathematical Society had called inquiring about the camp, and reiterating with gentle but unmistakable gravity the non-negotiable mandate: secure the gold. Though the official's tone remained courteous, the immense pressure radiated clearly through the telephone line. Professor Li chose not to report this ongoing tactical revolution to higher authorities. He shouldered the entire burden himself and refrained from openly endorsing Xu Chen's approach. He continued in daily briefings to stress the irreplaceable value of foundational training and caution against overreaching ambition. Yet privately, he permitted everything to unfold. He even quietly instructed logistics to stock the self-study room with extra whiteboards and markers, facilitating deeper discussion. Like a tightrope walker, he maintained a delicate equilibrium between tradition and innovation. Watching the young minds in the room, eyes alight with the fire of intellectual collision, he made his decision. Let them grow wild for a little while longer. He murmured to the young coach beside him, his voice tinged with quiet exhaustion, and beneath it a profound, solitary hope. Gold medals matter deeply, but if this gamble preserves for China's mathematical future even a few sparks of authentic creativity, then even if this old man must shoulder the blame alone, at the end it will have been worth it. Time flew by in the high-intensity discussions and simulation training as the national training team approached the final judgment day, the ultimate selection of the top 6 from 15. This exam would determine the final list of 6 representatives who would carry the 5-starred red flag to the international IMO competition. The examination room was set in the largest lecture hall of the training team. 15 desks were spaced apart in the empty classroom, resembling 15 isolated islands. A palpable tension hung in the air, almost frozen. Those who could sit here were all geniuses among geniuses. Each of them had undergone the rigorous trials of provincial competitions, national competitions, and the first round of selections in the training team, their strengths already on par with one another. Victory and defeat often hinge on just a moment's thought. Xu Chen sat by the window, his expression calm. After more than a month of collaborative research, he could clearly feel the visible transformation in the strength of his teammates around him. They were no longer merely problem-solving machines, but had begun to develop their own unique styles and arsenal. This filled him with anticipation for the upcoming duel. At 8 in the morning, the exam began. The papers were distributed, consisting of 3 problems to be solved in 4.5 hours. Xu Chen's gaze quickly scanned the questions. The first question was in number theory, a problem concerning the existence of integer solutions to a Diophantine equation, extremely complex in form, filled with various square and cross terms. The conventional approach was to use modular arithmetic and infinite descent to find contradictions. Xu Chen's mind instantly conjured the standard solution path, but the calculations were extensive and required massive classifications. His gaze lingered on a certain coefficient of the equation. It was the structure of the Legendre symbol. He smiled. This problem was precisely a variant of a classic model in his lecture notes on the topic of quadratic residues. The questioner had cleverly concealed the core feature of the quadratic reciprocity law using algebraic identities. But for Xu Chen, who had long understood its essence, this layer of disguise was as thin as a cicada's wing. He picked up his pen, not engaging in any lengthy calculations, but rather directly introduced the Legendre symbol, transforming a complex integer solution problem into a determination problem regarding square residues. The entire proof process took no more than 10 lines. The second question was combinatorial geometry, proving that a specific configuration of convex polygons must exist within a finite set of points. The application of Ramsey theory. Xu Chen immediately saw through the core of the problem. This question tested not only combinatorial skills, but also the ability to abstract and model the problem. He did not rush to write, but closed his eyes. In his mind, a complete graph composed of red and blue lines emerged. He abstracted the points in the problem as vertices of the graph. The geometric relationships between points were abstracted as the colors of the edges. The entire issue instantly transformed from a concrete geometric shape into a pure Ramsey number estimation problem concerning monochromatic subgraphs. When he opened his eyes again, all logical chains were strikingly clear. The third question was a functional equation. This question was the ultimate challenge of the exam. An abstract functional equation, nested with multiple layers of variables devoid of any additional conditions regarding continuity or monotonicity, was indeed daunting. Even Xu Chen felt a hint of challenge upon seeing this question. He did not immediately attempt to substitute special values, but began analyzing the equation's symmetry and periodicity. This structure seemed solvable by some generalized form of the Cauchy functional equation. He picked up his pen and began a torrential logical storm on the draft paper. 4.5 hours passed in the blink of an eye. When the bell signaling the end of the exam rang, most people in the classroom wore expressions of exhaustion. Even this group of top geniuses felt immense pressure when faced with these three towering mountains. The results were announced to be scheduled for that night. The 15 team members, along with Professor Li Jianhua and several coaches, gathered in a small meeting room. No one spoke. The air was hauntingly quiet. Professor Li Jianhua held the thin yet weighty score sheet, slowly scanning the faces of each young individual present. His eyes reflected comfort, reluctance, and a hint of pride that was hard to conceal. Before announcing the results, he began in a somewhat hoarse voice. I would like to say a few words to all of you. All 15 of you are the most outstanding batch of children I have ever seen. Regardless of today's results, you are already the top mathematical minds in China and the hope for this nation's future. You have come this far on this path, and each of you deserves all the applause. To the 9 students leaving, do not be discouraged. Your talents have already been proven. Tsinghua and Peking University have opened their doors to you. The academic road ahead is still long. As for those remaining, his voice suddenly grew impassioned and powerful. You will bear a heavy responsibility on your shoulders. Your names will be preceded by the word China. I hope you will remember today's glory, but even more so remember this responsibility. After saying this, he took a deep breath and opened the list in his hand. Now I will announce the final list of 6 selected for the IMO 2023 Chinese national team. Starting from the 6th place, he read out the names one by one. 6th place, Meng Lingyao. 5th place, Feng Bo. 4th place, Luo Yaolong. 3rd place, Zhou Qing. 2nd place, Sun Rui. With each name announced, the student being named would stand up excitedly and bow deeply to everyone. The others offered their most sincere applause. When the 2nd place was announced, everyone's gaze instinctively turned to the boy who had remained calm throughout. Professor Li Jianhua looked at Xu Chen, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face. 1st place, he declared in an undeniably strong and proud tone. Xu Chen. Applause erupted like thunder. This time it was not just congratulations, but a deep-seated reverence for absolute strength. As the list was announced, the dust settled. Professor Li Jianhua looked at the 6 young and resolute faces before him and continued as the head coach, I wish I could bring all 15 of you to the IMO competition. Each of you has put in efforts beyond what ordinary people can imagine, and each of you deserves a place on that highest stage. But the rules are this cruel. His voice carried a deep sense of fatigue and helplessness. So remember, you 6 sitting here. What you are about to wear is not just your own honor. Behind you stand those 9 comrades who just left, the 60 gold medalists from the initial training and the thousands of children across the country striving in mathematics competitions. You are the extension of their dreams. His words warmed everyone's hearts and their eyes glistened. They instantly understood the heavy responsibility on their shoulders. Professor Li paused, adjusted his emotions, and his tone became solemn and powerful again. Alright, from now on the 6 of you are one entity. Your name is but one, and that is Team China. Next, we will undergo a final month of intensive training. Then we will fly to Chiba, Japan to participate in the 54th International Mathematical Olympiad held there. He glanced at the calendar on the wall, briefing them on the subsequent schedule. The IMO competition lasts a total of 9 days. We arrive on July 8th, with the opening ceremony on the 9th. The most important days are the 10th and 11th, as those will be the moments you truly step onto the battlefield. Each exam lasts 4.5 hours, comprising 3 problems. In 2 days, a total of 6 problems will be presented, with each worth 7 points, for a total of 42 points. He walked up to Xu Chen, looking at the boy who had brought him countless surprises and also allowed him to bear immense pressure. His gaze became incredibly complex. I know that over the past few months, some of you, especially Xu Chen, have brought some new elements to our training system. I have seen your passion, your creativity, and your spirit of exploration that is not satisfied with standard answers. I admit I have been hesitant and even fearful at times. I feared that your innovations would shake the foundation of our stability. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. But now, looking at the 6 of you standing here, I feel relieved. You have proven with your strength that you not only wield the sharpest dagger, but also possess the sturdiest armor. You are the strongest group I have ever coached. These words made every team member's heart leap. A surge of intense pride and mission enveloped them. Professor Li's gaze became incredibly firm, like a general about to march into battle. Our goal is singular. He paused, his gaze electrifying, sweeping over each team member's face, his voice measured, resounding like iron. To reclaim the highest honor that we lost for 3 consecutive years. Last year, the year before, and the year before that. Everything that rightfully belongs to us. In July, Japan. When the Chinese delegation arrived at the designated hotel near the Makahari Mess International Exhibition Center in Chiba City, a number of young faces with varying skin tones and sharp gazes had already gathered in the lobby. In the air there lingered an intangible tension that belonged to the moments before a clash of top intellects. This place was the arena of the IMO. Gathered here were the most brilliant mathematical minds from over 100 countries and regions around the world. After checking in, the team members took a brief rest in the hotel's public lounge. Here had also become a forward station where teams from various countries tested each other and subtly competed prior to the competition. Not far away, a group of boys dressed in uniforms emblazoned with the stars and stripes were surrounding a young man of Chinese descent, like stars surrounding the moon. The young man was tall and handsome, yet his black eyes revealed an undeniable arrogance and confidence that starkly contrasted with the typical Eastern restraint. He was none other than the ace of the American team, Lin Yixuan, Ethan Lin. Last year, as a freshman in high school, he won a gold medal at the IMO and was hailed by American media as the next Terrence Tao. This name has almost become synonymous with terrifying in the international middle school mathematics competition scene over the past 2 years. He won the IMO gold medal last year as a freshman, achieving an astonishing individual ranking of 3rd. Even more frightening was that he was not a one-trick pony. Whether in algebra, geometry, number theory, or combinatorics, he displayed an overwhelming dominance. An authoritative journal in the American mathematics community even described him as a boy with the algebraic intuition of Euler and the insights of Gauss, with calls for him to be the next Terrence Tao echoing loudly. Ethan, look, it's the Chinese team, said a member of the American team, a white boy named David, gesturing towards Xu Chen and the others. David was also a gold medalist from the previous year, strong in his own right, yet still just one among many stars in Lin Yixuan's presence. Upon hearing this, Lin Yixuan lazily lifted his eyelids, his gaze sweeping over the members of the Chinese team, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Oh, another 6 new faces. His voice was not loud, but clear enough for those nearby to hear it. Seems they still haven't learned how to have their strongest players compete continuously. This statement was filled with a provocative tone. It was also one of the key reasons why the American team had been able to suppress the Chinese team in overall scores for 3 consecutive years. Their team often had 2 to 3 experienced veterans serving as stabilizers, like a calming anchor. As everyone knows, the Chinese team is directly tied to academic progression due to competitions, and once a member is selected for the national team, they are usually locked into prestigious universities like Tsinghua or Peking University, not competing again the following year. In contrast, the American team is different. A genius of Lin Yixuan's caliber often participates in 2 or even 3 IMOs consecutively to accumulate experience and aim for higher individual rankings. This was also one of the important reasons why the American team had been able to suppress the Chinese team in overall scores for 3 consecutive years. I heard they produced a perfect score this year. Oh, just a perfect score in the CMO, Lin Yixuan said nonchalantly. Hey, it's just the perfect score from the CMO. I looked at last year's CMO paper, and that combinatorial problem, if the condition is changed from convex gone to ending point set, the difficulty could be raised by at least 3 levels. Unfortunately, it seems their problem setters lacked the guts to do so. He did not directly belittle the competitors, but rather expressed his disdain by undermining the problem-setting level of the opposing country. This was a more sophisticated and malicious form of provocation as it directly attacked the country's mathematics competition system. The teammates around him let out a series of light laughter. The Chinese team members hearing this had some anger visible on their faces. Luo Yaolong clenched his fists wanting to confront them. Yet Xu Chen gently restrained him, shaking his head to signal him to remain calm. For this level of trash talk, retorting with words was the least effective. Just then a group of South Korean team members clad in Taejiquan uniforms walked over. The leader of the group, named Park Jun-hee, was the top scorer from the domestic selection competition in Korea. He appeared courteous, yet his eyes burned with an intense competitive spirit. The South Korean team was renowned for its extreme calculation abilities and fervent study of combinatorial geometry, with their training regimen dubbed Hell on Earth known for its extreme intensity. Park Jun-hee was the strongest fighter to emerge from this hell. Almost simultaneously, several team members from the host nation Japan dressed in uniforms adorned with cherry blossom patterns walked over cautiously. The leader of the group, Watanabe Yuichi, first bowed deeply to everyone, his posture exuding utmost humility. The Japanese team was known for its deep tradition in number theory and algebraic geometry, with a problem-solving style often filled with ingenious ideas and astonishing constructions, highly creative, yet somewhat less stable. Lin Jun, I have long admired your reputation. Park Jun-hee initiated targeting Lin Yixuan directly. In last year's competition, I fell just 1 point short of you. I hope this year I will have the opportunity to compete with you fairly. I am always ready. Lin Yixuan shrugged, a playful smile crossing his lips, but you need to ensure you can keep up with my pace. As for Watanabe Yuichi of the Japanese team, upon seeing Lin Yixuan, a flicker of evident fear flashed in his eyes. He merely bowed again and awkwardly said in English, "Linson, you are our role model, please guide us." This Eastern-style humility formed a sharp contrast with the South Korean team's sharpness and the American team's arrogance. The atmosphere instantly turned tense. The top geniuses from China, the United States, South Korea, and Japan subtly formed a tense standoff. However, just as this tense atmosphere was about to ignite, a loud voice with a strong curry-flavored accent broke the silence like a stone thrown into a lake. "Oh, my friends." Following the sound, people looked over to see a group of Indian team members in bright yellow uniforms, all beaming as they approached. A strong and peculiar odor mingling curry and sweat reached the battlefield before they did. The leader of the group, with dark skin and overly gelled curly hair, exuded a kind of perplexing, mysterious confidence. He stepped into the crowd as if this were his home ground, enthusiastically extending his hand and shaking Xu Chen's hand vigorously. "Hello, my name is Rajesh, from the great country that birthed Ramanujan." He proudly puffed out his chest. "Our goal for the Indian team this year is nothing less than the gold medal. All the gold medals." Xu Chen winced at the handshake, maintaining a polite smile, while internally thinking, "I definitely need to wash my hands with hand sanitizer 3 times. No, 5 times. Rajesh released Xu Chen's hand and turned to Lin Yixuan and Park Jun-hee, speaking in a tone of someone with experience. "You are all very strong, I know. But your mathematics lacks soul. Our Indian mathematics is connected to the breadth of the universe. This time we will surely take first place in the team competition." Upon hearing this, the entire venue fell silent. It is known that the Indian team has historically performed modestly in the IMO, often lingering outside the top 10, with the occasional silver medalist being considered an extraordinary achievement. And now they boldly claimed they would sweep all the gold medals and take first place in the team competition. The arrogant expression on Lin Yixuan's face froze. Park Jun-hee's fiercely burning gaze also instantly solidified. Watanabe Yuichi was so shocked that his glasses almost slid off. Looking at this Indian youth bursting with almost delusional confidence and his teammates behind him all wearing expressions of "we are so amazing." The previously tense Lin Yixuan and Park Jun-hee exchanged glances. Those glances contained a multitude of complex emotions, speechlessness, absurdity, and a shared disdain of why are we even associating with someone like this. The disdain on Lin Yixuan's face vanished, replaced by a sense of helplessness that was both amusing and frustrating. The fighting spirit in Park Jun-hee's eyes also extinguished, leaving behind a profound confusion. Even Watanabe Yuichi, who had been timidly hanging back, couldn't help but twitch his lips. Wang Hao couldn't contain himself and burst into laughter. The previously tense atmosphere of confrontation was completely shattered by the appearance of this Indian boy. It was as if everyone instantly reached some tacit understanding. Disliking the Indians' mysterious confidence was a common language among mathematics competition participants worldwide. Rajesh continued to ramble on, attempting to impart his guaranteed gold secrets to everyone. At that moment, Lin Yixuan suddenly brightened, as if he remembered something important. He suddenly slapped Park Junhee's shoulder, speaking in an extremely familiar tone. Hey Junhee, didn't you say you wanted to discuss that function iteration fixed point problem from last year with me? I just happen to have some time now. Park Junhee was initially taken aback, but quickly grasped Lin Yixuan's intention, a glimmer of "you clever boy" passing through his eyes. He immediately cooperated, saying, right. Ethan, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten. That problem has been bothering me for a long time. Let's find a quiet place to discuss it now. The two played off each other perfectly, as if they were partners who had rehearsed for years. Xu Chen thought to himself that they could have chosen a better excuse. It's the IMO finals, and they're still discussing such a basic problem. This place is way too trivial. Anyone who can make it here, how could the function iteration fixed point still be a challenge? Suddenly Watanabe Yuichi, who had been standing quietly and trying to minimize his presence, gathered his courage to speak. Lin Yixuan and Park Junhee turned to him simultaneously, thinking he might say something important, quickly signaling with their expressions not to disrupt their plan. Watanabe Yuichi adjusted his glasses, looking at them with admiration, and said in heavily respectful English, Lincoln Parkanam. About the function fixed point problem, I am also very interested. May I sit in on your discussion? This left Lin Yixuan and Park Junhee momentarily speechless. This Japanese person living a decent life really knows how to play dumb. But before they could react, Xu Chen also spoke up. He addressed Wang Hao and Sun Rue, beside him, speaking in a volume. Just right, hey, didn't you two always want to see where the official souvenir shop set up by the organizers is? I think I just saw a sign for it. Let's go, we'll take you to check it out. Wang Hao and Sun Rue were quick-witted, instantly understanding. Oh, right. Captain, I almost forgot to mention it. Let's hurry up, we don't want to miss out. I want to go too. The 6 members of the Chinese team found the perfect excuse to retreat. Watching the teams from China, the United States, South Korea, and Japan suddenly turn friendly, even teaming up to discuss academics and go shopping, Rajesh and his Indian teammates were completely bewildered. Weren't they just about to fight? How did it suddenly become world peace? In the lounge, only the Indian team remained, looking around at the empty surroundings. Rajesh scratched his shiny head in confusion. So I look at how agitated they were earlier. They must have been too nervous. Unlike us, we are full of confidence about the gold medals. He confidently summarized to his teammates. After returning, Xu Chen rushed into the bathroom at the first opportunity, thoroughly washing his hands with soap 3 times. 2 days of rest and adjustment passed in the blink of an eye. The official IMO examination has commenced, spanning 2 days with sessions from 8:30 in the morning until 1 in the afternoon, lasting 4.5 hours, during which 3 problems must be solved. 6 problems over 2 days, totaling 9 hours. On the first day, the examination hall was as solemn as an ancient ceremony. When the test paper was handed out, Xu Chen took a deep breath and quickly entered the zone. The first 3 problems presented a clear gradient of difficulty. The first was geometry, the second algebra, and the third number theory. Although each problem was filled with clever traps, they all lay within the range of fire for a contender of Xu Chen's caliber. He wrote swiftly, effortlessly, applying various theorems and lemmas, his solution process, both concise and elegant. In 4.5 hours, he finished all answers in under 3 hours and reviewed them twice. When he put down his pen, he looked around the examination room. Not far away, Lin Yixuan from the American team appeared, equally composed, clearly having finished as well. On the other side, Park Junhee from the Korean team was furrowing his brow, seemingly stuck on a particular detail, but judging by the clear logical chain on his scratch paper, overcoming it was merely a matter of time. The first day's examination was uneventful. The top contestants from various countries were nearly neck and neck, with scores tightly contested. It felt more like a qualifying round, filtering out those of lesser ability, paving the way for the ultimate showdown on the second day. On the second day, the day of the decisive battle. At 8:30 in the morning, when the candidates re-entered the examination hall, the tension in the air was tenfold more intense than yesterday. The 4th problem was combinatorial. The 5th was a function equation. The difficulty level had suddenly escalated compared to the first day. Xu Chen unmistakably felt his problem-solving speed slow down. These 2 problems no longer merely required technique application, but demanded a deeper level of constructive thinking. He spent a full 3 hours to completely resolve these 2 problems. When he finished the 5th problem, he glanced at the clock on the wall. It was 11:30. There was still an hour and a half until the end of the exam. He rubbed his slightly sore wrist and casually scanned the examination room. Not far away in the direction of the American team, the Chinese-American genius Lin Yixuan, known as the next Terrence Tao, put down his pen, almost simultaneously, his face displaying his usual arrogance and confidence. He even cast a challenging glance towards Xu Chen, as if to say, "You're not that impressive either." Xu Chen felt no ripple of emotion, even wanting to chuckle. This guy has quite a strong desire to win. The first 5 problems, though progressively challenging and filled with various clever traps, were still within the known arsenal for contenders of Xu Chen and Lin Yixuan's caliber. It was merely a matter of who could think faster and compute more accurately. In terms of time, the two were almost neck and neck indistinguishable. The real battle lay in the final problem. Xu Chen's gaze fell upon that problem. Then his pupils slightly constricted. Problem 6. Let a and b be positive integers such that ob1 divides a superscript 2 b superscript 2. Prove the value of a superscript 2 b superscript 2 ob1 is a perfect square. Xu Chen's pupils slightly constricted. This problem was not in his repertoire of innovative solutions. Xu Chen's first reaction, like all the other top contenders present, was to immediately attempt to attack the city gates of this problem using the most conventional weapons. Assume a superscript 2 b superscript 2 ob1 k. Attempt to analyze the properties of k. Exploit the divisibility condition. Ob1 divides a superscript 2 b superscript 2. Use a superscript 2 1 b superscript 2. This won't work. The denominator contains b which cannot be eliminated. Try scaling. Let's assume ab. Then k a superscript 2 b superscript 2 ob1 is superscript 2 a superscript 2 ob2 ab. This bound is too loose to yield any useful information. Proof by contradiction. Assume k is not a perfect square. So what? How to derive a contradiction from this assumption? The range of k is too broad to conduct an effective case analysis. In an instant, several conventional number theory weapons paraded through his mind, only to be effortlessly defused by the seemingly simple problem. Xu Chen felt his thought process hit an invisible, yet unyielding wall. This problem was like a perfectly smooth sphere with no seams to grasp onto. It rejected all conventional analytical tools, as if mocking all challengers attempting to conquer it with techniques. This is interesting. The problem committee has something up their sleeve. Xu Chen's mind flashed back to Professor Li Jinhua's solemn speech during the last mobilization meeting of the training team. Children, you must remember, in the IMO arena there exists a type of problem whose purpose is not to be solved, but to distinguish genius from prodigy. This situation occurred once in history. In 1988, during the Romanian IMO, the sixth problem. Ultimately, only 11 people achieved full marks. Among these 11, one went on to become a Fields medalist, Wu Baozhu. Meanwhile, those who were blocked by this problem also shone brightly. Even the one recognized as a genius of a generation, Terence Tao, achieved full marks on the other 5 problems during that IMO, yet only managed a meager score of 1 point on this legendary sixth problem. Even the IMO problem committee from that year, along with 4 top number theory experts, failed to completely solve this problem within the 6-hour time limit. Xu Chen's heart couldn't help but ponder. So these old men this year planned to recreate a legend and forge a new myth. He was not the only one in dire straits. In the front row, James Lin had long lost yesterday's composure. He anxiously tugged at his hair. The scratch paper in front of him had already piled up into a thick stack filled with various chaotic symbols and crossed-out deductions. For the first time, a look of helpless defeat belonging to an ordinary person appeared on his face. Park Joon-hee from the Korean team wore a grave expression. He tightly pressed his lips together, the tip of his pen hovering over the paper for a long time, yet he could not bring himself to write. Even the other members of the Chinese team, considered the best at combinatorial problems, were at a loss, either lost in thought or staring at the ceiling, futilely searching for inspiration that eluded them. The entire examination hall seemed to transform into a gigantic silent meat grinder. Calm. Xu Chen closed his eyes, forcing himself into a deep state of contemplation. Conventional methods failing indicates that the essence of this problem must be hidden beneath an extremely deep, unconventional mathematical structure. It's time to use the focus capsules. Xu Chen silently reminded himself. Of the 5 capsules rewarded earlier, only 2 remained. Each was saved for the most critical moments with remarkable effects. A cool sensation surged into his brain instantly. All external noise vanished, and his thoughts became exceptionally clear and sharp. Xu Chen had now entered a state of focused contemplation. The essence of this problem must be hidden beneath an extremely deep, unconventional mathematical structure. A superscript 2 b superscript 2 ob1 a k, where k is a positive integer. The equation is a quadratic in terms of a. If ab is a solution, then according to Vietta's theorem, there must exist another solution, a kb. This idea is the core of Vietta's jump. But the question is how to prove that k must be a perfect square. At this moment, his brain was operating at an unprecedented speed. Countless mathematical theorems, axioms, and properties flashed, collided, and reconfigured in his mind like stars. Suddenly, an extremely obscure theorem, one that occupied only a trivial corner of his vast knowledge base, streaked through the fog like a meteor. Fermat's infinite descent method. No, wait, it's a variant of it. Its application in the structure of the solutions to Diophantine equations. A bold, almost insane thought arose in his heart. If I can prove that for any non-square k, the solution set of this equation can construct an infinitely descending sequence of positive integers through Vieta's jump. But a sequence of positive integers cannot descend infinitely. This leads to a contradiction. Found it. The only light that leads to the finish line. Xu Chen suddenly opened his eyes, a dazzling brilliance exploding in his gaze. He picked up his pen, no longer engaging in any tentative calculations. His pen wrote a line of text on the answer sheet as concise as poetry. Solution: assume a superscript 2 b superscript 2 of 1 k. Let's assume k is not a perfect square. Among all positive integer solutions, a b that satisfy this equation, take the one that minimizes a b with a b. As the last symbol of the final question fell, the bell, signaling the end of the examination, rang like a final whistle announcing the conclusion of this 9-hour intellectual marathon. The entire examination hall instantly shifted from profound silence to a cacophony of relief. The members of the Chinese team gathered in the hotel lounge, each face marked by fatigue, yet their eyes flickered with a hint of uncertainty. The sixth question. That was impossible for a human to solve. Luo Yaolong was the first to speak, his voice tinged with exhaustion. I spent the last hour without even grasping a decent line of thought. I feel the same. Fongbo sighed and shook his head. It felt like running into a wall without any idea of where to start. Professor Li Jinhua approached, his expression calm, but his eyes betrayed a subtle tension. He did not inquire about the results first. Instead, he handed water to the team members. You all worked hard, he said in a deep voice. Now estimate your scores in your minds. No need for precision, just give me a rough range. The team members began to whisper among themselves, cross-checking answers. Soon an initial estimation emerged. Except for Xu Chen, all 5 other team members had high scores on the first 5 questions, generally ranging from 30 to 35 points. However, on that hellishly difficult 6th question, everyone stumbled with estimated scores generally between 0 and 2 points. All eyes eventually focused on Xu Chen. I should have a full score. Xu Chen's response remained as calm as ever, as if merely stating an inconsequential fact. This answer did not stir any waves among the teammates. They had long grown numb. Li Jinhua nodded. This result was as he had expected. He turned and left for a moment, clearly to leverage his connections to inquire about the situation of other strong teams. A dozen minutes later, he returned, his expression even graver than before. The situation is not very optimistic. He looked at the 6 team members and said slowly, I just spoke with the coach of the American team, and their estimated scores are very close to ours. Lin Yixuan also claimed to have solved the 6th question. The situation for the other teams is similar to ours. He paused and added, in other words, this year's overall group score for first place hangs in the balance. The final result may depend solely on the grading committee's leniency in scoring the highly open-ended solution to the 6th question. This news made every team member's heart tighten once again. Then, what about the other teams? Fongbo could not help but ask. Professor Li suddenly displayed a peculiar expression, as if wanting to laugh, but feeling embarrassed. Our main competitor is still the American team. However, I also inquired about other teams. The Korean and Japanese teams are estimated to be 3 to 5 points lower on average than us. I just ran into the leader of the Indian team and casually asked about their estimated scores. What did they say? Everyone asked curiously. They said, Professor Li's mouth finally twitched, unable to hold back a smile. All 6 of their team members estimated full scores. Buffed. The members of the Chinese team were momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. The previously tense atmosphere was instantly swept away by this wave of mysterious confidence from across the Ganges. The official results and final rankings of the IMO would not be announced until the closing ceremony the next day. This day in between was left for team members from various countries to engage in free activities. The organizers arranged tourist routes to several famous attractions in Chiba City, but for this group of young individuals who had just undergone extreme mental exhaustion, ancient temples and tranquil gardens clearly held little appeal. In the end, everyone returned to the hotel to rest early. As night deepened, Xu Chen lay on the soft bed of the hotel, but found no sleep. Xu Chen opened the system panel. The 6th question today indeed contained some substance. After completing the answer, the system awarded him 5 points of math experience. Current math, level LV. 140,500. For Xu Chen, the opportunities to gain experience points from math problems were dwindling. Xu Chen also summarized some patterns. For completely new knowledge, the system grants more experience, but repeated study does not yield additional gains. However, if one wishes to continue delving deeper into learning, insufficient levels make it difficult, and experience still increases very slowly. Therefore, truly accumulating experience should still rely on completing tasks. Previously, after the CMO, he could still earn 5 experience points from the 2 bounty problems given by teacher Su Kanhua, but now completing similarly leveled problems barely yields even a single point. It seems that the beginner tasks at Xu Chen have been exhausted. He thought to himself, it's time to challenge higher-level dungeons. His gaze turned to the personal blog he had long saved simple in interface, Professor Sun Jiwei's homepage at Jinling University. Professor Sun Jiwei had made a simple categorization. First category, special representations of integers and combinatorial number theory. Dungeon description, investigate whether integers can be represented in special forms such as squares, powers, or combinatorial numbers. Typical tasks, the 3 powers and 5 powers conjecture. Can any positive integer n be expressed as a superscript 3, b a superscript 3, c superscript 3d? 135 conjecture. Can every positive integer be expressed as the sum of 3 odd squares? Difficulty rating 2 stars percentage. About 10. The conjectures in the first category are mostly related to the classic pile number theory, such as Lagrange's four-square theorem and the Hualin problem. Many problems can be tackled using existing mature theoretical frameworks, and some can even be verified with minimal calculations. For Xu Chen, this place felt more like a warm-up zone. Second category, unit fraction representations and divisibility conjectures. Dungeon description mainly investigates whether positive rational numbers can be represented as sums of unit fractions of different prime numbers, such as 1p or 1p superscript 2, or explores the integrality and divisibility of sums like 1p. Typical task, can any positive rational number be expressed as a sum of different prime unit fractions, 1p superscript 2. Difficulty rating 3 stars percentage of problem count. About 60. The core of conjectures in the second category lies in the promotion and deepening of Egyptian fractions theory, closely connected to series theory and analytic number theory. Although most conjectures have been verified up to tens of billions or even trillions on computers, a unified theoretical proof still lacks, but the vast experimental data provides researchers with clear direction. Third category, representations of sums and differences of consecutive or interleaving primes. Dungeon description explore whether the addition and subtraction combinations of consecutive or interleaving primes can yield any integer. Typical task, in a segment of consecutive primes p of length not exceeding n, can interleave sums yield any positive integer m. Difficulty rating 4 stars percentage of problem count. About 30. The conjectures in the third category have touched upon the local properties of prime distribution, requiring advanced methods of combinatorial number theory or probability number theory. Although a large range can be checked on computers, the inherent laws are like a butterfly in chaos, difficult to capture, needing entirely new theoretical frameworks. Fourth category, numerical and combinatorial properties of the nth prime p. Dungeon description focus on the numerical characteristics of the nth prime itself and their algebraic or divisibility relationships. Typical task, for every positive integer n, does there exist a positive integer k such that ppk? Difficulty rating 5 stars percentage of problem count. About 30. The conjectures in the fourth category point directly to the most core and mysterious holy grail of the entire field of number theory, the global laws of primes. Behind every conjecture may lie intricate connections to century-old problems like the Riemann hypothesis and Goldbach's conjecture. So far, only a few isolated cases have been proven, and overall it remains a frontier problem that humanity's mathematical wisdom has yet to conquer. He did not aim too high, directly challenging those 5-star difficulty conjectures. He knew that a meal must be eaten bite by bite, and a journey must be taken step by step. He focused on the lowest difficulty first category problems. He chose a problem marked with a bounty of 300 by Professor Sun as his first step into this new territory. Conjecture 138. For any integer n greater than 1, the equation for n1x1y1z must have positive integer solutions xyz. This is a long-standing conjecture in the field of number theory, seemingly simple, yet exceptionally robust. It belongs to the category of Egyptian fractions, requiring the decomposition of a simple rational number into the sum of 3 unit fractions. Countless mathematicians have attempted to crack it, but a complete universal proof has yet to emerge. Interestingly, a Diophantine equation, so elegantly simple, can become an unresolved conjecture. A spark of challenge ignited in Xu Chen's eyes. He laid out a sheet of paper and began his ascent towards this unknown peak. The first step was to try small data and special cases. N2 42 2, 11 12 12. Solution exists. N3 43 11 16 16. Solution exists. N4 44 1, 12 13 16. Solution exists. N5 45 12 14 120. Solution exists. It seems that solutions always exist. Therefore, the key to proof lies in construction. He did not rush to conclusions, but began to contemplate the core of the problem. For n1x, 1y1z, the degrees of freedom in this equation are too high with 3 unknowns. One must find a way to reduce the variables or discover the constraints between them. The core idea should be to construct corresponding xyz based on the properties of n. Suddenly a flash of inspiration struck. It is the congruence properties of n, especially the remainders modulo 4. A powerful weapon often used in solving Diophantine equations appeared in his mind. Any integer n can be categorized into 4 types based on its remainder modulo 4, 4k, 4k1, 4k2, 4k3. If I can find a universal construction formula for each type of n, wouldn't the problem be solved? Xu Chen's spirit lifted, and he felt wide awake. He felt like an engineer no longer blindly searching for a specific part, but beginning to design a mold that could produce all parts. First case, n4k. For n4, 4k, 1k. 1k, 1, 2k, 1, 3k, 1, 6k. Thus x2k, y3k is z6k. Done. This category is the simplest. Second case, n4k, 2, 2k1. For n4, 2k1, 2k1. 2k1, 1k1, 1k1. Still need one more. 1k1, 1k2, 1k1, 2k2. Thus for n1, 2k1, 1k2, 1k1, 2k2. Let x2k1, y2k2, z2k1, k2. Done. The logical chain began to be constructed link by link. For the first 2 cases, he solved them easily in less than half an hour. But as he began to tackle the third case, a bottleneck appeared. Third case, n4k3. He tried various identity transformations in an attempt to construct a universal solution, but each time the denominators inevitably included k, undermining the universality of the solution. This path is not viable. Or rather, simple identity transformations have failed here. He felt a sense of anxiety. Like a climber who has reached halfway up the mountain only to find a smooth, sheer cliff with no footholds in sight. He put down his pen and paced back and forth in the room, forcing himself to break free from previous thought patterns. What if I looked at it from another angle? 4n, 4k1, nk1, 4k4, nk1, n1, nk1. 4n, 1k1, 1 nk1. This identity is the key to solving the problem. Proposed by Mordell in 1969, a name that shines in the history of number theory flashed in his mind. I have been trying to reinvent the wheel myself. In fact, the path has already been paved by predecessors. His eyes lit up with an unprecedented glow as he sat back at his desk. He no longer struggled with his own constructions, but instead stood on the shoulders of giants. For the case of n4k3, using the identity 4n1n14, 1n14. Since n4k3, then n14k, 44k1. n14k1, which is an integer. Thus 1n14 is a unit fraction. Let x n14. Now I just need to decompose 1n14 into a sum of 2 unit fractions. This is a classic decomposition. Thus x n14 y nn141 is z nn14 nn141. Done. The third case is solved. Only the last and most difficult case remains, n4k1. He transformed the problem using the same method, but found that no matter what, more complex fractional forms would inevitably arise. What have I overlooked? He gazed out at the twinkling city lights, his mind blank. n5, 45, 12, 14, 120. What relationship exists between x, y, z here? What if I could find a system of linear congruences related to n whose solutions could exactly derive x, y, z? The Chinese remainder theorem. An ancient and powerful wisdom from the East illuminating the final darkness. He dashed back to his desk, heart racing. He no longer attempted to construct a universal formula, but instead sought to prove the existence of a solution. For the case of n4k1, we can find an integer t such that tn1 is a multiple of 4, or even a multiple of some number. Now let's take a more direct approach. We can find 2 integers a, b such that n1, 4b. According to the theorem of Bezout, as long as GCD n4 GCD, 4k1, 4, 1 is such a and b must exist. Using the extended Euclidean algorithm, we can find such a pair ab. Then 4n4 a and 4a 4b 1. This path seems to have become more complex. He fell into deep thought again, but this time he felt he was just a step away from the truth. Returning to the equation itself, for xyz and xy yzzx. What if I could find a special x to simplify this equation? Let x kn. Substituting. No, that won't work. Let x na4. A bold hypothesis formed in his mind. After an extremely complex series of algebraic manipulations utilizing modular arithmetic and the properties of quadratic residues, he finally locked the problem onto a specific congruence equation. Ultimately, it can be proven that for all primes n1, there will always be a solution that meets the conditions. For composite number, solutions can be constructed through their prime factorization. As the final period fell, he let out a long breath. A feeling of indescribable, exhilarating joy surged from deep within, spreading through his limbs. The joy of conquering an unknown conjecture was far purer and stronger than achieving a full score in the examination. He rubbed his somewhat sore eyes and instinctively glanced outside. The sky outside had already transitioned from pitch darkness to a pale light, as the rising sun cast the first golden rays upon this foreign city. It was already bright. His mind still lingered in the afterglow of solving the conjecture, yet physical exhaustion surged over him like a tide. Xu Chen had barely touched his pillow before slipping into deep slumber. He knew not how long he had slept when a sharp rapping at the door and Luo Yaolong's booming voice jolted him awake. Xu Chen, wake up. The closing ceremony is about to begin. Xu Chen opened his eyes, the morning sun outside the window already piercingly bright. He glanced at his phone 930 am. He had slept for less than 3 hours. After a hasty wash and change into the team's unified red uniforms, Xu Chen joined his teammates and followed Professor Li Jinhua back into the Makahari Mess International Exhibition Center's main hall, the very arena where they had battled for 9 grueling hours. Inside the hall, everything had been transformed. The vast examination space was now a solemn awards venue. Rows of seats arranged with precision, each section adorned with miniature national flags from around the world. The Chinese delegation occupied the central front row. As Xu Chen and his teammates took their seats, delegations from other nations began filing in one by one. A polyphony of languages filled the air, English, French, Russian, Spanish, blending into a thunderous wave that reverberated beneath the hall's soaring dome. The U.S. team strode in with its customary air of invincibility. Lin Yixuan led the way, head held high, his expression radiating arrogant certainty, as if the championship were already secured. The South Korean team appeared tense. Members whispered anxiously among themselves, eyes clouded with apprehension. And the Indian team, they wore the same unshakable confidence as though victory were already theirs. They even greeted neighboring delegations with infectious enthusiasm, sharing their unspoken triumph. Suddenly, a low resonant hum. The main chandelier above the dome slowly dimmed. Silence descended swiftly across the entire hall. In darkness, human senses sharpened. Xu Chen could hear his own heart pounding. Thump, 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 like a war drum echoing within his chest. He could even feel Fong Bo's breath beside him growing ragged with tension. 1 second, 2, 3. That fleeting darkness stretched infinitely, each second an eternity. Amid this profound stillness, a brilliant spotlight pierced the gloom, striking precisely at the center of the podium. Every gaze in the hall locked onto that single beam of light. The host stepped forward and announced the official commencement of the closing ceremony in fluent English. After a series of lengthy but necessary speeches and acknowledgments, the moment everyone had awaited arrived at last. Next, I shall announce the team rankings for this year's International Mathematical Olympiad, IMO. His voice, amplified through the sound system, rang clearly in every corner of the hall. On the massive LED screen behind the stage, the image shifted, revealing a golden countdown timer. Every breath in the hall ceased. Team rank No. 10. Germany. Rank No. 9. Romania. Country names were called out one by one. Each announcement triggered applause and cheers from the corresponding delegations section. Team rank No. 4. South Korea. At that name, a complex wave of sound erupted from the South Korean contingent, joy laced with quiet regret. Their ace competitor Park Jun-hee had scored an impressive 38 points, but his teammates' scores fluctuated slightly. Team rank No. 3. Russia. The Russian team roared like wild beasts. Renowned for raw strength, this result fell squarely within their expectations. On screen, the individual scores of the top 3 teams appeared in crisp clarity. All knew the threshold, an average above 31 points, meaning at least 4 problems solved correctly, was required to stand upon this podium. Now only one suspense remained: the championship would be decided between China and the United States. The atmosphere in the hall tightened to a razor's edge. Every journalist trained their lenses, long telephotos and compact cameras alike, on the Chinese and American delegations. Shutter clicks multiplied, flashes ignited like constellations. The U.S. team members rose instinctively, faces etched with unwavering confidence. Lin Yixuan crossed his arms, his lips already curling into a triumphant smile. China's team clenched their fists tightly, palms slick with sweat. Luo Yaolong, overcome with nerves, unconsciously tapped his leg. The host gazed at his cue card, deliberately drawing out his words. This year's IMO team total score. Rank No. 2 is. He paused, stretching the suspense to its breaking point. The United States. Oh no. Damn it. Lin Yixuan, the prodigy hailed as the next Terrence Tao, stood frozen, his signature defiant grin utterly shattered. His eyes locked onto the scoreboard. USA totaled 210 points, and beneath it his personal score, Lin Yixuan 41 points, just 1 point shy of perfection. Yet one teammate had committed a critical error on problem 5, scoring only 34. The verdict struck like lightning, shattering their dream of a 4th consecutive championship. Meanwhile, in the Chinese delegation's section, silence fell, absolute, breathless. Then, like a volcanic eruption, a deafening, earth-shaking roar burst forth. We won. We're champions. Luo Yaolong leapt from his seat, first grabbing Fang Bo in a fierce embrace, laughing, crying, trembling with pure elation. Others rushed to join, hugging, shouting, releasing years of pent-up hope and pressure. The host's voice soared once more, electrified with triumph. Let us give our most thunderous applause to this year's IMO team champion, the People's Republic of China. On screen, the 6 individual scores of China's team blazed before the world. Fang Bo 37 points, Luo Yaolong 36 points, Meng Lingyao 38 points, Zhou Qing 35 points, Sun Rue 37 points, and at the very top, its number searing into every rival's vision, Xu Chen 42 points. Perfect score. A perfect score, truly perfect. 6 gold medals, and team champions. Tears spilled freely down Meng Lingyao's cheeks. Luo Yaolong threw his arms around Xu Chen's neck, hoisting him clean off the ground, and screamed through choked sobs, "It's Xu Chen. It's his notes. Without his notes, I'd never have saved enough time on problem 4. I'd never even have attempted problem 5. Me too." Fang Bo cried out, eyes alight. That combinatorial geometry problem, I recognized it instantly from Xu Chen's lecture on structural mapping. Otherwise, I'd have fallen straight into the trap of conventional methods. We won because of Xu Chen. Xu Chen is unstoppable. In the next instant, all teammates swarmed forward, grabbing, lifting, and hoisting the dazed Xu Chen high into the air, then hurling him upward with collective force. Once, twice, 3 times, under thousands of watching eyes, and beneath a blizzard of flashing lights, Xu Chen rose and fell weightless, suspended in triumph. Hey, guys, don't you know this is terrifying? In his blurred vision floated his teammates' flushed, tear-streaked faces, beaming with unrestrained joy. Reporters captured that radiant, unforgettable moment. Youth, glory, and unbridled exhilaration forever crystallized in time. Not far away, Professor Li Jinhua watched the scene before him, unable to contain his emotions any longer. This man who had spent his life navigating the world of mathematics and had always presented a serious demeanor now found himself overwhelmed. He did not cheer like the young people, nor wave his arms in excitement. He simply took off the old pair of reading glasses that had accompanied him for decades, slowly and deliberately. Behind the lenses, his eyes, having witnessed countless geniuses and endured immense pressure, were now clouded with a layer of warm moisture. The world before him became hazy and indistinct. The twisted faces of youth distorted with ecstatic joy, the flashes of cameras, the thunderous applause and cheers. Everything transformed into a dazzling backdrop. His thoughts seemed to penetrate this chaotic moment, drifting back to the countless sleepless nights of the past. He recalled 3 years ago after the defeat in St. Petersburg when he turned gray overnight on the flight back home. He remembered 2 years ago when they narrowly lost in Oslo, the scene of his team members weeping at the airport. He thought of last year after once again falling short of the championship and the overwhelming criticism and blame from the media. Stability, conservatism, stifling genius. These words pierced his heart like invisible needles. He also remembered a few months ago in the training team's office the calm young man who placed a handout that could overturn all his coaching philosophies on his desk. At that moment, he chose to believe in Xu Chen. He wagered his reputation built over half a lifetime, betting on the fate of the entire team, to trust in a force he had never witnessed before, known as genius. Now he had won his bet. He slowly put on his glasses, and his vision became clear again. He looked at the young man being lifted high by his teammates, observing the calm expression on his face, as if everything was perfectly natural. The corners of Li Jinhua's mouth slowly curved upward, forming a smile, filled with relief, satisfaction, and endless pride. Moreover, Xu Chen's training system, which focused more on creative thinking, would bring not just this year's championship, but also the direction for Chinese mathematics competitions in the next decade. He could almost envision that in the coming years, even decades, those emerging from the Chinese training team would no longer be merely problem solvers, but a new generation of mathematicians who truly loved mathematics, brimming with creativity and potential to strive for the field's medal. Nurturing talent for the nation. These 4 words were the ultimate belief he pursued throughout his life. Professor Li Jinhua quickly composed himself. When he stood up again, his face had regained its former calmness and authority, though his slightly reddened eyes betrayed the turbulence within. Children, quick, get ready to go on stage." Professor Li's voice awakened the team members lost in ecstasy. He pulled out a large brand new 5-star red flag that had long been prepared from his bag. "Come gather around." He unfolded the flag, allowing 6 team members to grasp one corner together. "Listen," he said, looking into the 6 young faces, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. "When we go on stage, stand tall. Let the whole world see the spirit of Chinese children. Xu Chen, you stand in the center holding the trophy." The arrangement for the center position faced no objections from the other team members. Xu Chen was undoubtedly the soul and core of their team. Remember to smile when the cameras are on you. Smile from the heart. This is your glory and also the glory of our country. Amidst the thunderous applause from the audience, Xu Chen and his teammates, holding the vibrant 5-star red flag, marched proudly onto the podium, symbolizing the highest honor in the world student mathematics competition. Before his eyes flashed the small competition study room at Anqing 3 Middle School, the expectant gaze of Chen Jiaping when he handed him the book, Mathematical Olympiad Tutorials, the nights spent with teammates around a whiteboard passionately arguing over a solution. All the sweat and effort, all the persistence and love converged at this moment into the red carpet leading to glory. Finally, he stepped onto the steps of the podium. Presenting the award to Xu Chen was Gregor Doliner, the president of the International Mathematical Union, an elderly professor from Slovenia. As he handed the championship trophy to Xu Chen, he whispered in an admiring tone, "Young man, I saw your solution to problem 6. It was not just skill, it was art. Congratulations, and congratulations to your team." Xu Chen had only partially learned English before focusing on mathematics, so his English was not very good, but he could still understand congratulations. Assuredly, it was a congratulatory remark, so he bowed slightly in response. Xu Chen accepted the heavy trophy, symbolizing the first place in the team overall score. He faced the audience. In that instant, the entire world seemed to condense into his field of vision. He saw Lin Yixuan from the American team looking at him from afar, and for the first time in his defiant gaze there was no disdain, but instead a hint of complex emotion, a respect that exists between top contenders, a mix of unwillingness and acknowledgement. He saw Professor Li Jinhua standing below the stage clapping vigorously. Tears had long blurred his glasses, but he didn't mind, only smiling proudly and contentedly like a father watching his child finally grow up. He also saw the Red Ocean, formed by overseas Chinese and international students. They waved their small national flags vigorously, and many wore the same genuine smiles mixed with tears and joy as his teammates. He could even hear amidst the noisy applause a clearly shouted chant in Chinese, "China is awesome." He also saw Rajesh from the Indian team in a corner earnestly explaining to his teammate, "You see, I told you our method is too ahead of its time. The judges didn't understand it, which is why we didn't get full marks. Next year we will definitely win." At that moment, an unprecedented, immensely strong emotion surged within Xu Chen. Xu Chen turned around and saw the eager and excited gazes of his 5 teammates focused on him. He took a deep breath and quietly asked, "Are you ready?" Then he turned and shouted loudly, "We are champions." His 5 teammates responded with their own hoarse yet proud voices. At the same time, he raised the trophy high above his head while his teammates unfolded the 5-star red flag, holding it even higher. Boom! The floodgates of sound burst open at that moment. The thunderous applause, cheers, and whistles crashed against his eardrums like tangible sound waves coming from all directions. Though the audience consisted of opponents, they still offered the most sincere applause upon seeing these outstanding peers standing atop the pinnacle of glory. At that moment, an unprecedented, immensely strong emotion surged within Xu Chen. It was not the intellectual thrill of solving a difficult problem, nor the personal satisfaction of achieving a perfect score. It was something grander, deeper, and more fervent. It had a simple yet profoundly solemn name: national honor. The group photo finished, everyone walked down from the podium. After the excitement, there was inevitably a sense of restraint. The moment they returned to their seats, the adrenaline that had been supporting everyone quickly receded like a tide. In its place was an overwhelming sense of fatigue, especially for Xu Chen. He had stayed up all night researching theories and had barely slept for 3 hours. Having just experienced one of the most emotional roller coasters of his life, the moment his taut, nerves relaxed, drowsiness surged over him like a flood breaching a dam. He returned to his seat, his eyelids heavy as if weighted down with lead. His teammates beside him were still excitedly patting each other's shoulders, quietly discussing every detail of the award ceremony. Meanwhile, on the podium, the host began announcing some follow-up matters that were not very important. Xu Chen's consciousness started to fade. As long as Professor Li and his teammates were listening, that was enough. I'll just take a quick nap. Just for a moment. The applause, music, and cheers around him gradually faded into a blur of background noise. He fell asleep. Just as Xu Chen's consciousness sank into a chaotic dream, the host on the podium spoke again in an unprecedented, solemn, yet excited tone. "Ladies and gentlemen, please be quiet. Next, the IMO Organizing Committee will present a very special award." The atmosphere in the venue, which had been somewhat relaxed, became serious again. This award is called the IMO Special Award. At this announcement, the audience erupted in astonishment, especially the veteran coaches who had led teams for many years, their faces showing disbelief. Special award? Did I hear that right? This award hasn't been presented for over a decade, has it? The last time it was awarded was in 2005, to reward that Romanian prodigy who solved a geometry problem using the Lagrange mean value theorem right. Professor Li Jinhua's heart skipped a beat. He understood the weight of this award better than anyone. It does not consider overall scores or rankings, only rewarding those who demonstrate creativity and mathematical beauty that transcends the competition on the IMO stage. This award represents the highest recognition of a contestant's mathematical talent by the IMO organizing committee. Its value in a certain sense surpasses that of an individual perfect gold medal. In this year's IMO, during the grading of the sixth problem, we discovered a unique answer that can be called a work of art. The host's voice was filled with admiration. Behind him, the big screen flashed, displaying a scanned image of the handwritten answer sheet. That was indeed Xu Chen's paper. The neat handwriting like printed text, the extremely concise logical chain, and the proof process that was as refined as poetry were clearly displayed before the world. The president of the International Mathematical Union, the old professor who presented the championship trophy to Xu Chen, personally walked onto the stage holding the microphone. His face bore the excitement and joy of discovering a rare treasure. "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to present this masterpiece." He excitedly pointed at the screen, explaining to the world, "This solution has transcended the realm of competition. It employed no advanced or complex tools, but merely utilized the two most basic ideas of Vieta's jump and infinite descent to elegantly dismantle a seemingly impenetrable fortress of number theory from within." This is not just a correct answer. It showcases the simple beauty of mathematics and profound insight. This is a way of thinking that reaches the realm of mathematical art. This award is given for this unparalleled creativity. The contestant receiving this year's IMO Special Award is from the Chinese team, Xu Chen. The audience erupted in applause. This time the applause was more enthusiastic and sincere than any previous round. All the contestants, including the previously frustrated American team members, spontaneously stood up to pay the highest respect to this genius masterpiece that would be recorded in the annals of IMO. Professor Li Jinhua's eyes became moist again. "I did not fail my mission. I did not fail my mission." He was overjoyed. Not only did we take first place as a team, but we also received this special award that is even more legendary than first place. My life has been worth it. All the spotlight, all the camera lenses at that moment turned towards the young man who was about to create history once again. And then, everyone was stunned. Amidst the thunderous applause and the brilliant moment of honor, the legendary young man, hailed as a mathematics artist, was leaning back in his chair, slowly dozing off. In fact, because the applause around him was so enthusiastic it seemed to disturb his sweet dreams, he slightly furrowed his brows, smacked his lips, changed to a more comfortable position, and continued. "Sleeping. What the heck? What's wrong with these people? Can they be this excited during a leader's speech? Can't they let someone sleep?" This was Xu Chen's only thought as he drifted between sleep and wakefulness. The whole venue fell into a dead silence again. Shortly after, a burst of good-natured, exasperated laughter erupted. Xu Chen was shaken awake by his teammates beside him. He opened his eyes, groggily rubbed them, and let out a big yawn. "What's going on?" he mumbled. Then he saw his face being broadcast on the big screen. "What the heck? What's happening?" "Xu, don't sleep. Hurry up. They're calling for you. Come up to receive your award." Luo Yaolong was about to cry from anxiety. "Award? Didn't I just receive it?" Xu Chen looked utterly confused. He raised his head in bewilderment and saw thousands of gazes in the audience, including the president of the IMO on the podium, looking at him with an extremely peculiar mix of shock and amusement. In that moment, all the viewers around the world shared the same thought. My God. In the face of this legendary, unparalleled honor, he actually dismissed it to the point of falling asleep. Is this the world of geniuses? While we are still excited over gold and silver medals, he has long regarded these mundane honors as mere clouds. This calmness, this composure, this indifference to fame and shame. How terrifying. So we are not only different in intelligence, but also in realm. This wave of coolness raised the bar. Even Lin Yixuan, who had previously looked unsatisfied, couldn't help but twitch his lips at this scene, eventually transforming that hint of dissatisfaction into a bitter yet admiring smile. He knew he had lost fairly. While he was still fighting for scores and rankings, the other party had already reached the realm of indifferent to fame and shame, regarding honors as nothing. This gap in mindset made him feel more despair than the gap in scores. If Xu Chen knew how everyone was overthinking his behavior, he would definitely be speechless. Professor Li Jinhua, both anxious and amused, hurried over and personally yanked the still dazed Xu Chen up from his seat. "Hurry, go up. Special award. It's for you." Only then did Xu Chen react, rubbing his sleepy eyes and walking back to the podium he had just left. Professor Doliner personally handed him a uniquely designed award certificate crafted like a work of art. Then he turned to face the world, excitedly showcasing the printed version of Xu Chen's solution to the sixth problem. Ladies and gentlemen, please look at this solution. His voice was filled with passion. There are no complex calculations, no references to any advanced theorems. It merely utilized the three most fundamental tools: contradiction, the principle of the smallest number, and Vieta's theorem to construct a flawless logical loop. This solution has transcended the realm of competition. It showcases the simple beauty of mathematics and profound insight. This is a way of thinking that reaches the realm of mathematical art. This award is given for this one-fecund creativity. The audience erupted in thunderous applause. This time, it was a heartfelt admiration for pure wisdom. All the contestants, including the previously rebellious American team members, stood up to applaud. The Chinese team members suddenly realized. They remembered Xu Chen's advocacy and organization of those innovative solutions during training, and it turned out that this way of thinking could indeed receive the highest level of recognition in the world. Professor Li Jianhua looked at the young man on stage who held the gold medal and special award certificate, still yawning incessantly, and tears streamed down his face again. I did not fail my mission. This time, not only did we reclaim the team championship that had been lost for 3 years, but we also made a Chinese contestant forever enshrined in the annals of IMO in a manner that had never been seen before and may never be seen again. After the award ceremony, the crowd gradually dispersed. The ace of the American team, Lin Yixuan, proactively approached Xu Chen. His expression was still somewhat awkward, but he extended his hand. Your solution is remarkable. He looked at Xu Chen, speaking slowly. I admit I lost. This simple admission was the highest praise for someone as proud as him. Xu Chen looked at him, smiled, and shook his hand. You are strong too. Just then a familiar, enthusiastic voice and a familiar scent rushed over again. Oh, my friend, Xu. Rajesh from the Indian team came over with a big smile, shaking Xu Chen's hand that had just separated from Lin Yixuan with great enthusiasm. Congratulations. You are amazing. However, we just had a little mishap this year. The judges didn't understand the cosmic philosophy contained in our answer. Next year, our Indian team will definitely win the championship. Seeing who was shaking hands, Xu Chen instantly felt wide awake, shaking off his drowsiness. Oh no. Oh no. He maintained a polite smile, trying to deflect. Yes, you guys will definitely do well next year. After finally waiting for Rajesh to release his hand, Xu Chen immediately turned to Professor Li beside him and said, Professor Li, I need to go to the restroom. After saying that, he dashed towards the nearest restroom at a sprinting speed, leaving behind Professor Li and his teammates who were struggling to contain their laughter. The celebration of the IMO did not come to an end with the closing ceremony. In the hotel room, Professor Li Jianhua's phone was so hot it could fry an egg. Since the end of the award ceremony, his phone had not been able to successfully lock the screen for more than 30 seconds. Calls came in one after another from leaders of the Mathematics Association, leaders from the Education Bureau, old friends, and journalists from various media outlets. Each call was filled with excitement and congratulations. Old Li, well done. You've brought glory to the Chinese mathematics community. Professor Li, congratulations. You've achieved a resounding victory this time. Li Jianhua leaned back on the sofa, responding to each call with a relieved smile that never faded. Amid the din, he was already contemplating how to advance future work. He had begun to outline a report in his mind. Report on the innovation and results of the national team's preparation model for this IMO. No, the title should be more striking. Exploration and practice of building a talent cultivation system for mathematics competitions driven by innovative thinking. He had even thought of the core content of the report. 1. Limitations and reflections on the traditional stability-seeking strategy. 2. Empirical analysis of the effects of introducing special solution classification on stimulating team members' creative thinking. 3. Feasibility suggestions for establishing a dual-track training model of official universal methods and personal exploratory innovation. He knew that once this report was submitted, it would undoubtedly cause a significant stir in the domestic mathematics competition community. But this time he had Xu Chen, the heavy team champion trophy, and the special award that had been sealed for 18 years as his strongest support. He had to seize this opportunity to institutionalize the successful experiences of this event and pass them on. Meanwhile, in another room, the team members were also immersed in the joy of victory. Meng Lingyao, the only girl in the team, was holding her gold medal video, calling her parents back home, tears streaming down her face. After all, she was just a teenager. Behind this gold medal were countless days and nights of hard work and perseverance. Fang Bo was at a loss with his phone. My mom's call. I don't even dare to answer it. She must be crying on the other end. His voice trembled with a hint of happiness. Luo Yaolong was video calling his parents back home, grinning widely and laughing uncontrollably. Xu Chen looked at this scene, feeling a warmth in his heart. He thought for a moment and felt it was indeed necessary to document this historic moment, and by the way, show off a bit. Xu Chen posted a group photo of the 6 of them holding the national flag on his social media with a simple and straightforward caption, We are champions. Trophy national flag. Instantly, it was flooded with hundreds of likes and comments. Chen Jiaping well done. Followed by 10 thumbs up, emojis Li fan brother Chen you are now my idol. Lin Xiaoya Xu Chen is awesome. High school classmate, A brother Chen. Can I brag to others that I was classmates with the IMO world champion? Kneeling high school classmate B learning God please take my knee. Su Kanghua wow. Amazing. I knew you were not an ordinary person. Xu Chen looked at these comments with satisfaction, his vanity greatly satisfied. Then he called his parents. Hello mom. Son. I saw your social media you won the world championship. My son is so amazing. Yeah, I represented the country and won first place in a mathematics competition and the national flag was raised on site. The national flag was raised. On the other end of the phone, Zh's mother's voice instantly rose an octave. Oh my. That's incredible. You dad, come quickly and listen. Our son raised the national flag. Immediately after, Su's father grabbed the phone, his voice slightly off-key with excitement. Son, is this for real? Is it like winning a championship in the Olympics? It's pretty much the same. Zh's parents might not understand what the IMO is, but the phrases representing the country and raising the national flag were enough to make them happy for an entire year. Great, great, great. This is wonderful. Just wait, I'm going to your grandparents' house to share the joy. Then he dialed teacher Chen Jiaping's number. The phone was answered almost instantly. Xu Chen. Teacher Chen Jiaping's voice was hoarse and excited like a volcano that had been suppressed for too long, finally finding its outlet. I saw it. It's on the news. Good boy. Well done. You are truly the pride of our Anqing. No. 3 middle school. No. It's the greatest pride of all Anqing. Xu Chen could clearly hear the cheers of other teachers from the mathematics department on the other end of the phone like a tidal wave, and someone even excitedly started banging on the table. Teacher Chen, please don't get too excited. Take care of your health, Xu Chen said with a smile. How can I not be excited? Teacher Chen Jiaping shouted on the other end, his voice tinged with a hint of sobbing. Just now the principal personally called me and said the school has contacted the advertising company overnight, and a new banner will be hung up first thing tomorrow. Even though it's summer vacation now, he said that even if there was only one security guard at the school, he had to see the glory of our No. 3 middle school. Xu Chen's mouth couldn't help but twitch. The principal's obsession with the banner remains as consistently stable as ever. On the other end of the phone, the noise gradually quieted down, and teacher Chen Jiaping seemed to have walked to a quiet corner. His voice returned to its usual gentleness, but the excitement had settled into a deeper emotion. Xu Chen, he paused, his voice a bit choked. Teacher, I really don't know what to say. I'm just an ordinary high school teacher who has taught mathematics for a lifetime, and my biggest dream was to produce a provincial first prize winner. I never thought that in my lifetime I would lead a national champion, let alone a world champion. I remember when you first joined the competition team, I was worried your foundation was weak and that you wouldn't keep up. Later you scored full marks in the provincial competition, and I was afraid you would become complacent and take a wrong turn. Then later you scored full marks in the CMO, and I was actually a little panicked at that time. Why was I panicking? I was worried that my level was no longer enough to teach you. I was afraid that as your teacher I would delay your talent. Hearing this, Xu Chen's heart was suddenly touched. He put away all his joking thoughts and said seriously, Teacher Chen, please don't say that. If it weren't for you opening the door to the competition for me, if you hadn't decided to sign me up for Olympiad Mathematics, if you hadn't given me that book Olympiad Mathematics tutorial, there would be no today's me. What you taught me was never just problem-solving methods. What you taught me was to believe in myself when everyone thought I couldn't do it, to maintain that perseverance when facing difficult problems, and that pure joy in your eyes that was even happier than my own when I achieved even the smallest success. These are more important than any problem-solving skills. You are my teacher, you were, you are, and you will always be. On the other end of the phone, there was a long silence. Xu Chen could clearly hear teacher Chen Jiaping's breathing, which had become somewhat heavy as he was trying to suppress something. After a long while, a hoarse nasal sounding finally came from the other end. Good child. Teacher Chen Jiaping's voice was filled with pride and comfort. Teacher, you didn't misjudge you. When the news that the Chinese team had regained the first place in the overall score after 3 years, and Xu Chen had won the legendary special award with a full score, was transmitted back to the country through Xinhua news agency's urgent report, a broader and more intense public opinion storm erupted domestically. Xu Chen, this name had completely gone viral. Regaining the championship after 3 years, the only full score, the special award not given for over a decade, calmly sleeping during the award ceremony. Each label was filled with drama and viral potential. On Weibo's trending search list, 3 of the top 10 were related to him. Chinese team regains IMO group champion. Xu Chen IMO full score special award. Genius calmness fell asleep during award ceremony. Countless netizens flooded into the related topics, leaving exciting comments. Wow, this script can't even be written like this. Full score special award, what kind of divine operation is this? The one above, don't forget the part about him falling asleep during the award ceremony, that's the highlight. True big shots treat honor as dirt, only sleep is the eternal pursuit. I declare Xu Chen has redefined the highest realm of being a top student. It's not about coming first in exams, but being able to sleep soundly after achieving world first. Following him, this is the star we should be chasing. A man who embodies wisdom, strength, and humor. On Jihu, a question rose to the top of the hot list. How do you evaluate the Chinese team's regaining of the group first place in the 2023 IMO International Mathematical Olympiad, as well as Xu Chen's full score special award performance? Below, the highly upvoted answers were diverse. The most upvoted reply came from an anonymous user with an IP address, showing it was from Japan. Thanks for the invite, I was there on site, just left the venue, my hands are still shaking. Conflict of interest observer from a representative team of an Eastern European country at the IMO. I don't want to say too much, just 3 details. Detail 1, question 6. When that problem was presented, our entire coaching staff was stunned, unanimously believing it was at the level of impossible to solve. Our team's ace silver medal last year spent the last hour and a half without writing a single valid symbol on the draft paper. Xu Chen's solution, as revealed by a friend from the grading team, used a highly ingenious variant of the infinite descent method with perfect logic and a process as concise as a poem. That wasn't just solving a problem, that was a dimensionality reduction attack. Detail 2, sleeping. Yes, you read that right, he really fell asleep. When the special award was announced and the whole audience stood up to applaud him, he was sound asleep. I was sitting not far from the Chinese team and could clearly see the expression on his teammate's face when he poked him, which said, "Don't wake me up for the sky is falling." At that moment, the Russian coach next to me muttered, "This is true contempt for honor." Detail 3, opponent Ethan Lin from the American team, you know, the gold medalist last year, a recognized genius, proud as a lion. After the award ceremony, he took the initiative to find Xu Chen, and I was close enough to hear him say, "I lost. Your solution was beautiful." I lost. Your solution was beautiful. To have Lin use the word beautiful, you can imagine the impact. Summary, we didn't lose to a powerful Chinese team, we lost to a monster from a different dimension. Anonymous. A user claiming to be an overseas student posted a cleverly angled live photo taken with his phone. Thanks for the invite, I was there on site, just left the stands. Hey, race a picture for you all image. This is Xu Chen when the special award was announced. The whole audience stood up and applauded. The flashlights were bright as day, and this gentleman was sound asleep. The Japanese guy next to me was dumbfounded, repeatedly saying, "This is surprising." This is called using sleep to dissolve the opponent's aggressiveness, letting them fall into self-doubt amid admiration, achieving the highest realm of winning without fighting. Manual Doghead. JPG. A verified user as institute researcher at the Academy of Mathematics provided a more professional analysis. Let's focus on that special award. The value of this award far exceeds public imagination. It rewards not the score, but the idea. I looked at the leaked solution for question 6. Xu Chen used an extremely sophisticated number theory tool whose core ideas resonate with certain group theory concepts in Galois theory. To think of and perfectly apply such a method under the high-pressure environment of an exam is beyond mere problem-solving. This is true mathematical intuition. This child has limitless potential. Even on foreign social media, discussions were ignited. On X, a mathematics major student from MIT posted, "Just saw the P6 solution from that Chinese kid Xu Chen. It's art, pure art. We were all trying to build a cannon to blast the door, and he just walked up and picked the lock with a paperclip. Speechless. Just watch that Chinese kid Xu Chen's solution to question 6. That was art, pure art. We all wanted to create a cannon to smash open that door, but he walked up and unlocked it with a paperclip. I'm speechless." Underneath this tweet, the American team's ace Ethan Lin, dubbed the next Terrence Tao, even personally liked it. This small gesture was screenshot and sent back to the country, instantly igniting a new wave of public opinion. Wow, the opponent liked it. What kind of strength is this? Lin Shin, thanks for the invite. I was truly impressed on the spot. This wave belongs to the mysterious power of the East, dimensionality reduction attack. After the clamor, it was already late at night. Xu Chen lay in bed preparing to reminisce about the details of the proof of the conjecture from last night, when suddenly the notification light on his phone flashed. He clicked to see an official email from the mathematics department of Harvard University. The email was written in an extremely professional manner, first congratulating him on his outstanding achievements, then detailing the long history and strong faculty of the Harvard Mathematics Department, and finally extending a sincere invitation for admission, promising to provide a full scholarship. What surprised Xu Chen the most was that at the bottom of the lengthy English email, there was even an accurately translated Chinese version prepared by a dedicated person. Dear Mr. Xu Chen, hello. We are the Admissions Committee of the Mathematics Department at Harvard University. Here we express our utmost excitement in congratulating you on your brilliant achievement in the 54th International Mathematical Olympiad IMO, full score gold medal and special award. The extraordinary insight and beauty of mathematics you demonstrated in question 6 have amazed the entire mathematical community. The Mathematics Department of Harvard University has a long history and outstanding academic tradition, having produced numerous Fields Medal and Abel Prize winners. We firmly believe that your talent and abilities will be fully realized here. We sincerely invite you to apply to Harvard University and are willing to provide you with the full John Harvard Scholarship covering all tuition accommodation and living expenses for your 4 years of undergraduate study. At the same time, we will assign a lifetime professor from our department as your academic mentor and grant you access to a green channel for undergraduate participation in top research projects. We look forward to seeing you on the campus by the Charles River. Respectfully, Harvard University Mathematics Department Admissions Committee. Isn't this service too thoughtful? Before he could finish being surprised, the email notification sounds rang one after another like raindrops. Princeton University, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, Stanford University. One after another, letters of invitation from the world's top universities flooded into his inbox. Is this the treatment of a world champion? Xu Chen flipped through these emails that would make any student ecstatic, unable to resist showing off. So he posted another moment on social media. Help needed, how to choose among Harvard, Princeton, MIT, and Stanford, urgently asking Doge. He even thoughtfully screenshot the key parts of several emails, piecing them together into a long image attached below. This moment on social media was like a mental nuclear bomb for his classmates who were still struggling with summer lessons in preparation for their senior year. Lin Xiaoyan knife and effect knife, Xu Chen. Be a person. Zhang Hao reported reason Versailles literature. Li Fan Xu Chen, listen to my advice, go to MIT, it's close to my relatives, and I can go for meals later. Manual doghead. Chen Jiaping Xu Chen, you should consider carefully. Serving the country is also very important. High school class monitor, I advise you to be kind. Smile. Su Kanghua, only children make choices. As an adult, I suggest. Refuse them all. Come teach here, it'll pay you double. Smirk. Desk mate Wang Fatty, I suggest going in my place, doghead. Putting away his phone, Xu Chen began to seriously contemplate his choice of school. To him, it didn't really matter where he went, the system was his true university. What I need is merely an environment with a top-notch library and a free academic atmosphere. Peking University in China is more than sufficient. However, a thought subtly flickered in his mind. Nevertheless, these offers, even if I do not accept them, seem to have some value after all. A slightly sinister smile crept onto his lips. He picked up his phone and found the familiar number in his contacts, dialing it. On the other end, Zhao Feng from the Peking University admissions office had clearly already received the news. Hello, Xu Chen. Congratulations. We all saw the news. World champion. A perfect score. And that legendary special award. You are truly the pride of Peking University. Thank you, Teacher Zhao. Xu Chen smiled and got to the point, saying, I just wanted to report to you that I have decided to attend Peking University. I was lucky to win the IMO gold medal, and I wanted to confirm our previous scholarship agreement. Good. Choosing Peking University is definitely the right choice. Rest assured, as we agreed, the 200,000 scholarship along with 50,000 from the IMO national team and 50,000 for the IMO gold medal will total 300,000 and will be deposited into your account as soon as you enroll. Additionally, this time Lady Luck was on my side. Besides the IMO gold medal, I also received a special award. You know that this award is given only once every decade or so. He deliberately mentioned the special award in a casual tone as if it were merely a passing comment. Zhao Feng, a savvy individual, immediately picked up on the hidden meaning. Here we go again, this kid is back for more. Yet he was acutely aware that the value of this award far exceeded that of the medal itself. If this news got out that Peking University showed no appreciation towards a genius who received the IMO Special Award, how would he, the head of the admissions office, save face? However, the IMO Special Award, this thing has never appeared in the history of admissions, and there are no corresponding scholarship standards written for it. Cough, cough. Zhao Feng cleared his throat, gritting his teeth as his heart began to bleed. Xu Chen, you have brought glory to your country, and the school certainly cannot be indifferent. So I will personally help you apply to the school for an additional 100,000 scholarship. That would make a neat total of 400,000. Although this exceeds my authority, special circumstances warrant special measures, and I can certainly secure this bonus for the IMO Special Award. Xu Chen thought to himself, talking to a clever person is quite pleasant. He chuckled inwardly, but maintained his calm demeanor, saying, Thank you, Teacher Zhao. You are too kind. He then shifted the conversation with a slightly puzzled tone, as if seeking advice for a question. "Oh right, teacher, Zhao, there's another matter I would like to consult you about. Harvard and Princeton also sent me full scholarship offers along with undergraduate research stipends. How should I politely respond to them?" Lu Feng. On the other end, there was silence. This was not a consultation, it was clearly an outright extortion. Zhao Feng gritted his teeth, feeling as if his heart was being gripped by an invisible hand that twisted it sharply. "Xu Chen." Zhao Feng's tone instantly became incredibly serious, even carrying a hint of pleading. "Listen to me. Going abroad is not the only option. Our country currently needs talented individuals like you. You must not be swayed by the imperialist sugar-coated bullets." I know, Xu Chen quickly reassured him. "I will certainly prioritize Peking University. It's just, the conditions they are offering are indeed quite generous. I can't help but feel somewhat unbalanced." Zhao Feng understood. Scholarships from foreign universities, even with the exchange rate advantage, are significantly ahead compared to domestic offerings, not to mention the various excellent academic resources. In fact, Zhao Feng felt that Xu Chen discussing these matters with him was already quite impressive. If it were someone else, they might have directly rejected Peking University. He gritted his teeth, feeling as though his heart was bleeding, but still managed to squeeze out a sentence through clenched teeth. "Xu Chen, the 40,000 we discussed earlier has already exceeded my authority. But I promise you we'll add another 100,000. A total of 500,000. I will give you this promise, and I will definitely persuade the college to accept this proposal. Teacher Zhao, you are truly sincere." Xu Chen's tone instantly became filled with emotion. "In fact, I don't care about the money. What matters to me is the school's recognition of my worth. Rest assured, I will reject those foreign offers right away." Good. Zhao Feng felt as if he were about to collapse. "Thank you, Teacher Zhao. They'll see you at the start of the semester." "See you at the start of the semester." Zhao Feng hung up the phone, leaning back in his chair, letting out a long breath. He picked up the thermos on his desk, took a sip of strong tea, shook his head, and muttered with a smile, "This brat. Truly a clever little fox." Did he lose out? From a personal budget perspective, tonight's call resulted in an additional expense of 200,000, causing him great distress. However, from the perspective of the head of the Peking University admissions office, a total of 500,000 was used to cut off the full scholarship offers from Harvard and Princeton, retaining a mathematical genius that occurs once in a decade, or perhaps 20 years. This is simply a blood profit. Profiting immensely. Zhao Feng's mind involuntarily conjured up the names that in recent years left him and his domestic colleagues both proud and regretful. He remembered the two individuals hailed as the golden generation of Peking University's mathematics department, Yin Zhuwei and Zhang Wei. Both of them won gold and silver medals at the IMO, shining brightly at Yin Garden, only to ultimately pursue further studies in the United States, where they have become key figures in American mathematics, teaching at MIT and Columbia University. Whenever he saw their names appear in top-tier foreign journals, Zhao Feng felt a mix of emotions, pride in their achievements and deep regret that such top talents could not be retained domestically. He also recalled the individual known as Wei God Wei Dongi. Years ago, Wei God achieved a perfect score at the IMO for 2 consecutive years, and Harvard University almost offered him a blank check to invite him, even willing to waive the language exam requirement. It was a thrilling battle for talent, and in the end, Peking University narrowly managed to keep him. Every time he thought about it, Zhao Feng felt a pang of fear, realizing that China's mathematics community could have lost an exceptionally legendary young scholar. Each of these talents that have flowed away, or almost flowed away, is like a thorn embedded in the heart of China's fundamental science. They are not unpatriotic, it's just that at that age, faced with the more generous conditions and cutting-edge resources of the world's top universities, choosing what is more beneficial for their personal development is understandable. What Zhao Feng and Peking University must do is to do everything possible to keep these top seeds in the soil that needs them the most. Thinking of this, the slight pain in Zhao Feng's heart instantly dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of achievement in winning the talent defense battle. Zhao Feng put down his teacup, feeling invigorated, even a bit smug, and joked, "Want to compete with me? Little fox, wait until you are at Yin Garden and see how I arrange you." He had already begun to plan that as soon as Xu Chen enrolled, he would immediately package him off to the mathematics department's strictest professors, the ones who could squeeze the potential out of students. For a gifted student, this is the fastest path to growth, but the pressure is also immense. Letting you extort me today, you will definitely have your share of consequences later. With this thought, Zhao Feng's mood brightened significantly. He even hummed a little tune as he began drafting the report titled "Application for Additional Special Scholarship for IMO Special Award Recipient Xu Chen." The clamor of the IMO gradually subsided. On the last day in Japan, the team members went out to enjoy their rare free time. Xu Chen, however, chose to stay in the hotel. He had not yet had the chance to organize the conjecture proposed by Professor Sun Zhuwei the night before. He opened a fresh sheet of draft paper and meticulously reorganized the complete proof of conjecture 138 from the all-nighter 2 nights ago. Not only did he record the final solution, but he also annotated his thought process, the bottlenecks he encountered, and the crucial turning points that led to his breakthrough. Once he finished organizing, he felt a lingering desire to delve deeper. Following this line of inquiry, he found 2 other structurally similar problems among the 820 conjectures. Conjecture 204 proved that for any positive integer n there exists a prime number p such that p divides n, 1 o and pn. Conjecture 315, let Sn sigma 1k, proved that for any n1 Sn is not an integer. The first one is a variant of Euclid's classic method of proving the infinitude of primes, but with the addition of factorials, transforming the problem from existence to lower bound estimation, significantly increasing the difficulty. The second one appears to be a simple corollary of the divergence of harmonic series, but when limited to finite sums it requires more refined number-theoretic tools based on Paddock valuation. These 2 problems are like twin brothers of conjecture 173, seemingly different in appearance, but sharing the genes of prime factor analysis and divisibility in their blood. Placing the 3 together forms a series perfectly balanced. Xu Chen immersed himself in the task once more. With the experience of solving the core problem before this time, he felt like a skilled chef dissecting a cow, his thoughts clear and his strikes precise. As he transcribed these 2 progressively intricate problems along with their respective proofs, which could be considered works of art, the sky outside the window had unknowingly taken on a gentle twilight hue. In the evening, Professor Li Jinhua came to the team members' room reminding everyone to rest early as they had to catch a flight home early the next day. When he opened Xu Chen's door, he saw not a youth packing his luggage, but a figure bent over a sheet of draft paper, frowning slightly as he wrote. The draft paper was densely filled with complex mathematical formulas and logical symbols. Still doing research? Professor Li Jinhua walked over with a smile, his tone laced with curiosity. Yes, Professor Li. Xu Chen looked up, feeling a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head, just working on a few problems. Let me see. Professor Li Jinhua's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. He wanted to know what this genius who had just shocked the world was pondering over after the competition. He adjusted his glasses and picked up the draft paper to take a look. After just one glance, his pupils constricted suddenly. This is research on special representations of integers and combinatorial number theory. Although this wasn't Professor Li's main area of focus, as an experienced mathematics educator, he certainly had the insight. He immediately recognized that the discussion on the draft paper pertained to an extremely profound and widely applicable field in number theory. Yes, I solved a small problem earlier and thought of 2 extensions as well. Xu Chen, this. Professor Li's gaze fell on the proof at the very beginning of the draft paper. The more he read, the faster his heart raced. The more he read, the harder it became to conceal his shock in his expression. These. Did you come up with all of these in the past 2 days? Professor Li Jinhua's voice became somewhat dry. Yes, after I figured out the first one, I felt unsatisfied and found 2 similar ones to organize together. Professor Li Jinhua fell silent. He felt as if his heart was gripped by an invisible hand. Having easily done, feeling unsatisfied, organizing them together. Does this kid realize that each of these 3 problems is enough for a mathematics graduate student to write a competent thesis? Did he really solve them all in one evening and one afternoon, treating them as homework problems? What kind of monster is this kid? With a deep breath, he forced himself to calm down and reassess the manuscript with a professional eye. The proofs of these 3 problems are logically rigorous and profound in conclusion, and they build upon one another, extending from a classic problem to 2 deeper extensions, forming a complete small system. Xu Chen, this is completely the foundation of a high-quality academic paper. Professor Li Jinhua's tone was filled with uncontainable excitement. Which journal do you plan to submit this article to? Xu Chen was taken aback, a puzzled expression appearing on his face. Journal? Paper? He said, somewhat confused. I hadn't thought that far ahead. I was just thinking of organizing these things and sending them to the moderator of that math forum to see if I could earn their reward, which seems to be a prize of $300. Uffed. Professor Li Jinhua almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at the young man before him, both amused and exasperated. This kid possesses mathematical talent that could astonish the world, yet what he is thinking about is merely a few $100s in reward. In that moment, Professor Li Jinhua was overwhelmed by an indescribable mix of envy and emotion. To be honest, he envied Xu Chen. He admired his pure love for mathematics, untainted by fame or fortune, only seeking the joy that comes from conquering difficult problems. For Li Jinhua, he completely overlooked Xu Chen's pursuit of that $300 reward, as such a small sum was hardly considered a pursuit of profit, at best akin to a child's trivial reward in a game. This is the most precious quality of a scholar, and also the easiest to lose. I didn't expect you to be so indifferent to fame and fortune, exchanging such a significant achievement for just $300. Xu Chen thought to himself, what? I'm indifferent to fame and fortune. If this were to reach the ears of Lu Feng, the director of admissions at Peking University, he would probably laugh in anger. Although Professor Li Jinhua found Xu Chen's pursuit of mathematics admirable, he also realized that Xu Chen would inevitably step into the academic world and eventually need to have his own achievements. Xu Chen was about to enter university life, and it was about time for him to engage with the academic community. Even though he was only responsible for the IMO national team as a senior, he felt it was his duty to provide necessary guidance to this rough gem that had yet to enter the academic circle. Moreover, being a guide for a genius like Xu Chen into the academic circle was also a stroke of luck. Xu Chen, Professor Li Jinhua's expression turned serious and earnest. The few $100 in reward is an insult to the fruits of your intellect. Do you know the real value of this work in your hands? He decided it was time to give Xu Chen a proper lesson. In academia, the currency by which a scholar's level is measured is not awards, but academic papers. The vessel for those papers is the academic journal. First, you need to understand a concept called SCI. He looked at Xu Chen and saw a contemplative expression on his face, so he explained SCI, short for the Science Citation Index, is an international and authoritative academic journal literature retrieval tool. In simple terms, only journals indexed by SCI are considered internationally recognized academic journals. A paper you publish is deemed a true academic achievement only if it is accepted by a journal indexed by SCI. Xu Chen nodded. This concept was not hard to grasp, akin to a whitelist in academia. These SCI journals are also categorized into different tiers. Internationally, there is a universal evaluation system known as the JCR classification. It ranks journals based on their impact factor, the frequency with which their published papers are cited within their respective fields. The top 25 is classified as Q1, U25 to 50 is Q2, and so forth. Q1 represents the internationally recognized top-tier journals. Xu Chen nodded again. Li Jinhua smiled and continued, however, domestically we have our own stricter and more recognized standards known as the Chinese Academy of Sciences classification. It also divides journals into 4 categories, but the proportions are far stricter than JCR, resembling a pyramid. The first category is the pinnacle of the pyramid, selecting the top 5 of journals within the same field known as top journals. These are the true gems on the crown. For an ordinary scholar, publishing a paper in this category may require 5 or even 10 years. The second category is the upper middle section of the pyramid, consisting of excellent journals ranked in the top 5 to 20. Being able to publish in this category is sufficient for a young teacher to establish themselves in academia and meet the hard criteria for associate professor evaluation. The third category consists of the core strength, comprising journals ranked from 20 to 50. Publishing in this tier is the minimum requirement for a Ph.D. graduation and serves as a stepping stone for ordinary lecturers' promotions. The fourth category consists of the remaining 50. Publishing in this category is usually a requirement for master's graduation or involves some foundational or exploratory work. So you see, Li Jinhua emphasized, clarifying the key point. A journal classified as Q1 internationally may very well be only Q2 or even Q3 in our Chinese Academy of Sciences classification. Thus, in the domestic academic circle, when we refer to a Q1 paper, we implicitly mean the first category of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. That is the true gold standard, the hardcore capital for evaluating professors, securing projects, and establishing academic status. In the field of mathematics, there are 4 journals considered sacred temples in everyone's heart, collectively known as the 4 greats: the Annals of Mathematics, Inventions Mathematicae, Acta Mathematica, and the Journal of the American Mathematical Society. Although they are all in the first category, you can think of the 4 greats as a distinct entity that transcends the first category. There are hundreds of first-category journals in the field of mathematics, but only 4 in the 4 greats, and each of them publishes only dozens of papers each year, meaning that those accepted are all significant, groundbreaking, or pioneering works. You can understand it like sports competitions. The first category is the national champion, while the 4 greats are the Olympic gold medals. Publishing an article in one of these will greatly enhance a young scholar's chances of obtaining a tenure-track position at a top university. Xu Chen silently took notes. Additionally, before you submit your results to a journal, to prevent your ideas from being plagiarized, you need to upload it to a website first. This website is called AR14. AR14. Xu Chen repeated this unfamiliar term. Yes, AR14, Li Jinhua explained. It is a preprint server. You should know that the process from submission to formal publication of a mathematics paper, including peer review, is very lengthy, taking anywhere from a few months to a year or 2. During this time, if your ideas leak and someone publishes them first, you will be left with no defense. AR14 was created to address this issue. It is not a mandatory step, but in foundational disciplines like mathematics and physics, it has become an unwritten rule, a sacred practice. You upload your draft to AR14, and it will generate a unique number and timestamp for you. It is akin to engraving your name and date on an indelible stone for the world to see, declaring to everyone this idea belongs to Xu Chen at this moment. This is like planting your own flag on a newly discovered land. With this flag, you can confidently proceed through the lengthy official certification process of journals. After sharing this knowledge about journals, Professor Li Jinhua suddenly turned to Xu Chen, his tone becoming extremely serious. Xu Chen, you must remember, with your talent from now on, your goal must be high-impact journals. Even if the number of papers is fewer, a high-quality Q1 paper holds academic value and impact equivalent to 10 Q3 or even Q4 articles. Xu Chen was taken aback by this and asked then, what about Q2? Of course, Q2 papers can also be submitted. Professor Li Jinhua chuckled, but it depends on the specific situation. If your results represent a significant advancement in a particular field or solve a long-standing minor problem, even if they are not groundbreaking but are solid and impactful, submitting to Q2 is also a very good choice. However, if it is merely routine work or a simple extension of known conclusions, then it is unnecessary to waste your energy on it. In summary, what you need to do is not cast a wide net, but rather sharpen a sword for 10 years. Either do not act, or when you do, it must be work that can make the entire field take notice. Every paper you write should be a monument in your academic career, not a pile of dispensable bricks. This statement left Xu Chen profoundly shaken. For the first time, he realized that in the academic world, less is sometimes more important than more, and quality always outweighs quantity. Then, what about this manuscript? Xu Chen pointed to the stack of papers on the desk. This manuscript, Professor Li Jinhua's eyes sparkled again. Its quality has far exceeded the category of work. The 3 problems within it are each small yet refined, and the proofs are filled with clever ideas. In my judgment, if any one of these problems were to be separated and written into a small paper, the probability of passing peer review in outstanding journals like Advances in Mathematics is very high. However, he shifted gears and proposed a bolder suggestion. I advise you not to rush to split it for publication. Treat it as a whole, refine the introduction and conclusion, and delve deeper into the logical connections behind these 3 problems, as well as the universality of the methods you employed. My suggestion is to integrate it well and submit directly to Acta Mathematica. Acta Mathematica. Xu Chen repeated the name, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. He remembered that just earlier Professor Li had mentioned this name while introducing the 4 great temples at the pinnacle of mathematics. Professor Li Jinhua noticed his confusion and immediately waved his hand with a smile, explaining, what I mean is not the one from the 4 greats. You need to be aware that this is a very easily confused point. Many young scholars who are just starting out often get it wrong. He picked up a pen, wrote down 2 names on paper, and highlighted the differences. Acta Mathematica. Acta Mathematica Sinica English series. Look here, he pointed to the first name. This one is published by the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences and is one of the 4 greats in mathematics, the true sanctuary. Its name is in Latin, which translates directly to mathematical journal. Then he pointed to the second name. What I recommend you to submit to is this one, a journal organized by the Chinese Mathematical Society and the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Its English name includes the term Sinica, meaning Chinese. We usually also refer to it as mathematical journal, but we mean our own version. Although the names are similar, their positions are different. Professor Li's tone carried a hint of pride. Our own mathematical journal is one of the oldest and most internationally recognized mathematical journals in the country. Its English version is a standout among the Q2 journals in the Chinese Academy of Sciences classification, with only a step left to reach the Q1 threshold. Using a high-quality paper published in a top-tier domestic Q2 journal as the beginning of your academic career can both showcase your strength to the world and contribute to our domestic journals. This starting point is already much higher than that of the vast majority of Ph.D. graduates in mathematics. This detailed explanation left Xu Chen with a sudden realization. He not only understood the difference between the 2 journals, but also felt a profound sentiment from Professor Li's tone regarding the older generation's deep emotional connection to the nation's academic development. I understand, Professor Li. Xu Chen nodded solemnly. I will submit to the mathematical journal. As he observed Xu Chen's somewhat bewildered expression, Professor Li Jinhua's passion for nurturing talent was ignited. Let me teach you how to write a paper. He took out his phone, pulled up a PDF of a paper he had published, and began to guide him step by step on how to modify this problem-solving report into a paper that meets international academic standards. You see here, you need to add an abstract that succinctly summarizes your core work and conclusions. Here you need an introduction that presents the historical background of the problem, the current state of research, and the main contributions of your article. Your proof process is well written, but the format needs adjustment. Each key step should ideally be presented as an independent lemma or proposition to enhance the clarity of the logical structure. Finally, there should be references that list all the theorems and previous works you have cited. This is a sign of respect for others' research achievements and is fundamental to academic norms. Professor Li Jinhua grew more and more excited as he spoke and even directly made a voice call. Hello, is this Lu? Are you available right now? Could you send me a Word template of your college's latest paper format? Yes, and also a sample LaTeX source file with formulas. I need it right away. On the other end of the line, Lu Ming, a graduate student who received the call from his mentor, was bewildered but scrambled to open his computer and send the files. He was still mumbling to himself, is it really possible for someone of Professor Li's caliber to ask me for such basic things? Could it be that he is teaching someone who doesn't even know how to use LaTeX to write papers? My goodness, what kind of genius could warrant Professor Li's personal guidance on formatting a paper? When the flight carrying the Chinese delegation landed at the Capital International Airport, they were greeted by a summer heat wave more fervent than that of Chiba, Japan, and a media frenzy comparable to that of a red carpet event for top stars. After a series of official welcome ceremonies, the national team was arranged to stay in Beijing for about another week, mainly to participate in a commendation conference and a celebratory banquet. The next day, a special vehicle took the national team directly to the headquarters of the Chinese Mathematical Society, located in Zhongguancun. This is the highest hall of mathematics in China. Portraits of esteemed predecessors such as Hua Luogeng and Chen Jingrun hung on the walls, and the air seemed to be filled with a rigorous and sacred academic atmosphere. The venue was solemn and dignified, with a backdrop on the podium prominently displaying in bold song typeface warm congratulations to the Chinese delegation for winning the overall championship at the 54th IMO International Mathematical Olympiad. Seated in the audience were the leading figures of the Chinese mathematical community. Several elderly academicians who were usually elusive were present today. The central area was filled with outstanding student representatives from top high schools across the country. They were the elite of the national mathematics competition and the hope for the future. Today they were gathered here to receive this highest-level baptism of honor with the aim of planting a seed named role model in their hearts, inspiring them to climb towards greater peaks. Before returning to the country, Professor Li Jinhua specifically sought out Xu Chen to inform him that he needed to prepare a speech for today's conference. It doesn't have to be too long, nor should it be filled with bureaucratic language. Professor Li advised him at the time, just share your insights on studying mathematics as a senior with those junior high and high school students in the audience. You are their current idol. What you say will be more impactful than 100 speeches from us old folks. Thus, Xu Chen, who rarely took a break from his studies, spent last night seriously contemplating what he wanted to convey to these future companions. The proceedings of the conference were filled with a sense of ceremony. The chairman of the Chinese Mathematical Society, an elderly academician with a vibrant spirit and a booming voice, took the stage to deliver a speech. His speech lacked bureaucratic jargon and felt more like a learned elder, sharing his insights with the younger generation. Comrades, friends, children, he surveyed the audience with a gentle yet powerful gaze. Today, we gather here not merely to celebrate a victory. A victory is indeed gratifying, but more importantly, we must reflect on why we seek victory. Our pursuit of mathematics competitions is not solely for the gold medals. The gold medal is merely a piece of metal, a recognition of your hard work. Our true purpose is to discover, nurture, and protect our nation's most precious resource through this highest level of intellectual competition. That is you, the young minds brimming with curiosity and creativity about mathematics. I have reviewed the problems of this IMO, especially the sixth problem. I also looked at the solution from our student Xu Chen. He turned his gaze towards Xu Chen, filled with admiration. That solution made me, a veteran mathematician, feel a genuine sense of awe. What did it reveal to us? It showcased the most fundamental beauty of mathematics: simplicity, profundity, and an essence that strikes at the core. This indicates that our children are no longer satisfied with mere imitation and pursuit. They are beginning to develop their own unique mathematical thoughts. This more than 10 gold medals invigorates me. Therefore, I hope that today's victory marks a new beginning. It is a solid and hopeful start for us as we transition from a competition powerhouse to a mathematics powerhouse. The thunderous applause resonated endlessly. Following this, Professor Li Jinhua, as the head coach, was also invited to the stage. The elder, who was usually stern during training sessions, had red eyes today. He simply stood in front of the microphone, paused for a moment, and then slowly scanned the 6 young faces below him that he was incredibly familiar with and proud of. On the last day before the training team set out, I told them, you are the strongest team I have ever coached. His voice was slightly hoarse, but filled with strength. Today, standing here, I want to repeat this. He paused, took a deep breath, as if to pour all his emotions into the words that followed. I have led the national team for 20 years, sending off one generation of geniuses after another. I have witnessed many bright minds and diligent figures. But you all. His gaze swept from Xu Chen to Feng Bo, and then to Ming Lingyao, scanning each team member's face. You are different. What I see in you is not just talent and hard work. What I see is a pure spirit of exploration that I have longed for, yet once thought had vanished. A spirit that refuses to be satisfied with standard answers and dares to challenge authority. In the past few months, I have lived in contradiction every day. His voice carried a hint of self-mockery. On one hand, I worried that your nonconformity would lead us to lose this crucial competition. On the other hand, I could not help but feel excited and proud of every spark of thought you exhibited. I even felt a bit jealous of you. I envy you for having at such a beautiful age a group of true comrades who can inspire and achieve together. Watching you argue passionately over a solution at a whiteboard reminds me of my youth, of that pure golden age of mathematics. Therefore, although I am the head coach, I am not actually teaching you. I am merely a fortunate witness. I am honored to be your coach, to witness your growth, your transformation, and to see you ultimately stand at the pinnacle of the world. This memory will be the most precious treasure of my life. He slowly raised his right hand, giving a firm and powerful thumbs up to the 6 team members below. I am proud of you. Simple words that carry more penetrating power than any flowery rhetoric. Tears streamed down Luo Yaolong and Meng Linjiao's faces. They recalled Professor Li's stern urging, his companionship late at night, and those seemingly casual, yet always enlightening remarks during their moments of stagnation over the past few months. Xu Chen sat in the audience watching this scene, feeling a ripple of emotion inside him. He could sense the weighty, deep love for his country that belonged to the older generation of scholars within Professor Li. Xu Chen rubbed his eyes. This old man really knows how to evoke emotions. Immediately, Xu Chen took the stage to speak. The applause surged like a tsunami from all directions. Xu Chen took a deep breath, straightening his team outfit emblazoned with the 5-star red flag, and calmly walked to the podium under countless gazes. He stood before the microphone, his gaze sweeping calmly over the audience. He saw the elderly academicians in the front row, their eyes filled with expectation. He saw the excellent representatives of middle and high school students from across the country seated in the central area, their youthful faces brimming with admiration and longing. He also saw the journalists in the back row, armed with cameras and ready for action. He stood quietly for a few seconds, as if organizing his thoughts. When the entire venue fell silent, awaiting the genius acceptance speech, he began to speak. His voice was clear and steady, resonating through the microphone and reaching every corner of the venue. Dear seniors, esteemed teachers, fellow classmates, hello. I am Xu Chen. Standing here, I feel both honored and apprehensive. Because I know that the achievements I have made today stem more from luck. Luck to be born in this era, luck to meet great teachers, and luck to have a group of teammates to fight alongside. This humble beginning won the approving nods of the seniors below. Today, what I wish to share is not how to solve problems, nor how to win awards. I want to share 3 words that have deeply resonated with me during my journey in learning mathematics. The first word is curiosity. I do not know what initially drew you to mathematics. It might have been a clever geometry problem or an interesting numerical pattern. For me, the initial motivation was the purest form of curiosity. I was curious why 11 equals 2. I was curious why pi is an infinite non-repeating decimal. I was curious why seemingly unrelated prime numbers hide profound patterns in their distribution. This curiosity is like a seed. It may not immediately help you score more points on an exam, but it will be the most fundamental and powerful motivation that drives you forward on this long and solitary path. So please protect your curiosity just as you would protect your eyes. The second word is aesthetics. Yes, you heard that right, aesthetics. Xu Chen's lips curled into a confident smile. Many people think that mathematics is dry, cold, a mere collection of emotionless symbols. But in my view, mathematics is beautiful. It possesses a kind of elegant beauty, a symmetrical beauty, a harmonious beauty that is logically coherent, like the universe itself. A difficult problem often has many solutions. Some solutions may require filling 3 pages of draft paper filled with complex calculations, which we call brute force, while others may need just a few lines akin to a stroke of genius, which we call elegant. I hope that in your future studies, you do not merely settle for solving a problem. Strive to seek out the simplest, most profound path that embodies the beauty of mathematics. When you begin to feel the joy akin to appreciating a poem or a painting from a proof, congratulations, you have touched the true essence of mathematics. The third word I wish to share, and the most important one, is courage. What courage? The courage to tread paths less traveled, the courage to challenge authority and the standard answers. Our education often teaches us how to find a standard answer. This is not wrong during the foundational phase. But when you reach a certain height and start facing unsolved problems, you will find that there is no such thing as a standard answer. The road to the summit has never been limited to one path. Some paths may be flat, but long, others may be steep, but are shortcuts. I hope you do not fear making mistakes nor fear that your thoughts are unconventional. In my training team, one of the most common things we do is overturn the conclusions of the previous day to seek a better solution. Each overturning is not a denial, but a spiral ascent. So please think boldly, question, and create. Because the progress of mathematics has never relied on sticking to conventions, but rather on generations of people daring to take that small step into the unconventional. Having said that, he bowed deeply to the audience. Curiosity, aesthetics, and courage. These are what I wanted to share with you today. I hope that one day in the future I can see more young figures from China on this peak of mathematics. Thank you all. The audience fell into a silence that lasted several seconds. Then thunderous applause erupted from the front row of academicians, spreading like a wildfire throughout the hall. Professor Li Jinhua sat in the audience, clapping vigorously, his eyes once again brimming with tears. He looked at the calm and confident young man speaking on stage, feeling an overwhelming sense of emotion. This is the appearance a true future leader should have. To recognize the outstanding achievements of national team members Xu Chen, Bo Luo, Yalong Meng, Ling Yao, Zhou Qing, and Sun Rui, in this year's IMO, the Chinese Mathematical Society has decided to award each team member a prize of 200,000 yuan. As soon as this figure was announced, the audience erupted into applause. The former president paused, a brighter smile appeared on his face, and his gaze fell squarely on Xu Chen. At the same time, to reward Xu Chen for his unparalleled mathematical talent, in winning the special award that had been dormant for 18 years in this year's IMO, the organizing committee unanimously decided to add a special contribution award of 300,000 yuan on top of the 200,000 yuan prize. After a series of official events in the capital, Xu Chen finally set off on his journey back to Anqing. A more grounded and bustling journey of collecting rewards was just beginning. In the half-month after returning to Anqing, Xu Chen's schedule was even busier than when he was in the training team. Today, the 3rd Middle School of Anqing is holding a school-wide recognition assembly to celebrate Xu Chen's victory as the world champion at the IMO. Tomorrow, there will be a report meeting led by the Municipal Education Bureau to highlight the achievements of outstanding young students in Anqing. The day after tomorrow, he will be invited to the provincial capital by the Provincial Education Department to participate in the Provincial Basic Education Achievement Exhibition, where he will speak as an exemplary student. Various rewards came pouring in like snowflakes. The 3rd Middle School of Anqing awarded 1,000 yuan. The Municipal Education Bureau awarded 15,000 yuan. The Provincial Education Department awarded 2,000 yuan. Furthermore, several well-known local entrepreneurs in Anqing generously established various Xu Chen special scholarships, totaling nearly 3,000 yuan. Xu Chen was busy every day shuttling between different venues and in front of cameras. Although the process was exhausting, thinking of the constantly increasing balance in his bank account made him feel that this pain was something he could endure for a while longer. An interesting episode occurred during the highest-level recognition assembly held by the Municipal Education Bureau. Before the awards were presented, Principal Wang from the 3rd Middle School of Anqing quietly pulled Xu Chen aside, wearing his usual warm smile. Seemingly casually, he patted Xu Chen on the shoulder and chatted, "Xu Chen, today the big leaders from the city are all here. They are taking our school's achievements very seriously. Just now in the lounge, the director specifically asked me what unique teaching methods our school used to cultivate a talent like you. You see, that really left me speechless." He paused, looking deep into Xu Chen's eyes, his words filled with implication. The success of a student certainly cannot be separated from their own efforts. But sometimes the platform of the school, a teacher's guidance, or even the school's strategy in nurturing talents, creating a relaxed environment for children with special gifts, is equally important. Don't you agree? Xu Chen thought to himself, it seems the school hasn't really put much effort into nurturing me. Most of the time I've been learning on my own. Although he was complaining in his heart, looking at Principal Wang's face filled with expressions of, "You know what I mean, please help, and there will definitely be a reward when this is accomplished," he suddenly understood. This is laying the groundwork, waiting for me to lend him a ladder. Xu Chen chuckled inwardly, but still nodded readily, saying, "Don't worry, Principal Wang. It is the excellent teaching environment of the 3rd Middle School of Anqing that has cultivated me, and I will certainly perform well." After all, the principal and teachers of the 3rd Middle School of Anqing had indeed treated him well, and such harmless praise posed no pressure for him. He took it as a way to help the 3rd Middle School of Anqing attract investment. Thus, during the speech segment, Xu Chen cleared his throat and began a heartfelt performance. Here I especially want to thank the excellent platform that is our 3rd Middle School of Anqing, as well as Principal Wang, who has poured his heart and soul into this platform. He didn't focus on himself right away, but elevated the perspective first. Many people might be curious about how an ordinary high school like the 3rd Middle School of Anqing was able to cultivate a world champion. I want to say this is by no means a coincidence, Behind this is the third middle school of Anqing, supported by Principal Wang's forward-looking educational philosophy of teaching students according to their aptitude. The leaders of the Education Bureau in the audience immediately showed interest and sat up straight. I still remember that Principal Wang once said something during a school-wide meeting that left a deep impression on me. He said the responsibility of a school is not to trim all the trees into the same shape, but to let each tree grow into a towering tree according to its own nature. It is precisely this strategy of not confining talents to a single mold that has given me, a student with special academic skills, a space to explore freely and grow wildly. As Xu Chen spoke, he glanced at Principal Wang out of the corner of his eye. He saw Principal Wang sitting upright, wearing a humble yet proud smile, occasionally gesturing to the leaders from the Municipal Education Bureau with a "this is what I should do, it's nothing special" expression. Xu Chen was almost convinced by his acting. After the celebration party, Principal Wang, beaming with joy, found Xu Chen and patted his shoulder vigorously, excitedly, saying, "Well said. You expressed it perfectly. Xu Chen, not only are you good at math, but your ideological awareness is also high." He took out a thick red envelope from his pocket and stuffed it into Xu Chen's hand. "This is the principal's special award, 10000 yuan, given to you in advance. Tomorrow at the school's recognition meeting, there will be other scholarships as well. Moreover, the school has decided to establish a Xu Chen class starting from the next freshman year as the top class of the school, with you serving as the honorary class leader. Your photo will forever hang in the classroom of the Xu Chen class, inspiring generations of students from the third middle school." Xu Chen held the thick red envelope in his hand, looking at Principal Wang's beaming face with only one thought in his mind: this wave is not a loss. After finishing this sweet burden, Xu Chen finally had a moment to breathe. He locked himself in his room, took out his phone, and opened the online banking app. Looking at the long string of numbers, he couldn't help but gasp. Including the 50000 promised by Peking University, various rewards from CMO, and nearly 1.3 million received after returning from the IMO. His personal bank account balance had quietly surpassed 2 million. 2 million. What does this number mean for an ordinary county-level city like Anqing? It means that an ordinary working-class family would need to work for 30 or even 40 years without eating or drinking. It means one could fully pay for a more than 100 square meter apartment in the city center. It means he had already completed the wealth accumulation that most people could never achieve in their lifetime. Knowledge can really change one's destiny. Xu Chen turned off his phone, feeling a surge of emotions. After finishing the money matters, it was time for serious business. He recalled Professor Li Jinhua's teachings and the unfinished paper he intended to submit to an international top journal. He needed a professional productivity tool. What kind of computer should he buy? He knew nothing about electronic products, so he directly called Professor Li Jinhua. Buy a computer for writing papers. The professor on the other end of the phone was obviously prepared for this question. "I'm familiar with this. Just get the top-spec Apple MacBook Pro." Apple. Xu Chen hesitated. "I've heard that its system is incompatible with many software." Professor Li explained the macOS system provides the most user-friendly and efficient development environment for scientific computing tools we commonly use like Python, R, and MATLAB, as well as the crucial LaTeX typesetting software. Remember, a good tool allows you to focus all your energy on thinking about the problem itself instead of wasting it on dealing with software compatibility and system crashes. For pure mathematics and statistics, it's the most suitable choice. "Okay, thank you, Professor Li, I understand." After hanging up the phone, Xu Chen no longer hesitated. He opened the e-commerce app, found Apple's official flagship store, and directly ordered the latest model, a 16-inch MacBook Pro with top specifications for memory and hard drive. As he expressionlessly paid for the order of over 200 yuan, he had only one thought in his mind: this feeling is so good. After the clamor, life returned to tranquility. When Xu Chen solemnly handed the heavy IMO gold medal and the legendary special award certificate to his parents, watching them carefully lock it in the safe alongside his provincial and national competition certificates, he knew that he had completely cleared the dungeon of his high school phase. Xu Chen politely declined all unnecessary social activities and shut himself back in his study. He opened the brand new metallic gleaming MacBook Pro and began his first formal task of his academic career: organizing the 3 proofs regarding number theory conjectures into a paper that conformed to international academic standards. This was far more complex than he had imagined. Following the instructions of Professor Li Jinhua, he first used the LaTeX typesetting software to establish the framework of the entire paper: abstract introduction, preliminary knowledge, main results, proofs, references. Each section had strict formatting and writing requirements. He used the solution to the first conjecture as an introduction, placing it in the introduction section to present the background and research motivation. Then he distilled the core technique shared by the solutions to these 3 problems: the combination of the minimum prime factor method and LTE lemma. into an independent main lemma, placing it in the preliminary knowledge section complete with detailed proofs. He discovered that the essence of these three problems pointed to an extremely profound property in number theory, the constraint imposed by the minimum prime factor within divisibility structures. This was the soul of his paper. Finally, in the main results section, he presented the other two deeper conjectures as direct corollaries of this lemma, providing two concise, yet powerful theorems and completing their proofs. In this way, the entire structure of the paper elevated from a solution report of three isolated problems to a logically progressive small theoretical system with universal significance from lemma to theorem. The entire process took him 3 full days. He titled the paper with a precise and scholarly title, Research on the Solution Structure of Certain Diophantine Equations based on Minimum Prime Factor Analysis. In the introduction, he wrote, Introduction, the renowned number theorist Professor Sun Jiwei proposed a number of profound conjectures in his works, many of which involve the integer solution problems of specific forms of Diophantine equations. This paper selects conjectures 138, 204, and 315 as research subjects. Traditional methods often encounter difficulties dealing with such problems due to the nonlinear and exponential mixed structure of the equations. This paper proposes a unified analytical framework based on the minimum prime factor. By examining the congruence relations and the properties of orders that the minimum prime factors of the solutions must satisfy, we successfully provided concise and consistent proofs for these three seemingly unrelated problems and revealed the profound algebraic structural connections behind them. At the end of the paper, he added an acknowledgments section, solemnly writing the following acknowledgments: the final version of this paper could not have been completed without the meticulous guidance of Professor Li Jinhua, the head coach of the Chinese Mathematics Olympiad national team. Professor Li not only provided valuable advice on academic norms and paper writing formats, but also inspired the author to further contemplate the essence of the problems with his profound academic vision. Here I extend my sincerest gratitude to Professor Li. After writing the last character, Xu Chen let out a long breath. He sent the final PDF version to Professor Li Jinhua for review. Half an hour later, Professor Li's call came through, his voice brimming with suppressed excitement. Not bad. Xu Chen, your paper is very well written. However, Professor Li's voice paused for a moment. Did you specifically mention me in the acknowledgments? Stop it right there. Professor Li's tone suddenly turned serious, but more so in a teasing manner. Don't try to flatter me. What I taught you was how to adjust line spacing with LaTeX, how to write abstracts and introductions. Does that have anything to do with the core mathematical ideas of the paper? If this goes out, people will think Li Jinhua and Oldemer trying to take credit for a student's groundbreaking work. I can't afford to lose this old face. He paused and said in an unmistakably joking tone, delete it. You must delete it. When you tackle some major conjecture in the future, and I truly help you, then you can include me in the acknowledgments, and I promise to frame it and hang it on the wall. For now, forget it. All right, Professor Li, as you wish. After hanging up the phone, Xu Chen deleted the acknowledgments, took a deep breath, and prepared for the final step, submission. However, just as he opened the submission system and prepared to fill in the author information, a painfully realistic and awkward question presented itself to him. Author affiliation. What affiliation do I belong to? He stared at the blank field, feeling for the first time a certain constraint imposed by the rules themselves. The person who designed the academic publication process probably never considered that an independent researcher not affiliated with any academic institution could write a paper worthy of submission to SCI Right. This feeling was akin to a fully equipped player preparing to challenge the final boss, only to find out that due to not joining any guild, he didn't even have the qualifications to enter the dungeon. This was utterly ridiculous. Should I write Anqing? No. Free middle school. He had already graduated from high school. Moreover, a paper intended for submission to a Tier 2 mathematics journal bearing the name of an obscure county high school. The incongruity was palpable. What about writing Peking University? But he hadn't officially enrolled yet, and didn't even have a student ID. Strictly speaking, he wasn't yet a Peking University student. If someone were to find out, would it be seen as writing on Peking University's reputation? Would it be considered academic misconduct? Should I write independent researcher? Xu Chen wasn't sure if he could write it that way, and even searched online. He discovered that there were indeed many gods who published top-tier papers as independent researchers. The most famous of these was the legendary Indian mathematician Ramanujan. Before he was discovered by Hardy, he was just a small clerk at the Madras Port Trust, and the letters that shocked the entire European mathematical community could only bear his own name. It was only after he proved his worth to the world that he was accepted by Trinity College, Cambridge. Then there was the modern-day Russian math genius Grigory Perelman, who solved the Poincare conjecture. When he completed that century-long proof, he had long resigned from all teaching positions and was in an unemployed state. His paper was also published on AR-14 as an independent researcher, and he rejected all awards and honors. However, these cases were either from long ago or were privileges enjoyed after achieving fame. As for Xu Chen, he was merely a newcomer who had just begun to make a name for himself in the competition circuit. Though he had won the IMO gold medal and the special award to the true heavyweights of the academic world, this was at most a talented young person and far from the point of being able to ignore the rules. Using the identity of independent researcher recklessly in the eyes of those picky top-tier journal editors and reviewers would likely not seem unique, but rather like some form of brazen arrogance. Xu Chen quickly ran his fingers through his hair, falling into deep thought. Suddenly, a bold and cunning idea quietly rose in his heart. This problem seems not entirely without a solution. A familiar, slightly cunning smile crept across his lips as he picked up his phone and found that familiar number in his contacts. The admissions office of Peking University teacher Zhao Feng's office. When the name Xu Chen appeared on the phone screen, Zhao Feng's heart instinctively skipped a beat, followed by a surge of stress response akin to PTSD, making him feel as if his wallet was twitching uneasily in his pocket. He even had the illusion that he could hear the mournful wail of the scholarship fund for admissions. A sense of foreboding surged within him. He took a deep breath and answered the call instantly, putting on a warm smile like the gentle spring breeze. Hello, Xu Chen. Long time no see. What have you been busy with lately? Hello, teacher Zhao. Xu Chen's voice sounded somewhat troubled. I've run into a little trouble and would like to consult you about it. Oh, what trouble? Feel free to share. As long as it's something the school can help with, it's no problem. Teacher Zhao Feng assured, though he was internally anxious. It's like this, Xu Chen said slowly. I've been idle lately and wrote a math paper, just organizing a few small conjectures I solved previously. Professor Li Jinhua looked at it and said the quality was quite good, probably at the level of a top-tier journal in the second district. A second district journal? Zhao Feng was startled. He certainly knew what that meant. Undergraduates publishing in second district journals were rare, let alone a high school student who hadn't even enrolled yet. Moreover, didn't this kid just finish the IMO? How does he have time to write papers? Great. That's wonderful. Xu Chen, this is fantastic news. If you need any help with the paper like formatting or submission process, I can immediately arrange for a mathematics teacher to assist you. Thank you, teacher Zhao, but I've already finished the paper and adjusted the format as Professor Li suggested. Now the issue is I'm having some difficulty with the authorship. You see, with my current status, it's not quite appropriate to list Anqing No. 3 high school, but if I put Peking University, I haven't officially enrolled yet. I'm afraid of causing trouble for the school, so I'd like to ask for your opinion. On the other end of the phone, there was silence. Teacher Zhao Feng's mind was racing. This kid. This isn't a consultation at all. This is clearly a tremendous achievement delivered right to my doorstep, and he's trying to squeeze another benefit out of me. If he lists Anqing No. 3 high school, the honor of this journal paper will have nothing to do with Peking University. If he lists Peking University, then all citations of this paper will count towards the academic achievements of Peking University. This is an intangible asset for me, for the mathematics department, and for the entire school. Therefore, this title must be given, and it has to be given willingly. Moreover, the school itself offers a bonus for undergraduates publishing SCI papers. Having realized this, teacher Zhao Feng immediately understood what he should do. He cleared his throat and spoke with an extraordinarily solemn tone, even tinged with a hint of heartfelt sorrow. Xu Chen, what are you saying? You are already pre-admitted to Peking University. You are one of us. Your honor is Peking University's honor. Your paper should be signed with Peking University. It's only right. If anyone dares to dissent, let them come to me. But, no buts. Zhao Feng interrupted him, his tone becoming even more sincere. I know you might have concerns. Of course, Zhao Feng knew that Xu Chen's biggest concern wasn't about leveraging Peking University's reputation, but rather that he hadn't gotten any money yet. However, Zhao Feng did not confront him about it. To alleviate your worries and to commend your spirit of bringing glory to the school even before enrolling, I will apply for a special scholarship for academic innovation on behalf of the school. He raised 3 fingers and gestured in the air, then squeezed out a number through gritted teeth. 30,000 enrollment scholarship. How does that sound? On the other end of the phone, Xu Chen's lips were nearly splitting into a grin. Talking to smart people is just refreshing. He struggled to suppress his laughter, responding in a tone of surprise. Teacher Zhao, you're too kind. I feel so embarrassed. I was just asking a question. It's only right. It's only right. A genius should have the treatment of a genius. Teacher Zhao Feng waved his hand grandly. Then, shall I just accept it graciously? Thank you, teacher Zhao. No need to be polite. If you encounter such small troubles in the future, feel free to come to me. Teacher Zhao Feng paused and added, revealing the wisdom of a seasoned admissions director. However, since you want to list Peking University as your affiliation, according to regulations, you need to send the manuscript to our mathematics department professors for review before it is officially published. Once they confirm there are no issues, you can submit it. This is also to protect you, right? All right, no problem, teacher Zhao, that's only proper. Xu Chen readily agreed. After hanging up the phone, teacher Zhao Feng leaned back in his chair and let out a long sigh of relief. He picked up his teacup, took a sip, and a smile of success appeared on his face. 30,000 yuan, and I've completely bound this kid to the war chariot of Peking University. This round is a huge profit. On the other side, Xu Chen hung up the phone feeling quite pleased. Not bad, one paper in exchange for 30,000 yuan. I really am an unremarkable little genius at making money. Just as Xu Chen hung up the phone feeling joyful about his unexpected windfall, a cold mechanical notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding! Host has confirmed the final affiliated institution and received the highest level of recognition and resource allocation from that institution. Main task: enter a top-tier university completed. Task settlement in progress. Host performance evaluation. 1. Admitted institution level top tier S. 2. Admission method recommendation S. 3. Pre-enrollment honors IMO team champion S. IMO individual perfect score gold medal SS. IMO special award SSS. 4. Pre-enrollment resource acquisition scholarship reached theoretical maximum SSS. His attention quickly focused on the newly appeared reward. Main quest treasure chest opening probability 70 chance to obtain items of level 13, 29 chance to obtain level 4 items, and 1 chance to obtain level 5 items. Damn, doesn't this mean a 100 chance of winning? That curse box had a staggering 50 chance of yielding a souvenir, and he had been the unfortunate one. It produced a pen that, apart from having a slightly technological appearance, was indistinguishable from the 2-yuan pen from the stationery store downstairs. At that time, Xu Chen foolishly thought that this pen had some hidden buff like writing as if inspired, and he specifically used it to complete an entire high-level calculus exercise book. In the end, aside from the ink running out quickly, it was utterly useless. Had it not been for the fact that it was produced by the system, he would have thrown it into the recycling bin downstairs. And now this main quest reward chest not only guaranteed a 100 win, but also ensured that the minimum reward would be a practical level 1 item. It was worthy of the main quest that took over a year to complete. This reward was truly exceptional. No, I need to have a sense of ceremony. He specifically went to the restroom and washed his hands meticulously 3 times with soap, murmuring to himself, Xian doesn't save the non-virtuous, spending doesn't change fate, but washing hands might increase some luck. After completing this ritual, he took a deep breath and silently thought, come on, let me see if I am a lucky one or a cursed one. Open. In the system space, the golden treasure chest slowly opened. There were no earth-shattering effects or dazzling lights. A soft moonlight-like glow rose from the chest and ultimately coalesced into a thin virtual book seemingly made of light. On the cover of the book, a line of ancient yet solemn text slowly emerged. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a level 3 item, a proof of a special class of even numbers satisfying the Goldbach conjecture. Goldbach conjecture. That is one of the most brilliant jewels in the mathematical crown alongside the Riemann hypothesis and Fermat's last theorem. It has been a perplexing problem for humanity for hundreds of years, causing countless top mathematicians to bow down in defeat. Its statement is simple enough for even elementary school students to understand. Any even number greater than 2 can be expressed as the sum of 2 prime numbers. This conjecture, commonly referred to as 11, has loomed like a ghost above the realm of number theory since it was proposed in 1742. Countless geniuses have devoted their lives to proving it. I remember. The closest our country has come to this pinnacle is academician Chen Jingrun's 12 proof, which states that any sufficiently large even number can be expressed as the sum of a prime number and the product of at most 2 prime numbers. That last step from 12 to 11 seems just a step away, yet is actually a vast distance, one that no one has been able to cross. The system directly gave me a proof. Xu Chen felt his heart pounding wildly in his chest, blood rushing to his head, and his cheeks began to flush. This time, I have truly been blessed with luck. This is not just luck, it's akin to my ancestral tomb emitting green smoke, stepping on dog poop, and hitting the jackpot in the lottery. If this is true, let alone a top-tier journal article, the findings could be taken straight to the Journal of Mathematics, and the editors would rush over by plane begging me to submit my manuscript. The Fields Medal seemed to be beckoning to me. Did the author of this book come to the Goldbach conjecture right from the start? How will they write the rest? He felt his heart racing wildly in his chest. He eagerly immersed his consciousness into the Book of Light. It was a complete, logically flawless academic paper. From the introduction to the lemma and finally to the proof, every step was crystal clear. However, after meticulously reading the entire paper from start to finish, the overwhelming joy he felt began to cool down as if drenched in cold water. Wait, it seems not as incredible as I imagined. He realized that the paper indeed proved the Goldbach conjecture, namely that any even number greater than 2 can be expressed as the sum of two prime numbers referred to as 11. But it had an extremely stringent limiting condition. What it proved was all even numbers of the form 2n2 satisfy the Goldbach conjecture. Fermat numbers 2. What the hell? Is this a trap? Xu Chen furrowed his brows tightly. As an aspiring mathematics researcher, he immediately recognized the crux of the issue. In other words, this proof only demonstrated that the Goldbach conjecture holds in a very special case. How valuable is the result value of this proof? That depends on whether the special set of even numbers it proves is a sparse set or a positive density set among all even numbers. Although his current understanding of these two concepts was still shallow, he quickly constructed a relatable model to help himself understand. Sparse set, just like a vast desert with sporadic oases scattered about. For example, all even numbers of the form 2n2 become increasingly rare as n increases and their proportion among all even numbers approaches 0. Proving that such a set satisfies may 11th be technically valuable, but it holds limited significance for solving the entire Goldbach conjecture. It's like trying to prove that all apples in the world are sweet, but only managing to demonstrate with great complexity that the 3 red Fuji apples I bought from the supermarket downstairs are sweet. Sometimes the conclusions of a paper may not be particularly astonishing, but the innovative mathematical tools or theoretical frameworks developed during the proof process may hold revolutionary significance. In Xu Chen's mind, an extremely inspirational and legendary case from the history of mathematics emerged. In the field of number theory, there exists an ancient and captivating problem known as the twin prime conjecture. Its content is quite simple. Are there infinitely many pairs of prime numbers such as I3, 5, 5, 7, and 11, 13 that differ by 2? This question, seemingly simple, has posed a formidable challenge for mathematicians for centuries. Countless geniuses have attempted to tackle it, yet all have returned empty-handed. Until 2013, when Mr. Zhang Yitong, who was nearing 60 and working as a temporary lecturer at a university, having even worked at a fast food restaurant at one point, burst onto the scene. Like a solitary knight, he sharpened his sword for 10 years and finally revealed his brilliance. He did not directly prove that there are infinitely many pairs of twin primes. Instead, he proved that there exist infinitely many pairs of primes whose difference is less than 70 million. 70 million. This number is a far cry from the ultimate target of 2. If we only look at this conclusion, it may seem just that. However, the greatness of Zhang Yitong does not lie in that number of 70 million. Rather, it lies in the fact that to reach this conclusion, he developed an entirely new and universally applicable sieve method based on the work of his predecessors. This is akin to everyone attempting to climb a smooth cliff known as the twin prime conjecture with their bare hands, only to declare failure after countless attempts. Yet Mr. Zhang Yitong, though he did not reach the summit, carved out the first solid path for others to climb on this sheer cliff with his own strength. He invented an unprecedented set of climbing tools, special ice axes, rock anchors, and safety ropes. Because of the emergence of this path and this set of tools, mathematicians around the world became ecstatic. Following the road paved by Zhang Yitong, they launched the renowned Scholars Program, like a frenzied online relay race where the world's top intellects participated constantly, improving his methods and optimizing his tools. In just over a year, they reduced the gap of 70 million to an astonishing 246. Everyone knew that the most crucial and difficult step was taken by Zhang Yitong. His greatness does not lie in that conclusion of 70 million, but in the fact that he pointed out a brand new path leading to the summit for future generations. This is the greatness of tool value. Xu Chen's breathing quickened again, wondering how the tool value of the proof provided by the system would measure up. Did it create a new path? With a sense of trepidation, he once again immersed his consciousness in the intricate details of the proof. This time, he no longer focused on the final conclusion, but examined each component's design like the most discerning engineer. He carefully analyzed each lemma, each scaling, each construction. Then he found that he could only understand a little, but not much. With his current mathematical level of LV1 and a fledgling knowledge of university mathematics, many profound analytic number theory techniques in this proof were like a book written in an incomprehensible language to him. He could understand the correctness of each derivation step, but could not fully grasp the motivations behind them and their deeper connections. No, I cannot give up. He forced himself to calm down, and with the extraordinary intuition and far superior computational power granted by the system, began to attempt to reproduce a small segment of logic. He noticed a key lemma in the paper that cleverly utilized Hardy-Littlewood circle method to handle an estimation of an exponential sum. However, the way it was handled was entirely different from the classic circle method he had learned from textbooks. The circle method in textbooks divides the integral interval into good arcs and bad arcs. This paper, my goodness, is it? bending, and folding the arc. It constructed an incredibly bizarre integration path that perfectly avoided all the singularities encountered by conventional methods while maximizing the contribution of the main term. Xu Chen attempted to apply this bizarre integration path in his mind to a slightly different but structurally similar problem. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. No, this is completely unworkable. He was disheartened to discover that this intricate construction heavily relied on the special algebraic structure of the Fermat number 2. Once replaced with other even numbers, this integration path would instantly collapse and all estimates would fail. Xu Chen let out a long sigh and withdrew from the system space. So after all this time, the system only gave me a paper that is sufficient to be published in top journals, allowing me to become famous in the academic world, but does not significantly contribute to solving the actual Goldbach conjecture. A stepping stone. This realization left him feeling somewhat amused and exasperated. It was like the protagonist of a martial arts novel who, after great difficulty, opened a treasure chest containing a legendary manual only to find that it was not the Nanyang manual, but a guide to quickly passing the Huashan sect's entry examination. Though equally precious and capable of making him an instant star in the sect, it was still a long way off from his dream of being the number one in the world. However, upon further reflection, he felt relieved. Indeed, if the system could directly provide the complete method to solve the Goldbach conjecture, then this reward would not be a mere level 3 item, but at least a level 5 item. A meal must be eaten 1 bite at a time, a journey must be taken 1 step at a time. If I were given the Nanyang manual now, I wouldn't even have the internal strength to practice it. He sighed in resignation and temporarily sealed away this heavenly book titled A Proof for a Class of Special Even Numbers, satisfying the Goldbach conjecture deep within the system's inventory. After digesting the shock and contemplation brought on by the proof of the Goldbach conjecture, Xu Chen's attention returned to the system interface. The cold, long-absent system prompt sound echoed in his mind once more. Ding! The main quest, the Gate of the Ivory Tower, has ended perfectly. A new journey is about to begin. System upgrading. Upgrade complete. New functionality module experience quest has been unlocked. Xu Chen was slightly taken aback and immediately called up the system panel. He noticed that a new section named Quest Center had appeared on the originally simple interface. Upon clicking, 2 submenus were clearly displayed: Main Quest and Experience Quest. He first clicked on Main Quest. A brand new task radiating golden light lay quietly there. Main Quest, the crown of academia. Task description: the true value of a scholar's work will ultimately be defined by peer review. In the highest halls of mathematics, the 4 major journals: Journal of Mathematics, Advances in Mathematics, Mathematical Journal, American Mathematical Society Journal, publish an original research paper as an independent author or first author. Task reward: 1,500 points of mathematics discipline experience, 30 points. Main Quest reward: chest 1. Task hint: the final reward will fluctuate based on the host's performance during task completion, such as the quality of the paper, impact, speed of completion, etc. Goodness, the 4 major journals. The system truly holds me in high regard. Xu Chen raised his eyebrows slightly as he looked at this task. This task, the time span probably won't be short. He recalled his first main quest during high school, entering the halls of the world's top universities. That task took more than a year from its issuance to completion. This time the task's difficulty is evidently higher. Publishing a paper in the 4 majors is the ultimate honor pursued by countless top mathematicians throughout their lives. Many outstanding math PhDs may not even accomplish it once in their entire careers. The proof of the special form of the Goldbach conjecture I just mentioned might be suitable for submission to the 4 majors. However, since I can't even understand the paper myself, sending it out would make it too easy to be exposed. I must wait until I fully grasp it. By that time, it would probably take at least a year or 2. It seems the system intends for me to use my entire college life to achieve this goal. He understood this clearly and then clicked on another brand new section, Experience Quest. 3 tasks emitting blue light, which looked more everyday, appeared before him. Experience Quest module description: experience quests are designed to provide the host with a continuous phased growth path. Task rewards will fluctuate based on the host's performance, calculated by the formula final experience base experience performance coefficient. For example, if the base experience for the task is 30A and the host's performance meets expectations with a coefficient of 100, they will gain 30 experience. If the performance greatly exceeds expectations, the coefficient can reach 200 or even higher, thus gaining 60 points or more experience. Current experience tasks available: 1. Permanent: the foundation of academia as an independent author or first author. Publish an original research paper in any journal categorized as Zone 1 by the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Reward: 200 points of basic mathematics discipline experience. 2. Limited time: the evangelist of knowledge through public lectures, videos, articles, etc. Influence over one's individual non-professionals to engage in mathematical learning and effectively enhance their understanding and interest in mathematics. Reward based on the number of people influenced and the effect provide corresponding basic experience points of 200 in the discipline. 3. Limited time spark of thought in your personal capacity. Publicly propose a mathematical conjecture with high originality and potential research value. Proof is not required. Reward based on the conjecture's value and impact. Provide 300 points of basic mathematics discipline experience. System prompt. The list of experience tasks will refresh periodically. The host can choose to lock a task of interest to prevent it from being refreshed. If none of the current tasks are interesting, they can spend 5 points to manually refresh. Xu Chen looked at these 3 tasks and instantly understood the system's good intentions. I think I've got it. He couldn't help but start to complain internally. Back in high school with the Gaokao and competitions dangling in front of me as carrots, the system didn't worry about me going off track, so it didn't bother to give me even a daily task. Now that I'm in university with more freedom and choices, the system is afraid I'll get lost in gaming or dating, neglecting my studies, so it hurriedly released this experience quest system like a worrying mother fearing I'd stray from the right path. It's giving me experience and rewards, constantly pushing me towards the main quest. Do I really seem that hard to manage? Complaints aside, Xu Chen quickly conducted a rational assessment of these 3 tasks. Task 2, the evangelist of knowledge. Are you asking me to become a popular science influencer? A flash of various popular science videos from Bilibili crossed his mind. Influencing 1,000 non-professionals. That's not something that can be accomplished with just one video. In today's self-media environment, traffic is everything. A new content creator without a team or resources would struggle to reach 1,000 views on a video, let alone influence that many people. It requires an account with at least tens of thousands of followers along with skills in storytelling, memes, and animation. Given my personality, even reading a PPT in front of the camera is a challenge, so I'll pass. The cost-benefit ratio is too low. Xu Chen directly passed on this task and looked at task 3. Task 3, propose a conjecture. That sounds interesting, and it has the highest basic experience. He stroked his chin, quickly scanning through the history of mathematics in his mind. Famous conjectures proposed by amateurs throughout history. There seems to be a few, like Fermat's last theorem, which was proposed by a lawyer, Fermat himself. But what era was that? The 17th century. Back then there were hardly any professional mathematicians. In today's world, for a conjecture to have value, it must be supported by profound insight and extensive computational verification. Something thought of by an obscure novice, no matter how reasonable, probably won't make a splash before it gains recognition from established experts. If the influence is low, the performance coefficient will surely be low as well. If I'm not careful, I might end up gaining less experience than from task 1. The cost-benefit ratio is not high. Pending decision. His gaze finally settled on the first task. Permanent. The foundation of academia publish a Zone 1 paper. This one is tailor-made for me. Moreover, it's a permanent task that can be repeated. Xu Chen's eyes lit up. Isn't this just the beginner's version of the main quest published in the 4 major journals? Furthermore, this task perfectly aligns with his long-term plan. The main quest 4 major journals is like climbing Mount Everest, while this Zone 1 paper task serves as a series of supply depots along the way. I can continuously complete this experience task, accumulating experience points to level up, while simultaneously building reputation and equipment for the final assault on the main quest. Without hesitation, he clicked the lock button behind the first task. A golden lock icon appeared next to the task, indicating that it would never be refreshed by the system. Done. Xu Chen felt clear-headed. He knew that his future academic path had been meticulously planned by the system. However, whether it's publishing in Zone 1 or in the 4 majors, there's an unavoidable prerequisite. His gaze fell upon the pile of university mathematics textbooks on his desk. That is knowledge accumulation. He knew full well that although he had displayed astonishing problem-solving skills thanks to the talent bestowed by the system and a few fortuitous encounters, his knowledge system remained fragmented and unstructured. It's like an unparalleled master wielding a powerful weapon but only having learned a few devastating moves while being only half knowledgeable about foundational internal techniques and circulatory paths. To truly comprehend that dragon-slaying technique, and to have the capability to propose valuable conjectures, or even to challenge the 4 majors, I must first thoroughly mine the gold mine of university mathematics. He closed the system panel, and all his thoughts returned to reality. He looked at the stack of bricks emitting the fragrance of ink before him, and within him ignited a stronger desire for knowledge than ever before. The daily way to gain experience in the system is still through learning new knowledge. Although each time it's only a few points, little by little it accumulates, and furthermore, to publish a paper, knowledge accumulation is essential. Therefore, quickly supplementing his university mathematics knowledge is the most urgent task for me now. He reached out and pulled out the thick book regarded as the Bible by countless mathematics students, Calculus by Goltz. Let's start with you, Mr. Goltz. For Xu Chen, who has already mastered the modern mathematical analysis concepts, this classic tome, more leaning towards classical analysis and computational techniques, is not the starting point for learning new knowledge, but more like a return to roots and completion. My number sense and abstract thinking abilities are strong, but I have overlooked complex integral calculations and various special substitution techniques due to my previous modern learning. This tutorial just happens to fill in that gap for me. It serves as a comprehensive guide for internal techniques, helping me integrate all the previously scattered moves. A few days later, Xu Chen's phone rang. The caller ID showed it was Teacher Zhao phone from the admissions office of Peking University. Hello, Xu Chen. On the other end of the line, Zhao Feng's voice was filled with uncontainable joy. I have good news. I had several professors from our Department of Mathematics review your paper, and they all said it was beautifully written. Really? That's wonderful. Xu Chen felt a surge of happiness. So regarding the authorship issue, the department has made special arrangements and resolved it for you. Thank you, Teacher Zhao. Thank you to all the professors. After hanging up the last remaining stone, and Xu Chen's heart finally fell. He sat back down in front of his computer and carefully read through the already polished paper once more. He felt quite confident about the English version. Knowing his own level of English, he had specifically asked Professor Li Jinhua for help to avoid any embarrassment. Without hesitation, Professor Li assigned the task to one of the best English graduate students under him. That senior student, clearly under a strict order from Professor Li, approached the task of polishing the abstract with the same vigor as writing his own doctoral thesis. Not only did he correct all grammatical and lexical flaws, but he also translated Xu Chen's straightforward Chinese expressions into a refined and academically styled English. Looking at this nearly perfect English abstract, Xu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Professional matters should be handled by professionals. However, he thought he still needed to spend some time improving his English. After all, he couldn't always rely on others for help in polishing an SCI paper, could he? That would be too embarrassing. Everything was ready. Xu Chen took a deep breath and opened the official website of Acta Mathematica Sinica. The website's design had a simple yet solemn style reminiscent of the last century. He found the online submission entry, clicked on it, and encountered a somewhat simplistic form system. He filled in the title keywords, author information step by step as required. Finally, he uploaded his paper's PDF file. When filling in his contact email, he hesitated for a moment. He did not yet have an official email from Peking University and could only fill in his QQ email. Should that be okay? He felt a twinge of uncertainty. Forget it, content is king. As long as the quality of the paper is solid, it shouldn't matter what email I use. Thinking this way, he pressed the button that would determine the fate of his paper. Confirm submission. A prompt appeared on the screen. Submission successful. Manuscript number AMSXXXXXX. Next came the long wait. He knew this was just the first step of a long journey. A mathematical paper needs to go through a long and rigorous journey from completion to final publication. During his time lurking in various academic forums, he had already familiarized himself with every step of this process. First is the initial review by the editor. The submitted manuscript will first reach the hands of the journal editor. The editor will perform a preliminary screening to determine whether the paper's topic aligns with the journal's focus, if the format is standard, and whether the content has the basic qualities of originality and academic value. If the paper is rejected at this stage, known as a desk rejection, it does not even qualify for formal review. Once it passes the initial review, the manuscript enters the most crucial and lengthy phase, peer review. The editor will invite 2 to 3 anonymous experts in the same research field as the paper, known as reviewers, to conduct a rigorous evaluation. Reviewers will assess the paper from multiple dimensions, including its innovation, logical rigor, methodological effectiveness, and the reliability of its conclusions. After the review, the reviewers will provide specific feedback. Typically, there are 4 possible outcomes: acceptance, which is extremely rare in top journals; acceptance after minor revisions, meaning the paper is generally good but needs some improvements; major revisions; and resubmission, indicating the paper has some value but has significant issues that require extensive modifications; and the most straightforward outcome, rejection. The author needs to revise the paper according to each comment made by the reviewers and write a detailed response to reviewers explaining how they addressed each issue. This process may take several rounds, severely testing the author's patience and academic foundation. Only when all reviewers express satisfaction with the revised manuscript will the editor issue a final acceptance letter. Subsequently, the paper will enter the typesetting and proofreading stage, and it will be published online first on the journal's website, marking the formal recognition of the academic achievement. The final step is formal printing. The paper will be included in a specific issue of the physical journal, leaving a solid mark in the river of human knowledge. The entire process, if smooth, takes 3 to 5 months. If not, it is common for it to take 1 to 2 years, or even longer. At this moment, Xu Chen's paper had just stepped onto the first step of this rigorous journey. A week later, in the capital at the editorial office of Actum Mathematica Sinica, senior editor Wang Hanxiang was as usual dealing with a mountain of submission emails. His daily work consisted of sifting through these manuscripts of varying quality to find those truly valuable gems. This job requires a high level of academic taste and a discerning eye capable of distinguishing between amateur mathematicians and geniuses. Suddenly, a subject line of an email caught his attention. Submission research on the solution structure of several Diophantine equations based on the minimum prime factor analysis method. A submission in number theory. Wang Hanxiang raised an eyebrow. Number theory is one of the oldest and most profound branches of mathematics and is also a field that amateur mathematicians are particularly passionate about. He opened the email, and his gaze fell on the author information. Author Xu Chen, Institution School of Mathematical Sciences, Peking University. Contact, email xxxqq. Seeing the words Peking University, Wang Hanxiang's expression became more serious. The Department of Mathematics at Peking University is a sacred place in the domestic mathematics community. Manuscripts submitted from there usually guarantee quality. However, his brow quickly furrowed. The email's domain was not from Peking University nor any academic institution, but an eye-catching QQ. Calm. QQ email? What is going on? He couldn't help but complain internally. Would a scholar from the Department of Mathematics at Peking University use a QQ email to submit to a journal of our level? Invariably, formal scholars use their institution's official email, edu email, when submitting papers. This is not only an academic norm, but also a symbol of identity. Submitting with a QQ email feels too amateur. A strong aroma of amateur mathematicians disguising themselves wafted over. A self-mocking smile curled at the corners of Wang Hanxiang's mouth. Are amateur mathematicians this competitive now? The formatting is so professional. He was almost ready to drag this email directly into the trash. But out of professional rigor, he patiently opened the attached paper PDF. He intended to quickly glance at it and find a sufficient reason to reject it. However, as he observed the paper's impeccable formatting, rigorous introduction, and clear logical structure, the mockery on his face gradually solidified. This doesn't seem like the work of an amateur mathematician. The more he looked, the more alarmed he became. The adept application of number theory tools showcased in the paper, coupled with the profound insights that progressively delved into the essence of the problem, were far beyond what an ordinary enthusiast could possess. Quite interesting. Wang Hanxiang pondered for a moment and decided to send this suspicious paper for external review. He carefully selected 2 experts with substantial achievements in the field of number theory from the reviewer database. One was Lin Wangnan, a senior professor at Fudan University, known for his rigorous review and keen insight. The other was Zhou Yi, a young researcher at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, recognized for his vibrant thinking and keeping up with the cutting edge. He believed that regardless of whether this paper was a masterpiece of genius or a high-level disguise, it would not escape the eyes of these 2 experts. A week later, Wang Hanxiang gradually received the review comments from both reviewers. He first opened the email from Professor Lin Wangnan. The topic of the paper is fairly intriguing, providing a unified proof framework for several conjectures by Professor Sun Jiwei. The application of the minimum prime factor analysis method is quite ingenious, showcasing the author's solid foundation in number theory. The logical chain is complete and the conclusions are reliable. It is recommended for minor revisions before publication. P.S. The introduction of the paper is somewhat lacking in depth regarding the background of the problem. It is suggested to add more research status in the relevant fields to better highlight the value of this work. Minor revisions before publication. Wang Hanxiang was somewhat surprised. Professor Lin was well known as a killer. To receive a rating of minor revisions from him was already a tremendous affirmation of the paper's quality. He immediately opened the email from researcher Zhou Yi. The core idea of the article, using the minimum prime factor to constrain the structure of the solution, is very elegant. Especially in proving conjecture 315, the introduction of Paddock values was timed perfectly and can be considered a stroke of genius. Overall, this is a high-quality masterpiece, standing out among recent submissions of similar nature. Recommendation for acceptance. Personally, I believe the introduction could be further improved, but even without modifications, it does not detract from the overall value of the article. Both reviews were highly positive. Wang Hanxiang felt completely relieved. It seems I've stumbled upon a treasure. But why does the student from Peking University not use a Peking University email, but a QQ email? As he thought this, his rigorous nature as a seasoned editor compelled him to verify the author's institutional information. After all, every paper published in the Journal of Mathematics must have accurate author information. He replied to the email using the QQ email address provided in the submission. In the email, he first informed the other party that the paper had passed preliminary review and received high praise from the reviewers. Then he politely raised the question regarding the author's institution and identity information, requesting a verifiable contact method. Xu Chen was drinking water when he received the email. He had initially thought it would take 1 or 2 months to get a response, but unexpectedly it came so quickly. Could it be that the system had prioritized the review? Seeing the words minor revisions before acceptance, he was not surprised at all and felt it was only natural. After all, this was his first paper, and achieving such results was already commendable. He carefully read the suggestions from the 2 experts. Let me add a literature review to the introduction. Makes sense. He calmly analyzed within himself. When I was writing, I focused solely on clarifying my thoughts and proof processes. The introduction was indeed a bit bare, like a half-finished product. Completing the relevant research background and current status not only would enrich the structure of the paper, but also better highlight the value of my unified proof framework. These experts truly possessed discerning eyes. Xu Chen was always willing to accept such constructive feedback. He reorganized the logic of the introduction and added relevant historical background, key conjectures, as well as the mainstream methods and limitations in the field over the past decade. After completing the revisions, he detailed in his reply how he had made modifications based on the review comments. Only after finishing all this did he turn his attention to the last part of the editor's email, the identity verification request. Looks like I need to trouble teacher Zhao Feng again. He packaged the revised paper PDF and the review reply letter as an attachment, then calmly typed a concise email in response: "Hello Editor Wang, thank you and the reviewers for the valuable suggestions. The revised manuscript and reply letter are attached for your review. Regarding my identity information, you can directly contact teacher Zhao Feng from the Peking University Admissions Office, who can verify it for you. This is his office phone number 010XXXXXXXX. In the editorial department, Wang Hanxiang stared at this reply stunned. Let me directly contact the director of the Peking University Admissions Office. This move once again exceeded his cognitive boundaries. How could a scholar prove his identity by having the director of the admissions office come forward? Shouldn't it be the department office or the advisor? After confirming online that the phone number was indeed that of the Peking University Admissions Office, he dialed the number with a hint of skepticism. Hello Peking University Admissions Office, this is Zhao Feng. Hello Teacher Zhao. I am Wang Hanxiang, an editor from the Journal of Mathematics. Wang Hanxiang introduced himself and then got straight to the point. I apologize for the intrusion, but I need to verify something. We received a submission signed as Xu Chen from Peking University, but he did not use a Peking University email. We would like to verify his institutional information. He asked us to contact you directly. Zhao Feng on the other end instantly understood. He couldn't help but laugh, his voice filled with suppressed pride and delight. Editor Wang, it's not that he doesn't want to use a Peking University email. He doesn't have one yet. Then, because he hasn't started school yet. What a... Wang Hanxiang felt as if his hearing had gone awry. Xu Chen is a special recruit this year at Peking University, a perfect scorer in IMO. Right now he is still a prospective freshman. Wang Hanxiang, holding the phone, felt as if he had turned to stone. Prospective freshman. A high school graduate who hasn't even started college independently completed a high-quality paper worthy of publication in the Journal of Mathematics. This fact was 1,000 times more absurd than the previous speculation of a folk genius. He felt as though his worldview had been completely overturned, shattered, and then reassembled into a pile of garbled characters. After hanging up the phone, Wang Hanxiang walked back to his workstation in a daze. In the office, other editors, seeing his appearance, curiously gathered around. Old Wang, what's wrong? You look like you've lost your soul. Wang Hanxiang said nothing, merely silently sent the PDF of the paper to everyone in the office. Take a look, he said hoarsely. See what kind of article we are fortunate enough to review. A few minutes later, in the editorial department, a chorus of gasps filled the air. When everyone learned that the author of this article was merely a prospective freshman, the entire office fell into a deathly silence. After a long while, a young editor could only mutter in a dreamlike tone, "My God, are we witnessing the beginning of a legend?" Wang Hanxiang snapped back to reality and immediately replied to Xu Chen's email. Hello Xu Chen. Your identity has been verified, and I sincerely apologize for the previous intrusion. We have received your revised manuscript, which is impeccable, and it has now been officially accepted. We will arrange for it to be printed as a key article in the journal in mid-September. All the colleagues in the editorial department extend their highest respect to you and look forward to your more outstanding works in the future. When the email from the editorial department of the Journal of Mathematics titled, Final Review, past your manuscript has been accepted, quietly lay in Xu Chen's inbox, it did not stir much of a ripple in his heart. Everything seemed to be within his expectations. However, the subsequent system notification sound jolted his spirit. Ding. Hidden Achievement Unlocked detected that the host has published a paper as an independent author in a core academic journal for the first time, achieving the debut in academia accomplishment. Achievement Reward Mathematics Subject Experience Points 30. Xu Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Hidden Achievement. Is there such a good thing? He immediately opened the system panel. Current Subject Level Mathematics LV. 1,485,500. Looking at the experience bar that was just a step away from leveling up, Xu Chen unconsciously frowned. 485,500. Only 15 points short. Oh my, this is driving me crazy. A strong feeling of discomfort typical of those with obsessive-compulsive disorder instantly surged in his heart. It's like playing a game where the boss health bar is just a sliver left, but all your skills are on cooldown, or like downloading a gigabyte movie where the progress bar reaches 99.9, but suddenly the internet speed drops to 0 kbs. This tangible, almost reachable feeling, yet just a little short of completion, is even more frustrating than outright failure. No, I have to find a way to fill it up before school starts. Xu Chen immediately began to ponder. He was still 15 experience points short. This number is neither too much nor too little. He was well aware of the system's daily mechanism for gaining experience. Learning new advanced knowledge can earn experience. But this growth is extremely slow. Given his current level of knowledge tackling undergraduate-level mathematics textbooks, such as mathematical analysis or advanced algebra, the system might not even glance at him. He must learn more cutting-edge and profound topics, such as graduate-level algebraic geometry or functional analysis. Even so, based on his past experience, even if he studied intensely around the clock every day digesting a large tome, the system might only reward him with a few scattered points of experience. To gather those 15 points, at least a month would be needed. And now there were less than 2 weeks left before Peking University started. Time was running out. So, should he solve a difficult math problem? For instance, tackle a conjecture by Professor Sun Jiwei. Xu Chen quickly dismissed this idea. Solving a conjecture requires considerable time, energy, and luck. He couldn't guarantee that within 2 weeks he would definitely find a way to resolve another conjecture. Moreover, even if he solved it, the cycle from organizing it into a paper to submission, review, and finally acceptance is too long. A distant solution cannot quench an immediate thirst. Is there really no other way? Xu Chen leaned back in his chair, irritably tugging at his hair. He even entertained an absurd thought. Should he call Professor Zhao Feng at Peking University right now and ask if he could add a bit more to the special scholarship for outstanding new students publishing top-tier papers before enrollment? Perhaps if the system detects that the scholarship has increased, it might grant him those few experience points. Forget it. The system already said it has reached the theoretical maximum, and one shouldn't be too shameless. If he kept pushing, Professor Zhao might really come after him. He chuckled self-deprecatingly, abandoning this unrealistic idea. Looks like this is the only way. He sighed, helplessly accepting this imperfect reality. Let's consider it a small goal to start my college life with a good beginning. He comforted himself. Once I reach Peking University, there will be the best mathematics library in the country, the most cutting-edge academic lectures, and truly outstanding professors. Coming into contact with those brand new higher-dimensional knowledge, breaking through those last 15 experience points should not be too difficult. Time reached the end of August. Xu Chen was focused on the computer screen, engrossed in an online course from MIT OpenCourseWare, Introduction to Linear Algebra. The lecturer was the renowned Professor Gilbert Strang, known for his humorous and engaging teaching style. Although he had already mastered this knowledge, Professor Strang's way of explaining abstract linear spaces with geometric intuition, making it as clear and interesting as building blocks, still captivated him. Just then his phone rang. Caller ID, Principal Wang. Hello, Principal Wang. Xu Chen. What are you doing at home? Not out having fun? On September 1st, it is suitable for traveling. Xu Chen, accompanied by his parents, boarded the high-speed train heading to Beijing. In the train carriage, his father sat upright, hands resting on his knees, back straight, yet his eyes occasionally darted towards the rapidly passing scenery, making an effort to appear composed, as if he frequently traveled far. His mother seemed much more excited. She alternately took out her phone to photograph the clouds outside, and pulled Xu Chen softly, reminding him to take care of his health and get along well with his classmates when he reached school. Son, once you arrive in Beijing, it will be different from home. There are outstanding students from all over the country. You must not be arrogant, but remain humble and eager to learn, understand? I understand, Mom, Xu Chen replied with a helpless smile. And you, this child, always reading and hardly talking to others. When you get to university, participate in more group activities and don't isolate yourself. His father, listening from the side, finally couldn't help but interject. All right, how old is the child now? He knows these things himself. Besides, our son is going to pursue academic excellence, not to make friends. His words belied a subtle pride reflected in the slight upward curve of his lips. The high-speed train smoothly arrived at Beijing South Station. As soon as they disembarked, a wave of bustling metropolitan energy, starkly different from Anqing, hit them. Xu Chen's gaze was quickly drawn to the several eye-catching booths lined up in the hall. Welcome new students, Tsinghua University. Dream starts here, dreams come true here, Renmin University of China. The welcome stations of various top universities had even directly extended to the train station. Among them, the most conspicuous was undoubtedly the booth of Peking University, with two giant banners displaying the silhouettes of the Boya Tower and Weiming Lake fluttering in the wind. Several seniors wearing red t-shirts emblazoned with PKU were enthusiastically directing new students and their parents who came for inquiries. Son, look quickly. It's your school. His mother excitedly tugged on Xu Chen's arm, her voice rising several octaves, drawing the attention of many around them. His father cleared his throat, striving to maintain the composure of the head of the family, but his eyes glued to the Peking University booth sparkled with unprecedented enthusiasm. Xu Chen was also somewhat surprised. He knew that these welcome booths mainly served to provide transportation guidance and initial assistance to out-of-town students unfamiliar with the area. The actual registration procedures still had to be completed at the school's departmental welcome points. He led his parents over. A capable-looking senior sister with a ponytail immediately approached, wearing a smile that radiated warmth. Hello, uncle and aunt, and hello to you, student. Are you a new student this year? Please come over here to register. We have a bus to the school. Hello, senior sister. Xu Chen nodded and provided his information. I'm from the School of Mathematical Sciences. My name is Xu Chen. From the School of Mathematical Sciences, welcome, welcome. The welcome desk for the Math Institute is over there, the senior sister said while looking down at the list in her hand. When her finger brushed over his name, it suddenly stopped. She jerked her head up, the standard smile on her face instantly transformed into a mix of surprised curiosity and a hint of recognition. You are Xu Chen, the one with a perfect score at IMO. Junior Xu Chen. Although she deliberately lowered her voice, the excitement was unmistakable. Wow. In an instant, the eyes of several other volunteers at the Peking University booth turned towards them in unison. They didn't shout out like ordinary fans encountering their idols, but the spark in their eyes was warmer than any words. It was an appreciation and respect for exceptional intellect belonging to those of the same caliber. Wow, it's the real deal, exclaimed a bespectacled senior, silently expressing his awe. Quick. The key protected object that Teacher Zhao specifically mentioned has arrived. Another senior immediately reacted, discreetly notifying those inside the school via a walkie-talkie. The previously composed senior sister also regained her focus. Her smile became even more genuine and friendly. Hello, Junior Xu Chen. I've long heard of your name. I'm your senior Li Xijia, also from the Math Institute. She said enthusiastically, then turned to Xu Chen's parents. Hello, uncle and aunt. You've had a tough journey. Quickly, there are seats reserved for parents to rest over here. Without hesitation, a senior took the suitcase from Xu Chen's father's hands, while another senior sister promptly offered 3 bottles of chilled mineral water. Xu Chen's parents, having never encountered such a scene, were momentarily at a loss. His mother quietly said to Xu Chen, Son, look at how enthusiastic your seniors are. His father, meanwhile, straightened his back, wearing a proud expression, as if to say, my son is so accomplished, yet his tightly clenched hands betrayed his inner excitement. Junior Xu Chen and uncle and aunt, you arrived just in time. We have a bus specifically for new students and parents, and it's about to depart. Let me take you over. Senior Li Xijia had now transformed into an exclusive guide, her enthusiasm perfectly balanced, neither overly exaggerated nor dismissive. Thus, amidst the envious and helpless gazes of volunteers from other schools, Xu Chen's family enjoyed VIP treatment, being escorted onto the waiting air-conditioned bus. The bus slowly started passing through the bustling city center, heading towards Haidian district. Before long, an ancient yet solemn west gate inscribed with the 4 characters Peking University came into view. As the bus gradually entered that renowned gate, Xu Chen realized that his university life had officially begun. The bus passed through the tree-lined campus path and finally came to a slow stop in front of the welcoming point of the School of Mathematical Sciences. As soon as he got off, a more intense academic atmosphere than at the train station enveloped him. There were no noisy vendors here, only senior students in unified red jackets guiding the newcomers in an orderly manner. In the air, it seemed as though the scent of functions and formulas was wafting around, making Xu Chen feel an inexplicable familiarity. Senior Li Xijia led Xu Chen and his family to the welcoming tent, enthusiastically pointing to an empty table. Junior Xu Chen, this is where you check in. Just give your admission notice, ID card, and file bag to this senior. She glanced at her watch and smiled apologetically. I need to return to the station to pick up the next batch of newcomers, so I can't stay with you. I wish you all a wonderful journey in Yin Garden. May you excel in your studies over the next 4 years and have a bright future. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Mother quickly grabbed Li Sijia's hand, expressing her gratitude. Goodbye, senior. Xu Chen also waved politely. The one responsible for registration was a senior wearing black-rimmed glasses, exuding a calm demeanor. He took the thick stack of materials Xu Chen handed over, wearing a professionally warm smile, which contained a perfectly appropriate encouragement for the newcomer. Hello, student. Welcome to Peking University's School of Mathematics. As he spoke, he skillfully scanned the barcode on the admission notice with a scanner. Beep. Instantly, Xu Chen's detailed information popped up on the computer screen. The senior lowered his head to verify, and when his gaze fell on the class section, his fingers paused abruptly above the keyboard. His pupils slightly constricted, almost imperceptibly. He let out a small sound of confusion, instinctively looking back at the words on the screen. Class Mathematics Talents Class. These 5 characters seemed to carry some kind of magic, causing the professional smile on his face to freeze, instantly replaced by a complex expression of surprise and awe. He suddenly raised his head, re-examining the seemingly ordinary, even somewhat delicate junior before him, and his tone shifted. You are from the Talents class. Wow. Although the exclamation was not loud, it resembled a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly creating ripples throughout the entire welcoming point. The other busy seniors around, upon hearing the words Talents class, froze in their actions, their gazes converging like searchlights. No way. A newcomer from the Talents class has arrived. Quick look. It's the legendary genius from the Talents class. Didn't they only recruit 30 people to the Talents class this year? Each one is a monster-level talent. Xu Chen's parents stood by, somewhat puzzled. They only knew their son had been admitted to Peking University, but had no idea what the Talents class truly signified. Mother quietly tugged at Xu Chen's sleeve. Son, is this Talents class? Really impressive. Why do they have such a big reaction? Before Xu Chen could explain, Li Sijia, who had brought them over, happened to return after hearing the commotion, and in a tone almost akin to popular science filled with admiration, volunteered to clarify for them. Uncle, and don't you know? The Talents class is the most elite class in our School of Mathematics. Those who can get in are not ordinary people. They are either CMO gold medalists, provincial top scorers, or have passed the extremely rigorous mathematics elite talent development program selection. You could say they are the crown jewels of our department, and even of Peking University. This explanation made Xu Chen's parents instantly understand the value of those 5 words. Father straightened his back, while Mother wore an incredibly proud smile brighter than the sun. Meanwhile, Wang Tao, the senior responsible for registration, after a brief moment of shock, put on an even more enthusiastic smile. Junior, you are amazing. I'm your senior Wang Tao, a year ahead of you. If you have any questions in your studies in the future, feel free to come to me. Junior, your information has been recorded. Your dormitory is 301, and there is already 200 yuan of meal money stored in your campus card. You. His words were cut short when he inadvertently caught a glimpse of the name on Xu Chen's ID card. Suddenly his voice fell silent. His entire being seemed to hit the pause button, frozen in place. His eyes, peering through thick lenses, widened in shock, his mouth slightly agape enough to fit an egg. That expression was 10 times more exaggerated than when he first saw the words Talents class. This time, instead of exclaiming, he spoke in a dreamlike, trembling voice, enunciating the name that had echoed throughout the Chinese mathematics community over the past few months. Xu Chen. Boom. If the earlier mention of Talents class had stirred a small commotion at the welcoming point, then the name Xu Chen detonated like a nuclear bomb, instantly elevating the atmosphere of the entire scene to a climax. What? He is Xu Chen, the one who got a perfect score and a special award at the IMO. My goodness, he's real. I've seen the real Xu Chen. The seniors, who had merely been onlookers just moments ago, could no longer contain themselves, crowding around Xu Chen. In their eyes, there was no longer just awe, but a near pilgrimage fervor. This feeling isn't bad. Xu Chen's heart was calm and even a bit pleased. I must stay low-key, although my legend might be a tad more outrageous than you all imagine. He savored the pure joy brought by this invisible show-off, while silently tagging this enthusiastic group of seniors with a label of discerning eyes. Under the seniors' key protection and enthusiastic escort, Xu Chen's family finally arrived at the dormitory building. As they opened the door to room 301, a rush of fresh air, mixed with a hint of sunlight, greeted them. A standard 4-person room with an upper-lower bunk layout. The floor was spotless and the desks and chairs were wiped clean. Clearly, the school had conducted a thorough cleaning prior to the new students' arrival. One of the beds by the window was already neatly arranged. A familiar figure was sitting at the desk, wearing headphones and intensely focused on the rapidly scrolling code on the computer screen. Hearing the sound of the door opening, that person turned around. Their eyes met. No way. Su God. Fong Bo. The visitor was none other than Xu Chen's teammate from the national team, the cheerful Fong Bo. I knew we were destined to meet. Fong Bo dashed over, giving Xu Chen a big bear hug. I never expected that not only did we both enter the same talents class, but we also ended up in the same dormitory. Now this is great. For the next 4 years I can continue to cling to your coattails. Meeting an old friend in a new place, especially one who had fought alongside him, diminished all the unease of entering a strange environment. You got here pretty early, huh? Xu Chen laughed and punched him playfully. Of course, Fang Bo chuckled, pointing at his computer screen. I'm originally from Beijing, living within the 4th Ring Road, so I came to school early to get used to things. I can just head home if anything comes up. There was no one here a few days ago, so I could study quietly, which is why I came early. It's convenient being right under the imperial city. Xu Chen silently grumbled. Fang Bo continued, by the way, that guy Luo Yaolong is also in our talents class, but he's in the adjacent room 303. As for Sun Rue, he got snatched up by MIT. And Zhou Qing and Meng Lingyao, they both went to Tsinghua Xiao class. Hearing these familiar names, Xu Chen felt a bit emotional. Former comrades in arms now heading in different directions, opening new chapters in their lives. Also, Fang Bo said mysteriously, you know the other guys in our dorm. Besides the two of us, the other two are also CMO gold medalists. One is Xue Chao, ranked 10th in the CMO, the other is Lu Xinyu, ranked in the 20s. They're all acquaintances. Fang Bo counted on his fingers and then grinned mischievously. What do you think? With our dorms lineup, can't we just take them on and battle the Yao class at Tsinghua? Not quite a battle, but I bet our dorm's average score in the final exams will exceed that of other dorms by a standard deviation. Ha ha ha, that's for sure. Fang Bo slapped his thigh proudly. From now on, our dorm will be called the 301 Heavenly Team. I'll be the leader and you'll be. I'm the mascot. Get lost. Just as the two were enthusiastically chatting, Xu Chen's parents quietly began their work. Mother took out a cloth she carried with her and started wiping the desk and cabinet, muttering, look at this desk. Though it looks clean, there's definitely dust. I need to wipe it again to feel at ease. Father picked up a broom and began sweeping some unseen corners of the floor, saying it's a dormitory. With so many people, cleanliness must be maintained. Fang Bo looked at this scene, feeling a bit embarrassed, and scratched his head. Uncle, aunt, no need to trouble yourselves. The school has already cleaned up. It's fine, it's fine. Mother smiled and waved her hand. We can't just sit around. You young people chat among yourselves, we'll just do a little tidying up. This is the nature of Chinese parents. Their love is unspoken, but is found in every wiped desk and every corner that has been cleaned. After settling his luggage in the dormitory, Xu Chen took his parents and embarked on the new student campus exploration mission. They first visited the school supermarket to purchase a series of essentials such as toiletries, bedding, and a desk lamp. While selecting the color of towels, his mother remarked, this school's supermarket has quite a variety of items, but it's a bit pricier than what we have at home. Meanwhile, his father was examining a multifunctional power strip, saying, with so many electrical appliances in the dorm, safety comes first. We need to buy a good one. After shopping, the three of them began to wander aimlessly in the vast Yin garden. They strolled along the banks of Weiming Lake, watching the reflection of Boya Tower ripple in the gentle breeze, traversed the lawns of Jingyuan, experiencing the tranquility and historical weight of the century-old institution, and found the slightly antiquated teaching building of the School of Mathematical Sciences, pausing for a long time in front of the Grand Library. Xu Chen quietly memorized the locations of every significant place he might need in his future life, such as the cafeteria, gym, and delivery point, to avoid the embarrassment of not finding a classroom later. As for Xu Chen's parents, they had completely transformed into tourists. Their phones hardly ever stopped. Son, quick, stand in front of the Peking University stone sign. Let me take a picture. Hey, is this Weiming Lake? Hurry, take a picture for mom too. I want to post it on WeChat. Along the way, the expression of feigned seriousness on his father's face was replaced by a genuine beaming smile. His mother's WeChat moments were being updated at a furious pace, posting every 10 minutes. Bringing my son to Peking University for enrollment. The campus is so vast my legs are getting thinner. Image. Is this the legendary Weiming Lake and Boya Tower? So beautiful. Video, son's future classroom, soaking in the celestial ambience. Location, School of Mathematical Sciences, Peking University. Seeing his parents' childlike excitement, Xu Chen felt a warm smile spreading across his heart. He understood that this was not just a simple campus tour. It was his parents experiencing, touching, and embracing a dream they had once dared not even imagine, a dream called pride. After settling his parents in a hotel they had booked nearby, Xu Chen finally returned to his own new home, dormitory 301. At that moment, the other two roommates had also arrived. One was Xue Chao, slightly chubby, wearing glasses and looking somewhat simple-minded. The other was Lu Xinyu, slender in build with a slightly aloof demeanor. They were all familiar faces on the CMO gold medal list, and upon meeting there was no sense of unfamiliarity. The four academic elites quickly bonded. As night fell, the dormitory building lights went out. However, in the darkness, the faint glow of phone screens illuminated four beds. A classic bed talk session belonging to the boys' dormitory officially began. Hey, do you think there are many girls in our math department? Xu Chen threw out an eternal philosophical question. From the upper bunk, Fong Bo's voice came down laced with a hint of disdain. We're from Peking University's math department. It's a scripture repository in a monk's temple, a gathering place for male hormones. Can you expect many girls here? I heard that in our talent class of 30 people, there are only 3 girls. Lu Xinyu chimed in, delivering a sharp blow. What the heck? A 9-to-1 ratio of boys to girls. Doesn't that mean 1 couple for every 4 singles? This ratio is too imbalanced. Xu Chen exclaimed in despair. Be content, Fong Bo chuckled. The computer science department next door at Tsinghua has an even crazier ratio. A buddy of mine there said that during their class gatherings, 30 boys surround 1 girl, like protecting a giant panda. Ha ha ha. The dormitory was filled with suppressed, mischievous laughter typical of boys. By the way, Xu Chen, Fong Bo suddenly changed the topic with a tone of gossip excitement. Quickly tell us what happened when you fell asleep during the IMO award ceremony. We were all stunned watching the live broadcast. Don't mention it, Xu Chen replied with a hint of helplessness. The night before I was working on a problem and stayed up all night. I just couldn't hold on any longer. What the heck? That's impressive. Xu Chen exclaimed again, staying up all night to do research before the IMO finals. You're a genius. What were you researching? Was it more important than the IMO questions? Justin. Personal interest, Xu Chen vaguely brushed it off. I got it. Fong Bo suddenly slapped his thigh, speaking as if he had an epiphany. This is called tactical fatigue. Using sleep to numb the opponent, creating a psychological illusion of it's not a big deal, and then delivering a fatal blow in the exam room. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Get lost. Xu Chen laughed and scolded. The group then began discussing their expectations for university courses. In planning to finish mathematical analysis, advanced algebra, and analytical geometry in my freshman year, and then start a double major in computer science in my sophomore year, Xu Chen outlined his future plans. I want to develop in the direction of algebraic geometry. Lu Xinyu's voice sounded particularly clear in the darkness. I heard that academician Tian Gang from our department is a top international figure in this field. I haven't decided yet, Fong Bo said, but my parents hope I can go into finance in the future. They say those good at math have a significant advantage in quantitative trading. So what about you, Xu Chen? All eyes focused on Xu Chen's bed. Me. Xu Chen thought for a moment and said, first I want to build a solid foundation. Then I hope to see if I can produce some genuine research results of my own during my undergraduate years. His tone was very calm, but the other 3 in the dormitory fell silent. They knew that the research results Xu Chen referred to were probably on a different level from what they imagined. While they were still planning for courses and GPA, this guy had already set his sights on a broader realm called academia. The next morning, the members of the 301 dormitories group gradually woke up. For these high-achieving students accustomed to a highly disciplined lifestyle, sleeping in was a behavior that did not exist in their genes. After a quick wash-up, the 4 of them headed to the school cafeteria together. The morning cafeteria was bustling with voices filled with the lively atmosphere of human activity. The 4 of them each ordered soy milk, fried dough sticks, and steamed buns, and found a window-side seat to sit down. Fong Bo took a bite of the steaming meat bun and asked Xu Chen indistinctly, Hey Xu Chen, our uncle and aunt going back today? Not going back, Xu Chen replied after taking a sip of soy milk. They rarely come here, so they plan to stay in Beijing for a few days before leaving. I suggested they join a tour group or just explore on their own. That won't do. Fong Bo immediately swallowed his bun, pounding the table and raising his voice. It's their first time here, and they're unfamiliar with the place. It would be inconvenient for them to wander around by themselves. Moreover, those tour groups only take people to shopping spots, which is boring. Besides, I know very well that my ability to get into the national team and win that IMO gold medal owes at least half of its credit to your handout. Without your unique teachings, relying solely on my own limited skills, I would have been eliminated long ago in the training camp where the best of the best are competing. He scratched his head, smiling a bit awkwardly. In mathematics, I probably can't help you at all. I will likely just follow in your footsteps for the rest of my life. However, when it comes to life, especially in this corner of Beijing, I can certainly take good care of uncle and aunt. That's a small matter I can manage. So you don't need to be polite with me on this matter. Just consider it. Giving me a chance to repay you. His heartfelt words resonated with Xu Chen and Lu Xinyu, who nodded in agreement. Although they hadn't fought alongside Xu Chen until the end, they too had greatly benefited from his handout during their time in the training camp. Xu Chen looked at Fong Bo's sincere eyes, feeling a warmth rise in his heart. He knew he could not refuse, nor did he need to. All right, he smiled helplessly, handing him a bun then. I appreciate your hard work, Fong Dao. Eat more today, it all depends on your physical output. Ha ha ha, just watch me. Fong Bo took the bun, raising an eyebrow, proudly, instantly reverting to his carefree demeanor. Thus, a rather unique tour group was officially formed at the breakfast table of the first-year students. When Xu Chen's parents saw Fang Bo, who was dressed in a t-shirt and jeans carrying a backpack and looking like a professional guide at the hotel entrance, they were somewhat surprised and embarrassed. "Xiaofang, this is too much trouble for you," his mother quickly said. "Not at all." Fang Bo patted his chest, smiling radiantly. "Uncle and Aunt, please don't be polite with me. Xu Chen is my best brother and also my benefactor. He has helped me immensely in my studies, a debt I can never repay in this lifetime. Now that I have the opportunity to show you around Beijing, I couldn't be happier. Just treat me like your own child." These words made Xu Chen's parents feel even more delighted. They were not only proud of their son's achievements, but also genuinely pleased that he had made such a grateful and understanding friend in college. Fang Bo, as the local guide, was indeed professional. He didn't take them to the usual crowded tourist spots, but instead skillfully led them through the alleys of Beijing, allowing them to experience the authentic atmosphere of old Beijing. He vividly explained the history of each prince's mansion, took them to eat the most authentic fried liver and spicy tripe, and during their visit to the Forbidden City, he expertly avoided the crowds to find those little-known yet fascinating corners. Xu Chen's parents were thoroughly entertained. His mother's social media feed was once again filled with updates. "Today we explored the alleys of Beijing and tasted the fried liver. The flavor was quite special. Thanks to my son's classmate Xiaofang, such a warm-hearted and understanding child. Image, the Forbidden City is just too vast. Fortunately, with Xiaofang as our living map, otherwise we would definitely have gotten lost in there." Video. Even Xu Chen's usually reticent father sang Fang Bo's praises repeatedly, calling him thoughtful and promising. Xu Chen followed behind, watching this harmonious scene before him, feeling a bit emotional. Although he had been to Beijing a few times, it was mostly for competitions, hurried and rushed. He had never experienced the city's history and warmth in such a leisurely manner as a tourist today. Looking at the genuine smiles on his parents' faces, he thought that occasionally stepping away from the pure world of mathematics to experience the lively essence of humanity seemed quite nice. After spending a few days in Beijing with his parents, Xu Chen sent them off on their return train. After seeing off his parents, he could finally calm down and make the final preparations for his upcoming college life. A few days later, the opening ceremony for the 2023 freshmen at Peking University was grandly held at the Qiude Ming Gymnasium. Xu Chen and his roommates, dressed in matching white shirts emblazoned with Peking University, merged into the throng of students streaming from various dormitories towards the gymnasium. In the air, there was an indescribable scent, a blend of fresh grass and youthful hormones. Every face was radiant with anticipation and dreams for the future. Upon entering the massive gymnasium, the grand dome and circular stands instantly provided a strong visual impact. Thousands of new students from all corners of the country took their seats in designated areas according to their respective faculties. Soon the entire venue was filled with patches of different colored seas. The School of Mathematical Sciences was a vibrant red, the Department of Physics was a deep blue, and the School of Information Science and Technology was a technologically inspired silver gray. As everyone settled down, the lights in the venue gradually dimmed. The clamor of voices receded like a tide, quickly returning to silence. In the darkness, everyone's gaze unconsciously turned towards the center of the podium. Dong, a deep and resonant chime echoed throughout the venue. Following that, the majestic melody of the Ode to the Red Flag began to play. On the giant LED screen behind the podium, a promotional film about Peking University began to play. From the founding of the Jiangshi University Hall to the glorious years of the Southwest Associated University, from the founding figures of the 2 bombs and 1 satellite to the pioneering leaders of the reform and opening up. A series of black and white or yellowed historical scrolls, one brilliant name after another, slowly passed by amidst the stirring background music. It was a heavy sense of history that transcended time, making every young student present feel a strong, resonant sense of heritage. As the promotional film concluded, the lights lit up in the venue. "Everyone please stand. Sing the national anthem of the People's Republic of China." With the host's solemn announcement, everyone stood up in unison. "Arise, ye who refuse to be enslaved." The powerful anthem was sung by thousands of talented youths, converging into a tremendous force that resonated within the gymnasium. At that moment, Xu Chen distinctly felt his heart beating strongly in time with the melody. After the flag-raising ceremony, the principal's address followed. An elderly man with gray hair, energetic, and wearing gold-rimmed glasses stepped onto the podium. He was the current president of Peking University, academician Gong Qihuang, a physicist with years of dedication in the field of optics, well-renowned internationally. His speech was devoid of extravagant rhetoric and hollow slogans. He started from the century-long history of Yin Yuan, mentioning Mr. Kai Yuanpei's freedom of thought and inclusiveness, and spoke of the firmness and excellence of the Southwest Associated University during the tumultuous times. Dear students, the moment you step into this garden, you inherit not just knowledge, but a spirit as well. A courage to dare to be the first in the world, an exploratory spirit of always seeking newness, and a responsibility and commitment to patriotism, progress, democracy, and science. The principal's voice was gentle, yet full of strength, like spring rain nourishing the earth without a sound. Xu Chen listened quietly, and the desire to complain in his heart gradually faded. He could sense the sincerity and expectations in the old principal's words. After the principal's address, it was the turn of a representative from the faculty to speak. The speaker was a young female professor from the School of Life Sciences, Professor Lu Ying. In her early 30s, she was already a doctoral advisor with her laboratory's research outcomes in cellular stress and aging, published multiple times in top journals like Nature and Science, making her a true leader among the new generation of scholars. Her speech was filled with modernity and thought-provoking insights. University is not a continuation of high school, nor is it the endpoint of your life. Here, no one will force you to study anymore, and no one will plan every step for you. For the first time, you will have the right to define yourselves. You will feel lost, anxious, and realize that the achievements you once took pride in may not mean much here. You will see some people studying all night in the library, some working tirelessly in the laboratory, while others are passionately engaging in club activities and falling in love by Weiming Lake. I hope you can quickly find your own rhythm and think clearly about what kind of person you want to become. Do you want to become a scholar who explores the unknown and pushes the boundaries of human knowledge? Or a leader who changes the world and leads industry trends? Or perhaps simply a person who loves life, possesses independent thought, and a sound personality? Here, all possibilities are open to you. The grand sense of ceremony from the opening ceremony had yet to fully dissipate from the hearts of the new students when the Mathematics and Science College's subsequent arrangements began to unfold in rapid succession. Instead of a perfunctory welcome meeting, what followed was a substantive advisor meet and greet, as well as a college-wide assembly. In the largest lecture hall of the mathematics department, the dean personally took the stage to introduce the long and illustrious history of the college, its robust faculty, and the brilliant alumni who had emerged from its halls. Every name that flashed on the PPT, Jiang Zihan Su, Baoqi, Duan Xuefu, shone like brilliant stars, illuminating the path ahead for every student in the audience. Following that, it was time for the class meetings and orientation lectures for each cohort. The mathematics elite class where Xu Chen was enrolled was undoubtedly the focal point of the entire college. Their class meeting was arranged in a separate small conference room. The class teacher, a very young-looking associate professor wearing gold-rimmed glasses, was named Lenny. Lenny did not engage in excessive pleasantries and got straight to the point. He first distributed a thick document titled Training Program for the Mathematics Elite class, then opened the PPT. Welcome to the elite class, everyone. Lenny's voice was gentle, yet filled with passion. All of you present here have been selected from the most brilliant minds across the country through numerous rounds of selection. Thus, your training program will be unique. The PPT behind him clearly displayed two major directions. Direction 1, Fundamental Mathematics. Direction 2, Financial Mathematics. In the second semester of your sophomore year, you will face a choice of specialization. The Fundamental Mathematics direction will lead you to deeply explore the core and essential mysteries of the grand edifice of mathematics. You will encounter the most cutting-edge theories, and your future will be that of a mathematician expanding the boundaries of human knowledge. On the other hand, the Financial Mathematics direction will place greater emphasis on application. You will learn how to utilize complex mathematical models to analyze and solve practical issues in the financial market. Your future will be that of a top-notch quant making waves on Wall Street and in Lujiazui. There is no superiority between these two directions, only different choices. I hope you can take this year to thoughtfully consider and find the direction you are truly passionate about. For Xu Chen, he already had an answer in his heart. Most of the system subjects are inclined towards fundamental sciences, so choosing fundamental mathematics is better. Without hesitation, he mentally chose fundamental mathematics. Following that, Lin Yi presented the professional course structure. There are a total of 9 required major courses, which are mathematical analysis, 13 advanced algebra, 12 analytic geometry, abstract algebra, complex functions, ordinary differential equations, probability theory, and mathematical modeling. There are also 9 elective courses from which students must choose 7, including topology, differential manifolds, differential geometry, partial differential equations, functional analysis, real analysis, group theory, and representation, elementary number theory, and basic algebraic geometry. Additionally, there are general education elective courses that require a total of 23 credits, which can be freely selected from across the university. Looking at this dense list of courses, even the elite students of the class couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. My goodness, just the major courses are already so packed. Mathematical analysis actually requires 3 semesters. How difficult must this be? I've never even heard of the names of these elective courses. Differential manifolds. Functional analysis. What kind of mystical courses are these? Xu Chen's gaze, however, fell upon the 23 credits of the general elective courses. The system will definitely release mainline tasks for other subjects such as physics, chemistry, and information science later. Mathematics is fundamental, but knowledge from other disciplines also needs to be prepared in advance. He had already formed a preliminary course selection plan in his mind. He planned to take mechanics from the physics department and introduction to computing from the School of Information Science and Technology during the first semester of his freshman year. After the class meeting concluded, a series of orientation lectures followed, covering topics like anti-fraud, laboratory safety, and school rules. Although the content was dull, it was a necessary part of university life. As all the welcome activities came to an end, the military training lasting for half a month began as scheduled. For these geniuses accustomed to navigating the sea of knowledge, the daily routine of standing at attention, marching, and singing military songs was undoubtedly a novel, yet painful experience. Under the blazing sun, sweat soaked their camouflage uniforms. Xu Chen and his roommates silently complained about the instructor's strictness, while also enjoying this rare opportunity to completely empty their minds. The days of military training were monotonous, yet fulfilling. In the mornings, they stood at attention and marched under the blazing sun, with sweat trickling down their cheeks, soaking the collars of their camouflage uniforms. In the afternoons, they practiced military boxing and sang military songs with the resounding slogans echoing in the training grounds. On this particular afternoon, during a break in training, everyone was exhausted, sprawled on the grass at the edge of the field, gulping down water. Xu Chen leaned against a large tree, closing his eyes to rest. Suddenly, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He impatiently pulled out his phone, thinking it was yet another useless notification from an app. However, when he saw the title of the email on the screen, his eyes, slightly weary from training, instantly lit up. Sender, Mathematics Journal, Editorial Office. Subject, Official Publication Notice. Dear Mr. Xu Chen, your paper has been published in the latest issue of the journal. It has arrived. He immediately clicked on the email. Dear Mr. Xu Chen, hello. Congratulations. Your submitted manuscript research on the solution structure of several Diophantine equations based on the minimal prime factor analysis method, manuscript number MS 202408118, has officially been published in issue 9 of this journal for 2023. You can click the following link to view or download the final version of your paper in PDF format. Thank you again for your support of this journal. We look forward to more of your outstanding work in the future. Mathematics Journal, Editorial Office. It's done. Finally, everything is settled. He thought to himself. Calmly, he tucked his phone back into his pocket. The small joy, like a stone thrown into the sea, was instantly swallowed by a more profound tranquility. For him, the publication of this paper had already fulfilled its greatest significance at the moment of successful submission and receiving experience points from the system. That night at 7 o'clock, the 301 dormitory was filled with a complex odor-mingling sweat, medicinal wine, and instant noodles, all emanating a strong masculine scent. Hiss! Xu Chao grimaced as he sprayed Yunnan Baiyao on his ankle, swollen like a steamed bun, his expression one of agony, as if he were undergoing torture. Don't mention it, I feel like my 2 legs are no longer my own. He wailed weakly. All I want to know is whether I can get out of bed tomorrow morning. I just made a bowl of noodles, but my hands are shaking so much I can hardly hold the fork. Lu Xinyu leaned back in his chair, his gaze unfocused, looking utterly drained. This military training is even more exhausting than doing IMO problems. In the entire dormitory, the only one still maintaining a human form was Fang Bo. Although he was tired, as well, his physical fitness was clearly better. At this moment, he was slumped in his chair, scrolling through his phone, while emitting bursts of gleeful laughter. Haha, you guys should check the WeChat group. Someone has even made a meme of our instructor. The caption says, as long as you don't die from the training, just keep pushing yourself. It's brilliant. Amidst this atmosphere of lifelessness, a discordant, crisp sound of keyboard typing intermittently echoed. Tap, 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 tap. The sound wasn't loud, but like fireflies in the night, it instantly captured everyone's attention. The 3 turned to follow the sound. They saw Xu Chen sitting calmly at the desk in the back of the dormitory, his back straight, focused on the computer, fingers flying across the keyboard. His demeanor formed a stark and glaring contrast to the surrounding scene of carnage. The dormitory fell silent in an instant. Holy crap. Fang Bo was the first to break the silence, cursing, Xu Chen, are you made of iron? We're all about to collapse, and you still have the energy to read papers. He instinctively thought Xu Chen was reading some academic material. After all, for academic elites like them, reading a couple of papers before bed was as normal a pastime as scrolling through short videos for an average person. No way. Xu Chao widened his eyes, looking at him in disbelief. Dude, be human. We're exhausted from military training, and you're still grinding. Are you trying to tell us with your life what those more outstanding than you work even harder means? Lu Xinyu said nothing, merely putting down his phone and regarding Xu Chen with an expression of incredulous scrutiny. That gaze seemed to say the king of competition is terrifyingly formidable. No, I'm tired too. Xu Chen turned his head, a hint of an appropriately tired smile on his face. I just received an email and was handling it on the side. An email, eh? Fong Bo's curiosity was piqued as he dragged his chair closer. What email could be so engaging? Could it be a love letter from some girl? Shut up. Xu Chen laughed and scolded him, not bothering to continue the conversation. Fong Bo leaned closer to the computer screen. On the screen was a beautifully formatted PDF document. At the top were several solemn and eye-catching characters in Song font, Journal of Mathematics. Below it was a title, Research on the Solution Structure of Several Types of Diophantine Equations Based on the Minimum Prime Factor Analysis Method. Wow, the Journal of Mathematics. How hardcore. Fong Bo exclaimed, his gaze continuing downward, landing on the author information section. Then his voice abruptly stopped. His entire body seemed to freeze as if the pause button had been pressed. His eyes peering through thick glasses widened in shock, and his mouth slightly agape enough to fit an egg inside. What happened? Fong Bo, what did you see to look so haunted? Xu Chao asked weakly. Fong Bo didn't respond. He merely extended a trembling finger pointing at the name on the screen, and in a voice that sounded dreamlike and choked with tears, he articulated each word deliberately. Author. Xu Chen. Boom. If the previous teasing was merely small banter in the dormitory, then this sentence, spoken with a weeping tone, was like a detonated nuclear bomb, instantly elevating the atmosphere of the entire 301 dormitory to a climax. What a... his own paper. Holy crap. Journal of Mathematics. What kind of international joke is this? Xu Chao and Lu Xinyu jolted as if injected with a shot of adrenaline, instantly reviving from their collapsed state, and they rushed over, squishing their heads next to Fong Bo's. When they saw the glaring name on the screen that matched their roommate, the entire dormitory fell into a deathly silence. 3 pairs of eyes were fixed on Xu Chen, filled with shock, absurdity, disbelief, and a sense of utter despair from being overwhelmed. Dude. After a long time, Fong Bo turned his head, looking at Xu Chen with an almost pleading expression, his voice trembling. You? Be human. The king of competition. You are the king of all kings. Xu Chao cried out in agony. While we're here discussing whether our legs will break tomorrow, you're publishing a top journal paper. Are we not allowed to live anymore? Lu Xinyu silently returned to his seat, picking up a volume of mathematical analysis and opening the first page. That silhouette was filled with the tragic sense of I can no longer fall behind. Fong Bo looked at Xu Chen, his expression transforming from initial shock into a deep sense of helplessness and exasperation. He sighed, speaking in a tone filled with complexity. Back in the day, we were still in the IMO training team, arguing red-faced over the solution to a single problem, feeling that the gap between us was just a thin layer of window paper. Now, he pointed at the dense abstract mathematical symbols on the screen. Now, he shook his head with a bitter smile. This paper of yours, I have to read the abstract 3 times just to barely grasp the gist of it. Don't talk about the abstract, Xu Chao interjected wearily. I recognize every word in the title, but when they're together, I have no idea what it means at all. What does Diophantine equations even mean? Can you eat it? Lu Xinyu set down his book, lifting his head and using his signature sharp tone to deliver the final verdict on this Versailles moment. We're still in the novice village, struggling against slimes. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Xu Chen's calm face. And you are already geared up in divine equipment, soloing world bosses. The dormitory fell into another deathly silence. Only 3 slime players remained silently gazing up at a divine gear boss. All right, stop staring. It's just a water journal, nothing to mention. Go to bed early. We have morning exercises tomorrow. Rest well to better endure the instructor's torment. Fong Bo, Xu Chao, and Lu Xinyu. I believe you not at all. After causing a minor academic earthquake in the dormitory, Xu Chen ignored the bewildered stares of his roommates, not allowing himself to indulge in the joy of publishing his first top-tier paper. His attention was completely captivated by another matter, one that was far more important and intriguing. He opened his computer and found the simple interface of the personal blog he had bookmarked for a long time, Professor Sun Jiwei's homepage at Jinling University. Then he packaged the PDF of his paper recently published in the Journal of Mathematics along with the accompanying LaTeX source files and sent them to the personal email address that Professor Sun had made public on his blog. In the body of the email, he wrote concisely, filled with the straightforwardness and efficiency characteristic of a science student. Dear Professor Sun Jiwei, hello. I am a freshman from the School of Mathematical Sciences at Peking University, Xu Chen. I have long admired your prestigious reputation in the field of combinatorial number theory and have benefited greatly from the many brilliant conjectures you proposed. Recently, I conducted some minor research on your conjectures 173, 218, and 315, and fortunately arrived at some conclusions which have been organized into a paper published in the latest issue of the Journal of Mathematics. I hereby attach the manuscript for your review. Best wishes, Xu Chen. There were no unnecessary pleasantries, no excessive modesty, just a calm statement of fact. To him, this email felt like submitting a quest to an NPC after completing a side mission and awaiting rewards. As for when the reward would be issued and how much it would be, he was not in a hurry. For him, the intellectual thrill of overcoming challenging problems was far more significant than the few $100s in bounty. After sending the email, Xu Chen shut down his computer, preparing to wash up and sleep. He knew that someone like Professor Sun, a prominent figure, must receive countless emails daily. Among them, there were no shortage of various disruptive emails from amateur scientists. Whether his email would be seen and when it would be seen was an uncertainty. He had prepared himself for a wait of 10 days, or even half a month, or perhaps for it to sink into oblivion. However, what he did not expect was that he had underestimated the efficiency of this king of conjectures. Just as he was about to go to sleep, his phone buzzed twice. He took out his phone and saw a notification for a new email. Sender Sun Jiwei. Subject: reproof of several conjectures. Content: hello, Xu Chen, I am Sun Jiwei. I have read your paper. It is extremely brilliant. Add me on WeChat to chat. What? A reply within seconds. Xu Chen raised an eyebrow. Does Professor Sun live in his email? He muttered to himself, but immediately copied the WeChat ID, opened the app, and sent a friend request. Almost the instant he clicked send, the screen displayed a prompt: the other party has accepted your friend verification. Then a chat window popped up. The profile picture was a photo of Professor Sun speaking at an academic conference, looking refined and scholarly. Xu Chen: hello Professor Sun, I am Xu Chen. Sun Jiwei: hello Xu Chen, I am Sun Jiwei. Sun Jiwei: ha ha ha, no need to be so polite. I just read your paper, and it is beautifully written. Especially the minimum prime factor analysis method. It is simply exquisite. When I first proposed these conjectures, I had a vague sense that this direction was feasible, but I never managed to find a concise proof path. I never expected it to be conquered by a young man like you. The words brimmed with the admiration and praise of a senior for a junior, without a hint of arrogance. Xu Chen, you flatter me. I was just lucky to think of some ideas. Sun Jiwei: on the world of mathematics, there is no such thing as luck, only strength. By the way, I heard that you were the one who scored full marks and received the special award at this year's IMO, right? Heroes emerge from youth. We old folks are truly getting old. Xu Chen: I dare not claim that it was all good fortune. Sun Jiwei: you young man, why do you always attribute strength to luck? Being too modest is not good. You might end up with no friends. Grinning. Seeing the playful expression on the screen, Xu Chen couldn't help but smile. He realized that this esteemed Professor Sun in the academic world was surprisingly like a humorous and charming neighbor uncle, in private endearing in a way that caught him off guard. Although Xu Chen was enjoying the chat, he couldn't help but think, it's so late. Professor Sun can't be a night owl, can he? If he doesn't sleep, I must get my rest. I have to practice marching tomorrow. The two continued to chat about a variety of topics, from the latest developments in number theory to the experiences of university life. Professor Sun even enthusiastically shared several interesting anecdotes from the academic circle. As the conversation drew to a close, Xu Chen looked at the chat window, a small doubt surfacing in his mind. We've talked about everything. Why hasn't the reward been mentioned? He wasn't genuinely concerned about the money. It was just that the process had reached this point, and there should be a conclusion, right? Could it be I misunderstood? Was the reward merely a gimmick? Or do I need to bring it up myself? That would be too awkward. Just as he was lost in thought, considering how to suggest the reward politely, yet directly, a clear notification sound chimed. Ding dong. On the screen, a red transfer alert popped up. Sun Jiwei has transferred you 1000000. Below it, there was a line of small print. The total bounty for the 3 conjectures adds up to over $1,000. I rounded it up for you. Use it to buy some good food or a few good books. Young man, it's the time to nourish yourself. Haha. 10,000 yuan. Xu Chen stared at this number, momentarily stunned. He remembered that the total bounty for the 3 conjectures was only a little over $1,300. At the current exchange rate, it was at most around 9,000 yuan. This Professor Sun not only gave, but generously rounded up the amount, adding quite a bit extra. Professor Sun is really generous. He did not refuse, and quickly clicked accept payment. Xu Chen: thank you, Professor Sun. Sun Jiwei, you're welcome. If you have any new research findings in the future, feel free to send them to me. My email is open for you. 247. Xu Chen: definitely. Ending the chat with Professor Sun, Xu Chen felt utterly elated. After chatting with Sun Jiwei, Xu Chen opened Professor Sun Jiwei's personal blog and refreshed the page. There at the top of the blog, a new update had appeared. The title of the update was concise and eye-catching. Announcement regarding the proof of conjectures 173, 218a, and 315. The main text was filled with praise for him. Recently, Xu Chen, a student from the School of Mathematical Sciences at Peking University, with his extraordinary insight and superb skills in number theory, has provided a unified and extremely elegant proof for conjectures 173, 218a, and 315 proposed by myself using the minimum prime factor analysis method. The logic of his paper is rigorous and the depth of thought is astonishing. His related paper has been published in the 9th issue of the Journal of Mathematics in 2023, and interested readers can refer to it. The bounties for the aforementioned 3 conjectures are now concluded. The new generation pushes the old, and seeing such outstanding young talents like Xu Chen emerge in the Chinese mathematics community brings us great comfort. The future of mathematics is in your hands. This announcement is made and heartfelt congratulations and thanks are extended to Xu Chen. Below, the link to Xu Chen's paper on the official website of the Journal of Mathematics was attached. Looking at this announcement filled with the expectations and praises of his predecessors, Xu Chen's lips could not help but curve into a broad smile. The sense of fulfillment and accomplishment that comes from recognition by top scholars and authorities in the field he loves is far more intense and precious than receiving a reward of 10,000 yuan. He saved a screenshot of the blog post and edited a new update accompanied by a simple line filled with a sense of Versailles. Thank you, Professor Sun Jiwei, for your recognition and generosity. The path of mathematics, let us strive together. Handshake, click send. After completing all this, he contentedly set his phone aside. Almost the moment the post was successfully sent, the comments below it began to boil over as if a bomb had been thrown into a pond. Likes and comments surged like a tide. Anqing no. 3 middle school, Chun Xiaoping, well done. Proud of you. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, Anqing no. 3 middle school, Li Fan, wow. Brother Chen, did you crack Professor Sun's conjecture? I'm still previewing his combinatorial number theory as the textbook, and you've already started farming him as the boss. Kneeling, Anqing no. 3 middle school, Lin Xiaoya Su Shan. My knees are no longer mine. Offering my knees. JPG, CMO teammate Luo Yalong. Su Chun, be a person, wait for us, ordinary mortals covering face high school class leader Zhang Jingwat. What else can I say? I can only silently give a thumbs up and take out my 5-year college entrance examination and 3-year simulation again. Goodbye. Crying senior Wang Tao Jr. When I signed up earlier, I said that if you have any questions in your studies, you can come to me anytime. Now I want to say, can I come to you if I have any questions in my studies? At that moment, the other 3 corpses in the dorm finally regained some strength from their respective fallen states. Fangbo weakly propped himself up halfway from the bed, looking at Xu Chen, who still appeared energetic and even smiling, and asked a soul-searching question. Damn, Xu Chen. Don't you need to sleep? We are so exhausted that we don't even have the strength to turn over. How are you still like you've just been injected with adrenaline? Exactly. Xue Chao also revealed a pair of eyes filled with despair from his bed. Are you secretly rolling under the covers? Come on, be a person. Can you give us a way out? Xu Chen smiled and said, I just had a chat with Professor Sun Jiwei from Jinling University, and by the way, received a reward. Wow, can that paper receive a reward? Xu Chen, you are too awesome, right? Did you get a bounty of 1 million? No way, just 10,000. Wow. Bro, can I call you my dear brother now? While we are here discussing whether our legs will break tomorrow, you are staying up all night, proving world-class conjectures, and casually earning 10,000. You are the king of all. I beg you, stop it. If you keep this up, we will be expelled from humanity. Xue Chao also let out a heart-wrenching wail. I can't believe it. 10,000-inch Lu Xinyu calculated painfully. That's equivalent to my living expenses for a year. My parents only give me 1,500 a month. Fangbo picked up his phone, saw Xu Chen's moment, and immediately said to the other 2, brothers, Xu Shan posted on moments. Let's cooperate. Our team members must make Xu Shan's moment perfect. Got it. Understood. So under Xu Chen's freshly posted moment, 3 highly coordinated comments filled with younger brother vibes appeared instantly. Fangbo, wow. Witnessing history. Xu Shan, you are my eternal god. You took the time to prove world-class conjectures during military training. Kneeling, Xue Chao, crying, brother, take me along, okay? I am willing to exchange my future 4 years of GPA for 1% of your brain's computing power. Lu Xinyu in high school, others called me a genius, but in front of Xu Shan, I feel like an idiot. After posting the comments, Fangbo raised his eyebrows and asked, how is it, Xu Shan? Is our collaboration enough, brother? Is the atmosphere we created appropriate? Xu Chen glanced at them, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and slowly uttered 3 words. Too fake. What's fake about it? The 3 suddenly became anxious, retorting in unison. Exactly. Fangbo held his neck, looking wronged. What we said is truly heartfelt. Every word comes from the heart. Heaven and earth can witness. If you don't believe, ask old Xue if he is willing to exchange GPA for your brain. Right? Xue Chao nodded, repeatedly pointing at his chest with a tragic expression. Isn't my heart, which has been shocked into a state of complete amazement, sincere enough? I am willing. I truly am willing. Lu Xinyu also nodded heavily, saying, compared to you, I really feel like an idiot. Fang Bo echoed, among us in the dormitory, who isn't a genius from high school? But that kind of genius is merely the threshold to meet you. All right. Xu Chen felt that this was a bit too much. Then treat us. Why are you waiting for me here? Xu Chen paused. Okay, after military training ends I'll treat. You can choose the place and the budget. Is unlimited. Oh wow. Xu Chen is awesome. Long live. Finally we can have a good meal. In room 301, a howl of celebration erupted. The days of military training passed by in a haze of sweat slogans and the occasional wail. Xu Chen was resting in the shade of a large tree. Suddenly his phone in his pocket vibrated slightly. Xu Chen glanced at the WeChat message from Li Fan. What's up with Li Fan suddenly contacting me? Since the provincial competition ended, Li Fan had become Zuking's #1 supporter, providing him with plenty of study materials. He opened the message. Li Fan, Chenggu. Chenggu, are you there? A string of exclamation marks conveyed the excitement that was palpable even through the screen. Xu Chen, here just slacking off during military training. What's going on? Why so excited? Li Fan, Chenggu. Chenggu, the provincial competition results are out. I got the provincial first prize. A series of exclamation marks reflected the uncontrollable excitement and joy on the other side. There was also a meme of someone being too excited to be clear. Li Fan screenshot. JPG, Xu Chen opened the screenshot. It was a public notice of the award list, and in the provincial first prize column, Li Fan's name stood out prominently. So the New Year's provincial competition has concluded. Xu Chen understood what this provincial first prize meant for Li Fan and for Anqing No. Free High School. He quickly replied with 2 words. Xu Chen, awesome. Less than 3 seconds after sending the message, Li Fan's call came directly through. Hey, Chenggu, did you see it? I got the provincial first prize. Although it's just at the end of the provincial first prize, it's still the provincial first prize. On the other end of the line, Li Fan's voice trembled slightly with excitement, like a volcano that had been suppressed for too long, finally finding a way to erupt. I saw it. Xu Chen leaned against the tree trunk, teasingly replied in a relaxed tone. Didn't you almost get the provincial first prize last year? Getting the provincial first prize this year is just routine, isn't it? On the other end, Li Fan, hearing the familiar teasing tone, not only didn't get angry, but instead chuckled, his voice filled with relief and pride. Hey, this achievement of mine is nothing compared to you, the IMO perfect scorer. But Chenggu, you don't understand. This provincial first prize is extremely important for our school. Teacher Chen Jiaping has been worried that after you left our No. 3 high school would return to its previous state in math competitions. If this year I only got a provincial second prize again, people outside would definitely say that Chenggu, you were just a coincidence, an exception. It was our school that got lucky to produce such a genius as you. But it's different now. Li Fan's voice suddenly rose, filled with strong confidence. I got the provincial first prize. What does this prove? It proves that Anqing No. 3 high school is truly getting better. Our school's competition level has genuinely stepped up a notch. What you brought was not just personal honor, but a kind of atmosphere, a kind of hope. Teacher Chen Jiaping has been walking with a spring in his step these past few days, absolutely thrilled. You have no idea, Chenggu. Li Fan's tone suddenly became somewhat sentimental. Ever since you won the IMO championship, our school has gone completely crazy. Principal Wang, I don't know where he got the funds, but he renovated our shabby competition study room, equipping it with brand new air conditioning and computers. He even hired 2 math coaches with high salaries from the province. This year's competition students didn't take a single day off during the summer, all training at school. The intensity is even more terrifying than when you led us in problem solving back in the day. However, the results have been truly good. In this provincial competition, our school not only produced me as a provincial first prize winner, but also 3 provincial second prizes and 5 provincial third prizes. This result is already the second best in Anqing No. 3 high school besides you. Now the junior students in the school are all energized, as if they've been injected with adrenaline. In the past, everyone aimed to get into a top university. Now their goal is to become the next Xu Chen. Even though I know that's impossible, the spirit and atmosphere are completely different. Listening to Li Fan's words, Xu Chen felt a strange and complex stirring in his heart. He himself had the system as an extraordinary external aid, which continuously provided him with motivation and progress. But for the vast majority of ordinary people like Li Fan, talent might be limited and resources might be insufficient. In the monotonous grind of daily study, it's easy to extinguish the initial passion and ultimately settle for mediocrity. And it seemed that inadvertently he had ignited a lamp named hope for them. He made them believe that even in an ordinary high school there is a chance to touch the once unattainable starry sky. He made them believe that through hard work they could truly change their fate. The power of this hope is perhaps more precious than any problem-solving technique. It turns out that the seed he had inadvertently sown had quietly taken root and begun to sprout after he left, and it started to influence more people. This feeling is quite wonderful. Xu Chen smiled and interrupted his reverie. Getting the provincial first prize, isn't it time to prepare for the CMO next? How do you feel? Do you have confidence in winning the CMO gold medal? Chen Ge, you think too highly of me. A few days ago, Teacher Chen specially told me Li Fan, you are now the hope of our school. You must strive to catch up with Xu Chen and try to bring back a national gold medal for the school. I nearly kneeled before him. Dude, that's a CMO gold medal. It's not just some cabbages. Ha ha ha. Xu Chen couldn't help but laugh. He could completely imagine Li Fan's awkward expression of feeling mountains of pressure at this moment. What's worse, Li Fan continued to complain. Now I'm also experiencing that feeling of social death that you had back then. Oh, Zuking's curiosity was piqued. You have no idea the day the results came out, our school went wild again. Li Fan's voice was filled with despair. The old principal hung up a banner for me at the school gate. The headline was, "Carrying on the past, creating brilliance again. Congratulating our student Li Fan for winning the provincial first prize in the math competition." Isn't that good, eh? Good my foot. Li Fan wailed. The key is that he hung my banner right under your IMO perfect world champion banner. Red and green together, what a joke. With the two banners side by side, my provincial first prize looks so pitiful. It feels so insignificant. Now all the students in the school look at me strangely. They aren't congratulating me, they're pitying me. They think I was born in the wrong era. After finally getting a provincial first prize, I still have to stand in the shadow of such an insurmountable mountain ahead of me. It's so hard for me, Chen Ge. My banner hasn't been taken down yet. Xu Chen was also surprised. The principal wouldn't dare take it down. Your IMO gold medal is currently the biggest banner of Anqing No. 3 High School, and it's probably going to hang there until it crumbles away by itself. Listening to Li Fan's vivid and emotional complaint, Xu Chen laughed, so hard his stomach hurt. He could even imagine the old principal standing under those two banners, hands behind his back, with a proud expression of, our school produces talent and has a bright future. Sigh, enough about that, too much talking brings tears. Li Fan sighed. I can't chat with you anymore. Teacher Chen is calling me to the office. He probably wants to give me extra lessons again. I'm hanging up. After ending the call, the smile on Zuking's face lingered for a long time. He knew that Anqing No. 3 High School had truly changed. At that moment, a loud whistle once again pulled him back to reality. Break is over. Everyone assemble. Everyone's here. A line to the right. The instructor's emotionless, devilish voice echoed across the playground. Oh. On the grass once again there was a chorus of sorrow. On the grass once again there was a chorus of sorrow. The military training of the past half-month has finally come to an end. As Xu Chen and his roommates took off the camouflage uniforms that had been soaked with sweat countless times and changed into their casual clothes, walking back into the teaching building, each felt a sense of rebirth. Although their skin had darkened a few shades, their eyes shone brighter and more resolute than ever before. At this moment, their true university life officially began. Monday, 8 in the morning. The first professional class of the Talents class at the School of Mathematical Sciences. After a brief yet hopeful opening speech by Professor Zhang Wenzhong, the university life of the Talents class officially commenced. The courses of the first week were intensive and full of challenges. Mathematical analysis, advanced algebra, analytical geometry. These 3 subjects, which seemed like an alien script to ordinary students, loomed like 3 towering mountains before all the freshmen. Among them, the most special and daunting was undoubtedly Teacher Wei Dongyi's class on mathematical analysis. In the afternoon, the first class of mathematical analysis. The class bell rang. A young figure clutching a somewhat worn textbook and carrying a transparent plastic water bottle filled with clear water entered the lecture hall on time. He was Wei Dongyi, a legendary figure at Peking University's School of Mathematics, and even throughout the entire Chinese mathematical community. With 2 consecutive IMO gold medals, his peculiar problem-solving methods and innovative thinking have been praised as divine solutions. After graduating from Peking University, he declined a full scholarship offer from Harvard to remain at the university, focusing on research in the fields of partial differential equations and geometric analysis, which are among the most profound and cutting-edge areas in mathematics. He walked to the center of the podium, placed the water bottle and textbook in one corner, then turned to face the 30 brilliant students sitting below. His gaze calmly swept across the room, showing no sign of emotion. My name is Wei Dongyi. His self-introduction was strikingly succinct. His voice was not loud, even somewhat muffled, yet his enunciation was clear. This semester I will teach you mathematical analysis. After saying this, he seemed to disregard the students below, as if he had already completed all social obligations. He picked up a piece of chalk and turned to the blackboard. The framework of the textbook begins with Riemann integration. However, this definition has limitations. As he spoke, he wrote the definition of Riemann integration on the blackboard. Today, let's start from a different perspective, beginning with measure. After this brief introduction, he completely immersed himself in his own world. A 30-minute-long, nearly uninterrupted board writing session began. He had no PowerPoint slides, no lecture notes, and no interaction with the students. His teaching style was extremely pure and remarkably vintage, presenting his profound understanding of mathematics through the most primitive method of blackboard writing, unembellished and in its original form. After using several minutes to fluidly deduce the core concepts of set rings, outer measure, and measurable sets from real variable functions, he finally paused, turned around, and with an emotionless tone posed the second guiding question. With measure, we can define Lebesgue integration. Its essence is to partition the range of values. After this statement, the other side of the blackboard was quickly filled with a series of deductions regarding simple function approximation and theorems of integral convergence. This whimsical way of thinking was an intellectual extreme challenge for students accustomed to linear teaching. Below, the talented students of the talents class felt unprecedented pressure. They were all top-notch experts who had emerged from the bloody battlefield of national math competitions with a solid foundation and agile thinking far beyond that of ordinary students. In the first 20 minutes of the class, most could barely keep up with Weiss' pace, their eyes shining with the glimmer of thought and understanding. However, as Weiss' thoughts began to take off, jumping from undergraduate mathematical analysis to graduate-level real variable functions and functional analysis, the gap began to show. Those who could keep up with Weiss for the first hour were geniuses. Those who could follow him throughout the entire class were geniuses among geniuses. And those who could fully comprehend, even apply what they learned, were only Xu Chen. He did not take pictures or notes. He simply watched quietly, his eyes sparkling with a feeling of exhilaration, as if he had found a worthy opponent. So that's how it is. He was redefining integration from the perspective of measure theory. This idea was far superior to the textbook definition using Riemann sums and was much more fundamental. The construction of this functional was incredibly clever. He had transformed a nonlinear partial differential equation into a problem of finding fixed points in a Banach space. This was simply a dimensionality reduction strike. Just then, the cold system notification sound in his mind rang at the perfect moment. Ding. Listening to high-dimensional mathematical ideas, cognitive breakthroughs, achieved mathematics experience points 1. Ding. Understanding the essence of the measure theory behind Lebesgue integration mathematics experience points 1. Ding. Realizing the dimensionality reduction application of functional analysis in partial differential equations mathematics experience points 1. After one class, his mathematics experience points had increased by 3. What the hell? Xu Chen's heart leaped. How could attending just one class yield 3 experience points? To think that he would only gain 3 to 5 points after finishing an entire book. And now after just one class he had gained 3 points. This was no ordinary teacher. This was clearly a walking, loot-dropping, human-shaped experience package. He looked at teacher Wei Dongyi on the podium, his eyes akin to a famished person who had not eaten for 3 days, gazing at a lavish feast. From now on, attending Weiss' class was evidently essential. Attending 10 times could yield around 30 points, making it one of the few ways to earn experience outside of regular tasks. At the same time, a deep sense of awe arose from the depths of his heart. Wei was truly formidable. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. My ability to understand knowledge so quickly is because I have a system, because my talent level has been raised to an inhuman height. I am cheating. And he is pure natural talent, achieving this level solely through his terrifying, innate mathematical genius. This is the true genius. And such geniuses are not limited to just one at Peking University. Across the world, there are likely many geniuses who surpass me. At that moment, the slight sense of complacency that had arisen from his continuous victories faded instantly. For the first time, he had a clear realization that there are mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people. I must not become complacent. There are too many geniuses in the world, and my achievements are nothing. That night in dormitory 301. My head is about to explode. Can anyone tell me what Wei Xin actually talked about this afternoon? Xueqiao was pacing back and forth in the dormitory with a copy of Mathematical Analysis in hand, his face full of despair. Don't ask me, I can't even keep up with the speed of his writing with my camera. Lu Xinyu leaned back in his chair, his eyes vacant. I feel like my soul hasn't floated back from that classroom yet. I asked a senior from the grade above, Fong Bo said with a look of despair. The senior said this is just the appetizer. Wei Xin's classes become more abstract and more inhuman as they progress. Apparently last year when he taught real analysis, the class average score in the final exam was 48. 48 out of 100. Yes. The dormitory fell into a deathly silence. Just then Xu Chen, who had just finished washing up, walked out of the bathroom, towel in hand. He looked at his 3 roommates who looked like wilted eggplants and jokingly asked, "What's wrong? You all look like you've lost your souls." Xu Chen, Fong Bo exclaimed as if he had seen a savior rushing over and handing his phone to him. Quick, save the children. I've been staring at that final theorem about LP space on Wei Shen's blackboard for 3 hours, and I still can't understand how he constructed that proof. Xu Chen took the phone, glanced at the slightly blurry photo of the blackboard on the screen. He understood it instantly after just a glance. Oh, this, he said in an extremely calm tone, downplaying it. Don't treat it as a simple analytical problem. You need to understand it within the framework of topology. Imagine the LP space as a space composed of countless rubber bands, functions of different materials that can be stretched and compressed infinitely. The essence of Wei Shen's proof is actually proving that when PQ, this bundle of sturdier rubber bands in LP can be embedded without loss into that bundle of looser rubber bands in LQ, and this embedding is continuous. The operator he used is actually a projection. He is merely using a higher dimensional perspective to tell you that this projection process preserves structure. He paused, looking at the still bewildered trio, thought for a moment, and switched to a more relatable analogy. Let's put it this way, it's like compressing a high-definition image into a low-resolution image. Although details are lost, the main content of the image remains. Wei Shen's proof tells you that this compression process is mathematically sound and beautiful. Once again, the dormitory fell into a deathly silence. Fong Bo, Shui Chao, and Lu Xinyu stared blankly at Xu Chen, their minds completely blank. After a long time, Fong Bo murmured in a tone filled with despair, "It's over. I feel like I'm not attending the same university as he is." After experiencing the thrill of gaining mathematical insights in Wei Shen's class, Xu Chen's enthusiasm for studying ignited once more. He was completely immersed in the vast ocean of knowledge at Peking University. Especially Wei Dongyi's mathematical analysis became the most anticipated feast of experience for him every week. In every class, he could feel the pure charm of mathematics amid Wei Shen's imaginative leaps in thought, while the steadily increasing experience points of 1 and 2 on the system panel made it impossible for him to stop. By night, when his roommates were still pulling their hair out over the day's lessons, Xu Chen would steadfastly dive into the library. The richness of the Peking University Library's collections exceeded his imagination. Here he found countless legendary textbooks and monographs he had only heard of online before. In addition to focusing on mathematics, Xu Chen did not forget his other small goals. He began systematically catching up on the English he had previously fallen behind on during his spare time. He knew very well that in the modern academic world, English is the universal lingua franca. Whether reading cutting-edge papers or publishing his research results in top international journals, fluent reading and writing skills in English are indispensable basic skills. He didn't memorize vocabulary or study grammar books. His method was simple and straightforward, directly reading original English mathematics textbooks. Because the English Xu Chen used was not for daily communication, but primarily for research and academic exchange, the English in specialized fields was even more important. He started with the most classic original English mathematics textbooks, such as Rudin's Principles of Mathematical Analysis and Apostles' Calculus. At first, he still needed to occasionally use his phone dictionary to look up some obscure technical terms. In just a month, his English proficiency skyrocketed from barely able to understand paper abstracts to reading top journal literature without barriers. This high-intensity, interdisciplinary systematic learning kept his brain in a state of heightened cognitive breakthrough. That night, when Xu Chen closed the thick book, Mathematical Foundations Algebra volume, compiled by the French Bourbaki group in the library, the experience bar in his mind, which had been tightly stretched for a long time, finally reached its end with the last faint push. Ding! A crisp and pleasant system notification sound, as if emanating from the depths of the universe, exploded in his mind. Detected hosts improvement in mathematical knowledge. Mathematics experience points 1. Experience points are full level up. Congratulations, host, your mathematics level has risen to LV. 2. Here we go. Xu Chen's heart skipped a beat. He immediately sank his consciousness into the system panel. He saw that the attribute bar representing his mathematical talent had been completely renewed. Current subject level mathematics LV. 2 experience points 12500. What the hell? 2,500 points to upgrade to LV. 3. Seeing the terrifying experience point requirement for the next level, the corner of Xu Chen's eye couldn't help but twitch. Is the difficulty of this upgrade exponential? System, are you trying to work me like a mule? He was inwardly cursing, but more so he felt an indescribable excitement and anticipation after the level up. He quickly thought to himself, system, come on. Let me see what LV 2 entails. A line of brand new technologically infused notes appeared on the light blue screen. Level 2, Expert. This level corresponds to having made significant, impactful original research achievements in the respective field, capable of independently leading national major research projects, guiding doctoral students, and delivering keynote speeches at top international conferences in the field. Standard reference lifetime professors at world-class universities, chief scientists at National Key Laboratories. Hiss, Xu Chen gasped, feeling a tingling sensation on his scalp. The span of this level was even more absurd than he had imagined. LV0 is a bachelor's degree graduate. LV1 is a postdoctoral researcher from a top university. And LV2 jumped straight to lifetime professor, chief scientist. Have you swallowed all the positions of PhD, young researcher, and associate professor in between? He felt his worldview being shaken once again. So then, what about LV3? He couldn't help but ask, what is LV3? A Fields Medal winner, or someone who can match Euler and Gauss? Insufficient permissions, please upgrade your level to explore further. The system coldly dismissed his curiosity in its signature emotionless tone. Supplementary note: when the host voluntarily raises a subject level to LV3, all detailed explanations of this system's levels will be unlocked. All right. Xu Chen pouted, but the shock in his heart lingered for a long time. He closed his eyes, carefully feeling the changes brought about by the level up.